graduation, and a heartbreak encounter with a set of fraternal twins. Jianglin, I admit you have treated me well, but you are merely a penniless university student, she declared. Song is wealthy and possesses an exceptional demeanor. It is evident to anyone which choice is more prudent. With graduation imminent, we ought to be more pragmatic. Besides, considering your circumstances, having dated me for 3 years should suffice. Jiang Lin gazed at his girlfriend Ning Shui, who he had known for 4 years and been in love with for 3. He was uncertain when her demeanor had shifted. Throughout his university years, he diligently juggled part-time jobs, supplemented by some assistance from his parents. He had planned to take Ning Shui to purchase a modest property in the city center before graduation, a commendable achievement for many students. However, plans often succumb to the whims of fate. He never anticipated that Ning Shui would betray him with the persistent suitor, General Manager Song, which left him feeling a wave of nausea. Didn't you previously describe Song as greasy and repugnant? Ning Shui's expression faltered, revealing her discomfort. Shui, why are you even conversing with this impoverished fool? Ning Shui's friend, Lu Xia, interrupted impatiently. If he cannot provide you with a good life, it is his inadequacy. Do not blame you for seeking better. She produced a wad of cash from her bag, tilting her chin with disdain. General Manager Song has offered you 2,000 yuan as a severance fee after this. Refrain from bothering Shui again. After all, you must recognize that you exist in different realms. You will merely be a laborer, while Shui will become the wife of a general manager. Jiang Lin cast a profound glance at the taciturn Ning Shui. The gentle and bashful Ning Shui he once knew had transformed into a figure adorned in luxury brands. Her countenance hardened. No matter how exquisite her makeup, she was no longer the girl etched in his memories. Ning Shui, I wish you all you desire. With that, he declined the money and turned to leave. Ning Shui felt a twinge of guilt, yet upon glimpsing the opulent Mercedes-Benz S-Class parked nearby and the rotund man seated within, she steeled herself and remained silent. People aspire to ascend. She had no regrets. If she remained with Jiang Lin, her life would consist of relentless toil, forever unsettled. Jiang Lin, having indulged in some alcohol, found the blow of this event too severe to bear. Ning Shui's actions had become common knowledge among their classmates after her internship. She had undergone a transformation, flaunting expensive bags and posting selfies amidst luxury cars and 5-star hotels on social media. Others were not oblivious. Previously, Jiang Lin and Ning Shui were seen as a match made in heaven, both excelling academically and possessing amiable personalities, making the outcome all the more lamentable. For years, Jiang Lin had devoted his free time to tutoring and part-time jobs, all in hopes of providing Ning Shui with a home. During the campus recruitment, he secured a reasonably promising position, believing that everything would unfold as he envisioned. As he drank more than he intended, his roommates vented their frustrations at Ning Shui's shamelessness while attempting to console Jiang Lin. Inwardly, Jiang Lin wrestled with sorrow, his mind inundated with images of the greasy general manager Song and Ning Shui seated together in the car. Until he had drunk excessively and was sent to the hospital, he vaguely heard a doctor mention terms like fake alcohol and stomach pumping. In his heart, he cursed, lamenting that even in misfortune, he had to endure the torment of consuming counterfeit liquor. Was there any justice left in the world? When Jiang Lin awoke, he found himself alone in the hospital room. His phone buzzed with messages from his roommates, who had consumed less and suffered no significant consequences. They would bring him food shortly. He rose to use the restroom, and upon emerging, he spotted a little girl squatting in the corner, weeping. The child, just over 3 years of age, was a picture of delicate beauty with fair skin, chubby cheeks, and sparkling eyes brimming with tears. Dressed in an adorable pink tutu, she was clearly a child who could charm anyone. Wah wah wah. Suppressing his discomfort, Jiang Lin crouched down and inquired, "Little sister, what troubles you?" The girl, with her cherubic voice, lamented, "My brother is missing. He's such a fool. He doesn't even know the way and wanders off. And the butler is also gone. He's lost too." Jiang Lin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "Are you sure it's not you who is lost?" "Of course not. I know the way. Grandma says that Tang Tang is the smartest." Jiang Lin couldn't suppress a smile. Her innocence lightened his previously gloomy mood. "All right then, let me take you to the security office so they can help find your brother, shall we?" "Okay." Tang Tang beamed, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy as she grasped Jiang Lin's larger hand with her chubby little one. Just as Jiang Lin descended the stairs, he encountered his good friend Hongzi, who had come to bring him food. Jiang Lin explained, "This child is lost. I'm taking her to the security office." Hongzi took a moment to assess Tang Tang's appearance, his expression somewhat bewildered. "Oh, that's fine, you go ahead." Unable to restrain himself, he added, "They'll accompany you." Along the way, Hongzi asked, "Tang Tang, did your brother and the butler bring you here? Where are your parents? Are they busy?" "Mommy is very busy, Daddy seems to have been taken away by bad people." Tang Tang clung to Jiang Lin's hand. "Mommy says children must be careful of bad people outside, because Daddy was taken by them when he was little, so now Tang Tang doesn't have a daddy. My brother has always been looking for him, but Mommy got very angry when she found out. Surely the bad people are too strong, and Mommy can't bring Daddy back." Hangzi's expression shifted as they continued walking. Upon arriving at the security office, a friendly-looking middle-aged man rushed over. "My little ancestor, where have you been? If you get lost, your mother will surely skin me alive." Nearby, a little boy haughtily scoffed, "You fool! How could you lose her while following?" As he spoke, he turned to the person who had brought his sister back, frowning slightly. Although he was undeniably adorable, his eyes sparkled with an unusual cleverness. "Since I've delivered her safely, I shall take my leave," Jiang Lin said, waving his hand, feeling a natural fondness for Tang Tang. "Be sure not to wander off again, Tang Tang." Tang Tang gazed longingly at Jiang Lin as he departed. The boy's gaze was remarkably composed. "This person resembles us quite a bit, though he appears a tad younger. Could he possibly be our father?" Tang Tang, in a daze, replied, "Father was taken away by bad people long ago, but I have a feeling this brother looks like a good person." The butler's expression was somewhat complicated. Years ago, the young lady had been cast out from her home, returning with a pair of twins. Now, she wielded considerable power within the corporation, yet she had never disclosed the origins of her children. Even when the matriarch inquired, she remained tight-lipped. Thus, despite the noble status of the young master and young lady, they were often derisively labeled as bastards. The two children were quite perceptive, though they remained silent. They were inevitably affected by such remarks. Recently, the matriarch had been urging the young lady to engage in matchmaking, seeking a father for the children. The boy cast a bewildered glance at his sister before turning to the butler, saying, "Please investigate him for me, but do not let mother know about this matter." Chapter 2. Two infants have taken a liking to him. As Jiang Lin sipped his porridge, Hangzi seemed as if he had been scalded. Unable to sit or stand comfortably, Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow. "Are you in such a rush? If you are, you could simply go to the restroom without needing my company." "No, that's not it. Didn't you notice that pair of twins earlier? They look just like you." "Jiang Lin, do you have two children? Just admit it. If those delightful little ones are truly yours, I would love to be their godfather." Jiang Lin couldn't help but chuckle. "Stop talking nonsense. Ning Shui and I have never crossed any boundaries. Moreover, those children come from a privileged background, far removed from a poor college student like me." Hangzi pondered, counting on his fingers. "The children are around 3 years old. If they were indeed yours, that would mean you fathered them during your freshman year. But back then, you were still playing in the mud. Wait, that doesn't seem right. Perhaps I'm overthinking this." Hangzi appeared somewhat disheartened. Such adorable children would make anyone walk with pride. "If only I could have kids like that. My life would be worth living." Freshman year? A flicker of nostalgia crossed Jiang Lin's eyes, and his expression tightened. During his freshman year, like many others, he had eagerly participated in various clubs, naively unaware of the world's complexities. At a social gathering, having drunk too much, he found himself unable to keep up with the festivities. While others sang, he succumbed to exhaustion and, past curfew, rented a room to sleep. Somehow, he ended up in the wrong room, and that's when his innocence was lost. He had been a fledgling, quick in his actions, yet the woman had not spared him. He was tossed about throughout the night while she left without a trace, leaving him unaware of her identity. It was not a pleasant experience, and thus he had chosen to selectively forget it. Jiang Lin shook his head. "Firstly, as an inexperienced individual, my chances of such an occurrence are exceedingly slim. Secondly, a woman like that wouldn't bear a child for herself. Lastly, such coincidences simply do not exist." Seeing Jiang Lin in deep thought, Hang Zi patted him on the shoulder. Brother, you're right. Those two children clearly come from a wealthy family. And their mother must also be affluent. We, at our level, are simply not in their league. Jiang Lin decided to abandon such frivolous thoughts, for even contemplating them was enough to evoke fanciful ideas. He shifted the subject. I'll be starting my job at the company the day after tomorrow. You're preparing for the bank exam, aren't you? Is your revision going well? Hang Zi sighed, his head throbbing at the mention of it. It's a headache just thinking about it. My parents want me to secure a government position. I didn't pass the civil service exam or the teacher's exam. And now they insist I must take the bank exam. Otherwise, I might end up working in the village. Jiang Lin understood the pressure Hang Zi was under. Now in their senior year, it was already May. In 2 weeks, they would take their graduation photos and receive their diplomas, then part ways. Some would pursue further studies, while others would secure government positions or jobs. By this time in May, most paths had already been determined. For those still undecided, it was as if the flowers had already wilted. Then you should hurry back to your studies. The doctor said I won't be discharged until tomorrow. I can order takeout myself, so you needn't worry about me. Xiangzi hesitated, contemplating the matter of Ning Shui. You should take it easy. Such a woman is not worth your sorrow. Jiang Lin fell silent for a moment before responding that claiming he had no feelings would be disingenuous. It was merely that he did not wish to appear too disheveled. I'm fine. The following day, upon his discharge from the hospital, Jiang Lin found himself alone. The belongings from his school had long been cleared out. He boarded a bus, heading straight to his apartment. Although he could have opted for a rundown place or shared accommodations, he had rented a one-bedroom apartment near the Second Ring Road subway. As Ning Shui had once expressed a desire to live comfortably while working, the rent was not inexpensive, amounting to 2,200 yuan per month, while his job offered a mere 5,000 yuan during the probationary period. On the journey, his mother called. Son, your cousin has informed me about your situation. You fell ill and didn't even let your parents know. I just sent you 2,000 yuan, buy something nourishing to help you recuperate. I also saw Ning Shui's moments on social media. Once you feel better, I'll introduce you to your aunt's daughter. She is quite lovely and a teacher as well. Jiang Lin felt numb. Mom, please don't worry. I'm not considering dating for now. I just want to stabilize my job first. His mother continued to express her concern. Amidst the patter of rain that blurred the view outside, Jiang Lin gazed at the darkening sky, sensing a torrential downpour was imminent. When the bus reached his stop, he dashed into the rain, relieved that his home was in close proximity to the bus station. Nevertheless, he emerged drenched like a drowned rat. Upon entering the lobby, he unexpectedly encountered Ning Shui, accompanied by her friend, Lu Xia, who was carrying some items for her. Don't get the wrong idea. Lu Xia quickly positioned herself in front of Ning Shui, her expression betraying a hint of disdain as she observed Jiang Lin's disheveled state. Xiao Shui is not here to see you because you ended up in the hospital from drinking. She merely needs to retrieve some files that are still with you. By the way, starting today, Xiao Shui is cohabiting with President Song in a lakeside apartment at Bishuiyuan. Your little apartment can barely accommodate her designer clothes. Jiang Lin's demeanor grew frosty. Just take what you need and leave. Spare me the chatter. Lu Xia, initially poised to retort, instead smirked. Oh, look who's vulnerable now. Embarrassing yourself by drinking to the hospital. It's clear you can't let go of Xiao Shui, but you need to recognize reality. You two inhabit different worlds now. Ning Shui, hiding behind Lu Xia, wore a complicated expression, tinged with a trace of disdain. She could not fathom why Jiang Lin continued to linger here. Had she not made herself sufficiently clear last time? Jiang Lin sneezed, disinterested in their exchange, and made his way past them. He overheard Lu Xia saying, Xiao Shui, do thank your President Song for me. Good jobs are hard to come by, and I'm grateful to have such a wonderful friend arranging this. Jiang Lin paid no further attention and took the elevator back to his doorstep. From a distance, he spotted two adorable toddlers sitting on either side of his door, resembling figures from a traditional Chinese painting. Upon noticing Jiang Lin's arrival, Tang Tang displayed a pitiful expression, calling out, Daddy, Mother no longer wants us. We have been cast out of our home. The rain outside is torrential, and Tang Tang is so cold. Please, someone take us in. Jiang Lin stumbled at the words. Don't shout like that. I might get caught. Tang Tang turned to her brother. Brother, please say something. The little boy held back for a moment before declaring, I am Dodo. From this day forth, we shall coexist harmoniously. If you prove yourself to be a worthy father, I shall forgive you for abandoning me all these years. Jiang Lin couldn't shake the feeling that this was a trap, luring him into its depths. Chapter 3. The first time caring for an infant, a novice father. Tang Tang approached and tugged at Jiang Lin's clothing. Father, your clothes are soaked through. You should hurry and take a shower. Grandma always said that getting caught in the rain can lead to a cold. Though the two children had a peculiar background and extraordinary identities, the sudden drop in temperature left them clad in thin garments, their little faces turning pale from the chill. Jiang Lin, not made of stone, felt his heart soften, and he opened the door to let the two children in. What is your mother's phone number? Do you remember? Tang Tang glanced nervously at Dodo. Brother, do you remember? I can't recall. Dodo reached out, took Jiang Lin's phone, and dialed a string of numbers. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Dodo remarked, See, I told you, Mother doesn't want us anymore. Look, her phone is off. Recently, Grandma has introduced many men to her, and the internet says that stepfathers are never good to us. Perhaps once she gets married, we will be cast out again, left to wander the streets. Tang Tang hesitated. Mother would never do that, and Grandma wouldn't let us become wanderers. However, recalling her brother's earlier instructions to appear pitiful, she obediently fell silent. Jiang Lin sighed. Then I will have no choice but to call the police. Tang Tang quickly pouted. Daddy, please, don't call the police. Tomorrow morning, the butler will come to take us to kindergarten. We won't trouble you for long. Her expression fell, looking dejected, simply yearning for her father. Tang Tang had noticed a sister come here, surely a new wife for father. Father no longer wants us because he has another wife. Dodo, observing his sister's tearful demeanor, felt a surge of anger. If you don't want us, then so be it. You've already abandoned us for so long. Jiang Lin found it perplexing. Why had these two children suddenly decided he was their father? And what new wife were they referring to? Was it Ning Shui? The thought made him chuckle softly. He shook his phone. Unless you call your butler, I must confirm whether your family is aware of your whereabouts. Tang Tang promptly made the call. The butler's voice was indeed familiar. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Our young master and young miss have been without a father since childhood. Because you bear a resemblance to them, they believe you are their father. We hope you can spend the night with them and fulfill their small wish. As for monetary matters, we can certainly negotiate. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin realized that it was not merely a matter of money. His primary concern was for the children, who were so young and might worry their family if left alone. Since you are aware of the situation, please come to collect the children tomorrow morning. After the butler expressed his gratitude, he ended the call. Jiang Lin found it difficult to comprehend. It seemed that after encountering these two children in the hospital, he had been unwittingly entangled in their lives. Was he being taken advantage of? He was merely a penniless graduate, now suddenly faced with the responsibility of raising children? Tang Tang, delighted by Jiang Lin's agreement, joyfully leaped into his arms and exclaimed, Daddy, hurry and take a bath. Dodo, on the other hand, said nothing and casually settled down to watch television, as if he were in the comfort of his own home. Jiang Lin initially assumed it was a cartoon, only to discover it was a news channel. He was taken aback. This Dodo was indeed an odd child. After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, Jiang Lin listened to the lively sounds of the television and the cheerful chatter of Tang Tang, feeling a warmth in his previously cold heart. It was quite a lively atmosphere. He had never considered the prospect of having children before. No wonder everyone else was having them. Having children in a home certainly brought a great deal of liveliness, even if they were not his own. When Tang Tang saw Jiang Lin peek out, she exclaimed, Daddy, Tang Tang is hungry. Noticing the time, Jiang Lin realized it was indeed mealtime. Fortunately, there were plenty of ingredients in the refrigerator, so he headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Tang Tang, sitting on the sofa with her little feet dangling, rummaged through her fluffy rabbit bag and pulled out a small notebook, where she had clumsily written a list of 100 things to do with Daddy. She gleefully checked off, Daddy, make food. Jiang Lin prepared several light dishes, mindful that children should not eat anything too spicy. A tofu and minced meat soup, stir-fried loofah, and meatballs. Tang Tang, barefoot, followed the delicious aroma to the kitchen, exclaiming, "Daddy's cooking is amazing. It's even better than Aunt Lynn's." Dodo also joined him at the dining table, though it was a bit too high for them. Jiang Lin moved the food to a lower coffee table and noticed Tang Tang was without shoes. "Aren't your little feet cold?" he asked. Tang Tang looked at the tiled floor and shook her head wisely, declaring, "Tang Tang is not cold." Then she sweetly added, "Thank you for your hard work, Daddy." Jiang Lin felt his heart melt at Tang Tang's innocence. Meanwhile, at an airport in the United States, a strikingly beautiful woman, tall and slender, dressed in a pristine white traditional Chinese dress, walked amidst a throng of assistants. Her exquisite features and ethereal aura made her appear as if she had descended from the heavens. Her long, dark hair flowed like silk down to her waist, with loose strands elegantly pinned back by a plum blossom diamond hairpin, sparkling amidst her ebony locks. On her delicate wrist, she wore a stunning imperial green bracelet, accentuating her snow-white complexion. Her piercing gaze exuded an air of cold detachment, making it clear that she was not someone to be trifled with. "President Mu, there is an unknown missed call on your personal phone," one assistant informed her. Mu Yingu remained indifferent, promptly blocking the number. "The meeting at the Lake Hotel is in 45 minutes, her assistant Xiaoqin confirmed. Xiaoqin observed her silence and discerned that it signified understanding. Thus, she continued, "The matchmaking arranged by the old lady is scheduled for 9 p.m. tonight, at the first floor of the hotel where we are staying." Mu Yingu furrowed her brow slightly, feeling somewhat irritated by the prospect of such events. She thought it sufficient to merely address the matter without further elaboration. The two children appeared to be quite well fed, clearly having been hungry. Jiang Lin noticed that they had not brought any belongings with them and offered a brief admonition before stepping out. He wandered nearby in search of a children's goods store. The shopkeeper, perceiving his apparent uncertainty, approached him and inquired, "Are you looking to purchase clothing for a child? Is it a boy or a girl, and how old are they?" The shopkeeper speculated that, given Jiang Lin's age, the child was likely a newborn, suggesting he was a novice father. "No, it's a 3-year-old child, a pair of twins," Jiang Lin clarified, gesturing to indicate their height. He sought to procure a change of clothes for the children, along with socks and slippers. The shopkeeper nodded. They must be visiting from a relative's home. Allow me to recommend some options." Jiang Lin exited the store, slightly dazed, clutching a bag of clothing and a receipt totaling 512 yuan. He wondered if he had lost his mind, perhaps overwhelmed by paternal affection. Nevertheless, he marveled at the exorbitant prices of children's clothing. He resolved to have the butler reimburse him in the morning. Tang Tang was particularly delighted with the items Jiang Lin had purchased, gleefully holding up the clothes. "Daddy bought me slippers. Next time I come to Daddy's house, I will have shoes to wear." Jiang Lin, unfamiliar with the intricacies of childcare, suggested, "Why don't you both take a bath? After your bath, it's bedtime. I will sleep on the sofa while you two share the bed." Tang Tang and Dodo gazed at Jiang Lin, who felt somewhat awkward. Although he was capable of bathing Dodo, he hesitated with Tang Tang. Given she was a girl, he ultimately decided to call his cousin, who was studying at a nearby teacher's college, for assistance. Zhang Xiu was taken aback when she received the call. "Brother, what did you say? You want to bathe a child? Where did this child come from?" Chapter 4. Grandparents rushed to see their grandchildren. Zhang Xiu arrived in haste, typically frugal in her tutoring endeavors. She opted for a taxi this time due to the unusual circumstances. She was aware of her cousin's recent heartbreak after 3 years of dating and was concerned for his mental well-being. Upon entering the house, she saw Jiang Lin already dressing Dodo, using a hairdryer to dry his hair. The two faces, one large and one small, turned toward her, and their features were astonishingly similar, as if carved from the same mold. Moreover, Dodo was as adorable as a porcelain doll. She wondered how many girls would find him charming as he grew up. "Brother, is this your son?" "Aunt," Dodo called out softly. Tang Tang, resembling an eager puppy, approached with sparkling eyes. "Hello, Aunt. You are so young and beautiful. I like you the most." Jiang Xiu had not initially noticed the little rice dumpling on the sofa, but upon seeing it, she was astonished once more by another adorable child. The child spoke in a sweet, babyish voice, utterly endearing. "Are these twins?" Brother, her mind is in disarray. After calculating the time, she deduces that the child is approximately 3 years old, which implies that the child was conceived during the first year of college, while her cousin only began dating Ning Shui in his second year. Thus, it appears that during his freshman year, he indeed had a relationship and fathered 2 children, yet, for reasons unknown, they were not raised in his care. Perhaps the mother took them away following their breakup? Now, with the cousin single again after the separation, the children have returned to him. In this context, what does a failed romance even signify? It has swiftly propelled him into fatherhood. Jiang Xiao, gazing at the 2 children's striking features, was overwhelmed with joy, almost wishing to abscond with them in a sack. Brother, when will you and sister-in-law officially register your marriage and hold a wedding? Jiang Lin's lips twitched. Don't speak nonsense. These are someone else's children. TSK, TSK, TSK. Jiang Xiao retorted with exasperation. Do you take me for a fool? The photo on Auntie's phone is unmistakably your childhood picture. The resemblance to your son is uncanny. Jiang Lin felt a headache coming on. It's merely a coincidence. Quickly give Tang Tang a bath, and then take a taxi back to school. Don't return too late. I'll reimburse your travel expenses, he instructed. Scoundrel, I deride you. Jiang Xiao exclaimed, cradling Tang Tang, the little girl soft and plump, exuding a delightful scent of milk. She was utterly irresistible. While bathing Tang Tang, Jiang Xiao discovered the child to be exceedingly well-behaved, almost angelic in nature. Jiang Lin, not wishing to prolong her stay, transferred her 100 yuan and sent her on her way. Tang Tang, still wide awake, lay on the bed and said, Daddy, tell me a story. Dodo, equally obedient, lay beside her, his large eyes fixed on Jiang Lin, displaying an air of proud defiance despite his silence. Jiang Lin settled at the edge of the bed. What story should he tell? Let us recount the tale of Snow White, he decided. Tang Tang snuggled under the covers, revealing her adorable little face. Mommy never tells us stories. I envy my classmates whose parents read to them. Jiang Lin tucked Dodo in as well, dimmed the lights, and began the tale of Snow White. 10 minutes later, the gentle rhythm of their breathing filled the room. Tang Tang and Dodo exchanged glances. Daddy must be too tired. That's why he fell asleep, Tang Tang mused. Dodo blinked. No? It's because the story is so boring that he put himself to sleep. That's not true. The story is quite interesting, Tang Tang argued. Dodo made a shushing gesture. Let us not disturb Daddy's sleep. We should hurry and sleep ourselves. Although Tang Tang was reluctant, she gazed at Jiang Lin's peaceful face and sweetly closed her eyes. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Lin was roused from his slumber by the sound of knocking at the door, which was more akin to banging. Opening his eyes, he realized he had somehow ended up in the center of the bed, flanked by 2 peacefully sleeping infants, as if in a dream. He pinched his cheek hard to confirm that he was not dreaming. Dodo, who is it? He asked, a hint of concern in his voice. I'll go take a look, he said, suspecting it might be the children's family come to visit. He knew trouble would ensue. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback, for standing before him were none other than his furious mother, Zhao Xia, and his weary father, Jiang Jianjun. It appeared they had traveled through the night. You wretched fool, your child is already over 3 years old. If it weren't for your cousin's revelation, I would still be in the dark, she exclaimed. Explain yourself. Why have you neglected your own flesh and blood for 3 years, entangled with a fickle woman? Your irresponsibility is appalling. Jiang Jianjun maintained a stern demeanor. Son, what you've done is utterly unacceptable. You were merely 18 at the time, and yet you failed to take responsibility. How could you have acted so recklessly? The mother of your child has undoubtedly struggled to raise 2 children alone over these years. We raised you to be a responsible man, and look at you. Both parents were filled with disappointment and self-reproach towards Jiang Lin. Daddy, who are they? Tang Tang, having awakened to the commotion, ventured out of her room. Upon seeing the girl, Zhao Xiao's heart melted instantly. She knelt down, her fury dissipating into a warm, maternal affection. You must be Tang Tang. I'm your grandmother. I brought you some candy. Come see if you like it. Overjoyed at the sight of the sweets, Tang Tang planted a kiss on Zhao Xiao's cheek, exclaiming, Grandma is wonderful. Tang Tang loves Grandma the most. Jiang Jianjun, not wanting to neglect his ungrateful son any longer, hurriedly crouched down as well, grasping Tang Tang's hand. Tang Tang, I am your grandfather. I came all the way to see you. The couple's eyes were glued to Tang Tang, as if they were beholding a rare treasure. Good morning, Grandpa. Jiang Jianjun's heart swelled with excitement. This was his granddaughter. Those big eyes and chubby cheeks were simply irresistible. He wished to remain there, reveling in the joy of her company. Dodo also approached, exhibiting a calm demeanor. Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. I am Dodo. Upon witnessing Dodo's maturity, Jiang Jianjun felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Dodo, I am so sorry that your grandparents have caused you suffering. Dodo glanced at Jiang Lin. Grandpa, actually, Daddy doesn't want to acknowledge us. Jiang Jianjun's temper flared. How dare he? After a while, the housekeeper arrived to take the children to kindergarten, saying little as he did so. Soon, only the 3 members of the Jiang family remained. Jiang Lin found himself without the opportunity to request reimbursement for the clothing expenses. Observing the cold expressions on his parents' faces, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. These children are not mine. Zhao Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. Not yours. The children have come to you. They resemble you as a child. Even now, you refuse to acknowledge Tang Tang and Dodo? What on earth do you intend to do? If you persist in this manner, your father and I will disown you. You ungrateful child. Jiang Lin was left speechless and recounted the events that had transpired. Zhao Xia furrowed her brow. This is fate. Heaven has returned these 2 children to your side. You ought to cherish them. Jiang Jianjun observed his son's demeanor and concluded that a paternity test was necessary. Once the results were available, everything would be unequivocally clarified. He then turned to his wife to discuss selling their ancestral home, suggesting that they allow this ungrateful child to purchase a residence in the city. While it was acceptable for him to live in rented accommodation, their grandchildren must not endure such hardships, especially as they would need access to quality educational resources in a major city. Jiang Lin, feeling pressed for time, interrupted his parents' discourse, stating, It's getting late, and I must report to the company by 9. Please rest at home. It was his first day at work, and he was determined not to be dismissed during the probation period. After hastily gathering his belongings, he hurriedly hailed a cab to Shanghai Trading. Zhao Xia and her husband had specifically come over for the sake of their twins. Their anxiety grew in the absence of the children, making it difficult for them to relax. Suddenly recalling that Tang Tang had been styling her hair earlier, Zhao Xia rushed to the restroom to retrieve a comb. Noticing the long strands left behind, and took Jiang Lin's toothbrush before heading to the hospital. Though they felt a sense of ownership over the children, Jiang Lin's attitude left them uncertain. If it were indeed a misunderstanding, it would be a waste of emotional investment. Dear, you Haven Tea slept all night and skipped breakfast, yet you seem so energetic, Jiang Jianjun inquired. You're no different, Zhao Xia retorted with a roll of her eyes. Jiang Jianjun chuckled, his joy at the prospect of having grandchildren keeping him awake. If they truly are our grandchildren, I must return home to pay respects to our ancestors. At the kindergarten, the steward Sun Qing escorted the 2 children from the car, reminding them, I have already agreed to let you stay out overnight. Today, you must behave and attend school. Sun Qing had kept vigil in the stairwell of Jiang Lin's residence the previous night, anxious about potential mishaps. At his age, he could hardly afford to endure another incident. Tang Tang, beaming, responded enthusiastically, We will be good at school, Uncle Sun. Sun Qing adopted a stern expression, warning, If your mother learns of this, I'll be in serious trouble. The world outside is perilous, and your identities could attract unsavory characters. This cannot happen again. Dodo, unfazed, remarked, As long as you don't say anything, Mommy won't know. Moreover, with Grandma seeking a new father figure, Dodo expressed concern that a stepfather would not treat them kindly. Tang Tang eagerly nodded, adding, What if Mommy has more children later? We must bring Daddy back. We are a family. You 2 are quite clever, Sun Qing chuckled, but your mother won't be looking for a stepfather. Tang Tang pouted, incredulous. How could she not? Grandma liked that uncle when she introduced us. However, Tang Tang herself did not share the same fondness for him. Sun Qing sighed. The old lady only wishes the best for the young lady. However, the young lady's temperament has always attracted countless suitors throughout her life. earning her a notable reputation within the capital's social circle. Yet, she has never accepted the advances of any man. After the passing of her father, she was ostracized from her family, which led to the arrival of her 2 children. The tribulations she endured remain a mystery to all. He too yearns for the lady and her family to be reunited in harmony. Unfortunately, he had conducted an investigation into Jiang Lin yesterday, discovering that he is merely a university graduate, albeit from a prestigious institution, though not in a particularly esteemed field. Nonetheless, he was an outstanding student. Having moved from a small town to the provincial capital for his studies, he is now employed at a financial firm. Given his background, it is inconceivable that he could have any connection with the young lady. After all, she has been abroad for the past 4 years, and her children were born overseas. While Jiang Lin has never traveled outside the country, the farthest he has ventured is to the city. Thus, even if the 2 little ones are so certain, it is merely the naive musings of children. Dodo frowned, stating, "Jiang Lin is our father. I trust my instincts." Sun Qing chuckled at this, recognizing Dodo's exceptional intelligence. However, he was still just a little over 3 years old. What instincts could he possibly have? Understanding the child's desire for a father, he chose to change the subject. "The old lady is returning from her pilgrimage in the mountains today. I will pick you up from school tonight and take you back to the old residence. But do not mention Jiang Lin again. Otherwise, the old lady might become upset." Dodo pouted, his eyes darting around, remaining silent and seemingly plotting something. Sun Qing handed the dragon and phoenix twins over to their teacher before departing. Dodo and Tang Tang sat together, with Tang Tang anxiously pulling Dodo's arm. "Brother, can't we go to Daddy's house tonight? What if we can't go at all after that? Grandma likes Uncle Lee. Will she not like our daddy?" Dodo gently patted his sister's head, saying, "Silly. Why should we care if Grandma likes Daddy? He is our father, and regardless of what kind of person he is still our father. As long as I like him, that is enough." Tang Tang chimed in, "I like Daddy too." Dodo felt a surge of joy. Was this the feeling of having a father? "Dodo, why are you so happy today?" Teacher Xie Qin bent down to speak to him. "Can you share with me?" Dodo and Tang Tang, being the beloved dragon and phoenix twins of a prominent family, naturally drew considerable attention at school. Moreover, the 2 little ones were exceptionally adorable, endearing themselves to all their teachers. While Tang Tang often smiled, Dodo typically remained serious, showing little interest in playing with other children, preferring to engage in solitary activities like building blocks and solving Rubik's cubes. Today, however, he wore a rare smile, piquing the teacher's curiosity. "I have a father now," Dodo declared, his voice laced with a hint of pride he was unaware of. The teacher smiled in response. "Is that so? How wonderful. Perhaps we can invite your father to school for parent-child activities in the future." Dodo nodded proudly. "Yes, my father will definitely come. He treats us very well." The teacher felt a twinge of confusion. She had never encountered the mothers of Tang Tang and Dodo, only aware that the children's mother's information indicated she was unmarried, while the father's details were marked as absent. Thus, one pondered whether the children's father was their biological father or a stepfather. Xiaqin also reminded that next Monday there would be a parent-child activity, encouraging parents to attend. Dodo clenched his hands, uncertain if his father would come. However, Tang Tang was filled with joy, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Dodo. "Will Dad come to kindergarten the day after tomorrow? He is so handsome, surely better than Chi-Chi's father. She always teases me for not having parents. Once she sees our dad, she'll realize how handsome he is." Seeing his sisters so happy, Dodo couldn't bring himself to dampen her spirits. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of whether their father would agree to come, leaving him somewhat distracted even while playing games. In truth, Dodo felt that their father might not be inclined to acknowledge them. Chapter 6. Grandparents conduct a paternity test. Jiang Lin had not idled away his 4 years at university. On his first day at Shanghai Trading, he found many aspects of the job to be quite manageable. His supervisor was a kind and patient 30-year-old woman. The first morning was unhurried, primarily spent familiarizing himself with the environment, collecting his belongings, and meeting colleagues. It was rather leisurely, however, observing the work atmosphere around him. He understood that he would need to exert greater effort in the future. For lunch, he went to the company cafeteria, wearing his employee badge. Jiang Lin followed Sister Sue and sat with another female colleague. During the lunch break, everyone seemed to relax considerably. Xiaoya, who was just 2 years older than Jiang Lin, chattered away. Hey, do you have a girlfriend? Jiang Lin shook his head. No, I broke up after graduation. Xiaoya, noticing Jiang Lin's decent appearance, joked, you just started working, still a young fresh meat. But after a while, you'll be seasoned, like old preserved meat. So, you should find a partner early. If you find a wealthy woman, you could save yourself decades of struggle. Sulan rolled her eyes. Do you think it's easy to please a wealthy woman? Most of them aren't exactly stunning. It's better to be grounded and pursue a healthy relationship. Jiang Lin sincerely nodded in agreement. I think so too. Xiaoya chuckled. Sister Sue isn't entirely correct. Last week at an event, I saw Miss Mu, the super gorgeous heiress of Mu Jewelry Group. Even as a woman, I felt my heart flutter. Too bad she is already a mother of 2. But the identity of the children's father remains a mystery. I don't know if she is in a hidden marriage or if she had children out of wedlock. She lowered her voice conspiratorially. I heard our company as president's son, Xiao Lu, is courting Miss Mu. He even chased her abroad yesterday, only to be stood up. When he returned today, his face was as dark as a pot's bottom, and he unleashed a tirade at the office early in the morning. Jiang Lin found this somewhat amusing, yet he did not dwell on it, recognizing that such matters held no relevance for someone of his standing. Sulan was indeed aware of the situation. Miss Mu possessed an extraordinary beauty, and being financially independent rendered marriage inconsequential. Xiaoyu observed Jiang Lin's calm demeanor and produced her mobile phone, revealing a photograph she had saved online. Look at this. Isn't she the dream goddess of every man? Jiang Lin glanced at the image, which was taken at an airport bustling with people, yet amidst the crowd. The woman stood out distinctly. She was undeniably a stunning beauty, resembling a celestial being. Even surrounded by throngs, her radiance was unmissable. However, her demeanor exuded a rather frosty aura, with eyes that seemed to repel any approach, as if she could see through all, devoid of any worldly desires or emotions. Sulan sighed, remarking that even if Xiaolu pursued her abroad, there was little hope. Xiaoyu agreed, elucidating that the Mu family's assets amounted to billions, making them indifferent to ordinary individuals. If it were not for the fact that Miss Mu had an unwed status compounded by the birth of a pair of unaccounted-for twins, her private life facing scrutiny, it would never occur to Xiao Lu to seek a match with her. Upon hearing about the twins, Jiang Lin furrowed his brow, wondering if such pairs were as common nowadays. Just then, his phone rang with an unfamiliar number. On the other end, a gentle voice inquired, Hello, is this Dodo's father? This is Lu Shui International Kindergarten. Dodo has fallen and injured his hand. Could you come to take the child home? Jiang Lin was momentarily bewildered. I believe you have the wrong number, he replied. The voice reiterated the message, and Jiang Lin finally connected the dots when he heard Tang Tang's voice exclaiming, Daddy, brother is hurt. Hurry, realizing it was the pair of twins. He was about to decline but was taken aback by Tang Tang's frantic tears. Brother is bleeding. It's so scary. I'm scared. Jiang Lin explained that he was at work, yet Tang Tang persisted, leaving him no choice. What about your butler? He inquired, only to learn they could not reach him. Resigned, he relented. All right, stop crying. I'll have Grandma go take a look. After ending the call, Jiang Lin noticed Sulan and Xiaoyu exchanging peculiar glances directed at him. Feeling awkward, he mumbled, Let us eat. Xiaoyu could not help but remark, You already have children? 2. That is impressive. However, the Lu Shui International Kindergarten was the most expensive in the area, leading her to speculate that Jiang Lin, claiming to be single, must be a wealthy heir experiencing life there. After all, those who married and had children early typically possessed economic stability. As a mere corporate worker, she could not afford such a lifestyle. This thought prompted her to regard Jiang Lin with newfound respect. Remembering something, she advised, You should register your license plate for work since you drive. I don't have a car. I take the subway and bus to work. Today, I was late and took a taxi, he replied. Xiaoyu clicked her tongue in admiration. So low-key. The paternity test results would take 3 days to arrive. Although Zhao Xia was anxious, She could not rush, so she and her husband settled for a meal outside the hospital, the food unappetizing to them. Upon receiving Jiang Lin's message, she hailed a taxi to take her to Le Shui Kindergarten. After finishing work, Jiang Lin returned home, and upon opening the door, he was greeted by the tantalizing aroma of a sumptuous meal. The sounds of the television, coupled with the laughter of his parents and children, filled the air. Before he could even change his shoes, a soft, plump child nearly knocked him off his feet. "Daddy's home. Quick, go see your brother. He hurt himself badly today." Dodo's face was tight with tension. On one hand, he felt embarrassed about his fall and the tears that had followed, which made him appear less than manly in front of his father. On the other hand, he desperately craved his father's concern. After all, it was thoughts of his father that had distracted him during the day, causing him to stumble. Jiang Lin settled down beside the sofa, observing Dodo's grim expression. Unsure of what to say, after all, he was not well versed in the ways of parenting. Moreover, this was someone else's child. Realizing that there were more pressing matters at hand, he abruptly stood up and hurried to the kitchen. Dodo watched Jiang Lin's retreating figure, his eyes welling with tears. He had expected his father to show him some affection. To his dismay, Jiang Lin had walked away without even glancing at his injured hand. It was bad enough that he hadn't attended kindergarten that day. Now, this attitude only deepened his despair. His father must truly dislike him. Otherwise, how could he have left him unattended for years and now refused to acknowledge him as his son? He felt a profound sadness, thinking, "Daddy doesn't love me at all." Chapter 7. He is his child. Jiang Lin closed the kitchen partition door, his heart heavy with worry. Even children from ordinary families would cause a commotion if taken by strangers, let alone in a household like Tang Tang's and Dodo's. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. "Mom and Dad, how could you bring these two children back here? Isn't this abduction?" Their family was well off. "If this escalated, we would bear the burden of responsibility. Wasn't it you who asked us to take them in?" Zhao Xia retorted, wielding a spatula with a stern expression. "You ungrateful child. Why can't you simply spend some time with these two? Dodo has told me that they really like you. Besides, their mother is single. If you care for the children, you should provide them with a complete family." "I've already said, I don't know Jiang Lin. This is giving me a headache." Zhao Xia scoffed, assuming Jiang Lin was still hung up on Ning Shui. "Stop pretending. We've already paid for the paternity test. In 3 days, we'll see the results." Jiang Lin sighed. "You will be disappointed. It will be a waste of money." Zhao Xia noticed Tang Tang pressed against the glass partition, her big eyes curiously gazing inside. She quickly donned a warm smile and opened the door. "Tang Tang, my dear granddaughter, why don't you sit on the sofa and watch cartoons? Grandma will have the dishes ready shortly." "Is Grandma scolding Daddy?" Tang Tang tilted her head. "Please don't scold Daddy. He is very busy with work." A wave of inexplicable feelings surged within Jiang Lin. He sighed again and promptly called the housekeeper. When Sun Qing arrived, his expression was dark, and he took the two children away. At the dining table, a sumptuous array of dishes lay spread out. The television continued to play animated shows. Yet the atmosphere within the home felt remarkably frigid. After a long day at work, Jiang Lin, feeling famished, grasped his chopsticks, eager to indulge in the feast before him. However, before he could even reach for the food, a heavy sigh pierced the silence. "I've lost my appetite. I'm heading back to the hotel." "You all enjoy your meal," Zhao Xia declared, her face clouded with discontent as she set her chopsticks down. Jiang Jianjun, caught in a similar predicament, found himself torn between eating and leaving, ultimately following his wife. Jiang Lin understood that his parents were lamenting his decision to send the children away. Yet, this was a society governed by laws. One could not simply keep children at home because they were charming, could they? He felt quite helpless, and his appetite dwindled as a result. Days slipped by swiftly, and soon it was Friday. Jiang Lin had ceased to dwell on the matter of the twins, as work had resumed its normal rhythm and had begun to demand more of his attention. His mind was too preoccupied to entertain unrelated thoughts. Meanwhile, his parents continued to reside outside, seemingly unwilling to relent until they received an answer. They neither responded to his messages nor returned home. Upon finishing work, Jiang Lin discovered his parents waiting for him in silence, their demeanor heavy with unspoken words. On the table lay a document. Had the results of the paternity test arrived? Jiang Lin couldn't help but chuckle. What a waste of money. Don't be too disappointed. This was merely a small mix-up. Consider this a little vacation. It's the weekend tomorrow, and I'll take you to some tourist spots, he suggested, picking up the document and glancing at the final results. The report indicated, based on existing data and analysis, that Jiang Lin was indeed Tang Tang's biological father. He paused, furrowing his brow, scrutinizing the report as if doubting his own reading. Yet, the printed words were unequivocal. His mind swirled in confusion. Mom, Dad, where did you procure this fraudulent report? While I can understand your desire for grandchildren, there is no need to deceive yourselves. This is a report from a reputable hospital. Zhao Xia's expression remained stern. From the very first moment I laid eyes on those two children, I knew they were of the Jiang lineage. Jiang Lin examined the report once more. It was indeed authentic. His thoughts became a muddled haze. He had no recollection of how he managed to deal with his parents or how he left home. Finding himself at a restaurant near the school, Huang Zi, accompanied by two other roommates, entered the restaurant and spotted Jiang Lin sitting by the window. His expression distant and unfocused, oblivious to the happenings around him. Even as his roommates settled in, they remained unaware of his turmoil. As he remained absorbed in his own world, Xiaoping gestured towards Jiang Lin and whispered, "Is he still reeling from a breakup? Is he thinking about Ning Shui and feeling down? Surely not." Huang Zi scratched his head. If it were a breakup, he'd be off drinking, not dining. Yang Jie glanced up at the restaurant's name, remarking, "This is a respectable establishment. It can't be about a breakup." Perhaps he was let go during his probation period? For students nearing graduation, the most significant blows often stemmed from job-related issues. The group quickly made their way to sit with him. Huang Zi patted Jiang Lin on the shoulder. "Wake up from your reverie, brother. Whatever has transpired, try to look on the bright side. Regardless of whether it pertains to romantic relationships or work, fate plays a significant role." Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Lin interjected, "I seem to have become a father." Huang Zi's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he suppressed the urge to bombard Jiang Lin with questions, patiently awaiting his explanation. "Is Ning Shui pregnant with your child? This cannot be allowed." Yang Jie sputtered water across the table, nearly losing grip of his teacup. A woman like her, fickle in her affections, one cannot ascertain whose child she carries. Do not be foolish. Xiao Pingqing, as the dormitory leader and class representative, maintained a more composed demeanor. Furrowing his brow, "This matter concerning the child is no triviality. We should hear it directly from Jiang Lin." Jiang Lin exhaled deeply, surveying his three university roommates. They had shared a dormitory for several years, forming a strong bond of brotherhood. Thus, when faced with such a situation, his immediate impulse was to confide in them. "It's not Ning Shui, it's someone else. I don't know who it is, but I was quite inebriated at the time and remember nothing. It's utterly embarrassing. I never mentioned it to anyone, and to think, I actually have children, 2 of them, and they are already over 3 years old." Upon finishing his statement, Jiang Lin felt as if he were jesting, yet the gravity of the situation was undeniably real. Xiao Pingqing, despite his mature disposition, fell silent. He pondered the implications. Ning Shui's pregnancy, or perhaps Jiang Lin's impulsive actions leading to the birth of children outside a relationship. But over 3 years old? His outward calm belied a tempest of emotions within. Yang Jie glanced at his phone, checking the date. Today was not April Fool's Day, after all. It must be those 2 from the hospital, right? Huang Zi was the quickest to react. "I told you. They look just like you, yet you didn't believe me. How do you know for certain? Did you conduct a paternity test?" "Yes," Jiang Lin affirmed with a nod. Huang Zi smacked his thigh, transforming his shock into exuberance. "You are incredibly fortunate. My goodness, I'm green with envy. Those 2 children are so adorable. I absolutely must become their godfather." Chapter 8. The news of Jiang Lin's fatherhood spreads. Yang Jie and Xiao Pingqing were both perplexed by Huang Zi's reaction. His enthusiasm seemed somewhat irrational. For them, the sudden emergence of 2 children at their age was far from a favorable circumstance. Moreover, 2 3-year-olds constituted a significant responsibility. Jiang Lin sighed, cradling his head, which throbbed as if it might split apart. Noticing Jiang Lin's reluctance to speak, Xiao Piqing surmised that he had only recently learned of this situation. Currently, there is but one matter you need to contemplate, Xiao Piqing stated. Jiang Lin lifted his gaze to meet Xiao Piqing's, while Hongzi and Yang Jie turned their attention to him as well. Do you wish to have these two children? Jiang Lin contemplated this question. Although Tang Tang and Do Do had no emotional foundation with him, they were, after all, his flesh and blood. The moment he laid eyes on them, he felt an undeniable affection. If one were to disregard all practical considerations, I want to, he admitted. Yet, he recognized this as mere fanciful thinking. Xiao Pingqing raised his hand with a dismissive gesture. As long as you desire it, the course of action you need to take is quite straightforward. Firstly, it is imperative to gain the mother's approval. Otherwise, the child remains unrelated to you. After all, for the previous years, she has deliberately kept you in the dark about the child's affairs, and her stance is quite clear. Secondly, one must earn a decent living to support the child. Hang Zi raised his thumb in admiration, acknowledging that I, as the eldest, possess a rational mindset. Yet, it seems such intellect is wasted on a lifelong singleton. Xiao Pingqing coldly scoffed, questioning whether I am not allowed to possess any theoretical knowledge. Jiang Lin leaned back in his chair, expressing that the child's mother would never acknowledge him. It was evident that she did not wish to be disturbed. She remains unaware of my existence. And should she discover it, I fear I may never see the child again. Yang Jie found this perplexing, stating that if the child's mother does not seek you out, how could you possibly know? Did you dream it? Jiang Lin recounted the details of the situation, and everyone felt it was nothing short of fate. Hang Zi pounded his chest, crediting himself for his keen insight, claiming that without him, Jiang Lin would never have considered this possibility. Yang Jie, astonished, acknowledged Jiang Lin's prowess, noting that despite a brief setback in romance, now that the child has grown, he remains the most formidable among them. Xiao Pingqing expressed concern, stating that raising a child is no simple task. Jiang Lin, if you wish to shoulder this responsibility, you will undoubtedly face numerous challenges. If you find it insurmountable, it may be best to relinquish the notion now and consider it as if nothing ever occurred. After all, as you mentioned, the child's mother has been raising the child quite well. Jiang Lin indeed needs to contemplate this deeply. After having a meal, he returned home to rest. Hang Zi and the others, conversing merrily, returned to school, where they encountered Lu Xia. Lu Xia, now in high spirits, remarked upon seeing Hang Zi that the residents of their dormitory remain inseparable. But what about Jiang Lin? Is he still hiding away, weeping? Xiao Shui and I have already secured positions at Wansi Group, with a starting salary of 10,000. She came to school today merely to sign documents, intentionally flaunting the advantageous position she obtained through her connections. Have you all found your footing? I hope you are not merely settling for any job. The first job after graduation is crucial for one's career trajectory. One must aim for a reputable company. Such statements echo the sentiment of advising high school students on the importance of attending a prestigious university. The reality, however, is that not everyone can gain admission. Hang Zi scoffed, looking down upon Lu Xia, dismissing her concern. What business is it of yours? I enjoy relying on my parents, so what? Xiao Pingqing also maintained a cold demeanor, asserting that there is no need for concern. I have already been accepted into the city's teaching program, and Yang Jie has secured a position in the civil service back home, both quite commendable. Jiang Lin is employed at Shanghai Trading, a substantial company in its own right. However, Shanghai Trading pales in comparison to Wansi Group. Lu Xia, unimpressed, remarked how fortunate Xiao Shui is to have found a good boyfriend. Otherwise, being associated with someone like Jiang Lin, who can bring no valuable connections, would be of little benefit. Yang Jie, incensed, retorted, urging her to cease her pretentiousness. Jiang Lin is indifferent to Ning Shui. He already has a child and lacks the time to concern himself with you. Having said that, he rallied his companions, exclaiming, "Let us go. We must return. I still need to inquire about what gift to present to the child, to express my intentions as the uncle." As the young man slapped his thigh, he exclaimed, "Indeed, as the godfather, I must present some noteworthy gifts." Xiaoping nodded in agreement. "That's right. Jiang Lin's parents are also here. We ought to pay them a visit and treat them to a meal." Lu Xia stared in astonishment as the group departed. Wait a moment, she pondered. Although Xiao Shui has long been with President Song, she only recently ended her relationship with Jiang Lin. He was still so heartbroken. And now he has a child? For a child to be detected, it must take at least a month, right? Could it be that Jiang Lin has been unfaithful all along? Lu Xia's composure was shattered. That evening, she arranged to meet Ning Shui to discuss the matter. Ning Shui, having just broken up with Jiang Lin, still felt a pang of guilt and reluctance. After all, Jiang Lin was handsome, tall, young, and exceptionally accommodating. He was diligent and had a pleasant temperament. In contrast, Song Tianwei was 7 or 8 years her senior, somewhat short and portly, with a rather oily demeanor and limited patience. However, Song Tianwei was wealthy, well-established in the local community, and had ascended to a managerial position in a reputable company, possessing a house, a car, and savings, while Jiang Lin had nothing to his name. Consequently, when Jiang Lin expressed his sorrow over the breakup, she was fearful that he might become clingy, prompting her to feel a sense of aversion. The sudden revelation of Jiang Lin having a child left her in a tumultuous state of emotions. This indicated that he had entered into a new relationship, engaged in intimacy, and now had a child. Moreover, his parents had arrived, suggesting a high degree of credibility to the situation. Ning Shui, bewildered, retrieved her phone and scrolled through Zhao Xia's social media posts, where she indeed found updates about the city. One post inquired about suitable neighborhoods for purchasing homes conducive to children's education. Upon reading this, Ning Shui felt a sharp pang in her heart, overwhelmed by a sense of unfairness and discontent. Jiang Lin's parents had truly come from the town, intending to scout for a school district residence. Did this mean the situation was genuine? Had Jiang Lin been unfaithful all along? Were his parents aware of it? When Ning Shui had been unfaithful herself, she had concocted numerous justifications. Now, learning of Jiang Lin's potential infidelity ignited an inferno of rage within her. She felt not only the shock and pain of betrayal, but also a sense of defeat, as if she had succumbed to Jiang Lin. Was the fool truly herself? Ning Shui coldly tightened her grip on her phone, thinking, after all I've done for him, he has the audacity to fool around and now has someone pregnant? Lu Xia chimed in, absolutely. That scoundrel is truly repulsive. Who knows? If you hadn't broken up with him, he might have ended it with you anyway. Ning Shui remained silent, but the tempest of emotion swirling in her eyes revealed the inner turmoil she was battling. After sitting in contemplation for a moment, she resolved, I must confront him and ascertain whether he has indeed cheated. I want to know exactly when this transpired and who the other woman is. His parents surely cannot be here to discuss marriage, can they? If that were the case, would they so readily accept a mistress into their home? I consider my own circumstances to be quite favorable. However, Jiang Lin's parents had never visited the city for their own sake, yet they came for an obscure mistress. Aren't they farmers from a small town? How could they possibly afford to buy a property in a prestigious school district? Chapter 9. Ning Shui's Unbalanced Mindset. Lu Xia, observing her best friend's demeanor, realized that Ning Shui was quite perturbed by this matter. She hurried to console her. What are you worried about? That mistress is surely uneducated and unattractive, likely hailing from a humble background, which is why she would settle for Jiang Lin. A person like him could only attract someone as kind-hearted as you, who doesn't care about material wealth. Otherwise, who would deign to consider him? Ning Shui pondered over this and found some solace in the thought. Yet, she still felt a knot of discontent in her heart. Lu Xia grasped Ning Shui's hand, saying, Shui, you chose President Song for your future, your family's future, and for the future of your children. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin has resigned himself to a life of mediocrity, seeking to father children with a woman of that caliber. Just because he becomes a father early does not guarantee a prosperous upbringing. The gap will only widen in the future. With a sardonic smile, Lu Xia continued, your child will inherit several properties upon birth, attend a prestigious school in the city, and eventually study abroad, becoming a distinguished scholar. But what of Jiang Lin? His child will grow up in a small town, attend a mediocre village school, and struggle through a low-tier high school, only to have to toil endlessly to escape that small place, possibly failing to even gain admission to university. Just like the child's mother, destined for a life of labor. She clicked her tongue. In a few decades, during class reunions. Will he even be able to hold his head high? Listening to Lu Xia's words, Ning Shui envisioned the stark disparity between their lives. She felt a wave of comfort wash over her, even developing a tinge of pity for Jiang Lin. He was so short-sighted, thinking that having children would make him victorious over her, yet his circumstances only allowed him to settle for less. Isn't that so? Lu Xia chuckled. Let's go shopping. With your current status as Mrs. Song, you must dress elegantly and appropriately. Although Ning Shui had come to terms with the situation, a flicker of resentment remained. After all, in her mind, Jiang Lin would surely struggle to move on from their 3-year relationship, wallowing in despair for a few years before being forced into an arranged marriage. It is often said that a man's true love is singular. Therefore, Jiang Lin would have to marry and procreate with a mere tool, fulfilling a societal obligation. However, the reality seemed to diverge from her expectations. She felt compelled to inquire, refusing to believe that Jiang Lin could so easily transfer his affections. Jiang Lin, on the other hand, had spent the entire night in contemplation, reflecting on that fateful evening, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not recall any details. The hazy memory of his first experience was utterly vague, save for the impression that the woman was quite demanding. As for children, such a notion was foreign to him. Especially as he approached graduation, it felt far too premature. Which newly graduated student could already claim to be the father of 2 3-year-olds? Jiang Lin sighed, lost in a daze until the early hours, unaware of when he had fallen asleep. When his parents roused him, he had only managed a few hours of rest. What's wrong? He appeared drowsy, observing his parents radiating vitality in their casual attire, seemingly ready for an outing. Zhao Xiao, unusually amiable, urged him, don't sleep. Today, I've arranged for my dear granddaughter to visit the amusement park. Hurry up. You have 5 minutes. Don't keep our little Tang Tang waiting. Jiang Lin was bewildered. Tang Tang. Indeed, Zhao Xiao replied cheerfully. They left us their phone number last time, and this morning they called us to join them at the amusement park. However, Dodo has other commitments today, so only Tang Tang will be playing outside. Jiang Lin felt a whirlwind of emotions. It was his first meeting with Tang Tang since discovering she was his daughter, and their relationship had transformed entirely. After freshening up, he accompanied his parents out. On the way, a sense of nervousness enveloped him. He glanced at Jiang Jianjun, realizing he was unprepared to become a father like him, unable to shield his child from life storms. Zhao Xia and Jiang Jianjun conversed merrily, seemingly disregarding Jiang Lin's presence. The taxi driver, overhearing their banter, chuckled. You're off to the amusement park with your child. No wonder you are in such high spirits. Zhao Xia replied, my child is exceptionally adorable, well-behaved, and quite beautiful. I cherish her immensely. Jiang Lin pondered. Why did you always say I was unattractive? You are indeed unattractive, resembling a frog. Zhao Xia scoffed. Tang Tang's looks come from our family's genes, not yours. The amusement park was bustling on Saturday, teeming with visitors and vehicles, the crowds incessant. Tang Tang stood in the plaza, clad in a delightful tutu, adorned with a little rabbit headband, her twin ponytails cascading down, and carrying a yellow duck backpack. She was a captivating sight, her exquisite charm drawing attention, save for the stern middle-aged man beside her, who deterred onlookers from approaching for photographs. Miss, let us head inside. It's quite warm in May, and we wouldn't want you to suffer from heat stroke. Tang Tang pouted, insisting, but I promised my grandma I would stay here. If I leave, she won't be able to find me. Sun Qing sighed. This morning, Tang Tang had been adamant about visiting the amusement park, and he had accompanied her, only to realize it was also a means to foster connections with the Jiang family. He couldn't fathom what kind of enchantment the Jiang family had cast upon the 2 children. Why did they appear now, of all times, coinciding with the eldest daughter's matchmaking? One would expect individuals of such stature to be oblivious to such matters. If someone had intentionally sought a man who bore a striking resemblance to the child, it would be truly alarming. After all, the eldest daughter had made a name for herself over the years, accumulating numerous adversaries. Many were eagerly awaiting her downfall. It seemed this matter would need to wait until she returned for clarification. Tang Tang's thoughts were straightforward as she looked around. She spotted Jiang Lin emerging from a taxi. Instantly, her face lit up with joy, her eyes sparkling as she opened her arms and dashed towards them, exclaiming, "Daddy! Grandma! Grandpa!" As Zhao Xia alighted from the vehicle, she was greeted by the cheerful sounds of a little voice. Following the sound, she spotted the adorable little Tang Sang scampering towards her with her tiny legs. Tang Sang. Jiang Lin hesitated, feeling somewhat flustered. Tang Sang immediately embraced Jiang Lin's knee, exclaiming, "Daddy! I knew you would come." Regrettably, her brother was unable to join them today. Otherwise, he would have been thrilled as well. "Brother misses you, Daddy." Jiang Lin crouched down, tentatively caressing Tang Sang's chubby little face. I understand. He had a multitude of thoughts he wished to convey to Tang Sang, yet these sentiments were unsuitable for a child to grasp. For children only comprehend the joy of their father's presence. "Daddy, I want to ride the little train on the water." Tang Sang waved her hands excitedly, emphasizing that only with an adult's company could such fun be had. Jiang Lin, enchanted by her smile, lifted her up. "All right, let us go ride the little train." Tang Sang beamed with joy. Let us go, let us go?" Jiang Lin glanced at Sun Qing, inquiring, "Would you like to join us?" Sun Qing, with a forced smile, replied, "Of course, otherwise how would I discern your intentions towards our young lady?" Tang Sang and Dodo were quite discerning, while the children's happiness was paramount. Their safety was of even greater significance. Moreover, while children may be easily deceived, adults were not, especially not their family. Jiang Lin discerned the underlying sharpness in Sun Qing's words, recognizing it as a warning. He pressed his lips together and chose not to respond. He understood that he must refrain from mentioning the paternity test. Otherwise, if Tang Sang and Dodo's mother were to learn of it, she might resolutely conceal the children, preventing him from seeing them again. Such an outcome would be counterproductive. His current resolve was simple: to spend quality time with the children, disregarding all else, focusing solely on the present. As long as the children were happy, that was sufficient. Zhao Xia, somewhat displeased by this line of conversation, mused. What motives could they possibly have? This paternity test pertains to our own children. We are a family. Why should an outsider question our intentions? However, Jiang Jianjun gently tugged at his wife, urging her to remain silent. Although Tang Sang did not comprehend the intricacies of the conversation, she sensed her father's discontent and, with a voice lacking any authority, declared, "Housekeeper's son, you are not allowed to follow Tang Sang and Daddy anymore." After making this proclamation, she raised her hand to gently rub Jiang Lin's furrowed brow, saying, "Daddy, don't be unhappy. Tang Sang will help you chase away this bad guy." Chapter 10. Weekend with the kids. Housekeeper's son's expression was darker than the bottom of a pot. Ever since Dodo turned 3, he had been responsible for their care. He had served the Mu family for many years and was their most loyal steward. There were few trustworthy individuals around the young lady, and had he not been unable to find a suitable and reliable person, he would not be the one taking care of the 2 children. He had been with Tang Sang and Dodo for half a year. The 2 children were usually astute and clever, yet for some inexplicable reason, they were particularly drawn to Jiang Lin. He could not fathom it, and could only attribute it to the man's ability to charm children. Even though Tang Tang expressed her dissatisfaction, he continued to follow at a distance, ensuring the child remained within his line of sight. Zhao Xia felt a tinge of unhappiness as she observed Jiang Lin holding Tang Tang. She and Jiang Jianjun decided to buy water for the child. What kind of attitude is that? Why are you holding me back from speaking? After all, we are at fault. We have never raised the child even for a day. And now that the child has grown, we have only just appeared. Naturally, others misunderstand our intentions. Jiang Jianjun sighed, adding that their son had explicitly forbidden them from mentioning the paternity test, lest they lose the chance to see the child. Zhao Xia bore with it, willing to endure for the sake of seeing her beloved grandson and granddaughter. The thought of never seeing her adorable grandchildren again was too painful to bear. "Do you think there is any possibility that the child's mother is with our son now?" Jiang Jianjun smiled wryly, noting that Tang Tang's family has a steward accompanying them, suggesting they belong to a different social stratum altogether. Zhao Xia felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. The front yard of the amusement park was adorned with numerous charming stalls, embellished with flowers and small animals, exuding a sense of childlike wonder. Jiang Lin, holding Tang Tang, appeared strikingly youthful in this setting. The child was soft and cherubic, her fluffy hair and fair face reminiscent of glutinous rice cakes. As he gazed into Tang Tang's curious eyes, a peculiar sensation blossomed within him, a strange, innate love. This was his child. The realization left him in a daze. "Daddy, Tang Tang wants to eat popcorn." Jiang Lin glanced around. Many children were buying popcorn, and despite the warm weather, he felt no impatience amidst the lively crowd. Instead, he found their energy invigorating and purchased a small bucket for himself. The popcorn was fragrant, each golden piece fluffy and inviting. Jiang Lin had never bought popcorn before, except when he was with his ex-girlfriend at the movies. In truth, he was not particularly fond of sweets. Yet this time, the popcorn was for his daughter, and the experience felt entirely different. He suspected he was under the enchanting spell of paternal love. "Daddy is so wonderful," Tang Tang cooed, planting a kiss on Jiang Lin's cheek. Tang Tang loves Daddy the most. Jiang Lin noticed how sweet the child's words were, teasing her. "You say you love everyone." "No, Tang Tang only loves Mommy and Daddy." Does Tang Tang understand what love is? What it means to like someone? Of course, liking means wanting to play together, and love means wanting to be together forever. Tang Tang wished for her daddy to always be by her side. Jiang Lin raised his thumb, impressed by Tang Tang's cleverness. "Everyone says so." Tang Tang puffed up with pride. "Mommy is very smart, so Tang Tang is very smart too, and Big Brother is smart as well. So, could it not be said that she inherited her intelligence from her father?" After pondering, Tang Tang conceded that her father was also clever. Jiang Lin chuckled. The amusement park offered numerous attractions, yet many were unsuitable for Tang Tang's tender age. He accompanied Tang Tang on the carousel, and together they rode the little water train, after which they explored the underwater world of marine creatures. They also enjoyed a delightful animated film together. Before long, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Jiang Lin spent the entire day in amusement. Never feeling a hint of boredom, the seemingly mundane amusement rides transformed into a splendid experience merely through the presence of Tang Tang. It was not the attractions themselves that mattered, but the novelty of their shared companionship. Children are easily contented. As long as he was there, she was filled with joy. Although Tang Tang was weary, her eyes sparkled like black grapes, bright and lively. Zhao Xia and Jiang Jianjun diligently captured moments with their camera, occasionally purchasing snacks and drinks for the child, circling around her affectionately. Sun Qing, who had followed them throughout the day, observed that the family's demeanor towards Tang Tang appeared genuine rather than performative. Having encountered many people in his life, he found this dynamic peculiar. Could strangers genuinely exhibit such familial affection towards Tang Tang? However, Sun Qing was puzzled. The relationship between Jiang Lin and Tang Tang did not seem to align with any conventional understanding. Yet, witnessing their sincere love for her and seeing Tang Tang with them, resembling an ordinary, warm family, softened some of his prejudices towards Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin approached with a smile. "Sun Guanjia, it's getting late. You followed us all day and must be tired. Shall we share a meal?" Sun Qing shook his head. Tang Tang should return home. "The young lady is back in the country today, and we'll have dinner with Tang Tang and Dodo tonight." Upon hearing Sun Qing mention the young lady, Jiang Lin opened his mouth. "Is she the mother of Tang Tang and Dodo?" "You don't need to know," Sun Qing replied, prompting Jiang Lin to wisely fall silent. Tang Tang reluctantly climbed into the car, resting her chin on the window, gazing longingly at Jiang Lin. "Daddy, can't Tang Tang stay a little longer? I want to go to Daddy's home and hear him tell bedtime stories." Sun Qing, standing nearby, gently reminded her. "If you don't return home soon, your mother will be upset." As if deflated, Tang Tang waved her hand. "Goodbye, Daddy. Tang Tang is going home now. I will come back to play with you tomorrow. Goodbye, Grandpa and Grandma." The car drove away. Zhao Xia and Jiang Jianjun felt reluctant to part as well. After taking his parents out for a meal, Jiang Lin returned them to their hotel. On the way home, his phone rang. He glanced at the familiar number, and his mood instantly soured. He had intended to ignore the call, but remembering that Ning Shui still had belongings at his place, he answered. "Jiang Lin, where are you right now? Do you have a moment to talk?" Jiang Lin's tone was neutral. "No particular reason. Just checking if it's convenient for you to talk. I saw your parents are in town. Are they here to meet your new girlfriend? You seemed quite lost last time. I thought the breakup affected you significantly." Ning Shui chuckled lightly. It's the weekend. You should be spending time with your parents and that woman. Who is she? A colleague, or just someone your parents arranged for you during the new year? Jiang Lin furrowed his brow, growing impatient. Do you think I'm like you? Just focus on your own life. My affairs are none of your concern. I simply advise you not to engage in foolish actions. Do you think I genuinely wish to meddle in your affairs out of mere curiosity? Jiang Lin let out a sound of acknowledgement and replied, Fine, it's no big deal, before promptly blocking all means of communication with Ning Shui. Chapter 11. The young mistress in the temple for 5 years. Ning Shui believed that by taking the initiative to contact Jiang Lin, she would receive his special attention. Just as before, to her astonishment, Jiang Lin exhibited such an indifferent demeanor, completely oblivious to the potential pain he could inflict upon her. She soon realized that she had been blocked as well. Fury coursed through her veins, rendering her body cold and causing uncontrollable tremors. They had been together for 3 years. How could she possibly compete with a mere casual woman who was pregnant? Jiang Lin, do you truly have such an affinity for that woman? Are you willing to inflict harm upon me to sever all ties? I merely sought to advance my own future. Must you retaliate against me with such a callous attitude? Even if we have broken up, our 3 years of affection cannot simply be dismissed. Ning Shui felt a pang of heartache as she clutched her phone, momentarily questioning whether she had ever been truly loved. Was her relationship with Jiang Lin merely a concession, hastily discarded for another? Oh no, perhaps he had already found someone else. A sense of panic enveloped her. She could not fathom Jiang Lin as shifting affections nor accept the notion that he had completely forgotten her, now reveling in a new romance. What then? Did her 3 years signify? Yet, in her current state, what position did she hold to intervene? Shuiyun Courtyard. This was a courtyard adorned with white walls and black tiles. Nestled harmoniously against the mountains and waters, boasting breathtaking scenery. Surrounded by renowned attractions, the environment was exquisite, and this hidden courtyard exuded an air of refined seclusion. During the day, vibrant red maple leaves peeked over the walls, revealing antiquely charming pavilions and Jiangnan-style 3-story buildings. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows showcased opulent mahogany furniture, with warm yellow lights spilling forth, casting reflections upon the pond below, where lotus leaves floated gracefully. It was an epitome of tranquility. Such a place could not simply be acquired with wealth. Tang Tang accompanied Sun Qing as they entered through the security post. The guard specifically noted, Manager Sun. It seems the young mistress is not in good spirits. Sun Qing nodded in acknowledgement, understanding the implication. He pondered deeply. It was rare for the young mistress to be in a foul mood. In fact, she typically exhibited little emotional fluctuation. From a young age, she had outshone all the boys in her family. At the tender age of 3, she began her studies under the guidance of her grandfather, mastering poetry and prose while her peers were still in elementary school. By 12, she had completed her high school education and, in her spare time, accompanied her grandfather in the corporate world. During board meetings, she would sit on a small stool beside him, observing intently. Initially, she was merely groomed to be an exemplary young lady. Yet, over time, her remarkable business acumen surfaced, leading her grandfather to express a preference for her over his 3 sons, hinting at the desire to pass down the family legacy to his granddaughter. He often remarked that Yun Gu was the most akin to him. Even the brightest blue surpasses its origin. Regrettably, when the young lady turned 15, a tragic accident befell the elderly patriarch, rendering him unable to manage family affairs or even rise from his bed. His daily communication became exceedingly arduous, akin to that of a vegetative state, with only fleeting moments of consciousness. The patriarch had 3 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest son, the young lady's father, was weak-willed and incapable of shouldering responsibilities, allowing the second and third sons to seize power. Sensing that the young lady had no protector within the family, they sent her to a temple daily to transcribe scriptures and pray for blessings. This was ostensibly an act of filial piety, but in truth, it was a form of confinement. For 5 long years, during her prime, the young lady was sequestered in the remote Qingxi mountain, facing the flickering light of ancient lamps in the serene presence of Buddha, never once descending the mountain. From a celebrated paragon of virtue, she transformed into a forsaken daughter of a distinguished family, ignored by all. It was not until she turned 20 that the patriarch finally passed away. Following his burial, the second branch assumed complete control and sent someone to release the young lady from her confinement. However, what awaited her was exclusion from the family home. That year, she ventured abroad, returning a year later, her demeanor now profoundly introspective and serene, yet harboring an unsettling depth of cunning. With a determination akin to a phoenix rising from ashes, she compelled the Mu family to reckon with her, forcing the second branch into retreat over 3 years, even acquiring leverage that necessitated their relinquishing the position of president. Consequently, the first branch found itself at odds with the second and third branches. The elder son, characterized by his timidity, sought a tranquil existence and blamed his daughter for inciting discord among his brothers, leading to estrangement. Presently, the entire Mu family regarded the young lady as a thorn in their side, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards her. The only one maintaining contact was her mother, the matriarch. As Sun Qing pondered over the young lady's circumstances, he unknowingly arrived at the entrance of the main building. The door stood ajar, and he coughed softly, "Young lady, come in." A cool voice emanated from within. Mu Yungu was seated upon the sofa. The living room bore no television, only a wall adorned with calligraphy and paintings, alongside shelves filled with antiquities. She wore a long, softly woven cotton and linen dress, unadorned and understated. Her inky black hair cascaded over her shoulders, revealing a slender, snow-white neck. Her hands were long and elegantly formed, with distinct knuckles, and the jade bracelet on her wrist appeared exceptionally precious. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, with an oval face and a prominent nose, her lips a delicate shade beneath her dark eyebrows. Her drooping eyes resembled a tranquil landscape, yet exuded an air of profound detachment. Should one gaze into her cold eyes, they would find no trace of warmth, only an overwhelming chill. "Mother, Tang Tang is somewhat apprehensive. Tang Tang has returned." "Tang Tang, where did you go today?" "To the amusement park." "Is that so?" Mu Yungu remained still, lifting her gaze to Tang Tang. "You had fun today, yet why do you seem so frightened before me? Am I truly that frightening?" Tang Tang lowered her head, timidly responding, "It's not that mother is frightening, but rather that mother does not smile." Tang Tang is afraid of mother. A fleeting flicker of sorrow crossed Mu Yunji's eyes as she raised her hand, beckoning her closer. She grasped Tang Tang's hand, gently caressing her little face. "Mommy will never harm you, Tang Tang. Do not be afraid. Be good, eat your meal, and rest early." A faint smile graced Mu Yunji's lips, though it lacked warmth. "I need to have a word with your uncle, the steward." Tang Tang pursed her lips, and the housekeeper hurried over. "Tang Tang, it's time to eat. Come. Aunt Song will take you to wash your hands." Sun Qing felt an unsettling weight on his back as he gazed at the young lady, whose face under the light shone like the full moon, yet he could not muster any sense of ease. His heart was heavy. The young lady was utterly different from the one he had known in the past. Even he, who had watched her grow up, sometimes found himself intimidated by her. "Steward's son, how long have you served the Mu family? I once believed you to be a trustworthy individual, yet it appears you have concealed matters from me." A subtle, chilling smile graced Mu Yunji's lips. "As you know, my only vulnerabilities are my 2 children." Sun Qing hastily looked up. "Young lady, are you referring to the matter concerning Zhonglin?" Chapter 12. Mommy, Dodo wants daddy. Mu Yunji remained silent. Sun Qing was not surprised. After all, the young lady's foremost concern was her children, and thus, she would easily learn of their connections to Zhonglin. He relayed the events in their entirety, furrowing her brow. Mu Yunji's immediate thought was whether Zhonglin was someone brought in by the second or third branch. Yet, she turned, feeling a mix of confusion and curiosity. "Where are the documents?" Sun Qing quickly retrieved the electronic files for her to review. When Mu Yunji glimpsed the photograph, her pupils constricted. It was indeed him. Years ago, when Mu Yunji was expelled from the Mu family, she had been drugged by her cousin from the third branch. During a crisis at a hotel, she fortuitously encountered Zhonglin, who was drunkenly wandering the corridors, unable to find his room. Even submerged in cold water, it was difficult to suppress desire. Thus, the intoxicated Zhonglin, defenseless, was akin to a lamb delivered to a tiger's den. Although she lost control, her memories remained vivid. The young man was quite handsome but utterly inexperienced, and she had taken advantage of him that night. She understood that he was not an ordinary individual. The following morning, in a rush to catch a flight, feeling cornered with an uncertain return date, she dismissed it as a fleeting encounter. At that moment, she had seen his student ID, indicating he was a freshman, only 18 years old, 2 years her junior. However, just a few months after going abroad, she discovered she was pregnant. 5 years of resentment, coupled with the regret of not seeing her grandfather one last time, left her with a profound obsession. Though she initially did not wish for the child, it turned out to be twins, a boy and a girl. She had even scheduled an appointment for an abortion at the hospital, but upon feeling the fetal movements, she could not bring herself to go through with it. These past years, though filled with hardship, her children had been the pillars of her existence. Young lady, how should we handle this person? Forgive my impertinence, but Dodo and Tang Tang are quite fond of him. So it would be best to keep it from the children. Muyunji raised her gaze. He is indeed the biological father of the children. What? Sun Qing's pupils widened in shock. Muyunji took out her phone and dialed a number, instructing them to investigate the graduate Jiang Lin and ascertain his connections with the second and third branches. After speaking, she turned her gaze towards Sun Qing, urging him to rest. Sun Qing's expression was stiff. It was the young lady. Muyungu set down her phone and went to the dining room, where she found Tang Tang gloomily eating, while also holding Aunt Song's phone and making a call. Her voice carried a pitifully endearing tone. Daddy, Tang Tang misses you. Can you come to the kindergarten and join Tang Tang for the activities? Everyone else's parents are coming, and Tang Tang doesn't want to be alone. There was a brief silence on the other end. Tang Tang, it is essential that your family agrees first. But Mommy, Tang Tang seemed quite disheartened. Mommy wants to agree. She doesn't want Tang Tang to find Daddy. Listening to the child's words, a hint of melancholy and solitude flickered in Mu Yunji's frosty gaze. While she appeared resolute outside, the children at home were her only vulnerability. She had never realized Tang Tang's yearning for paternal love. Furthermore, the butler had mentioned that Dodo also longed for a father. Her feelings became increasingly complicated. She began to question whether she was too absorbed in her hatred, thus overlooking the love that her children craved from both a father and a mother. She had always thought the two children were exceptionally understanding, never causing her trouble. Thus, when Tang Tang secretly called Jiang Lin, she merely pretended not to notice and refrained from interrupting the call. She ascended the stairs and headed straight to her study, burdened with an overwhelming array of tasks. Countless eyes were fixed upon her, waiting for an opportunity to bring her down. She had to be flawless to keep those adversaries at bay. As for the unexpectedly appearing man, she had yet to devise a plan for him. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the house, Mu Yun-gu descended the stairs, only to spot a small figure sneaking around the living room. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Dodo. The living room was chillingly cold, the air conditioning set to an uncomfortably low temperature. She couldn't help but shiver slightly. Dodo? What are you doing? Dodo jumped in surprise, standing frozen in the living room, hesitant to move. Mu Yun-gu quickly approached and grasped Dodo's hand, feeling its icy chill. Frowning, she remarked, "It's so cold. You might catch a cold." Dodo shivered and sneezed. "Mommy, I'm not cold. I'm just hot, which is why I came down to cool off." "Nonsense," Mu Yun-gu replied, her tone growing serious as she struggled to comprehend the child's unusual behavior. Why would you do that? Dodo was typically astute, so she never regarded him as a thoughtless child. His peculiar actions undoubtedly had a purpose. Dodo wished to remain silent, but being a child, he soon succumbed under his mother's gaze, exclaiming, "Mommy, Dodo doesn't want a stepfather. I only want my daddy." In the past, whenever he brought up wanting his father, he would receive only his mother's cold indifference. Thus, Dodo had refrained from mentioning his desire for his father for quite some time. This time, he had thought his mother would respond as she always had. Why did Dodo say such a thing? Today, during the day, my grandmother took me to class. However, accompanying me was Uncle Fu. Grandmother holds a fondness for him, as he is quite different from the other uncles of the past. Uncle Fu possesses a kind nature and mentioned that he has known my mother since childhood. He is also set to join us at kindergarten for a parent-child activity. In a rare moment of vulnerability, Dodo's gaze revealed a fragility. Mom, is Uncle Fu going to become Dodo's stepfather? Yet, I do not wish for Uncle Fu. I only want my father. Why can't you allow me to seek my father? Did he commit some wrongdoing in the past that has led you to despise him? Mu Yunge lifted her hand and gently stroked the child's cold cheek. So, you wish to fall ill from the cold, thus preventing Uncle Fu from accompanying you to kindergarten? Dodo nodded in agreement. Dodo, you shall not have a stepfather. Mu Yunge spoke with a tone of self-reproach. The earlier incident with Tang Tang had made her acutely aware of her child's needs. Now, Dodo, too, seemed to sense her limitations. She struggled to balance her professional and familial responsibilities. Rest assured, no one shall intrude upon our family. Therefore, do not harm your body any further. However, Dodo gazed at her mother, aware that she still hesitated to mention her biological father. He felt a sense of disappointment. Mu Yunge, wanting to shield her child from sorrow, said, Dodo, you need not attend class tomorrow. Go out and play with Tang Tang. And let Uncle Butler accompany you. Ensure you eat well, do not run about recklessly, and stay safe. I shall speak with grandmother tomorrow and clarify that no one will meddle in our affairs henceforth. Instantly, Dodo's spirits lifted. Mom is wonderful. Mu Yunge, observing the light in his eyes, sighed inwardly, knowing it was not merely her kindness that brought him joy, but the prospect of secretly seeking out Jianglin. She felt a twinge of curiosity regarding Dodo's sudden affection for a man he had never met. Was it due to their blood relation? Yet, blood ties are often the least reliable, are they not? Chapter 13. The matchmaking of a child's mother at the Mu family estate. Early in the morning, Su Manhwa, upon learning that her daughter would visit, promptly summoned Fu Cheng, the eldest son of the Fu family. The Mu family residence is quite expansive, featuring several buildings, a vast lawn, and a swimming pool. Thus, even with the entire Mu family residing together, it does not feel cramped, as each has their own space. As Mu Yunge stepped through the door, news of her arrival spread throughout the house. After returning to the country, she had seldom visited, and each time she came, it was under less than fortunate circumstances. The Mu family had long been aware that Mu Yunge was not to be trifled with. She was ruthless and cunning, a facade of gentleness concealing a heart of venom, making her a figure to be avoided. Su Manhwa awaited her in the living room, and, upon seeing Mu Yunge, greeted her warmly. Yunge, you have arrived just in time for breakfast. Look, it's all your favorite dishes. It has been years since you dined here. I hope it still suits your palate. Mu Yunge cast a glance at the table, confirming that it indeed held her former favorites. However, during her time in the mountains, her taste had shifted to a lighter fare. I rarely consume meat now. It is unnecessary. Su Manhwa, feeling somewhat helpless, remarked. You should eat a little. Look, your brother Fu Qing is here as well. Consider it an opportunity to share a meal with him. Do you still remember your brother Fu Qing? You were the best of friends back then, growing up in the same place, always trailing behind him. The old gentleman even mentioned a potential union between our families. Had he not departed early, you and Fu Qing might have already been engaged. Mu Yunge cast a fleeting glance at Fu Qing, her expression betraying no emotion. Fu Qing also rose, his demeanor refined, maintaining his gentlemanly charm. Yunge, it has been a long time. You've been so busy. I've wanted to see you, but never found the chance. Mu Yunge, her tone frosty, replied. I heard you were the one who brought Dodo yesterday. However, as you are still unmarried, it would be prudent not to be seen too often with Dodo to avoid any misunderstandings that could affect your prospects for marriage. I am indifferent to such matters. I merely enjoy Dodo's company, Fu Cheng responded, aware that Mu Yunge was attempting to clarify their relationship. We were once quite familiar, as an uncle. Spending time with a child is nothing unusual. In truth, I have a fondness for children, and I feel an instant connection with both Dodo and Tang Tang. Fu Cheng yearned to see a flicker of warmth on Mu Yunge's icy, beautiful visage, yet none appeared. She now seemed cold and unattainable, even when so close, exuding an aura of distance. Indeed, that is true, Su Manhwa interjected. A child requires a father, rather than choosing someone unfamiliar. It is better to seek someone who genuinely cares for the child. Mu Yunge, growing impatient, retorted, Mother, I came here specifically to inform you that I have no intention of marrying. Please cease your efforts to find me a man. Moreover, do not involve Dodo and Tang Tang in adult affairs. The smile faded from Su Manhwa's face. I am only looking out for your best interests. Your brother Fu Cheng's intentions are clear. You are too stubborn, convinced that the world seeks to harm you. Yet, as a woman managing a corporation and 2 children, you cannot expect to shoulder it all alone. Mu Yunji's gaze hardened. For 5 years, you did not inquire about me while I was on the mountain. There is no need to feign concern now, nor should you meddle in my personal affairs. Su Manhwa's eyes reflected pain. I simply lack the ability. Mu Yunji's message was delivered, and she turned to leave without a trace of regret. Fu Cheng, frowning and sighing with sympathy, remarked, Aunt, do not be disheartened. Yungu has endured too much suffering over the years. Her distrust of others is only natural. I will not be deterred. I intend to show her my true intentions. Su Manhwa nodded. Little Cheng, Yungu harbors resentment towards us. I entrust her future to you. Fu Cheng, devoid of appetite, exchanged a few more words before departing. Once outside, he noticed that Mu Yunji's car had not left. As he approached, the window descended, revealing her flawless profile. Yungu, are you waiting for me? Mu Yungu remained silent, contemplating that as long as she remained unmarried, disturbances regarding her children would persist. It was indeed troublesome. Or perhaps, were you waiting here to extinguish any lingering hopes I might have? Fu Cheng's expression was tinged with disappointment. We have known each other for so long. If you are dating, why can't it be me? I would treat the child as my own. Just give me a chance. Mu Yunj lowered her gaze and let out a derisive laugh. It is not I who is dating. It is my mother arranging blind dates for me. Fu Cheng, you are an intelligent man, and intelligent individuals should refrain from foolish actions. Fu Cheng's heart plummeted as if it had fallen into an icy abyss. The driver interjected, Miss, it's almost time. Shall we head to the company? Yes, she replied. As the car window rolled up, the vehicle drove away. Fu Cheng and Mu Yunj had been childhood friends, and had it not been for the upheaval in the Mu family, they would have already been together. Rather than feeling like strangers now, he murmured, Yunj, I will not give up. In the apartment, Zhao Xia had prepared breakfast, which consisted of various pastries, sweet red bean-filled rabbit-shaped glutinous rice cakes, and beautifully crafted little steamed buns shaped like peach blossoms. After receiving a message from Dodo the previous night, she had purchased a soy milk maker and soaked yellow beans overnight, making fresh soy milk in the morning. All done with great willingness. Zhang Lin was also dispatched to procure the freshest fruits for the children. Dodo and Tang Tang were happily cared for by their grandparents, oblivious to the world outside. When Jiang Lin returned with the fruits, he found Sun Qing standing at the door. Butler son, why not join us for a meal? No. Thank you, Sun Qing refused. He understood that the young lady's permission for the children to be out was also a tacit acceptance of Jiang Lin's situation. Since the young lady had no objections, he would not voice any either. He had not slept a wink the previous night, astonished to learn that Jiang Lin was indeed the father of both children. Jiang Lin was only 22. Why do you look at me like that, butler's son? It's nothing. Just take good care of Tang Do. Of course, you can rest easy. Jiang Lin was somewhat taken aback. Sun Qing's demeanor towards him had softened considerably. Did he discover something? It seemed unlikely. If Tang Do's family knew that he was the father, they would probably not allow the children to meet him. Curious, Jiang Lin asked if the children would not be with their mother during the weekend. Or was their mother simply very busy? Sun Qing replied, Indeed, she is quite occupied. It would be wise for you not to inquire too much about the young lady's affairs. To this day, Jiang Lin had no knowledge of the children's mother, her identity, appearance, or character. Yet, considering how adorable Tang Tang and Dodo were, he believed their mother must be a remarkable person as well. I heard that their mother is recently on blind dates? Yes, Sun Qing nodded, confirming the rumor. Jiang Lin understood now why Dodo often mentioned that having a stepfather might lead to being cast aside. Children raised in single-parent households often lack a sense of security. Chapter 14. The young lady decides to give him a chance. Jiang Lin shared breakfast with his parents and the children. Suddenly, Zhao Xia suggested, Let us go house hunting today. We have been inquiring about properties in the area and have found 3 decent options. Now that the children's identities were established, it was essential to secure a home for them to ensure a stable life. Jiang Lin hastily remarked, The issue of child custody has nothing to do with me. There's no need for us to rush into buying a house. We will eventually need one. Zhao Xiao replied, if your father and I wish to visit the child, we cannot possibly live in a hotel indefinitely, can we? This was indeed a valid point. Jiang Lin pondered that his current apartment, consisting merely of a single bed, was hardly conducive for habitation. The funds you previously provided, coupled with my savings over the years, should suffice for a down payment. However, it would only allow for a modest two-bedroom apartment. Zhao Xia smiled. We plan to sell our old home and will stay in a room on the second floor of the hotel. It's manageable. Seeing that his parents had already deliberated on this, Jiang Lin remained resolute in his dissent. The family possessed only one house in town and a commercial property, with a small room on the second floor that was unsuitable for living. It was primarily used for storage. How could he allow his aging parents to reside there? Despite Zhao Xia's persuasive efforts, Jiang Lin's determination to purchase a dilapidated, small apartment led to a compromise. The house hunt progressed swiftly. Tang Tang had her eye on a property with a small garden, albeit located in a somewhat remote area and of considerable age. Nonetheless, it was evident that the previous owner had taken great care of it. The apartment featured 2 bedrooms, a living room, a small study, and a 6-square-meter garden. The study could accommodate a bed. Jiang Lin's parents were pleased with the prospect of having a designated sleeping area, planning to convert the guest room into a children's room. While they would manage in the study, only visiting occasionally to see the child. The house had been refurbished not long ago, merely a few years prior, as the previous owner had used it temporarily. Thus, no major renovations were necessary, only the addition of some furniture. However, the price was slightly elevated by over 50,000 compared to similar properties. Unfortunately, Tang Tang was quite enamored with it, leading the Jiang family to commit to the purchase, with Zhao Xia contributing her savings, which they deemed well worth the investment. After paying the deposit, the family celebrated at a restaurant. Jiang Lin, in a rare moment, posted on social media to announce that he had acquired a home. Many friends congratulated him in the comments. Though the house was small, owning a property in the city surpassed the achievements of many of his peers. When Lu Xia came across this news while dining with Ning Shui, she was astonished. Typically busy, Song Tianwei would return to his parents' home on weekends, leaving Ning Shui to spend time with her close friend Lu Xia. Jiang Lin has bought a house, Lu Xia exclaimed. Ning Shui furrowed her brow. What? Take a look, Lu Xia urged. Upon glancing at the news, Ning Shui felt a pang of discomfort. Although she had entered into a relationship with Song Tianwei, the promised house had yet to materialize. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin had secured a home ahead of her. She couldn't help but frown, recalling that during their time together, he had never mentioned plans for homeownership. Now, this revelation was quite astonishing. She had assumed he would return to his small hometown. Lu Xia, equally taken aback, thought, does this mean he is settled in the city? Though she herself lacked the means to purchase a property there, a hint of jealousy crept in, akin to the sourness of consuming a lemon. Aren't his family farmers? How could they afford a house in the city? Even for a down payment, it must require a substantial sum. Ning Shui bit her lip. Perhaps for the sake of his wife. After all, there was a child involved. Lu Xia frowned and huffed. Shui, I truly feel you deserve so much better. You've been with him for 3 years, yet he never considered providing you with a home, and now he offers one to a woman from outside. Ning Shui exhaled, knowing that in just over 10 days she would return to school to collect her diploma, at which point everything would be revealed. Indeed, by then, you should drive President Song's car, dress beautifully, carry your elegant handbag, and give him a good slap in the face. Lu Xia scoffed. It's merely an old, shabby house. Hardly worth boasting about. You've been living with President Song. Just charm him a little and have him transfer a property to your name. You could easily leave Jiang Lin in the dust. Ning Shui entertained the thought. Having chosen Song Tianwei, she couldn't possibly settle for a life worse than Jiang Lin's. Though she currently resided in a fine house, it ultimately belonged to Song Tianwei, and her name held no claim to anything. If she could have a property transferred to her name, it would validate her choice and demonstrate that she lived far better than Jiang Lin. After all, she wouldn't have to bear a mortgage or deplete her family's resources to acquire a home. Tomorrow evening, I will discuss it with him. I recall he owns a duplex apartment, quite nice and in a prime location. I will ask him to transfer it to me. Lu Xia's eyes gleamed with envy. When that happens, make sure I can stay there too. I'd love to bask in your glory. Of course, Ning Shui replied with a faint smile. That evening, Mu Yunj returned home to find her children still awake, excitedly urging Aunt Song to prepare for the next day's parent-child activity at kindergarten. Usually, she would glance at them and retreat to her room to finish her pending work, but reflecting on her neglect towards the children, she stepped into the room with a smile, asking the two kids how their day had been. Happy, Tang Tang exclaimed upon seeing her mother, displaying a rare, fearless smile. Today, I had delicious food. Grandma made the most delightful buns. I ate several. Grandma? Dodo quickly interrupted. Yes, the grandma who made the buns. Dodo feared that if their mother found out, she might forbid them from seeing their father again. He was astute enough to sense his mother's attitude. Mu Yunj frowned. Dodo, you must not lie to your mother. Dodo fell silent, nervously clutching his clothes, unsure of what to do. Mu Yunj glanced at the nanny. Aunt Song, you may leave us for now. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Aunt Song quietly exited. Tang Tang hid behind her brother, her earlier joy evaporating, and whispered, Brother, did I say something wrong? The cautious demeanor of the two children made Mu Yunj uncomfortable. She approached them, crouching down to their level. Little dumplings, why must you be so careful with me at such a tender age? She asked. Dodo, I already know where you went today. You need not fear. I won't blame you. Seeing Dodo still silent, she turned to Tang Tang. How does Jianglin treat you? Tang Tang glanced at her brother, hesitant to ignore their mother's words. With a tinge of guilt, she replied, It's not Dad. It's Jianglin who treats us well. Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Jiang are also very nice. Today, Jianglin took Tang Tang and her brother to buy a small house with a lovely room for them to stay in. He bought a house. Yes, Tang Tang nodded. Recalling Grandma's words that Jianglin, now with a child, could no longer live in rented accommodations. Mu Yunji's silence caused concern for both children. Dodo spoke up. Mom, we promise to be good. Can we meet him occasionally? Mu Yungu, her eyes dark and contemplative, seemed lost in thought. Her usually decisive and beautiful face now bore a rare hint of hesitation. The way the two children protected Jianglin felt as if they were guarding something precious, as if their own mother were a villain intent on tearing them apart. This realization brought a pang of sorrow to Mu Yunji's heart. While she might be indifferent to the world, her love for her children remained warm. After a moment, she finally spoke. If you truly like him, I can give him a chance. If he proves himself worthy, I will not stand in your way of accepting him as your father. However, you must agree to one condition. Chapter 15. Parental Involvement Activities. On Monday, Jianglin took a day off. In the morning, he completed the property transfer, had lunch, and then rode a shared bicycle to Lishui Kindergarten. Meanwhile, the parents stayed behind to clean the house and purchase some necessities. Upon arriving at the kindergarten entrance, Jianglin observed many luxury cars arriving in succession. He returned the shared bicycle and approached the entrance. A security guard stopped him, asking, Which class is your child in? This is a prestigious elite kindergarten, where every child is either wealthy or well-connected, and security measures are stringent. Jianglin provided the class and his child's name. After the guard called Xiaqin, he was allowed entry, albeit with a lingering suspicion as he glanced at the shared electric bike. He had never seen a parent arrive in such a manner before. Tang Tang and Dodo were delighted to see Jianglin. Dad, I thought you had to go to work and couldn't come. Tang Tang exclaimed. Dodo, with a proud tilt of his chin, added, You almost arrived late. I couldn't help it. The electric bike has a speed limit, Jianglin explained. Glancing at the classroom situation, the small class had only about 10 children, accompanied by parents, grandparents, and others. Xiaqin approached to greet him. So you are the father of Tang Tang and Dodo? If you hadn't said so, I would have thought you were their older brother. You look so young. Jianglin smiled, unsure of how to respond. Xiaqin, sensing the unusualness of a man so young being the father of 2 3-year-olds, speculated that he must be a stepfather rather than a biological one. Please have a seat. We will begin shortly. Today, we will be making Dragon Boat Festival decorations with the children. The teachers have gone to fetch the materials, Xiaqin said before heading off to lend a hand. Beside them sat a plump girl, pointing at Jiang Lin and asking, "Is this your father? Tang Tang? He looks about the same age as my brother. You aren't deceiving me, are you?" Tang Tang huffed, "Of course not. This is Tang Tang's dad." She intended to show Ting Ting that she had a father, hoping Ting Ting would no longer mock her for being a fatherless child. However, Ting Ting turned to her mother and exclaimed, "Mom, Tang Tang is lying. How could her father be so young?" Suyu chuckled, somewhat teasingly. "Well, it's possible that their mother prefers younger partners." Ting Ting, utterly perplexed by her mother's words, pondered. "What does younger partner mean? I only know about older cows eating tender grass." "Exactly," Suyu replied, ruffling her daughter's hair. She had never met Tang Tang's parents before, previously. It was always a middle-aged man picking up and dropping off Tang Del. Now, a young father had appeared. Jiang Lin's age was similar to that of her eldest son. How could he possibly have two 3-year-old children? The only feasible explanation was indeed an older man with a penchant for younger partners, one seeking money, the other seeking affection. She had encountered many such individuals and felt that this soft rice man did not belong in the same classroom as her daughter. With a mocking gaze, she scrutinized Jiang Lin's unremarkable attire, saying, "At your age, comparable to my son, you're playing the role of a father and living off someone else." Jiang Lin, suppressing his expression, retorted, "Ting Ting's mother, I assure you, I am indeed Tang Dou's biological father. But what about you, living by the river? Why do you meddle so much? Is it that your husband has a taste for younger partners, hence your intense reaction?" Suyu frowned. "How dare you be so rude?" Jiang Lin flashed an innocent smile. "Auntie, I was merely jesting. There's no need to be so upset." Suyu was infuriated. Just then, Xie arrived and said, "Teacher Xie, this person is not even a parent. Why is he allowed to sit here? Our Le Shui kindergarten is an elite institution, and not just anyone can enter. Shouldn't he present a marriage certificate and household registration?" She had little faith that this soft rice man could procure such documents, suspecting he was merely playing a role. Jiang Lin had not anticipated this woman would be so difficult to deal with, feeling a twinge of irritation. He had only come at the behest of Tang Tang and was aware that Tang Dou's mother was oblivious to his presence at the kindergarten. Forget about marriage certificates and household registrations. Even a casual phone call could reveal the truth, resulting in his hasty departure. He regretted engaging in a dispute with such a woman. Xie frown deepened. Tang Tang and Tang Dou's mother was a major shareholder of the Le Shui Education Group. How could she be a mere nobody? Furthermore, this Ting Ting's mother, at 40 years of age, had always been formidable. "I'm late." A clear, melodious voice resonated at the entrance. Jiang Lin turned toward the sound, momentarily breathless. At the door stood a woman clad in a purple floral dress with a white background. Her long hair tied in a low ponytail. With a beautifully contoured oval face and exquisitely delicate features, though devoid of heavy makeup, her eyes sparkled with warmth. And she carried a cloth bag. She was strikingly beautiful, yet exuded a sense of approachability. Jiang Lin felt an uncanny familiarity with the face before him, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Why did she seem so familiar? Yet, as he pondered, he realized he did not know such a graceful and gentle woman. "Mom!" Tang Tang exclaimed in surprise. "What brings you here?" Dodo echoed her astonishment. Their mother, dressed quite differently from her usual attire, exuded a distinct aura, while Tang Tang, oblivious, failed to notice. Jiang Lin did. A moment of shock gripped him. This was Tang Dou's mother? His first reaction was disbelief at her beauty. His second was a sinking feeling of dread, realizing her presence meant he could be discovered and expelled. As he watched her approach, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, causing him to stand abruptly. "Excuse me," he stammered. Mu Yun Gu met Jiang Lin's gaze, nodding graciously before gesturing for him to sit. Tang Tang tugged at Jiang Lin's hand, urging, "Dad, sit down quickly." Jiang Lin's scalp prickled with unease. Though he complied, he felt as if he were perched on pins and needles, discomfort gnawing at him like a fishbone lodged in his throat. He glanced at the woman, opening his mouth as if to speak, but words eluded him. Her demeanor suggested she had not come to dismiss him. Did she know who he was? What were her thoughts on the events of 4 years prior? He never anticipated their first reunion would occur under such abrupt circumstances. Jiang Lin was engulfed in trepidation. Mu Yungu settled beside Dodo, directing her attention to Ting Ting's mother. Earlier, I heard you mention an old cow eating tender grass? Ting Ting's mother, taken aback by Mu Yunji's youthful beauty, noted that she and Jiang Lin seemed of similar age, starkly contrasting with her preconceived notion of an older woman. Awkwardly, she replied, I thought, well, it was a misunderstanding. You two are quite young to have children. It comes as a surprise, she continued. I rarely see you both. Which led to my misconception. Mu Yungu smiled, her fingers instinctively tapping on the table, a subconscious gesture of contemplation. We are all quite busy and seldom find the time to visit the kindergarten. At that moment, the materials for the parent-child activity were brought forth. Xiaqin sighed in relief and quickly took the stage. Do the students know? The Dragon Boat Festival is approaching. Traditionally, besides making zongzi, people would hang mugwort at their doorways, not only to ward off pests but also to invite good fortune. Thus, today's activity involves creating a bouquet of mugwort to hang at home. The assistant teacher distributed the materials, which included various embellishments alongside the mugwort, encouraging the students to unleash their creativity. Each table received a set of supplies. Mu Yungu accompanied Dodo, while Jiang Lin stayed with Tang Tang. Throughout the activity, they exchanged little conversation. The children, though initially tense with their mother present, gradually relaxed as they noted her gentle demeanor. They soon immersed themselves in the crafting process, their joy blossoming, especially Tang Tang, whose eyes frequently darted to her parents, her smile unwavering. Dad, does this look good? Tang Tang held a small zongzi pendant, hanging it among the mugwort, urging for prompt assistance in tying it up. All right, Jiang Lin complied with Tang Tang's request and set about creating it. When it came time to write the card, Tang Tang insisted on doing it herself, yet she struggled with the character for Duanwu. She turned to Jiang Lin for help, her eyes filled with a hint of desperation. Jiang Lin chuckled helplessly, wrapping his left arm around Tang Tang while guiding her hand with his right. Inscribing the character for Duanwu onto the card. This is how you write the character. A single character was etched onto the greeting card. This is so difficult, Tang Tang exclaimed, her brow furrowed in frustration. You're still young. When you grow up, you'll know how to write it, Jiang Lin reassured her. Tang Tang, with a hint of skepticism, asked, Really? Yes, he affirmed. Mu Yungu glanced over at the two, noticing the happiness radiating from Tang Tang's face. She scrutinized Jiang Lin, an uncomplicated individual with innocent eyes, clearly not having been part of the world for long. Yet, this very simplicity rendered him particularly sincere and not at all off-putting. Is this all right? Mama Dodo cautiously inquired, displaying her handmade mugwort door hanging. Does it look unattractive? Mu Yungu redirected her gaze, asking, Do you think it looks good, Dodo? Yes, I think it's quite nice. If Mama helps me, it could be even better, Dodo replied. I believe it already looks wonderful, Mu Yungu gently encouraged. Mama, I want to hang this at Daddy's house. Is that okay? Mu Yungu reached out to affectionately pat Dodo's head. Of course, you can. Dodo's eyes sparkled with surprise and joy. Thank you, Mama. Mu Yungu smiled back. Dodo felt a surge of happiness. Was this what it felt like to have both a father and a mother? She sincerely hoped it would always be like this. After the event concluded, the teacher brought zongzi for everyone. Once they had savored the zongzi, it was time to dismiss for the day. Jiang Lin observed Tang Tang sweetly coaxing the teacher for 2 more zongzi, curiosity piquing in him. Tang Tang, weren't you full? These 2 are for Grandpa and Grandma, she replied, her eyes sparkling as she cradled the zongzi like treasures. On the Dragon Boat Festival, we must eat zongzi. Grandpa and Grandma should have some too. Jiang Lin felt a tug at his heart. Tang Tang was truly well-behaved. One by one, students began to leave for home. As Jiang Lin and Mu Yungu reached the school gate, they found Butler's son waiting for them. Mu Yungu glanced at Jiang Lin, suggesting, Shall we have a private conversation? Jiang Lin nodded, Sure. The two made their way to a nearby tea house, sitting across from one another, neither initiating conversation. Mu Yungu lounged in a relaxed posture, while Jiang Lin appeared somewhat anxious. It wasn't until the tea was served that Mu Yungu extended her long, elegant fingers to lift the white porcelain cup, her fair complexion akin to the cup's delicate sheen. As she lowered her gaze, her expression became inscrutable. Do you know my identity? I don't, Jiang Lin pondered, yet deduced from Tang Tang and Dodo's arrangements with a butler that their family must be well off. Given your demeanor today, you ought to have an inkling of my status. It's been nearly 4 years. I remember your face, Mu Yun-gu said, her gaze cast downwards. The steam from the tea enveloping her in a subtle haze, rendering her expression somewhat enigmatic. She has taken excellent care of Tang Tang and Dodo. Although some are aware that she has a pair of twins, few know what they look like, and the media remains oblivious. Thus, even if many find the children adorable, they remain unaware that they are from the Mu family. She placed a document in front of Jiang Lin. I have been going on blind dates recently. If you are interested, you may take a look at my situation. Upon glancing at it, Jiang Lin realized it was Mu Yunji's personal information, 24 years old. With a high school dropout status and having opened several stores, yet the financial statement indicated a state of loss. Are you facing economic difficulties? Yes. If I wish to mend the gaps in my business, I can only sell my current house. I heard you purchased a property. Since that is the case, let us live together. Oh, Jiang Lin raised his head in astonishment. What do you mean? I have been going on blind dates, but due to having 2 children, it has been challenging to find a partner. Previously, my financial situation was decent, and there were suitors drawn to my wealth. Now that I must sell my house, no one will wish to date me anymore. I heard from Tang Tang and Dodo that you are also single. It appears you might want to raise them. If so, let us go on a blind date. Jiang Lin felt a flush on his cheeks, stammering. This is a bit sudden. It seems you are not willing. Not at all. Jiang Lin thought of the 2 children. Although he was not familiar with this woman, he did not feel repulsed. In truth, he had a fondness for Tang Tang and Dodo and understood the importance of a stable family for children. However, due to the disparity in their backgrounds, he had not considered it before. Now, knowing that Tang Tang and Dodo's family was in dire straits, he dared to entertain the thought. He said earnestly, "For years ago, I apologize for mistakenly entering the wrong room, which led to the unfortunate events. Raising 2 children alone is not easy. However, my circumstances are quite ordinary. I fear you may not find me appealing." Mu Yun-gu smiled, her thumb caressing the porcelain cup, finding the situation somewhat amusing. "You need not worry. I will sell the house, close the stores, and will not be in debt. However, I have faced a failed venture and will have to seek a regular job, becoming an ordinary employee, much like you." Jiang Lin contemplated seriously. "In these past years, I failed to take responsibility for the children due to my ignorance of their existence. Now that I understand, if you need me, I can commit fully, for the sake of the children's healthy growth." Mu Yun-gu raised an eyebrow slightly. "For the children, you say?" Chapter 17. The family of 4 begins living together, then let us give it a try. Mu Yun-gu recalled that night 4 years ago when Jiang Lin appeared so innocent and was not concerned about him taking advantage of her. Moreover, given her capabilities, Jiang Lin was hardly a match for her. She smirked, leaning back in her chair. "When would be a suitable time for us to move in together?" Jiang Lin was taken aback. "So soon? Living together already? Isn't that the essence of a blind date? As long as the conditions are satisfactory. Should I visit your parents?" "No need." Mu Yun-gu frowned. "I have already severed ties with my family." Jiang Lin pondered the situation and understood that a parent might sever ties with their daughter due to the circumstances of an unwed pregnancy. "I apologize. It has nothing to do with you." Mu Yun-gu exchanged phone numbers with Jiang Lin and rose to expedite her tasks. Jiang Lin complied. Upon returning home, he found his parents had prepared dinner in their apartment. 2 sticky rice dumplings remained on the table. Tang Tang visited earlier, delivering dumplings before departing, Zhao Xia remarked, anxiously grasping Jiang Lin's hand. "Did you encounter Tang Tang's mother today? Did she take you out alone? Did she make any demands?" Zhao Xia was apprehensive, fearing the other party wished to distance them from Tang Tang and Dodo. While she could comprehend the reasoning, acceptance proved challenging. Jiang Lin scratched the back of his head, still somewhat bewildered. She claims she has always been single. Recently, her business has encountered difficulties, and she intends to sell her house. She suggested we consider cohabitating. Is there such a fortunate turn of events? She is willing to accept you? Zhao Xia exclaimed with joy. For the sake of those 2 adorable children, we could even head straight to the registry office. Indeed, Jiang Jianjun contemplated. Could it be that her business failure has left her without a place to stay? Jiang Lin, should you agree to live with them. You must be mentally prepared to support an entire family. It is a heavy burden. You need to think this through. Father, I understand, Jianglin nodded. However, the opportunity she is offering to live with me and the children fills me with gratitude. Jiang Lin was uncertain if others would have an emotional connection with his children. But ever since discovering that Tang Do was his child, he had longed for a family reunion. He found joy in this prospect, feeling not pressure, but rather a sense of motivation. Zhao Xiao remarked, the house over there should be ready for us to move in 5 days. Perfectly. The master bedroom can be for the children's mother, and the children can occupy the guest room. You can sleep on the small bed in the study. We can return to our hometown, sell the medicinal herbs we cultivated in the mountains, which should yield over 100,000 for your immediate needs. Mom and Dad, you should also reserve some funds, Jiang Jianjun interjected. The children are still young. We should prioritize their expenses. Zhao Xia sighed, gazing at her husband. This is what one calls a sweet dilemma. Jiang Jianjun chuckled. When it comes to spending money, I usually feel a pinch in my heart, but this time, I feel quite elated. How can this be called a dilemma? As Sunday arrived, Jiang Lin diligently tidied the house in anticipation of the small truck unloading their belongings. He hurriedly stored everything inside. The children's room was furnished with 2 beds, designated for Tang Tang and Dodo, while the master bedroom boasted a large wardrobe for their mother. Jiang Lin possessed very few belongings. A single suitcase sufficed, which he placed in the small room. Before long, a domestic sedan halted at the entrance. Tang Tang and Dodo exited the vehicle, eagerly rushing toward the house. Daddy, Tang Tang called out, leading the way. Tang Tang is here. Jiang Lin quickly emerged to greet them, noticing Dodo as well. Where is your mother? He inquired. Mom went to park the car. Dodo recalled the promise made with his sister and added, Mom's valuable car is gone. This is the only one left. We might not have any money from now on. Tang Tang's eyes sparkled with hope. Daddy will take care of us, and Mommy. 2 pairs of clear eyes gazed at him, and Jiang Lin felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility. Naturally, his father would care for them. At that moment, Mu Yungu arrived at the entrance of the house, which had a small independent door on the first floor. She paused for a moment. It was the first time someone had expressed the intention to support her. Such an occurrence was rare. Jiang Lin observed Mu Yungu, noting her exceptionally simple attire today. Yet her face could not conceal her breathtaking beauty. She remained as stunning as ever. Her appearance suggested that she was indeed facing financial difficulties. However, since he intended to attempt building a family with her, he was unperturbed by such matters. He was young, capable, and could sustain a household. If funds were insufficient, he could always seek part-time work. Things would eventually improve. He addressed Mu Yungu. Have you eaten? I bought some ingredients and plan to prepare lunch. I've been working recently and have to put in extra hours today. I've dropped the children off. Please take good care of them. Will you also be working on Sunday? Mu Yungu responded with a half-smile. Little one, relying on you alone to support the 3 of us might be a tall order. Jiang Lin was at a loss for words. His monthly salary of 5,000 was indeed rather inadequate. Then you go ahead. I'll make dinner tonight. If you have any dietary restrictions, feel free to let me know. We can always communicate via phone. Mu Yungu nodded. Understanding, I'll see how things go. Watching her leave, Jiang Lin brought Tang Tang and Dodo into the house. Compared to before, the home had been adorned with numerous soft furnishings, charming plush toys, and various paintings, creating a very warm and bright atmosphere that was quite pleasant. Tang Tang and Dodo explored the rooms and expressed their fondness for the place. The large windows allowed sunlight to pour in, warming the blankets. There was a scent of sunshine in the air. Tang Tang rolled around in the blankets, her little feet playfully kicking. Oh, this is so comfortable. After enough rolling, she poked her head out from under the covers, revealing her dark, glistening eyes. Daddy, can we go out today? Jiang Lin shook his head. Today is our first day in the new home. We must stay in and prepare a meal. This is how we can usher in a prosperous life. Tang Tang did not fully understand, but was simply happy to be with her father. Dodo, given our situation, does that mean the housekeeper is out of work? Dodo sat at his desk and pondered. The housekeeper has gone to Grandma's. Jiang Lin nodded. What would you like to eat tonight? I'll go to the supermarket. I want to go to the supermarket. Tang Tang raised her hand. I want to buy ice cream. All right, Dodo, do you want to go too? I'll go, he replied. Otherwise, you want to know what I like to eat. Dodo said with a hint of pride, there are plenty of things I enjoy. Jiang Lin decided not to intervene further, prepared lunch, and shared it with the two children. He then coaxed them into taking a nap. The children were remarkably well-behaved, not causing any fuss as they lay on the bed. The gentle breeze flowed in through the window, the sun shone brightly, and the leaves danced playfully. Jiang Lin watched them, feeling a deep sense of contentment. If this was a serene moment in time, then on Mu Yunji's side, dark clouds loomed overhead. Chapter 18. Part-time father in the presidential office of the Mu Group. Mu Yungu sat languidly in an armchair, her gaze fixed upon the bustling cityscape beyond the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, lost in thought. Below, Mu Zhenjin hung her head, while Lu Chang dared not even breathe too loudly beside her. Sister, I acknowledge my mistake. It was merely a minor oversight in the branch's operations. Surely you need not summon me to the headquarters for a reprimand? Mu Zhenjin felt an overwhelming sense of dread towards Mu Yungu. Being the daughter of the Mu family's third household, in the past, she had accompanied her elder sister in casting aspersions upon Mu Yungu. Over the years, while Mu Yungu maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, she had systematically ousted members of the Mu family from the company. The heir of the second household languished in prison, with 6 more months to serve, while their uncle, despite holding a nominal position, merely drew a meager salary and faced dire circumstances within the company. Having dealt with the second household, was Mu Yungu now turning her sights on the third? With a composed yet resolute tone, Mu Yungu picked up the transfer notice from her desk. From this day forth, you shall conclude your role as the deputy manager of Dongxing business and be transferred to the jewelry branch in Jianzhou to learn under Sister Mei. Mu Zhenjin's expression faltered. The Mu family's jewelry business was extensive, yet the Jianzhou branch was merely a hub for raw material imports. A remote and arduous location where she would have to endure both hardships and the tutelage of Sister Mei. Was this not akin to being exiled? Moreover, she had heard that the area was quite chaotic. Sister, please do not treat me so harshly. We were once very close in our childhood, she pleaded. If I am sent to such a place, I am unfamiliar with the surroundings, and I suffer from altitude sickness. My health cannot withstand it. Lu Chang cleared his throat. As the chairman of the business company, he felt compelled to support the young lady's decision. You should accept this. Mississippi gaining experience outside is beneficial. He dared not express dissent, fearing he too might face expulsion. Mu Zhenjin found herself unable to cry. The thought of leaving the vibrant city for life in the remote borders of Jianzhou was more unbearable than death itself. Mu Yungu, with her hands poised on the desk and fingers interlaced, regarded Mu Zhenjin with a half-smile. If you disagree, you may sever ties with the family and seek other opportunities. Recalling her parents' stern admonitions, Mu Zhenjin opened her mouth. I agree. You are too ruthless, Yungu. You do not regard us as family at all, Mu Zhenjin lamented. Mu Yungu merely chuckled softly. She then retained Lu Chang for a private conversation. He had witnessed Mu Yunji's merciless dealings with her kin over the years and was well aware of her substantial overseas business endeavors. It was no surprise that upon her return, she had managed to dismantle the Mu family's standing with relentless efficacy, despite her occasional displays of virtue. It was evident that she was not a woman of leniency. Assist me in recruiting someone discreetly, without raising any suspicions, she instructed. Lu Chang paused momentarily. Yes, Mississippi. If he were astute, he would quickly grasp that she had just orchestrated Mu Zhenjin's dismissal under the guise of a transfer and was now seeking to fill the vacancy. He could only wonder what kind of individual could possibly earn her favor. As Mu Yunji's phone vibrated, she glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Jiang Lin. Though she intended to test him, she also wished to ensure he had ample time for picking up the children, maintaining stable employment, and securing a reliable income. After all, the little ones could not bear such burdens alone. Upon answering, Jiang Lin's voice came through, inquiring if it was acceptable to prepare meatball soup, boiled vegetables, minced meat, shrimp stir-fried with cucumbers, and pineapple ribs for dinner. He mentioned that he was unsure of the children's preferences, hence his inquiry, hoping he hadn't disturbed her. Not at all, Mu Yunji replied, casting a glance at Lu Chang. That sounds fine. I'll be home by 5. Jiang Lin agreed. Lu Chang, bewildered, left the office in a daze, pondering whether the young lady was in a relationship and if this was the man she had personally recruited, potentially her future partner. His cheeks flushed slightly at the thought. By the time Mu Yunj completed her tasks, it was already past 4. "President, shall I have the driver come pick you up?" Secretary Wenwen asked, clutching a stack of documents. "No need. I'll drive myself," she replied. Wenwen was perplexed. She hadn't seen the president's car. In fact, she noticed a domestic vehicle parked in the designated space, presumably worth around 100,000. Surely, it could not be that one? As she pondered this, she caught sight of Mu Yunj entering the president's lounge, emerging in a rather simple outfit, carrying a fabric bag that was a promotional item from the company. Her own bag had been given to her mother for grocery shopping. Wenwen dared not inquire further, finding it all quite strange. How could the young lady, of such stature, be dressed in unbranded clothing, carrying a shopping bag, and driving an inexpensive car? Furthermore, she typically paid little heed to appearances, valuing efficiency above all, and rarely smiled. Yet today, she had even taken the time to tidy her attire before leaving. Was it an omen of sorts? Was it her own perception that was askew? Or was it the young lady who was behaving unusually? Wenwen pressed her forehead in confusion, having never witnessed such atypical behavior from her. As she neared home, Mu Yunj spotted someone standing at the entrance of the community. It was Jiang Lin, waving at her. As the car window rolled down, he leaned closer, suggesting that he had secured a parking spot for her, as finding one there was quite challenging. "Drive behind me, and I will show you the way," he said. "I figured we wouldn't be living here forever. Once we have more money, we can upgrade to a larger house, so renting is the better option for now." Mu Yunj was taken aback, observing his self-assured demeanor as he led the way. She murmured softly to herself, noting his attentiveness. However, from his tone, it seemed he was already planning for a shared future. Once the car was parked, she followed Jiang Lin inside, where an enticing aroma greeted her. On the small dining table were 3 dishes and a soup, all quite well prepared. Although Jiang Lin was not particularly skilled in cooking, his mother had gifted him a cookbook. And being academically inclined, he found following the recipes manageable. After preparing several dishes, he discovered it was indeed quite simple. The principles remained consistent. "Mom works hard," he exclaimed. Tang Tang sweetly welcomed them as her father announced that today marked their first day in the new home. He insisted that cooking at home would ensure a prosperous life. And all the dishes were chosen by Tang Tang, who delighted in their freshness. However, Mother Dodo found it peculiar since she typically worked late hours, often returning home after dusk, and in the mornings, it was likely that she was already gone before Dodo even woke up. Mu Yungu bent down to embrace the 2 children, cherishing this warmth of ordinary life. Yet, there were burdens that once taken on could not be easily relinquished. Particularly concerning her and the Mu family, any lapse in vigilance could grant them another chance to rise again. Were Tang Tang and Dodo happy today? Tang Tang replied with glee, exclaiming that she was thrilled her father allowed her to ride in the shopping cart at the supermarket, where she could choose whatever she desired. Her father was incredibly strong, capable of holding both Tang Tang and Dodo at once. The butler, on the other hand, was not so fortunate. He was too old. Mu Yungu chuckled at her words. It wasn't that the butler was too old, but rather that his status was distinct from Jiang Lin's, naturally leading to different behaviors. Jiang Lin had already set the bowls for dinner, urging them to eat quickly, as he had to work overtime even on weekends. And it would be wise to eat first for some well-deserved rest. What kind of company was this, so heartless? Chapter 19. Sleeping in the same bed. Mu Yungu found it difficult to respond, as she was indeed the heartless boss. Dodo was quite independent and intelligent, requiring no assistance at the table. However, Tang Tang still needed her spoon, and when it came to eating ribs, she struggled a bit. Jiang Lin kindly separated the tender meat from the bones and placed it in her bowl, knowing well that the child's teeth were not strong enough. So he had cooked it until it was soft enough for her to eat. Jiang Lin found it hard to fathom that he had once been a student dreaming of buying a house and marrying his girlfriend. In such a brief span of time, he had found himself here, sharing meals with children and watching over them. It felt as though life had accelerated dramatically. After the meal, Jiang Lin went to wash the dishes, while Mu Yungu voluntarily entered the kitchen. The space was small, and it was inevitable that they would brush against each other while shifting. Jiang Lin caught a whiff of her faint sandalwood fragrance and suggested, "You should go out. I can manage the dishes alone." Mu Yun-gu, with her delicate and elegant hands, replied, "You cooked, so let me wash the dishes. It's better to share the workload. After all, my life is no longer what it used to be, and many household chores must be done by myself. I need to adapt." Jiang Lin observed her hands with the dishcloth, feeling a sense of incongruity. "Then you can bathe Tang Tang and Dodo. They've been out in the sun all day and must be sweaty." With that, he turned on the water and began washing the dishes with decisive movements. Mu Yun-gu stood there, her beautiful eyes gazing at Jiang Lin's profile, unable to suppress a smile. He was indeed a diligent person. Noticing that she had not yet left, Jiang Lin, nearing the end of his task, turned to find himself quite close to her. Faced with such a stunning beauty, he felt a bit bashful. "What is it?" he asked. Mu Yun-gu's gaze was calm as she inquired, "Where will I sleep tonight?" "Oh, you are sleeping in the master bedroom. I forgot to mention it to you, but the house is small, with only one bathroom." Jiang Lin briefly explained the household situation to her. Mu Yun-gu noticed that Jiang Lin was going out to take out the trash, so she left the kitchen and wandered around the house. It was quite small, yet it exuded a sense of cleanliness and warmth. The place she once resided in on the mountain was even smaller. Outside, there was a small yard with a flower rack, on which sat a pot of mimosa, inscribed with the name Tang Tang. Her own room was tidily arranged, with her suitcase untouched, resting in front of the wardrobe. As for Tang Tang and Dodo's room, it was also quite cozy. However, his own little room was rather simple, containing only a bed and a wrought iron clothes rack. Mu Yun-gu was curious about how long Jiang Lin could maintain this. Raising children and supporting a family is no easy task. A fleeting enthusiasm can only last for a brief period. To endure in the long run, one must possess a sense of responsibility. Mu Yun-gu also bathed the children, and Tang Tang and Dodo donned matching pajamas in different colors, appearing incredibly adorable as they sprawled on the large bed in the master bedroom. Mu Yun-gu emerged in a nightgown, sitting on the edge of the bed to comb Tang Tang's hair. The family atmosphere was warm and inviting. Tang Tang adored her mother's current demeanor, finding her utterly unthreatening. "Mom, are we going to sleep together tonight? Do you want to sleep with Mommy? And Dodo and Daddy too. A family should sleep together, right?" Tang Tang was filled with anticipation, as this meant she could be with her mother and also listen to her father read bedtime stories. Just the thought of it made her exceedingly happy. Tang Tang and Dodo promised Mu Yun-gu to keep the fact that their family was quite wealthy a secret from Jiang Lin. Since they were living together, Tang Tang felt they were already a family. Mu Yun-gu furrowed her brows slightly, wanting to explain that there are distinctions between genders. But upon seeing Tang Tang's innocent expression, she realized her daughter believed it was natural for parents to sleep together. She explained, "Daddy and Mommy are not familiar with each other, so they cannot sleep together, just as you do not like to sleep with strangers." "But how can Daddy be a stranger?" Tang Tang tilted her head, pouting her lips, as she loved her Mommy and Daddy the most. Dodo, noticing his sister's persistent inquiries, feared it might annoy their mother. "Tang Tang, shall we watch television instead?" "All right." Tang Tang jumped off the bed, taking her brother's hand. "Why do other people's parents sleep together, with the baby in the middle? Why can't I sleep between Mommy and Daddy?" Dodo thought his sister was rather dim-witted. He had no intention of explaining anything to her. He understood that their parents were not familiar with each other, and since their mother did not like their father, it was impossible for her to sleep with him. Tang Tang was not easily satisfied. Now that she had a father, she wanted both her parents to be with her. So, despite feeling a bit intimidated by her mother, she constantly wished to sleep between her parents at night, which left Mu Yun-gu feeling somewhat helpless. Ultimately, it was only after Tang Tang shed tears and sulked that Mu Yun-gu relented. Dodo had long returned to her room to immerse herself in a book. Meanwhile, Tang Tang lay in the center of the master bed. To her left was Mu Yun-gu, and to her right sat Jiang Lin. In his hands, Jiang Lin held a fairy tale, while Mu Yun-gu gazed down at her phone, attending to some official matters. The cold light from the device illuminated her porcelain-like profile, her eyes deep and enigmatic as the night, seemingly indifferent to Jiang Lin's presence. There was a palpable chill in the air, a sense of distance. Fresh from a shower, she appeared even more stunning than a celebrity. Tang Tang's bright eyes sparkled as she looked at Jiang Lin, urging, "Daddy, please tell a story." Jiang Lin suggested, "How about we move to another room to tell stories?" "No." Tang Tang pouted, insisting, "I want to sleep between Mommy and Daddy." Jiang Lin felt a twinge of embarrassment, explaining, "Daddy snores. He needs to sleep alone." "Does Daddy not like Tang Tang and Mommy?" This question left Jiang Lin momentarily speechless. Mu Yungu interjected, "You tell her a story. Wait until she falls asleep before you leave," adding, "She usually falls asleep quite quickly." Jiang Lin sighed inwardly. Sharing a roof with strangers was already awkward, but sharing a bed only intensified his discomfort. Reluctantly, he leaned against the bed and began telling a story. As he spoke, a yawn escaped him. Mu Yungu found the tale rather dull and turned her back to the wall, closing her eyes in boredom. Meanwhile, Tang Tang remained wide awake, her energy growing with each story. 2 hours passed, and even Mu Yungu found herself lulled into a trance, yet she still could not drift off. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Lin had gradually settled onto the edge of the bed, and after finishing the next story, he closed his eyes. "Daddy, are you asleep again?" Tang Tang pouted, feeling unsatisfied with the tale. She stealthily took the fairy tale from Jiang Lin's hand and tiptoed out of bed to find her brother for more storytelling. As Jiang Lin slept, he was awakened by the sound of rain pattering outside. The air had grown colder, prompting him to instinctively burrow deeper under the covers. He brushed against the long hair, momentarily forgetting that he was in the master bedroom, thinking it was Tang Tang. "Are you cold?" he mumbled before succumbing to sleep once more. Mu Yungu opened her eyes suddenly when he embraced her, furrowing her brow as she faced Jiang Lin's sleeping visage. He appeared much the same as he had 4 years prior, though the boyishness had faded, leaving a more resolute expression. He was merely 18 back then. The scent of sandalwood wafting from Mu Yungu brought him a deep sense of tranquility, prompting him to draw closer, cradling her and resting his cheek against hers. He gently patted her head, murmuring, "Sleep now. Tang Tang, stop fussing. I will tell you more stories tomorrow." Mu Yungu felt a slight flush on her cheeks. Her brow furrowed, her gaze profound. Chapter 20. Is the partner an ex-girlfriend? Since childhood, she had seldom interacted with boys her age. During her blossoming years, family troubles made it impossible to meet anyone in the mountains. Upon descending, she found the world drastically altered. Her first encounter with a man had been under the influence of drugs. She was uncertain whether Jiang Lin remembered, yet she herself certainly did. After all, although she had been drugged and her mind was foggy, her memories remained vivid. Mu Yunji's gaze lingered on the contours of Jiang Lin's face as she murmured softly, "No wonder Dodo recognized you at a glance." There was indeed something about the unique warmth emanating from the man that made her feel a bit flushed and her body somewhat heavy. When Jiang Lin awoke, he lay sprawled on the bed, and upon opening his eyes to the view outside, something felt amiss. He glanced down at the quilt, which seemed unfamiliar. Was this not his own room? Realization struck him like a bolt. He had fallen asleep while telling a story the previous night. The troubling part was that this was Mu Yunji's room. Where was Tang Tang? Where was Mu Yungu? Had he inadvertently sent them away while he slept here? Jiang Lin hastily got out of bed, then paused to neatly arrange the quilt before exiting the room. Feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment as he pondered how to explain the situation to Mu Yungu, he had not intended for this to happen. The house was eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. Jiang Lin searched multiple times, but found no one. When he checked his phone, he discovered a new WeChat friend request. "Yungu, it's still early. Seeing you asleep, I took the child to kindergarten. There's breakfast in the pot." Jiang Lin was momentarily taken aback, warmth blossoming in his heart. He had thought Mu Yungu would ignore him, yet she not only took the child to kindergarten, but also left breakfast for him. During his 3 years with Ning Shui, he had always been the one buying breakfast for her, never having been cared for in such a way. Rushing to the kitchen, he found the corn buns still steaming, accompanied by a cup of soybean milk. Holding his phone, he replied to her message, "Thank you. Should I pick up the child tonight?" The message, however, was met with silence. Meanwhile, Mu Yungu was at the office, where she found her father, Mu Ding, waiting for her. She had a hunch about the reason for his visit and turned to her secretary, instructing, "Take my father to the lounge. I'll join him after my meeting." Mu Ding scoffed. "So now you're too busy to spare even a moment for your father?" Mu Yunji's lips curled slightly. "If you've come to discuss Mu Zhenzhen, there's nothing to talk about. You know my decisions are final. She is your sister." Mu Ding furrowed his brow. His face etched with anger. "Your grandfather was foolish, wanting to bestow such a vast family business upon a mere child. It's only natural that your uncles opposed it. After all, they are elders who have contributed greatly to the family, while they merely suggested you spend some time in the mountains for self-cultivation, which inevitably involved financial matters. A cruel reality. Out of familial affection, they did not truly harm you. Now that you have reclaimed the group, why push your uncles to the brink? Dad, if you were of any use, would I have needed to spend 5 years in the mountains? Your ineffectiveness renders your words meaningless." Mu Yunji's smile was frigid. "In those 5 years, I was accompanied only by the flickering lamp and the Buddha, coexisting with serpents, insects, and beasts. Now, I merely ensured that my uncle's son served 5 years in prison and that my uncle's daughter spent 5 years at the border. In that regard, I too am considering familial ties, having not truly harmed them. How could you possibly intend for Xinjin to remain in such a place for 5 years? She is merely 21 years old, in the prime of her youth. Your cruelty is unfathomable." Mu Ding, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Your third aunt has always been in poor health, and her greatest concern has been Xinjin. If you send her away and your aunt becomes distressed, what will I say to my own brother?" Mu Yungu glanced sideways and replied, "What does it matter to me?" Observing the fluctuating expression on Mu Yunji's face, Mu Ding recognized her unyielding nature, coupled with a penchant for vengeance. "Where has the child raised by your grandfather gone? How have you changed so? You exhibit no semblance of femininity. It is no wonder your mother arranges blind dates for you daily, yet none have materialized. Who would wish to be with someone like you, unless they were courting danger?" Frustrated, Mu Ding stormed out of the office. Amused, Mu Yungu reflected on her father's inability to protect his own child, his indecisiveness, and his excessive sentimentality. She chose to disregard his words and proceeded towards the conference room. At Shanghai Trading, Zhang Lin had just arrived at the company and greeted Su Lan and Xiaoya. Although Xiaoya had previously thought favorably of Zhang Lin, her opinion shifted upon learning that he claimed to be single while, in reality, had a child in kindergarten. She began to view him with skepticism, suspecting he might be a scoundrel. Thus, while she greeted him with a smile, her demeanor was less than enthusiastic. Su Lan inquired, "You took leave last week to move. Have you settled in now?" "Yes, everything is in order. I just tidied up a bit," Zhang Lin replied, smiling as he took his seat at his workstation. "The two children have adapted quite well." Su Lan, noting his casual mention of the children, remarked, "Taking care of kids is no easy task, especially at such a young age, bringing them to live with you. Though it is challenging, they are quite manageable." Providing both pressure and motivation, he responded. Xiaoya, ever curious, perked up at the mention of his past. "Didn't you say you were heartbroken after graduating?" Such personal matters were not something Zhang Lin wished to discuss extensively, as the workplace was primarily for earning a living, not sharing domestic affairs. However, due to their previous overhearing of his phone call, they understood he had just experienced a breakup while simultaneously having a child starting kindergarten. This could easily lead to unnecessary misunderstandings and biases. He clarified, "The child was conceived during my freshman year, but I only learned of it last week. Which is why I brought the child to live with me over the weekend." "Running away with a child?" Xiaoya's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "How dramatic. Raising a child is no simple feat. You should focus on earning well," she concluded. With this new understanding, Xiaoya's prejudice against Zhang Lin dissipated. After all, he openly discussed his child and seemed prepared to take on the responsibility, proving he was not a scoundrel. "But where is the child's mother now?" she asked. "She is at work. She took the child to kindergarten this morning," Zhang Lin answered. Xiaoya nodded, finding this arrangement quite favorable. It was beneficial for the child's healthy development, especially if they had reconciled. Su Lan added, "Today, our department is set to liaise with a manager song from Kangqing Health, and the assistant accompanying her seems to be a graduate from your school. When I coordinated with her, She mentioned your university. Really? A fellow alumnus? How fortuitous. Jiang Lin found the name Kangcheng Health somewhat familiar. It was a sub-brand under a large corporation, significantly larger than Shanghai Trading. Sulan nodded, indicating that not only were they alumni, but also classmates. She mentioned a certain Ning Shui, claiming to know him. Jiang Lin was taken aback. What a small world it was. The first partner he encountered during his internship turned out to be his ex-girlfriend. Could it be that Manager Song was none other than Ning Shui's current boyfriend, Song Tianwei? Chapter 21. Ning Shui's competitive spirit, a sense of unease washed over Jiang Lin. Surely, he wouldn't be required to attend a meeting with a partner at this stage? After all, he was still within his 1-month probationary period, hardly a formal employee. You're classmates and know each other, which will make the atmosphere more relaxed. Who knows? You might collaborate frequently in the future, Su Jie remarked, turning to Xiaoya. You should join as well. This is an excellent opportunity for learning. Jiang Lin silently sighed to himself. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Su Lan gathered a few individuals, including Jiang Lin, and headed to the office. Upon entering, he noticed that the department manager, Wang Shan, was already present, engaged in lively conversation with Song Tianwei. Ning Shui sat beside Song Tianwei, adorned in a finely tailored dress. Her makeup exquisite, epitomizing a young, professional beauty. The elegance of her handbag and accessories suggested they were of considerable expense. She wore delicate high heels, exuding femininity, making Jiang Lin feel strangely out of place. Good morning, Manager Song, Su Lan greeted with a smile, followed by, Good morning, Assistant Ning. Song Tianwei shook Su Lan's hand, briefly glanced at Jiang Lin, his gaze quickly moving on. After all, as a manager, he had little reason to dwell on an insignificant intern. To draw attention to Jiang Lin would have seemed beneath him. Ning Shui offered a slight smile to Su Lan before taking her seat. Her focus directed downwards at the documents, radiating professionalism. The collaboration proceeded smoothly, as the details had already been established beforehand. They were merely signing the contract. Throughout the meeting, no one paid attention to Jiang Lin, who felt as though he were invisible, seated at the back. As the meeting concluded, both managers exited, and Su Lan remarked, Assistant Ning has just graduated but has already secured a position as a managerial assistant at such a young age. Truly impressive. Her capabilities are remarkable, and she is quite beautiful. Ning Shui smiled modestly. I interned at Kangcheng during my studies and remained after graduation. It was simply fortunate that Manager Song needed an assistant. It hardly qualifies as remarkable. As Jiang Lin gathered his belongings to leave, Ning Shui suddenly spoke up. By the way, Jiang Lin and I were classmates. He consistently excelled in our class, earning scholarships every year. Jiang Lin forced a smile and glanced at Ning Shui. The scholarships at school seemed trivial compared to Miss Ning's promising future in the professional world. Ning Shui, observing Jiang Lin's aloof demeanor, felt a lingering discomfort regarding his new girlfriend and the child he had. Today, she had made a special effort to present herself beautifully, her handbag worth several thousand. Yet she was taken aback to find that Jiang Lin showed no signs of regret or yearning. He didn't even spare her a glance. This left her feeling somewhat disoriented and aware of the disparity in their circumstances. It is as if, within his gaze, there exists no trace of my being. You have children, a girlfriend, and even purchased a home. I find myself overshadowed by you. Among our peers, who can rival your rapid advancements? Su Lan assumed this was merely a casual exchange among classmates. The burden of parenthood is immense, accompanied by significant responsibilities, and while one must balance work and family, being single has its merits, allowing for complete dedication to one's career without encumbrance. Ning Shui silently observed Jiang Lin, awaiting his words. Jiang Lin furrowed his brow, disinclined to discuss familial matters, stating that there was nothing of importance here, and he would take his leave. Jiang Lin, President Song and President Wang still wish to relax in the lounge. Do you not intend to show me around your company? I will be responsible for the follow-up on our collaboration and will frequently visit this place. Moreover, lunch hour approaches, and I have heard that the cafeteria at Shanghai Trading is quite delightful. Indeed, it is, Su Lan acknowledged, believing Ning Shui desired to dine here. Xiaoya, Please fetch a meal card for Jiang Lin. There is little work left for the morning. Jiang Lin, simply ensure that Assistant Ning is well taken care of. With that, Su Lan gathered her documents and departed. Jiang Lin escorted Ning Shui around, the tour conducted in a strictly professional manner. Jiang Lin, must you be so excessively courteous? If we cannot be lovers, as friends who have known each other for so long, such formality seems unnecessary. Previously, it was you who urged me not to intrude. Has Assistant Ning forgotten? Ning Shui felt a twinge of guilt at the mention of Xia Xia's harsh words. I merely expressed concern for you. You are working here. What of your girlfriend? Is she not pregnant and thus on maternity leave? Your burden must be considerable, earning so little each month, your quality of life suffering. Listening to her, Jiang Lin perceived the underlying motives of her inquiries about his personal life. He found the conversation rather tedious. Having parted ways, this knowledge served no purpose. I am not curious about your affairs, such as when you began seeing President Song. Ning Shui's expression darkened. In truth, were you not the one to stray first? You speak with such righteousness, yet are we not both guilty? I chose a path that ensures a better life for myself, while you opted for one that prioritizes family and children. We are alike. Jiang Lin shrugged. If we are indeed alike, there is nothing to be curious about. Furthermore, your concern is not genuine. It is merely a matter of pride. Were I single, you would scarcely pay me any mind, even fearing my potential to intrude upon your life. Do not regard me with such disdain. Ning Shui pressed her lips together tightly, a bitter smile forming. Yet you meander around the subject of your girlfriend, reluctant to mention her. Is it to spare my feelings? Or is she someone beneath your esteem, unworthy of your acknowledgement? Jiang Lin frowned, irritation rising within him. She is a wonderful person, do not pry further. I simply wish to avoid excessive conversation with you. I find your chatter tiresome. Ning Shui felt a pang in her heart. He found her bothersome? The latter part of the tour passed in silence, her spirits considerably dampened. Upon reaching the cafeteria, she spotted a familiar plump figure in the distance, realizing it was Song Tianwei come to find her. Regaining her composure, she offered a gentle smile. Have you finished your work? Indeed, Song Tianwei replied, casting a glance at Jiang Lin. Why are you eating in the cafeteria? Didn't I say I would take you to the restaurant for lunch? It's a coincidence that I ran into a classmate. Ordinary employees can save money by eating at the cafeteria, but you are different. Let's go. After all, it's a treat from General Manager Wang. Song Tianwei patted his beer belly and continued. Moreover, you're young. Building connections is paramount. Surround yourself with the executives at these gatherings. You can learn a great deal. They're merely classmates. There's no need to waste time here. Ning Shui cast a glance at Jiang Lin and walked away without looking back. She pondered, indeed. Even if Jiang Lin were to marry, it would merely be the union of the lower class. What was there for her to be entangled in? Following Song Tianwei, her social circles were entirely different, while Jiang Lin, in their company, he was merely an invisible figure. If he weren't her ex-boyfriend, she wouldn't even spare him a second glance. Furthermore, he had an unremarkable partner. He had already sunk to the depths. Upon arriving at the garage and getting into the car, Song Tianwei, seated in the driver's seat, smugly remarked, you see, had you chosen a man like him back then, you'd be living a life of disgrace. After saying this, he touched Ning Shui's leg and added, stay close to me. I want to let you suffer. Even others will regard you with more esteem. After all, you are my assistant. I understand, Ning Shui replied with a smile. Encountering a benefactor like you is indeed my fortune. Song Tianwei chuckled, pleased with her flattery. Chapter 22, Mr. Mu knows how to live well. As Jiang Lin finished his meal and returned to his workstation, he received a call from Mu Yunj. Hello? Mu Yunj's crisp and melodious voice resonated. Jiang Lin, I will be on a business trip for 2 days. Please take care of the child and send me your bank account number. I will transfer the living expenses for May. Jiang Lin replied, no need. Isn't your financial situation tight? You should keep some money on hand for emergencies during your trip. Mu Yunj seemed to pause momentarily. The child's formula needs to be purchased this month. I will transfer the money to you, and if you can't spend it, just save it. Hearing this, Jiang Lin did not refuse. He was unsure why a child over 3 years old still needed formula. He had never raised a child and was unfamiliar with such matters. After hanging up, he sent her his account number, and soon, 5,000 yuan was deposited. Jiang Lin furrowed his brow. Mu Yunj had a low educational background and likely earned little each month. If she gave him 5,000 yuan, she must be leaving herself with hardly any funds. He had graduated from a 211 university, but his official salary was merely 5,000, and with various allowances, it totaled 5,800. However, other classmates earned around 6,000 or more. Unless they worked in coastal cities with intense competition and sales roles that paid significantly more, albeit with greater pressure. He had initially considered Longhai trading a large corporation, offering a stable 9 to 5 job with weekends off, which is why he had taken this position. He began to reflect. Was this job truly suitable for him? If he were to raise a child, it felt as though his salary was rather inadequate. However, if one seeks a higher salary, there is scarcely any time left to care for the children. When it comes to managing a household, the cost of living adds up in countless ways, and indeed, every aspect requires expenditure. Sister Sue approached with a cup of steaming water. Jiang Lin, what are you daydreaming about? Jiang Lin cast aside his jumbled thoughts. For now, securing a stable job was paramount. After all, without a reliable income, the prospect of raising a child became even more daunting. Sister Sue, did you know that a child over 3 still needs formula? Of course, after turning 3, children enter a rapid growth phase. And given the complexities of the outside world and their attendance at kindergarten, they need calcium supplements to boost their immunity. If a child is picky with their food, the risk of malnutrition increases significantly, Sister Sue replied cheerfully. However, this also depends on the specific circumstances of each family. There's no need to become too anxious about it. Jiang Lin understood her point. He recalled that Mu Yunj had once owned her own shop, but after its collapse, she was now working long hours, with Sunday overtime and Monday business trips, likely in a high-pressure sales role. Life was undoubtedly arduous for a woman striving for her child. Jiang Lin sighed. Fully aware of her struggles, he sent Mu Yunj a message. Take care of your health. Don't push yourself too hard. I'll prepare something delicious for you when you return. With that, he settled into his work, anticipating the time to pick up his child from kindergarten. Meanwhile, Mu Yunj, seated in first class, was about to turn off her phone when she noticed Jiang Lin's message. A faint smile tugged at her lips, yet she chose not to respond. It was her first flight, and receiving such a message felt rather special. Usually, she did not concern herself with the expenses related to her child, though she knew they accumulated significantly over the month. She found herself wondering whether Jiang Lin could provide adequately for their child. Wenwen glanced at Mu Yunj's smile, but refrained from commenting, returning her focus to the documents for their upcoming trip to the bustling metropolis. She felt that the president seemed a bit peculiar, though she couldn't pinpoint why. Mu Yunj had always been low-key and unattached, despite her wealth and beauty. Countless handsome suitors would vie for her attention, yet she never spared them a glance. She was a career-driven individual, possibly open to love. The only explanation for her current demeanor might be the recent surge in the group's profits, which seemed to have uplifted her mood. It appeared that even someone as composed as Mu Yunj could find joy in financial success. Jiang Lin rode his electric scooter to pick up his child. However, on the return journey, he opted for a taxi. The weather was growing increasingly warm, and he was reluctant to have his child endure the crowded buses and subways. Yet, his scooter could not accommodate 2 children, leaving him in a quandary. With the economy being tight, purchasing a car was not a feasible option. After dinner, while taking a walk with his child, he noticed Mu Yunj's car parked in its spot, which made him waver momentarily. It would be splendid to use her vehicle. After all, it was just sitting there. However, given that he and Mu Yunj were not particularly familiar with each other, merely cohabitating as strangers raising a child together, it would seem rather presumptuous to request to borrow her car. Jiang Lin pondered for a moment. Now that they were living together, they were indeed akin to grasshoppers on the same string. Judging by Mu Yunji's proactive gesture of providing him with living expenses, it was evident that she was someone intent on leading a good life, and moreover, she was quite amiable. It seemed reasonable to discuss matters with her. Instead of rambling on, he might as well make a direct phone call. Noticing that it was already 6:30 p.m., He presumed that Mu Yunji's work had concluded and dialed her number. After a brief pause of over 10 seconds, she answered, the line notably quiet. Jianglin, is there something you need? I wanted to ask if I could use your car to pick up and drop off the children. I don't have a vehicle, and taking taxis can be rather expensive. I will refuel it, of course, but if you prefer not to have anyone else drive your car, I completely understand. The keys are in the drawer of my room, Mu Yungu replied. You needn't worry about the fuel costs. The company provides plenty of gas cards. I'll hand one to you when I return, she added. Jiang Lin felt a surge of joy. Your company seems to offer quite generous benefits, especially given the current fuel prices. You mentioned last time that it was a heartless company, he chuckled. That was a misunderstanding on my part, he continued. I'll hang up now. Tang Tang and Dodo want to go play on the slide. At the banquet table, the exquisite crystal chandeliers gleamed brilliantly, illuminating a feast of mountain delicacies and ocean treasures that looked particularly delectable. After ending the call, Mu Yungu found herself amidst the executives of Fanya Jewelry, a subsidiary of the Mu Corporation, all notable figures in their own right. Listening to her casual phone conversation, they were swept by waves of astonishment. Wasn't President Mu single? Why was she on the phone with a man discussing gas cards? Did someone of her stature need to exploit company resources for fuel? This was utterly surreal. They exchanged furtive glances, questioning if they had misheard. Mu Yungu tapped the table lightly. Where were we? When one, noticing the executives still in a daze, quickly interjected. We were discussing the new jewelry series being launched this season, correct, Director Liu? Director Liu snapped back to attention. Yes, our Fanya primarily targets the mid-range market. We made several appearances on the red carpet to enhance our visibility, and the feedback has been quite positive. Our endorsement contracts are nearing expiration, and numerous individuals from the entertainment industry are reaching out, many with reasonable offers. This includes several highly reputable celebrities. For the upcoming 520 series, we have aligned with your vision, President Mu, employing a youthful team to create jewelry that resonates more with the aesthetic and purchasing power of younger consumers. We are also considering endorsers who have a significant following among young fans. Mu Yungu nodded in satisfaction. The Mu Corporation primarily dealt with internationally renowned luxury jewelry brands. Since taking the helm, she had also ventured into the mid and low-end markets, managing first-tier gold brands and mid-range jewelry that had yielded considerable returns for the group. Initially, the Mu family believed that pursuing the mid and low-end markets would diminish their prestige. However, she had demonstrated the immense potential therein through her judgment and decisions. After the meal, when one floated behind Mu Yungu, seemingly unconcerned with Fanya's 520 event, her mind preoccupied with the identity of the man on the other end of the phone. What is the situation with President Mu living such a mundane life? Is this reasonable? It seems quite absurd, doesn't it? Would President Mu really engage in the trivialities of daily life? That would be akin to a celestial being descending into the mortal realm, so dissonant. Mu Yungu abruptly halted, startling when President Mu? Does our company provide fuel cards and supermarket shopping vouchers? Yes, of course, we issue benefits to employees every month, including items like tobacco, alcohol, and tea for the Dragon Boat Festival, along with zongzi. Mu Yungu nodded. Please prepare some cards for me, around several thousand yuan, but in small denominations. She initially considered requesting gift boxes of zongzi, but then thought Jiang Lin might purchase them himself, and that her selection might not align with his taste. Wen eagerly agreed. Oh, certainly. Chapter 23. A misunderstanding in the blink of an eye. It was Wednesday. Jiang Lin returned home with the children and noticed a pair of women's shoes at the entrance, along with a fabric bag hanging by the door. He heard the sounds of cooking emanating from the kitchen. Curiously, he stepped inside and saw Mu Yungu wearing an apron, emerging from the kitchen with dishes in hand. Her beautiful face appeared somewhat aloof. The golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the window, softening her features, making her look as serene as a painting. When her enchanting gaze fell upon Jiang Lin, she offered a faint smile before turning to the two children. Tang Tang and Dodo? You're back from school? Tang Tang, wearing slippers and carrying a small backpack, bounced in excitedly. Mommy is back from her business trip. Dodo also beamed. Mom, did you cook? Mu Yungu gently patted the children's heads, eager to taste her own cooking for the first time in years, having always relied on the nanny before. Dodo grinned. Mom's cooking is definitely the best. Dodo, go wash your hands and get ready to eat, she instructed. Dodo promptly ran to the bathroom with Tang Tang. Jiang Lin also set down his belongings and washed his hands. You returned so quickly. I thought you'd be back on Thursday, he remarked. I finished my tasks early and came back today. It's not busy at the company either, Mu Yungu explained. The dishes on the table appeared light. Jiang Lin sat down and tasted them. They looked mild and indeed tasted quite bland as well. He chuckled, quite healthy. Tang Tang took a bite and found that her mother's cooking did not compare favorably to her father's. However, recalling her teacher's advice that one should commend even imperfect cooking to encourage improvement, she raised her thumb, exclaiming, Mom's dishes look so beautiful. Dodo nodded in agreement. The presentation is very healthy. Mu Yungu was not oblivious. She sensed from their tone that the children weren't particularly impressed with the taste. As expected, Tang Tang and Dodo barely touched their meals before setting down their utensils. Jiang Lin, understanding the cue, began to clear the table. When he emerged, he found Mu Yungu sitting on the sofa. You've just returned from your trip. Go take a shower and rest early, he suggested. It's all right. I usually sleep very little, Mu Yungu replied, gesturing to the cards on the table. You can keep these. They will help save some money. Jiang Lin sat down and looked at the cards, noticing they were all fuel cards worth 100 to 200 yuan each, along with supermarket vouchers. These cards would suffice for quite a while. Next month, I will bring it to you. Are you sure it's all right to take so many cards since you just started? Jiang Lin expressed some concern. It's fine. My work capabilities are quite commendable. And in a small company, there aren't so many constraints. The boss is very kind and has taken extra care of me, recognizing my efforts. Jiang Lin nodded, remarking that her boss seems quite nice. Indeed, she is a female boss and quite agreeable. Jiang Lin organized her things, stating, I'll take the children out to play after their meal. Would you like to join us? You all go ahead, replied Mu Yungu. Once they had departed, she returned to her room, retrieved her laptop from her suitcase, and continued addressing her unfinished business affairs. Jiang Lin sat on a bench in the park, video calling his parents, watching Tang Tang and Dodo play. Meanwhile, Mu Yungu rested at home, and he felt that this life resembled that of an ordinary family of four. It was simple, filled with the everyday grind, yet profoundly fulfilling. Zhao Xia, on the other end of the video call, smiled and said, My grandchildren are just adorable. Look at their vitality. It's essential for children to live with their parents. Dodo is so much more lively. By the way, we've sold the medicinal herbs from our hometown, and I'll transfer the money to your account tomorrow. You mentioned that the children's mother is busy with work, so you should take extra care of the household until the children grow a bit older. She then inquired, How is your relationship with Yungu? Is she a good person? She is very nice, Jiang Lin replied. She previously gave me 5,000 yuan as this month's living expenses. I thought it must be tough for her, but she insisted on giving it to me. This time, she also provided me with numerous fuel and shopping carts. That girl seems quite grounded, and she must be good at building a life with you. Zhao Xian nodded in satisfaction, advising, You should both make an effort to get along. A harmonious relationship between parents is beneficial for the children as well. After all, your children are already of a considerable age, so there is no need for embarrassment. Jiang Lin felt a lump in his throat. Mom, this requires time to develop. Nonsense. Your father and I were introduced by our families. If we found each other agreeable, we married right away. It's all about character. There is no need for extensive interaction, Zhao Xia replied. Jiang Lin, somewhat dismissively, said, All right, I understand. You're just trying to fool me. Listen, women are often shy. If she is living with you, her feelings are quite evident. You need to take the initiative instead of expecting her to do so, Zhao Xia suggested. We'll come to see you during the Dragon Boat Festival, and we'll bring the children along. Seize the opportunity. Jiang Lin felt like hanging up. Mom, you realize it requires her acceptance too, right? You can't force someone to drink water by pushing their head down. Matters of the heart are not so simple. You, my dear, are quite dense, Zhao Xia concluded. That night, influenced by his mother's words, Jiang Lin felt somewhat shy about facing Mu Yungu. When he returned home with the children, he noticed that the bedroom light was off, but the door was ajar. It seemed Mu Yun-gu must have been tired and went to rest, yet left the door open in case Tang Tang wanted to find her to sleep together. He also noticed the clothes drying on the balcony. Tang Tang, your mother is asleep. How about your father takes you to bathe and then to bed? Previously, Jiang Lin was unaware that Tang Tang was his child, so he had to be somewhat reserved. Now that he knew she was indeed his daughter, he felt less need for such caution. After all, when Mu Yun-gu was not at home, he was left alone and could not always seek assistance. All right, Tang Tang wants to bathe with the duck. The duck was a toy Jiang Lin had bought for Tang Tang at a roadside stall the previous day. A large duck accompanied by several smaller ones that could float in the bathwater. Very well. Dodo, on the other hand, preferred a shower rather than soaking in the water, and typically, after bathing, he would head to watch the news of the day. He was quite disciplined. After tending to the two children, Tang Tang tugged at Jiang Lin, urging him to enter the master bedroom for a story. Jiang Lin lowered his voice, soothingly saying, Tang Tang, mommy is tired from work. Let us not disturb her. Suddenly, the light in the room flicked on, followed by the sound of someone getting out of bed and footsteps. Jiang Lin turned to see Mu Yun-gu emerging in a nightgown, her hair cascading over her snow-white shoulders. She bent down to ruffle Tang Tang's hair, the loose neckline failing to conceal the spring radiance. Moreover, there were some red marks on her skin, particularly on her neck, which appeared rather concerning. Had she been on a business trip? Jiang Lin averted his gaze. Although he felt a twinge of suspicion, he refrained from inquiring, his heart heavy with unspoken thoughts. They were not entirely familiar with one another, and even if she were to date someone, it would be of little consequence. However, she had previously claimed to be single, which was why they had chosen to live together. Under the same roof, he hoped for at least a degree of honesty between them. Mu Yun-gu noticed his gaze and inquired, What is the matter? Mommy's neck is red. Did a little bug bite you? Tang Tang blinked innocently. Mu Yun-gu, perplexed, raised her hand to touch her neck. Is it? Chapter 24. Applying medication to her, Mu Yun-gu rose to check the bathroom mirror, where the red marks on her neck indeed appeared somewhat ambiguous. No wonder Jiang Lin had looked at her with suspicion. She stepped out to find Jiang Lin silently standing by the door. Initially, she did not wish to explain, yet she found herself saying, It must be a bug bite. It's a bit itchy. Do you want to see? As she spoke, she moved closer to Jiang Lin, tilting her head slightly and brushing her hair from her neck over her shoulder, presenting her alabaster neck adorned with delicate collarbones and graceful contours that disappeared into her dress. Jiang Lin caught a whiff of her alluring fragrance, soothing and tranquil. Gathering his composure, he scrutinized the red marks. While they appeared somewhat ambiguous upon closer inspection, he discerned a red dot in the center of the mark, indicative of an insect bite. Is this a mosquito bite? Mu Yun-gu was uncertain. It hadn't been there during her shower earlier. It must have been a small bug in the master bedroom. At this time of year, many insects emerged. When I was in the mountains, every May, snakes, insects, and other creatures would be quite lively. Upon hearing her mention the mountains, Jiang Lin instinctively assumed she was referring to a trip she had taken there. Allow me to fetch some ointment for you. The medicine cabinet is located in the living room, stocked with commonly used remedies. You seem quite well prepared. Not at all. It is my mother who procured these items. I am still learning the intricacies of daily life. As Jiang Lin spoke, he retrieved the ointment and handed it to Mu Yunj. Here, apply it, and the itch shall subside. Mu Yunj accepted the ointment, but, as Jiang Lin turned away, she grasped his hand. Please assist me. Jiang Lin was taken aback. Huh? With a playful glimmer in her eyes, Mu Yunj folded her arms, teasing, Why are you blushing? It's not as if you haven't seen this before. Jiang Lin found the ointment pressed back into his hand. Mu Yunj's touch was cool and delicate, sending a shiver coursing through him. The sensation was not unfamiliar. It was impossible not to be captivated in the presence of such a stunning beauty, particularly when she was the mother of his child. Upon entering the room, Mu Yunj closed the door and sat gracefully at the bedside. Her slender legs, long and fair, glowed like polished jade under the light, and her waist was so slender it seemed delicate to the touch. Her long, dark hair was gathered behind her. Her serene visage, with lowered brows and gentle eyes, exuded an air of tranquility and coolness. When she looked at Jiang Lin, it felt as though moonlight bathed him, refreshing yet ethereal. "Why are you still dawdling?" she urged. "Oh," Jiang Lin, realizing the moment, approached her, unscrewed the cap of the ointment, and squeezed a small amount onto his fingertip. Bending down, he focused intently on the smooth expanse of her neck, where he could admire her perfect profile, exquisite and gracefully arched, her earlobes soft and delicate. As she turned slightly, her nape appeared exceptionally elegant. He lifted his gaze to meet hers, which held a sharp, yet gentle beauty that resembled a finely honed blade. Quickly, Jiang Lin applied the ointment to Mu Yun's alabaster skin, using his thumb to spread the cooling salve over the red marks. Mu Yun felt the warmth of his breath against her skin, and her body tensed slightly. After 4 years apart, could he still be so innocent? She couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. Jiang Lin worked swiftly, finishing the application. "I feel a slight itch on my back as well," Mu Yun teased, turning away from him and brushing her hair forward. She then subtly pulled down the strap of her nightgown, revealing her pristine back, her shoulder blades resembling delicate butterfly wings as she bent slightly. The gown slipped lower, revealing skin so fine it was akin to mutton fat jade. Meanwhile, her raven tresses cascaded, unintentionally allowing a few strands to rest on her snowy back. Upon seeing the several red welts, Jiang Lin was puzzled. "These mosquitoes are quite vicious. I should procure some electric mosquito repellent shortly." Likely due to the abundance of trees outside, the insect population was rampant this season, and the window's poor ceiling allowed them to infiltrate. It seemed he would need to burn mosquito coils nightly, otherwise sleep would elude him. As Mu Yun listened to his murmurs, his hands moved with a gentle grace. Once he had applied the medicine, he took a few steps back without any unnecessary gestures. She turned to glance at Jiang Lin. Is there any other area that requires treatment?" "No," he replied. A smile played at the corners of Mu Yun's lips as she adjusted her clothing, her tone softening considerably. "You've applied the medicine. Remember to wash your hands." "I'm aware of that," Jiang Lin said before stepping outside. "I'll leave the door ajar, and I'll come back to light the mosquito repellent. Don't fall asleep just yet." Once she heard his footsteps fade away, Mu Yun let out a soft sigh. Was it truly possible to give so willingly, without seeking money or affection in return? Her anticipation regarding Jiang Lin's test grew. The moment Jiang Lin stepped out, a warm breeze brushed against his face. He exhaled sharply, self-deprecatingly mocking himself. Is this the sort of thing they use to test a man of integrity? How absurd. After all, Mu Yun's beauty was undeniable. Even after bearing 2 children, her figure and visage revealed nothing of it. If not for his earnest nature, who could withstand such allure? Jiang Lin hastily made his way to the convenience store at the entrance of the community, purchasing several rather expensive mosquito repellents touted as healthful and harmless. Upon returning home, he found Tang Tang sprawled in Mu Yun's room, while Dodo was engrossed in watching Animal World. "Daddy, come watch this with me," Dodo exclaimed. Jiang Lin nodded. "All right, let me put some things away first." Dodo settled happily on the sofa, awaiting Jiang Lin's return. After placing the repellents in the master bedroom and the children's room, Jiang Lin joined Dodo in the living room. After a while, Mu Yun emerged from her room. "Tang Tang is asleep," she said, sitting down on the other side of Dodo. "It wouldn't do to neglect one child for the other. I'll join you in watching the penguins." "The penguins have such a hard life," Dodo remarked, leaning against Jiang Lin. "What if the penguin daddies go out to catch fish and don't return? The ocean is so dangerous. The penguin mummies and their babies are waiting for them. If he doesn't come back home, will he be very sad?" Jiang Lin was at a loss for words, as he too lacked understanding of the situation. "Perhaps," he replied. Suddenly, Dodo wrapped his arms around Jiang Lin. "Daddy, please don't leave us. We're a family now, and we need to stay together. Aren't you supposed to be a brave boy?" Jiang Lin teased. "Even brave boys need their daddies." Jiang Lin chuckled. "I promise to always be with Dodo. But when you grow up, you might think I'm too old and not want me around anymore." "Not at all. I'm a brave boy, and brave boys must be responsible." Jiang Lin patted Dodo's shoulder. After a while, noticing that Dodo had fallen silent, he realized the little one had likely drifted off to sleep. Though Dodo often displayed wisdom beyond his years, he was still just over 3 years old, very much dependent on his parents and lacking in security. Jiang Lin cradled Dodo and placed him gently in bed. Upon returning to the living room to turn off the television, he discovered that Mu Yungu had already fallen asleep against the sofa. Another one had succumbed to slumber. Jiang Lin turned off the television and descended into the living room. Observing Mu Yungu in a deep slumber, her slender frame evoked a momentary hesitation in him. Gently, he cradled her in his arms. Surprisingly, she felt weightless. As she hung in the air, she seemed to murmur softly, nestling closer to him. He made his way to the bedroom, her long hair swaying delicately, tickling his arm in a playful manner. Upon reaching the bedroom, he gently laid her on the bed. Her inky locks cascaded like seaweed across the sheets, accentuating her petite and exquisite face. In her peaceful repose, she resembled a flower blooming under the night sky. Unable to suppress a smile, he covered her soft form with a blanket. Tang Tang, nestled beside them, caught his attention. He affectionately patted her head, wishing her sweet dreams. Chapter 25. Encountering new affections and old flames. On Thursday morning, Jiang Lin awoke to discover an additional 100,000 yuan in his bank account, a generous transfer from his parents. The child had already been taken to kindergarten by Mu Yungu. He noted a message from her. "I'll be working near your company at noon. Let us have lunch together." Jiang Lin considered the cafeteria at his workplace, which served delectable meals, albeit not particularly suitable for family dining. As for restaurants nearby, he was uncertain which offered the finest cuisine. Especially since it was Mu Yunji's first time dining out with him, it was imperative to choose something special. The sweltering heat made her job in sales particularly arduous, and he felt a pang of sympathy for her fair skin, exposed to the elements. The morning passed swiftly, and Jiang Lin noticed Song Tian Wei visiting the company again, accompanied by Ning Shui. However, they did not linger long and departed as lunchtime approached, merely stopping by the department manager's office. Su Lan glanced at the clock, suggesting, "Shall we head to the cafeteria for lunch?" "Yes, let us go." Xiaoya chimed in, bringing over milk tea. "But I'm not very hungry today. I think I'll just have some noodles." Lan Jia, with the weather being so scorching, I'm planning to buy some sunscreen on a certain online platform. Would you like to join in on the order? The prices are significantly cheaper. No, thank you. Su Lan waved her hand dismissively. I usually neglect sunscreen. Jiang Lin, recalling the absence of skincare products on Mu Yunji's desk, quickly interjected, "I'll join you in the order, but I want tea purchase. You can buy it, and I'll transfer the money to you." "Oh, is this for your girlfriend?" "Yes," Jiang Lin nodded. "I've arranged to have lunch with her today, so I'll take my leave now." Xiaoya, intrigued, followed him outside. However, upon exiting the company, she did not spot his partner, leaving her curiosity somewhat unfulfilled. Mu Yungu awaited him beneath the long high trade building, finding solace in a shaded area. Dressed in a flowing white dress, her hair casually tied in a low ponytail, she adorned her wrist with a jade green bracelet. Passers-by couldn't help but steal glances at her beauty. When Jiang Lin arrived, she raised her hand and waved. "Jiang Lin, over here. How long have you been waiting? It's quite sunny here. Why not sit inside the CAF and enjoy the air conditioning? It's not too bad. I just arrived. I had some matters to attend to and thought I'd drop by since your company is nearby. Would you care to visit?" Mu Yungu smiled and shook her head. "Not necessary. Let us eat first. I have a busy afternoon ahead." "You're just back from a business trip and already so occupied? Such is the nature of work." Mu Yungu replied as she drove to the nearest restaurant with Jiang Lin. Upon parking and entering, they were greeted by two ancient-looking water jars at the entrance. With water trickling melodiously, lotus leaves flourishing, and delicate pink blossoms standing gracefully among the verdant green, alongside little red carps swimming about. The ambience was instantly refreshing. "This place has an excellent atmosphere," Jiang Lin praised. "Indeed, it was recommended by our boss, and the prices are quite reasonable," Mu Yungu said, leading the way inside. She added in a low voice, "We have a card, so we can dine without payment." Jiang Lin was taken aback. Such a benefit exists? Seeing his expression, Mu Yungu couldn't help but chuckle, lightly tapping his forehead with her slender finger. "You need not feel overly burdened. After all, we share the responsibilities of life." Jiang Lin was momentarily stunned. Mu Yungu had already instructed the waiter to guide them to a table by the window. As they settled in, it felt as though the two were no longer strangers. Their demeanor was markedly more familiar. Mu Yungu ordered several home-style dishes with an ease that exuded confidence. Observing the menu's prices and its flamboyant dish names, Jiang Lin couldn't help but reflect on her affluent background, which afforded her a wealth of experiences, making her demeanor in public seem so effortless. If it were him, he would hesitate to indulge in such expensive fare. A simple plate of stir-fried water spinach, under a fancy name, cost 46 yuan, enough to buy him a generous quantity at the supermarket. While waiting for their food, Mu Yungu gazed out the window at Jiang Lin's office building, which was quite tall and visible from their location. Are your parents coming for the Dragon Boat Festival? Yes, they might come, but since there's no room at home, they plan to stay at a hotel, Jiang Lin replied, then added, You might find my parents somewhat unfamiliar and may feel a bit uncomfortable. When we take the kids out to play, we won't disturb you. Mu Yungu smiled gently. We are already living together, so there is no need for such formality. If your parents come, we should host them well. I can take Tang Tang and Dodo to sleep without the need for a hotel. It's often difficult to book one during holidays, and the prices are steep. Jiang Lin nodded, appreciating the sentiment. After all, his parents were coming primarily to see the children, not for leisure, so being at home would allow for better family time. Mu Yungu lifted the teapot, elegantly tilting her wrist to pour Jiang Lin a cup of tea. I might not be available during the Dragon Boat Festival. If I'm away, I'll trouble you to look after the house. Are you working during the festival? Not exactly. I may need to return home for a visit. But there's no need for you to worry. I can manage it myself. Jiang Lin had intended to ask if she needed to purchase any gifts. But given Mu Yunji's comments, he decided against it, understanding her strained relationship with her family due to her unwed motherhood. It was better not to pry. The dishes arrived promptly, and just as they were savoring their meal, Jiang Lin suddenly heard a familiar voice. Isn't that Jiang Lin? Lu Xia emerged from a private room, pointing at their window seat. Xiao Shui, look, it's Jiang Lin. There was a woman. Could she be his newly pregnant girlfriend? Ning Shui, still linked to Song Tianwei by the arm, furrowed her brow. Since the last insult, she had been reluctant to encounter Jiang Lin again. However, upon hearing that Jiang Lin's current girlfriend was also present, she could not restrain her gaze from drifting in that direction. Jiang Lin, having caught the sound, turned to look, and the woman opposite him also glanced back. In that fleeting moment, Ning Shui felt her breath catch. This woman was strikingly beautiful, with a slender figure and long hair cascading down her back. Though her attire was modest, her visage was such that even women would find her stunning, exquisite and imbued with an undeniable grace. Faced with such beauty, Ning Shui felt a profound sense of inferiority. With looks like that, this woman could easily attract a wealthy heir, if not at least a well-to-do local gentleman. What regard could she possibly have for someone of Jiang Lin's status? Song Tianwei had encountered many beautiful women, yet even he was captivated by Mu Yanj. She was not the type adorned with heavy makeup or elaborate styling. She embodied a natural elegance, a true beauty untainted by artifice. One glance revealed her cool demeanor, suggesting she was difficult to approach. Indeed, she was the archetype of an unattainable ideal. Even within the entertainment industry, she could rival the most celebrated stars. Song Tianwei understood well that a successful man often required beautiful women by his side, and such women gained even greater value in the presence of a successful man. Yet, Jiang Lin, in his circumstances, seemed to diminish the allure of such beauty, evoking a sense of regret in him, as if a splendid flower had been placed in a less-than-ideal vase. He deliberately spoke up. Isn't this your ex-boyfriend, Xiao Shui? What a coincidence to run into him. What was his name again? Jiang Yang. It's Jiang Lin, Ning Shui corrected him. Song Tianwei chuckled. Ah, after all, he's just a little intern. It's easy to forget names. When he came to our company, President Wang didn't he make a special introduction? Jiang Lin, right? Are you all here for a meal? Chapter 26. Protecting Mu Yunj. Jiang Lin had no intention of seeking camaraderie with them, as their statuses were not particularly harmonious. He hadn't even shifted in his seat. President Song, Assistant Ning, are you ready to leave after your meal? The implication was clear. Once you've finished eating, please depart without further conversation. However, Ning Shui seemed to be oblivious, staring intently at Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin, we are old classmates. Want you introduce us to your companion? Lu Xia chimed in, yes. Don't be shy to introduce her. Jiang Lin glanced at Mu Yunj. Before he could speak, Mu Yunj subtly smiled and said, I am Jiang Lin's girlfriend. Upon hearing Mu Yunj affirm their relationship, Ning Shui felt momentarily dazed. Lu Xia, noticing Ning Shui's expression, realized that her best friend was somewhat unsettled. After all, they had all assumed that Jiang Lin had settled for someone beneath him. They were astonished to see him thriving after parting ways with Ning Shui. A twinge of jealousy arose within her for Mu Yunj's beauty. It was simply too striking. Why did Jiang Lin deserve such a partner? Surely it meant that the woman's other qualities were lacking. Lu Xia provocatively remarked, You seem to be around our age. How is it that you're already pregnant and starting a family? You must have just graduated and entered the workforce, yet here you are, preparing for full-time motherhood? Uncertain of whether Jiang Lin's modest salary could adequately provide for both her and the child, Mu Yungu smiled faintly, dismissing the provocation with effortless grace. Their intentions were plainly etched upon their faces, rendering them all too transparent. It was merely a matter of going with the flow. Lu Xia observed Mu Yunji's composed demeanor, seemingly indifferent to their presence, evoking a sensation akin to seeking confrontation only to strike a soft surface. The woman, dressed simply, carried an inexpensive cloth bag, while the mobile phone and car keys on the table were of no considerable value. Lu Xia exhaled in relief, surmising that it was likely just a facade. May I inquire about your university education? Where do you currently work? Jiang Lin felt that Lu Xia had overstepped her bounds. Such matters were private, and he believed there was no need to divulge them. After all, their interactions would be confined to the workplace. Upon sensing his reluctance, Lu Xia deduced that he was likely involved with a woman lacking in both education and employment, a stark contrast to their own high-achieving, well-educated selves. It was no wonder Jiang Lin had chosen to associate with someone of that ilk. A smirk appeared on her face if she chose not to discuss it. It was likely out of fear of embarrassment. Jiang Lin's expression darkened. Ning Shui, witnessing her friend's retort, felt her mood lift considerably. Xiao Shui, your ex-boyfriend is clearly lacking in emotional intelligence. Song Tianwei deliberately shielded Ning Shui and Lu Xia, casting a condescending glance at Jiang Lin. You and Xiao Shui are classmates. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been brought along as an intern to this collaboration between Kongqing Health and Shanghai Trade, would you? You truly lack an understanding of workplace dynamics. You should recognize that having more connections opens more doors. Don't be so self-important that you narrow your own path. We are all adults here, yet you behave with such childishness. How do you intend to provide for a family? Listening to Song Tianwei's words, Ning Shui agreed that Jiang Lin was ungrateful. Jiang Lin's lips pressed tightly together. Under normal circumstances, he would not engage in lengthy discussions with such individuals. But today their demeanor suggested they were ostensibly conversing with him while covertly scrutinizing Mu Yungu, particularly Ning Shui and Lu Xia, who seemed intent on demonstrating that he had declined since his breakup with Ning Shui. Thus, they exerted effort to undermine the outsider, Mu Yungu, to validate their superiority. However, Jiang Lin had not lingered on his breakup. It was utterly unreasonable to disturb an innocent person like Mu Yungu. He turned to Ning Shui. Ning Shui, I previously mentioned that we have parted ways. There is no need for you to be curious about my private life. Nor do I wish for my family to become fodder for your gossip or a tool for comparison. Let this be the end of it. Otherwise, I may find your behavior quite amusing. Ning Shui felt a pang of embarrassment, realizing he had struck a nerve. Family? Did he think she was mocking his family? Was he truly willing to endure such hurt for a woman he had only recently met? If that woman is indeed a family member of his, what then is the significance of his 3 years? Jiang Lin turned his gaze towards Song Tianwei, and you as well, General Manager Song. You possess several more years of experience and age than I do. However, it suffices for you to lecture your girlfriend at home. There is no need to take on the role of a mentor towards me. Song Tianwei's expression soured immediately, and he retorted, You truly are someone who doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. Lu Xia, eager to ingratiate herself, quickly interjected, Jiang Lin, you have gone too far. General Manager Song and Xiao Shui are showing you some leniency out of goodwill. Do not spurn their kindness. Do you have any idea of General Manager Song's status? And what about Xiao Shui? The mere act of her speaking to you is a concession. Even if your General Manager Wang were here, he would still graciously invite General Manager Song to dine with him. What do you think you are? The commotion drew the attention of the staff in the restaurant, as well as other patrons who expressed their discontent. Mu Yingu had not anticipated that a simple meal with Jiang Lin would lead to such a scene. It seemed that Jiang Lin, an old flame, had clashed with Song Tianwei, the new suitor, all over a woman, creating a tense atmosphere. Mu Yingu found the situation rather amusing. Observing Song Tianwei's imposing demeanor, she smiled and spoke leisurely. Kangqing Health is indeed a considerable company. Since you are already a manager, you hold a prominent position within the organization. I wonder if your superiors are aware that you, as a manager, are leveraging the name of Kangqing Health to bully a mere intern from a partner company? With her elegant fingers, Mu Yungu waved her phone. Perhaps I should send today's recording to your company, along with a report on a few individuals engaging in misconduct, tarnishing the company's reputation. Song Tianwei was taken aback. Having assumed her to be merely a pretty face, he did not expect her to have recorded the conversation. Feeling somewhat guilty, he met Mu Yunji's calm gaze, but attempted to maintain his faade of authority. Do you really think your recording holds any weight? The profits I bring to the company cannot be easily threatened by someone like you. I am willing to test that theory, Mu Yungu replied in a measured tone. Whether it is useful or not is not for you to determine. Alternatively, I could release this recording online for the public to judge and to showcase the corporate culture of Kangqing Health. Song Tianwei's face froze, and cold sweat began to beat on his forehead. Chapter 27. Is she protecting her husband? Although Song Tianwei remained furious, he recognized the need to avoid creating further trouble for himself. He adjusted his mindset and forced a smile. Ah, we are all young and impetuous. A few words should not escalate matters. Let us all remain calm and communicate properly. There is no need to bring trivial matters among classmates online. It was merely a jest. We have finished our meal, so you may take your time. Xiao Shui, Xiao Xia, let us depart. Ning Shui and Lu Xia sensed that this woman was indeed formidable and realized that she was not to be underestimated. Suddenly, Mu Yungu laughed and remarked, General Manager Song, do you not even possess the humility to apologize? Song Tianwei was taken aback. You expect me to apologize? Mu Yunji's demeanor was rather presumptuous. Mr. Song, at times, one must exercise restraint in both conduct and demeanor. After all, while children may jest and easily brush things aside, your age necessitates a more serious approach. Are you suggesting, then, that you intend to take this matter seriously? Song Tianwei cast a glance at the woman, gritting his teeth in vexation. Perplexed by her audacity that seemed to impose pressure even on someone as seasoned as himself. You are not much older yourself. Yet you adopt such a tone with me. Pray tell, at which esteemed company are you employed? Mu Yungu chuckled softly, shaking her head. What concern is it of yours? You. Song Tianwei's anger deepened as he observed her nonchalant posture, his face turning a shade of green. At that moment, a woman dressed elegantly emerged from the establishment, her expression warm and her smile gentle. Miss Mu, what seems to be the issue? Mu Yungu pointed towards Song Tianwei, a wry smile gracing her lips. This gentleman has disrupted our dining experience, rendering it quite unpalatable. The woman's expression shifted instantly. Miss Mu, I sincerely apologize. She then turned to Song Tianwei, gesturing for him to leave. Sir, we must ask you not to set foot in our restaurant again. Should you choose to return, you shall be promptly escorted out. Song Tianwei, taken aback, retreated a couple of steps. I came here to dine in your private room. Spending over 1,000 on this meal, while they merely sat in the hall, consuming dishes worth not even 300. You dare blacklist a valued customer like me? The woman remained unfazed. Here, we do not welcome customers lacking in decorum, regardless of how much money you spend. As onlookers murmured and pointed, Song Tianwei felt a surge of humiliation, a sensation he had never before experienced. Flustered, he hastily departed, followed closely by Lu Xia and Ning Shui, who covered their faces in embarrassment. However, Song Tianwei was not one to swallow his pride easily. He was determined to make Jiang Lin pay for this affront. Once they had left, the woman bowed slightly. I apologize for the inadequate service at our establishment. May we offer you another table with our signature dishes as a gesture of goodwill? Jiang Lin quickly interjected, I am already quite satiated. The woman insisted, Sir, we can certainly prepare a takeaway for you. Please accept our sincere apologies. Jiang Lin found the situation peculiar. It was unusual for a restaurant staff to be so deferential, especially after ousting a prominent customer like Song Tianwei. He felt somewhat at a loss and turned to Mu Yungu. Her tone remained calm. You may decide. Sir, we shall prepare your takeaway, and this table will be complimentary. We can only express our apologies in this manner. Please do not refuse. Before Jiang Lin could respond, the staff had already departed. He was left bewildered, curious about how Mu Yungu had anticipated Song Tianwei's provocation and recorded the conversation. Furthermore, the staff referred to her as Miss Mu. Did they know her? The restaurant's treatment seemed excessively courteous. As for the recording, that was merely a tactic I employed to intimidate them. Mu Yungu elucidated that such individuals need not truly record anything. It suffices to intimidate them, thereby diminishing their arrogance. Jiang Lin raised his thumb in admiration, genuinely impressed. He initially believed it to be authentic. Indeed, you have the acumen for business, adept at handling such characters. Your earlier demeanor appeared formidable. They were likely deceived by your ruse. In his everyday life, Jiang Lin could not embody the same assertiveness as Mu Yungu. Though she exuded a gentle demeanor, she was far from being a pushover. She possessed principles, was astute, emotionally stable, and truly commendable in every aspect. Mu Yungu continued her explanation, revealing that the owner of the restaurant was her friend, someone who was not financially constrained and thus unperturbed by the loss of a customer, which is why he spoke on her behalf. Jiang Lin understood, realizing why the owner had such a favorable attitude. With her gaze lowered, Mu Yungu elegantly sipped from her teacup and remarked, those individuals were evidently targeting you. Yet you refrained from engaging further and severed ties with them. From your conversation, it was clear that one of them is acquainted with your superior. Although he has suffered a setback now, he may very well attempt to undermine you from behind the scenes. I fear this matter may not conclude amicably. Jiang Lin fell into a thoughtful silence, asserting that despite this, he did not regret confronting them. Mu Yungu smiled, gazing at him with curiosity. Why is that? Is it simply because I am your family? Jiang Lin, do you truly consider me as your family? Jiang Lin met her eyes, suddenly feeling a tinge of embarrassment for having implied she was part of his family. Yet, his words had slipped out in a moment of spontaneity, leaving him perplexed as to why he had said such a thing. Perhaps he had subconsciously embraced the notion of sharing a life and raising children with Mu Yungu. If that were the case, how could she not be considered family? However, he was also acutely aware that this was merely his own desire and did not necessarily reflect her thoughts. Mu Yungu reassured him, stating that it was merely work and that losing a job was not the end. Perhaps something better awaited him instead. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin's concerns began to dissipate. Although Mu Yungu spoke little, she was perceptive and reliable, indeed a remarkable woman. In her past business endeavors, she must have been a formidable leader. You are truly kind, he remarked. Mu Yungu appeared surprised. Since returning to her homeland, no one had ever complimented her kindness. Typically, she was regarded as vengeful and ruthless. She smiled in response. Jiang Lin, witnessing her smile, clarified, I am not merely being kind. I genuinely believe you're a good person. After packing their belongings and placing them in Mu Yunji's car, Jiang Lin returned to work. The afternoon passed without incident. Yet Mu Yunji's warning lingered in his mind, instilling a sense of apprehension regarding Song Tianwei as potential scheming, which could result in an unexpected job loss, leading to a dire situation. Thus, it was prudent to prepare in advance. During a break, he discreetly perused job listings on his recruitment app, only to discover an unexpected job offer awaiting him in his email. He furrowed his brow, pondering whether he had indeed submitted his resume to Dongxing Trading. He was aware that Dongxing Trading was not any smaller in scale than Shanghai Trading, and that its primary business involved both domestic and international exports. particularly to the Middle East. Although it did not engage in trade with developed nations, it was nonetheless quite lucrative. The Middle Eastern market was vast, abundant in resources, and held significant potential. With a limited number of annual recruitments, gaining entry was quite challenging. Upon opening the invitation, he noticed it had been sent just a few days prior, seeking employees for the headquarters in Dongxing City, with a starting salary of 8,000, showcasing considerable financial strength. He had initially assumed they were hiring for overseas positions, but being local was quite appealing, and he felt a twinge of excitement. Chapter 28. Arrivals sabotage. Jiang Lin returned to his workstation, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he continued his tasks. As the day drew to a close, Su Lan made a trip to General Manager Wang's office, emerging with a rather troubled expression. She glanced at Jiang Lin and said, "Come with me." Jiang Lin's heart sank, as he had a foreboding sense of what was to come. Su Lan struggled to find the right words. After all, Jiang Lin had performed exceptionally well and possessed commendable qualifications, so his formal employment should have been assured. However, moments ago, Wang Chong had mentioned the need to find a reason to dismiss Jiang Lin. She could not fathom why this was happening. Unless General Manager Wang simply took a disliking to Jiang Lin, it seemed unreasonable to dismiss a competent intern without cause. "Jiang Lin, I have something to discuss with you. Please prepare yourself," Su Lan began. "Sister Lan, I already know," Jiang Lin sighed. "Will I still receive my salary for these past few days?" "Yes," Su Lan replied, somewhat taken aback by his composure. "Do you know why you are being dismissed?" "I must have offended General Manager Song." Su Lan pondered for a moment, realizing that the only recent song in question was Song Tianwei. How could this have happened? "Never mind, Sister Lan. When should I report to Human Resources?" "Tomorrow morning," Su Lan said, then comfortingly patted Jiang Lin on the shoulder. "Do not lose heart. Your abilities are commendable, and we all appreciate you. A change of scenery will not diminish your talents." As Su Lan watched Jiang Lin return to his workstation, she furrowed her brow, still puzzled. After all, General Manager Song's assistant was Jiang Lin's classmate, making them acquaintances. How could such petty maneuvers occur? It was quite unbecoming for a manager to complicate matters for a mere intern. This incident underscored the unfortunate reality that junior employees often lacked any semblance of rights. Despite performing well, one could still lose their job due to the whims of others. What a pity. Jiang Lin, feeling disheartened, lost interest in his work and during a moment of idleness, contacted Dongxing Trading. The call was answered by the Human Resources Supervisor, Yao Shuahe, whose voice was notably gentle. "Is this Jiang Lin? We have reviewed your resume online and sent an interview invitation to your provided email. We find your qualifications impressive. When would you be available to start at the company?" Jiang Lin was taken aback, bewildered by the prospect of starting directly without an interview. In his previous experience with Shanghai Trading, he had undergone 3 rounds of interviews before securing a position. Given that Dongxing Trading was even more profitable than Shanghai Trading, it seemed implausible that they would hire him outright. Could it be that he had fallen victim to a scam? It is as follows. Initially, we recruited several management trainees. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, some have departed. Furthermore, the considerable internal personnel shifts within the group have resulted in a significant shortage of staff. I have reviewed your resume and noted that you have received numerous scholarships during your academic tenure, which is quite commendable. You can be directly employed. If you are skeptical, you may visit our company shortly." Jiang Lin consented, inquiring if he could come at that moment. "Of course," Yao Shuahe replied with a pleasant demeanor. "I will add you on WeChat and send you the address." Dongxing Trading is merely a few streets away from Shanghai Trading, all within the same vicinity. So Jiang Lin would only require 10 minutes to arrive. After tidying his desk and bidding farewell to Su Lan, he departed. Following the location sent by Yao Shuahe, he indeed found himself beneath the Dongxing Trading building. Observing the towering office structure, which appeared considerably newer than that of Shanghai, he felt a sense of wonder. Could it be true that he had stumbled upon good fortune? Upon entering the lobby, he encountered a security checkpoint. Jiang Lin approached the front desk and said, "Hello. I am here for an interview." "You must be Mr. Jiang," the receptionist smiled, producing a temporary employee card. "Manager Yao requested we prepare this for you. You may proceed directly to the 10th floor." Wearing the employee card, Jiang Lin entered the elevator, which was resplendent with golden mirrors. It was indeed said that Dongsheng was affluent, and the rumors proved accurate. He reached the 10th floor, where a woman clad in professional attire, likely in her 30s, stood waiting. She exuded an air of femininity, her smile warm and inviting, reminiscent of an elder sister. A subtle, elegant fragrance lingered around her. "Hello, Jiang Lin." Yao Shueha extended her hand for a handshake, welcoming him to Dongxing Trading. "Your major aligns well with our financial sector. You will need to rotate through various positions within the company for 1 year, with a rotation salary of 8,000 yuan. Yao Shueha added, "Of course. This is for you to consider." Jiang Lin was no fool. Recognizing such an opportunity, he would not decline. "Sister Yao, may I inquire if this position requires business trips?" "Not at this time," she replied. "I presume there will be no overseas travel?" Yao Shueha had chuckled, "Certainly not. We have dedicated employees for overseas assignments. You can rest assured that you will not be dispatched abroad." Jiang Lin nodded. "When should I begin work? After the Dragon Boat Festival?" The reason for his inquiry stemmed from the thought that if he commenced work before the festival, he would likely have only a few days before enjoying a break, and the company would probably prefer him to start afterward. "No, we would like you to come as soon as possible. The sooner, the better. If you can start tomorrow, that would be ideal." Yao Shueha maintained her smile, having been urged by the general manager for several days to bring Jiang Lin on board. She was aware of his current employment with another company, which is why she had intentionally offered a salary of 8,000 yuan to entice him to switch jobs. At last, the task could be accomplished, and it was certainly preferable to finalize matters sooner rather than later. After all, she had heard from the general manager that this initiative was orchestrated by the esteemed lady of the upper management. By commencing before the festival, he would also be eligible for the company's welfare benefits. Jiang Lin felt exceptionally cheerful. Indeed, it was just as Mu Yungu had said. Losing one job led to the acquisition of a better one. The unpredictability of life is such that who can truly predict it? "Thank you, Sister Yu. I will come tomorrow at 10 a.m., if that is agreeable." "Certainly." Upon returning home, Jiang Lin's spirits remained high. Mu Yungu had already prepared the meal, which was packed from the restaurant at noon. She did not inquire further, but simply welcomed him to eat before retiring to rest. Jiang Lin yearned to converse with Mu Yungu. However, contemplating his recent job loss, he refrained from sharing, not wishing to burden her with his woes. He decided he would wait until Dong Sheng's job was secured before inviting Mu Yungu to dinner to share the good news, lest he rejoice prematurely over an uncertain outcome. The following day, Jiang Lin went to Shanghai Trading. He quickly completed the necessary procedures at Human Resources and returned to his workstation to gather his belongings. Xiaoya frowned and said, "Jiang Lin, are you really leaving? What a pity. I thought we could continue as colleagues." Su Lan, concerned about Jiang Lin's mood, attempted to console him, saying, "It's all right. Consider it a brief respite. It's a holiday season, and spending time with your children is also beneficial. You're still young. Finding a job won't be difficult." Observing their attempts to comfort him, Jiang Lin replied, "It's nothing. Once I finish tidying up, I'll head off to work. If you want to take me out for a meal, it's quite convenient. I'll be at Dongxing Trading, which is very close, just a 3-minute ride on an electric scooter." Chapter 29. Mistaken for the lady's confidant Dongxing Trading? You're quite impressive. Their salary and benefits are excellent. Initially sympathetic to Jiang Lin's unemployment, Xiaoya now realized that he was not truly unemployed, but rather moving on to a better opportunity. Su Lan, astonished, remarked, "Dongsheng Trading's campus recruitment ended long ago, and it seems they haven't been actively hiring externally." She could not help but glance at Jiang Lin once more. "Is it an external position, or?" "I'm a management trainee," Jiang Lin clarified. "No business trips required." Su Lan nodded, acknowledging that indeed, capable individuals can thrive anywhere. Even departing from Shanghai, Jiang Lin secured employment swiftly. Young people are truly remarkable. "Is the salary higher than here?" Xiaoya discreetly inquired, lowering her voice. Though discussing internal salaries was not permitted, those newly joining Shanghai typically earned less than 6,000. "A bit higher," Jiang Lin replied. Xiaoya's eyes sparkled with envy. This job loss had proven quite worthwhile. Director Wang Shan happened to pass by the department. Recalling that Jiang Lin was set to leave that day, he decided to check in, only to find the young man not at all disheartened. Rather, he wore a cheerful expression. This puzzled him. While the situation was indeed somewhat unseemly, Song Tianwei had specifically called to request this favor, leaving Wang Shan with little choice but to comply. After all, he was merely a small intern of little consequence. Jiang Lin, you haven't left yet? Xiaoya. Aware from Su Lan that Director Wang had intentionally facilitated Jiang Lin's departure, seized the opportunity to tease, "He.S. in no hurry. His new company is nearby, and he can take his time. It's just a few minutes away." Is that so? Wang Shan queried, perplexed. After all, someone in Jiang Lin's position, having been dismissed, would have lost their campus recruitment opportunities, making it potentially challenging to find a satisfactory job. To think that he was dismissed just before securing another job. Upon reflection, he realized that there were indeed numerous companies in the vicinity, both large and small, and that employment opportunities were quite favorable. Ultimately, it all hinged on one's personal capabilities. He assumed that Jiang Lin had settled for a lesser firm. I concurred with Minister Wang's assessment. Xiaoya nodded, saying, "Jiang Lin, you must dedicate yourself at Dongxing Trading and remember Minister Wang's teachings." Wang Shan furrowed his brow, pondering Dongxing Trading. If Shanghai Trading was commendable, then Dongxing Trading was truly exceptional and notoriously difficult to enter. It seemed they had only recruited from a handful of prestigious universities this year. Jiang Lin, you joined Dongxing? Yes, I'll head over after tidying up a few things. Wang Shan was taken aback by the young man's fortune. It appeared that Song Tianwei's deliberate harassment not only failed to suppress him, but inadvertently led to a better opportunity. It was indeed a case of serendipity. After Jiang Lin departed, Wang Shan called Song Tianwei. "Song, Jiang Lin has left." "Humph, that young brat is oblivious to the world's realities. He ought to learn a lesson." Song Tianwei felt a sense of satisfaction upon receiving the news. Sitting in his office chair, he could almost envision Jiang Lin leaving in a daze. "He claims to be too old for my lectures? Well, I shall give him a thorough lesson now. Let him understand that in this society, I stand above him." A mere word from him could cost another their job. Perhaps Jiang Lin was still unaware of the reasons behind his dismissal. If he did know, he would undoubtedly be seething with indignation, yet powerless to change his fate. Song Tianwei wore a pleased smile, expressing gratitude to Wang Shan, suggesting they dine together next time. However, Wang Shan did not hang up, instead stating, "I heard he has gone to work for Dongxing Trading." "What?" Song Tianwei's frown deepened, his voice rising slightly. He had intended to use his influence to crush Jiang Lin, but now it seemed he had missed the mark. Why would Dongxing Trading hire someone like Jiang Lin? Don't they conduct background checks? They would still consider someone dismissed by you. I can't say for certain. The personnel decisions at Dongxing Trading are beyond my purview. After hanging up, Song Tianwei rose from his chair, his good humor evaporating. Ning Shui entered, carrying tea, her figure adorned in a graceful dress. "Here is your tea, mister." "Song. Ning Shui, does Jiang Lin have connections?" "Jiang Lin? His family hails from a small town, and his parents are still on rural household registrations." Ning Shui's tone dripped with disdain as she recalled, 3 generations of farmers. What connections could he possibly have? Song Tianwei nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, he had failed to undermine Jiang Lin, and admitting that would only diminish his stature. The thought of Jiang Lin's stroke of luck lingered in his mind. Yet he knew that fortune could not last forever. Time would reveal the truth. Ning Shui softened her tone, resting her hand on Song Tianwei's shoulder. "Tianwei, my parents called to ask if you're coming to my hometown for the Dragon Boat Festival. We've been together for quite some time now. Shouldn't we pay a visit to my parents?" Song Tianwei felt a surge of impatience, yet he recognized that he was Ning Shui's first love. They were cohabitating, which indicated a considerable bond. He could not disregard her feelings. "Perhaps we should postpone this time. I'll transfer several thousand yuan to you for your parents. Just tell them it's a token of my affection. I have a busy schedule for the Dragon Boat Festival. As you know, my career is paramount." Ning Shui felt a twinge of disappointment. The promised apartment had not materialized, and there was no urgency in meeting her parents to solidify their relationship. She was left pondering Song Tianwei's true intentions. He tried to soothe her. Don't be upset. I'll give you a little extra. You can go on a trip with your friends. A smile finally graced Ningshue's face. All right then. At Dongxing Trading, Jiang Lin placed his belongings at his workstation. Yao Xuehe approached to familiarize him with the environment. The HR manager, typically quite busy, was particularly attentive to him. As they walked, she led him to the general manager's office, which was empty. Jiang Lin furrowed his brow. Sister Yao, is this the general manager's office? Do you have other matters to attend to? I could start working first. It's fine. Just wait a moment. The manager is in a meeting and will be done shortly. Yao Xuehe replied, gesturing for Jiang Lin to take a seat on the sofa. He wants to meet you. Jiang Lin frowned, wondering why a general manager would wish to meet an ordinary employee like himself. It felt excessively down to earth. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside, and a man appeared at the door. In his early 30s, dressed in a suit, he was of average height but had a well-defined face that exuded seriousness. Lu Chang scrutinized Jiang Lin carefully, puzzled. He had initially assumed Jiang Lin was the confidant of a wealthy woman, someone shrewd and enigmatic. For days, he had been troubled, fearing this newcomer might usurp his position. Yet, Jiang Lin's demeanor seemed too innocent and straightforward for such assumptions. His eyes appeared so pure, reminiscent of a university student. Lu Chang suddenly recalled that Jiang Lin indeed was a university student. Maintaining a serious expression, he reminded himself not to underestimate this cheerful individual. As he could very well be a clever facade, Jiang Lin was perplexed. Why did the general manager's gaze grow increasingly solemn and earnest? Was there something amiss with him? Chapter 30. An invitation for drinks. Lu Chang addressed Jiang Lin. If you encounter any discomfort in the company, feel free to discuss it with HR. Work diligently. I have high hopes for your abilities. Jiang Lin smiled, exchanged some pleasantries, and departed. Yao Xuehe remained in the office, asking, why does Mr. Lu look so serious? That person is not simple. Do not underestimate him, Lu Chang replied, taking a seat and adopting a serious tone. The young lady once appeared gentle and fragile. Yet most of those she appointed share her depth and complexity. Yao Xuehe pondered. Indeed, it held some truth. Her understanding of the affairs above was rather limited. She typically only knew about Dongxing's matters. Upon deeper reflection, it was curious how the young lady had suddenly whisked away Mu Jinjin, only to parachute in a university student. While she appeared harmless, it was likely that the young lady harbored other intentions. She couldn't help but sigh, realizing that as a mere subordinate, her best course of action was to acquiesce and remain a loyal worker. The arrangements from above were best left unexamined to avoid unnecessary mental strain. At the Mu Group, Mu Yunji's desk was strewn with information regarding Ningshui. Previously, she hadn't taken the initiative to delve into Jiang Lin's romantic history. She had merely investigated his connections with the Mu family. Once she had her answers, her curiosity waned. Woman was somewhat perplexed, questioning what value an ordinary girl like Ningshui possessed that warranted the young lady's scrutiny. She remarked, President Mu, Ningshui has a rather simple background, and her personal abilities are average at best. It is said that her entry into Kangchang Health as an assistant was due to other reasons. As for her private life, I assume it is of little concern to you. Who says I am unconcerned? Mu Yunji rebutted as she perused the documents. What I wish to know pertains to her romantic life. In the inconspicuous files, she discovered the information she sought. Ningshui had entered into a relationship with Jiang Lin during her sophomore year, which concluded just before graduation. Presently, she was cohabiting with Song Tianwei, the marketing manager at Kangching Health. A contemplative look crossed Mu Yunji's face as she recalled her first encounter with Jiang Lin during his freshman year. At that time, he was presumably unattached, as the records indicated that Ningshui and Jiang Lin were each other's first loves. Alas, this first love had succumbed to the pressures of ambition. Mu Yunji felt a twinge of sympathy for Jiang Lin. To invest 3 years in a serious relationship only to face a disappointing conclusion was indeed unfortunate. The young man remained so innocent, it was no wonder he was often taken advantage of. Woman observed the young lady's serious engagement with the documents, feeling somewhat bewildered. What had prompted her to take an interest in a university student's romantic entanglements? Typically, the young lady's focus revolved around high-stakes business dealings worth millions. This world seemed increasingly abstract. Nevertheless, Wen maintained her composure, smiling as she inquired, "Should we delve deeper into Ning Shue's background?" "That will not be necessary," Mu Yunji replied, already aware of Jiang Lin's prior entanglements with several individuals. Her concern lay with Jiang Lin, not with those who were irrelevant. "I wish to reduce my public appearances recently. I desire to lessen my exposure." "Understood, President Mu." When Jiang Lin returned home, he made a special trip to the market to purchase groceries. Mu Yunji was home, having driven the children herself, which was quite convenient. Upon returning with an assortment of meat and vegetables, she coincidentally found Mu Yunji arriving home simultaneously. "What a coincidence!" Jiang Lin greeted. "Tang Tang, Dodo, Daddy has prepared a delicious meal for you tonight." Tang Tang, beaming with delight, exclaimed, "Daddy's cooking is the best. I love it." Dodo, equally curious, remarked, "Wow, Daddy bought so many ingredients. Is today a special occasion? It doesn't seem like a holiday." With a mysterious smile, Jiang Lin revealed that there was something worth celebrating today. Mu Yunge held on to Dodo, while Tang Tang was cradled in Jiang Lin's arms as the two strolled home together, their family of four radiating an extraordinary closeness. "Have you made some money?" Mu Yunge inquired. Jiang Lin replied, "Something like that. I've changed jobs, and my salary has reached 8,000 now. I'm quite pleased. It feels like I've struck a stroke of good fortune." After pondering for a moment, Mu Yunge suggested, "Since it's such a momentous occasion, I could treat you to some fine wine tonight." Jiang Lin declined. "No need for alcohol. I still have to take care of the children." Mu Yunge chuckled. "It's nothing potent, so there's no need to worry." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin relented, not wanting to seem ungrateful for Mu Yunji's kind gesture. Once at home, Jiang Lin donned an apron and ventured into the kitchen, preparing a dish of taro ribs, a mushroom chicken soup, stir-fried amaranth, and a cucumber salad. Meanwhile, Mu Yungu busied herself tidying up the children's toys and watering the plants in the little garden, as they each engaged in their respective tasks. When Jiang Lin emerged from the kitchen with the dishes, he noticed Mu Yungu intently watering the plants, and he felt a profound sense of tranquility in their life together. Dinner was ready. Tang Tang eagerly set aside her toys and rushed over, settling herself on a stool, exclaiming, "The food Dad made smells amazing. I could eat 2 bowls tonight." "Let us see if you can manage that," Dodo replied confidently, stepping into the kitchen to assist his father in bringing out the rice. With his little arms and legs, he resembled a miniature adult, displaying remarkable maturity. His speech was logical and serious, always maintaining a composed demeanor. Jiang Lin remarked, "Let us see who eats more tonight, Tang Tang or Dodo." Dodo raised his chin, asserting, "I will definitely eat more, because eating well helps me grow taller. I want to grow up quickly so I can do all sorts of things." Mu Yunge chuckled. "Dodo, isn't being a child wonderful?" After a moment's thought, Dodo concluded that being an adult indeed seemed better, as adults could engage in countless activities. The table was laden with delicious food, and both Tang Tang and Dodo ate heartily. However, once they were full, the two children retreated to their room to play with their toys. Mu Yungu returned to the kitchen, and shortly after, she placed 2 glasses filled with ice-cold wine on a small table beside the garden. The low temperature of the wine caused thin wisps of frost to form on the glasses as they were filled, creating a refreshing appearance. The sunset painted the sky with a delicate hue of red clouds. Jiang Lin joined her, sitting on a small stool and lifting the chilled glass of wine, savoring the leisurely moment, especially since it was Friday, granting him 2 days of rest ahead. A sip of wine to unwind might lead to a good night's sleep, allowing for a delightful lie-in the next morning. Mu Yungu smiled lightly. "How well do you handle your alcohol?" Jiang Lin initially thought to boast about his tolerance, claiming he could drink quite a bit of beer and even manage a fair amount of low-quality liquor. However, recalling the incident 4 years ago when he had overindulged and faced Mu Yunji's casual reprimand, he hesitated and replied, "I'm average, I suppose." "What is the alcohol content in this?" "It's hard to say. It's a blend of brandy with a bit of ice and fruit juice." Jiang Lin gazed into the glass filled with ice cubes, pondering the peculiar aroma. It felt akin to sipping a refreshing beverage. Mu Yungu chuckled softly, acknowledging that the liquor was over 40 degrees, and perhaps, for her, it might indeed be as casual as drinking a soft drink. However, for Jianglin, it was more challenging to ascertain. She desired to test his tolerance for alcohol, to discern whether his capacity truly fell short, aligning with her previous impressions. Conversely, if he proved capable, it would suggest that his reluctance 4 years prior was merely a fade. In Chapter 31, crying while embracing her after drinking, Mu Yungu raised her glass, contemplating the flavor. Jianglin, without hesitation, took a sip. The chill was invigorating, and he mused that in such weather, a cold drink was indeed warranted. As he finished his glass, Mu Yunji's gaze lingered on his face, pondering whether to pour another round. No need. He waved his hand dismissively. Too much, and I'll be too lazy to get up for the restroom tonight. Before long, he began to feel slightly dizzy. Shaking his head and closing his eyes in an attempt to alleviate the sensation, though it proved largely ineffective. In truth, Jianglin's tolerance for alcohol had always been poor, likely due to genetic predisposition and his constitution. Since he could remember, he had never witnessed his father consume alcohol. Even during festive occasions, his father abstained completely. When he inquired of his mother, she recounted an incident from his father's wedding, where he had offered a toast to his father-in-law and subsequently vanished for the night, prompting a frantic search as everyone feared for his safety. Ultimately, he was discovered by the creek, resting on a bed of banana leaves, snoring thunderously. To this day, he remained the subject of ridicule, and as his father's biological son, Jianglin had inherited this trait. Mu Yungu extended a hand to support Jianglin, observing, "Are you all right? Your face seems a bit flushed." Leaning against the wall, he met her gaze, noting her exquisitely defined features, yet her eyes conveyed a warm gentleness devoid of any aggression. At times, however, a hint of indifference would surface, leaving him uncertain of her true thoughts. Despite sharing the same roof, she had not fully opened her heart to him. Perhaps she was merely temporarily destitute and in need of shelter. Once she overcame her struggles, would she unceremoniously take the child away? Jianglin felt a wave of pessimism wash over him. "I'm fine, just a bit tired. I think I'll go to sleep." "What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" he wondered, as alcohol often spiraled him into overthinking. "It's nothing." Upon awakening the next morning, Jianglin felt a warmth in his rear. Sunlight streamed through the room, illuminating it. The weather had transitioned into early summer, with temperatures soaring to 27 to 28 degrees. The bright sunlight outside caused the plants to droop slightly. "What time is it? Why didn't my alarm ring?" Alarmed, he sat up, realizing it was Saturday and he had no work obligations. How long had he been in the workforce to be so governed by his job? Rolling over, he decided it was too hot and opted to remain indoors. "Wait, this isn't my room. It's Mu Yungu's." "No, last night," Jianglin carefully recalled, he only remembered having a single drink before losing consciousness. The question is, how did he end up here? He distinctly remembered wanting to return to his room to sleep. Footsteps echoed from the doorway, and he turned anxiously to see Tang Tang. She was adorably dressed in a blue little dress, her hair styled into 2 small buns adorned with blue ribbons. Her cherubic face soft and tender, resembling a glutinous rice cake. He sighed in relief. "Tang Tang, it's you. Are you going out to play?" "Today we're going to Grandma's," Tang Tang explained. "Mom said she is preparing food for Dad and reminded you to eat." "And where is Mom?" "Mom went to drive." Upon hearing this, Jianglin's confusion deepened, but seeing Mu Yunj so composed suggested he hadn't done anything too reckless. "Tang Tang, do you know why Dad is sleeping in this room?" Tang Tang tilted her head, her round eyes filled with contemplation. "Because Dad got drunk and kept talking to Mom, even crying. Then Mom took you to the room to sleep." As she spoke, she couldn't help but add, "Tang Tang doesn't cry anymore, yet Dad cried. How embarrassing." "I cried." Jianglin's voice rose in surprise. "How could I cry?" "Why? Because you said you were miserable, drinking fake wine and all that." "Work?" Tang Tang can't remember. Tang Tang scrunched her little nose, her expression turning serious. "Dad, if you're unhappy, you can talk to Tang Tang and Dodo. Don't keep your sadness inside. That's not good." Jianglin felt deflated, like a frostbitten eggplant. Tang Tang waved. "Dad, I'm leaving now. See you tonight." With that, she skipped out the door. Left alone, Jiang Lin felt restless. He finally understood why his father refrained from drinking. It was indeed quite humiliating. After stepping outside, he went to a nearby restaurant near the university. Huang Zi soon arrived, noticing Jiang Lin's disheartened demeanor. "What is wrong with you again, brother? I heard from a fellow townsman that you're no longer at Shanghai Trade. What happened?" Jiang Lin was taken aback that Huang Zi was aware. He offered a casual explanation. "That Song Tianwei must have caused this because he doesn't get along with Ning Shui. Such underhanded tactics are quite disgusting. Not only is he unimpressive in appearance, but his character is also quite base," Huang Zi remarked, visibly irritated. "Fortunately, you found a new job, otherwise those two might have been laughing behind your back." He shifted the conversation. "But since your work situation is fine, why are you still feeling down? Are you just bored and wanting to see your brother?" "Not really," Jiang Lin sighed. "I had a drink last night, got drunk, and then I cried while holding my child's mother." "Oh, you really know how to put on a show," Huang Zi smirked, nearly grinning from ear to ear. "Brother Jiang, you're genuinely my brother. They say if a woman cares for you, she'll fall for you. Your approach strikes right at the heart. I am not pretending. I truly overindulged," Jiang Lin lamented, resting his head in his hands. "This is utterly humiliating. She must think I am unreliable. This morning, she left without even meeting me." Hang Zi placed a reassuring hand on Jiang Lin's shoulder. "Do not be disheartened. Everyone experiences pressure at times. Consider this. After 3 years of love, you faced heartbreak. And Ning Shui has always been at odds with you. It is only natural to feel discomfort in your heart." Jiang Lin's feelings for Ning Shui were profound. It was impossible to simply let go. If he could, he would not be who he is. Moreover, the recent pressures of parenting have weighed heavily on him, and such relaxation invites emotional upheaval. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin realized the truth in Hang Zi's words. Previously, when his dorm mates suffered from heartbreak, they wallowed in sorrow for at least a week or even a month. It was only a few days for him. Feeling upset was indeed normal. Hang Zi, curious, inquired, "From what you say, you and the child's mother are living under the same roof, yet you are still not close." "We are not close," Jiang Lin admitted, rubbing his hands together. "It is solely for the sake of the child." "That is where you are mistaken," Hang Zi replied, clicking his tongue. "If she were only concerned about the child, she wouldn't be living with you. Clearly, she wishes to build a life with you. But it depends on how you conduct yourself." "Is that so?" Jiang Lin frowned. "I do not perceive it that way. Your perceptions matter little. Seize this opportunity. If she accepts you and you marry her, you will have both a child and a wife." How blissful that would be, Jiang Lin pondered, as he had yet to consider marriage. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mu Yunge faced considerable pressure to comply. Chapter 32. The grandchildren exploit the Mu family's resources in the Mu family's old residence, in the living room of the main house. Su Manhwa entertained Tang Tang and Do Do while glancing occasionally at Mu Yunge, who sat on the sofa engrossed in a book. Among her children, her eldest daughter Yungu was the most beautiful, possessing character reminiscent of their grandfather. However, her disposition had grown somewhat obstinate. Su Manhwa wondered how her once gentle daughter had become so impervious to others' words, so willful, and seemingly indifferent to her family. With a sigh, she reflected on Fu Cheng's visits since his last return. He still came to see her and her husband from time to time. The Fu family was a scholarly lineage, and he held the position of associate professor, a young man of promise. You used to study together at home. Your grandfather always taught you both. In ancient times, you would have been not only classmates but also childhood sweethearts. Muyungu continued to turn the pages of her book without pausing, not even glancing up. I did not see you marry your childhood sweetheart. Su Manhwa felt stifled by her daughter's retort. I have no childhood sweetheart, nor did you marry your classmate. I am too weary to debate with you. For every point I make, you counter with 10. Su Manhwa settled onto the sofa, stating, I have exhausted myself over your marriage. I harbor no selfish desires. You believe that your unmarried daughter raising 2 children brings you shame. Hence you require a son-in-law to enhance your facade. Su Manhwa gazed at her daughter in astonishment. Is this truly how you perceive me? Which of those I found for you does not come from a well-off family, possessing both good character and an impressive education? Our family is not lacking in wealth. Why would I require a son-in-law merely to enhance our facade? Mu Yun-gu smiled faintly and thought to herself, if that is not the case, then I truly cannot fathom your intentions, mother. Your eagerness to find me a man, could it genuinely be for my benefit? Su Manhwa's lips moved slightly, realizing that in Mu Yun-ji's eyes, she could never be perceived as a good mother. The events of the past had already deeply wounded her daughter, and now, no matter how much she said or did, it would all be in vain. Were it not for her love for her grandchildren, Mu Yun-gu likely would not have come to visit at all. Su Manhwa, feeling somewhat helpless, softened her tone. Yun-gu, even if I do not seek someone for you, Tang Tang and Do-do will always need a father. If you find someone, I will not interfere. You are so busy. Wouldn't it be better to consider the well-being of the children and provide them with a complete family? After a brief silence, Mu Yun-gu conceded, you are right. This time, she did not retort, for Tang Tang and Do-do indeed longed for a father. Even though my maternal love is profound, it cannot compensate for the absence of paternal affection. Su Manhwa felt a surge of joy. Fu Cheng, with his vast knowledge and gentle nature, would be the most suitable father. However, Mu Yun-gu interrupted her, stating, Tang Tang and Do-do already have a father. Su Manhwa inquired, what do you mean? Do you already have a partner? What is their background? What about their education? What did their parents do? Although I do not concern myself with material wealth, marriage must still consider social compatibility, especially for someone of your stature, as there are many with ulterior motives. Setting aside her book, Mu Yun-gu noted the late hour, prompting their return. Su Manhwa recognized that Mu Yun-gu had lost her patience. She hastily added, please don't leave just yet. Your father will be home soon. Though he may not express it, he loves Tang Tang and Do-do dearly. Since he rarely returns, let him meet the children. Mu Yun-gu stifled her annoyance and resumed her reading. Su Manhwa refrained from further bothering her, fearing she would leave at any moment. Turning to the children, she said, Do-do, Tang Tang, your grandmother has grown blueberries in the backyard, and they are ripe for picking. Would you like to go and gather some? Upon hearing about the fruit picking, Tang Tang's interest piqued. She glanced at Do-do and urged, brother, let us hurry. Taking his hand, she whispered, Dad feels quite reluctant to buy expensive fruit, so let us pick plenty of blueberries to bring home for him. Do-do understood this reasoning as well. He had observed his father being frugal during their supermarket visits. After all, grandmother has an abundance of produce. Why not see what they could gather to take home, bringing joy to their father? Otherwise, he would be quite lonely at home. As they spoke, Do-do began to survey the surroundings. Upon reaching the backyard, Su Manhwa asked, Do-do, do you have a father? Do-do, not wishing to answer that question, remembered his mother's instructions to keep family matters from grandmother. He thought, grandmother wants Uncle Fu to be their father, and perhaps she would wish to send away his own father, which was a matter not to be disclosed. Grandma, are there any other fruits besides blueberries here? I would like to take some home. Indeed, there are many fruits at home. Perhaps your mother has been too busy to buy them for you? Su Manhwa pondered momentarily, recalling that previously it was Steward's son who assisted with the children, while now it was Mu Yunj who was solely responsible. It is indeed challenging to manage everything alone. If Do-do desires anything else, she can always express it to Grandma. Do-do contemplated what was lacking at home, yet being a child, her thoughts were not entirely comprehensive. After surveying the surroundings, she had already gathered a considerable amount. Expensive oil, imported fruits, and a practical robot vacuum, among other items, had all been packed. When Mu Ding returned, Do-do also took the computer from his study. After all, her grandfather no longer needed it, and it was changed every year. This one was the latest model. It would just gather dust otherwise, so it was better suited for her father, whose computer seemed to be functioning quite sluggishly. Do-do felt a pang of sympathy for her father. Mu Ding, maintaining a facade of indifference before Mu Yunj, could not help but chuckle in the study as he embraced Do-do, saying, my dear grandchild, have you upset your mother, which is why you have no pocket money? Let Grandpa give you a big red envelope. Whenever you find yourself short on funds, just tell Grandpa, and I shall transfer some to you. There's no need to go to such lengths for trivial items. It is rather laborious for you. But Grandpa, I am not weary at all. I shall come again next time. Do-do blinked her wise eyes. Grandpa, do you have anything else of value? Why not just give it all to me? Mu Ding gazed at his adorable grandchild, contemplating how such a delightful child could seem so much like a debt collector. Grandpa, this painting here is quite beautiful. I like it. Please give it to me. Dodo pointed at the calligraphy and paintings adorning the study's walls. My dear grandchild, that particular piece is rather precious. Grandpa, won't you give it to me? Mu Ding held back a sigh, his heart aching, for this was his most treasured painting. Though it was valued at only $1 million, it had been displayed for several years and was indeed his favorite of recent times. Later that afternoon, Mu Yunj gazed thoughtfully at the trunk of the car, filled to the brim with an array of items. Dodo, what are you planning to do with all this? Before Dodo could respond, Tang Tang interjected, Mom, Dad is short on money, so we should bring back more things for him. This way, he won't need to worry about saving every day. Brother said that this will make Dad very happy. Tang Tang tugged at her mother's hand, playfully insisting, Mom, since Dad was so sad last night, you should comfort him just as you do with me. When I'm unhappy, receiving gifts cheers me up. And it's the same for Dad. Mu Yunj sighed, her heart as still as water for years, yet for the first time, she felt somewhat embarrassed. Chapter 33. A visit from roommates. All jealous after Jiang Lin finished his meal with Hang Zi, Hang Zi invited him to join in some leisure activities. After all, Hang Zi had completed his exams and could afford a couple of days to relax. However, Jiang Lin recalled that his home was situated in an older neighborhood, abundant with trees, and had recently seen an increase in pests. Thus, pest control needed to be thorough. So, he politely declined the invitation. Huangzi contemplated that he had yet to visit Jiang Lin's home, so he decided to lend a hand. The two ventured to the flower market, where Huangzi purchased several green plants, intending them as a housewarming gift. Upon returning home with their belongings, Jiang Lin secured the windows and fumigated with insecticide. Together, they strolled to the entrance to enjoy 2 ice creams while engaging in conversation. After 2 hours, Jiang Lin returned home to open the windows. A car approached and halted before them. The window descended, revealing Mu Yunj's exquisite visage, her cold, clear gaze accentuated by her flowing, dark hair, which contrasted beautifully with her fair complexion. She cast a glance at the two, questioning why they hadn't mentioned that friends were visiting. It's sweltering. Why are you sitting here? I've brought some vegetables for entertaining guests tonight. This is my roommate, Huangzi. Jiang Lin explained. I just fumigated with insecticide, so please wait outside while I air out the house. Mu Yunj nodded. I'll park my car by the entrance. I've brought quite a few things in the trunk. You can take them inside. Jiang Lin agreed and led Huangzi home, where he opened the windows to let in fresh air. The children exited the car and stood quietly nearby while Huangzi assisted in unloading the items. Once everything was removed, Mu Yunj drove off to find a parking space. After ensuring the children were settled, Jiang Lin stepped outside to retrieve the items. Jiang Lin, be honest with me, Huangzi said, seizing Jiang Lin's arm. Is that stunning woman the mother of Tang Eng and Dodo? Are you sure she is not an older sister or an aunt? She is indeed their mother. Her name is Mu Yunj. Huangzi felt a surge of envy, nearly losing his composure at her beauty. She was truly a goddess with her long, dark hair. However, as she was his brother's partner, he refrained from overly praising her, lest it appear insincere. He gave a thumbs up, stating, Your wife is truly remarkable. Jiang Lin nodded in agreement, recognizing Mu Yunj's striking beauty, which evoked a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen her beauty somewhere before. Huangzi wondered aloud. You see her every day and don't find her breathtaking? With a face like that, how can you still think of your ex-girlfriend and get emotional after drinking? Jiang Lin touched his nose, replying, I don't really know. Perhaps seeing her every day makes it less astonishing. Yet, most of the time, I still find her incredibly stunning. Huangzi thought Jiang Lin was oblivious to his fortune. If he had such a beautiful mother for his children, he wouldn't care who Ning Shui was anymore. Tang Tang, sipping banana milk, wiped the sweat from her brow and asked, Daddy, Uncle Huangzi, what are you talking about? Nothing much. Huangzi chuckled. Tang Tang, when I have a son, will you marry him? No way. Tang Tang stuck out her tongue. So many people want Tang Tang to be their daughter-in-law. Tang Tang is too busy for that. Huangzi couldn't help but laugh. He moved everything into the house. Despite its modest size, Jiang Lin's home radiates warmth. With a son and a daughter, not to mention a beautiful wife. He found himself envious of it all. After placing the final item down, he asked, Tang Tang, "Did you go shopping today? You brought back so many things." "Not really," she replied. "We got everything from Grandma and Grandpa. My brother even brought back a computer for Dad." Sitting on the sofa with her little feet propped up, Tang Tang continued, "There's so much stuff at Grandma and Grandpa's house that we can take whatever we want. Next time, if Dad needs anything, he can just tell me and my brother, and we'll go get it." Jiang Lin was momentarily at a loss for words. Were they really just taking advantage of it? However, as he crouched down to inspect the colorful array of items, he realized that many were indeed quite useful. He organized everything meticulously, placing fruits and vegetables into the refrigerator and washing some to offer to Hangzi. "Hangzi," he said, "you're quite handy. Could you help me find a good spot for the robotic vacuum? I'll prepare a meal. You can keep yourself busy." Hangzi was puzzled. "You're not being very polite, are you? I didn't come here empty-handed either. If you're not going to help, how can you expect to be a godfather to my daughter?" Jiang Lin retorted. After a moment's thought, Hangzi conceded. He picked up the robotic vacuum to set it up. Tang Tang, like a little shadow, followed closely behind, mischievously asking, "Uncle Hangzi, are you going to be my godfather?" "Yes, if you want me to," he replied. Tang Tang extended her chubby little hand, saying, "But you have to give me money first. Uncle doesn't have any money." "Then there's nothing we can do," she sighed with disappointment. "Only those with money can be fathers. If you have no money, you can't be my father at all." Hangzi nearly burst into laughter at her cleverness. How could such a little sprout possess such intelligence? "Does your dad have money?" "He doesn't seem to have much either." "How can you call him dad?" he inquired. With one hand on her hip, Tang Tang declared earnestly, "Tang Tang is going to earn money to support Dad." Hangzi was utterly charmed. This daughter was indeed wonderful. A warm little bundle of joy, like a little angel. "Tell me, Tang Tang, what kind of sack do you prefer?" he asked teasingly. Tang Tang pouted and walked away. Just then, Hangzi's phone rang. Seeing it was Yang Jie, he answered, "I'm at Jiang Lin's place, having dinner. Are you looking for me? Want to join for a meal?" "Never mind. He is already cooking. Are you coming over?" "I'll ask, but you must bring a gift. You can't come empty-handed, or Tang Tang will be disappointed." After inquiring with Jiang Lin, who agreed, it wasn't long before Yang Jie and Xiao Pingqing arrived with gifts in hand. As recent graduates, they didn't have much money, but they pooled their resources to buy some useful items. Jiang Lin had prepared a feast. "You're too kind. Why bring gifts? Just come," he exclaimed. "We're here to see the children." Xiao Pingqing chuckled, sitting on the floor to play with Tang Tang. "These two kids are simply adorable. No wonder you're willing to be a stay-at-home dad." "Who said that?" "I'm just a part-time stay-at-home dad." Jiang Lin replied with a grin. Yang Jie, envious, asked, "What about your wife?" "I haven't seen her around. She hasn't come back yet. She went to the entrance of the community to buy some roast duck." At that moment, the sound of the door opening resonated, and both individuals turned their gaze towards the entrance. They fell silent, captivated by the unparalleled beauty of Mu Yunj, who, despite holding a roasted duck and dressed rather simply, radiated an exquisite charm that was impossible to conceal. Such beauty could make even a rag appear stunning. They found themselves questioning their own perceptions. After all, Jiang Lin had never mentioned that the mother of his child possessed such striking looks. Yang Jie murmured to himself, could she possibly be a celebrity? This visage was truly remarkable. Jiang Lin was undeniably fortunate. Xiao Pingqing was equally entranced, understanding now why Tang Tang and Daodu were so attractive. It was evidently a matter of genetic inheritance. Observing their astonished expressions, Hangzi felt a sense of quiet pride. He had anticipated this moment and thus maintained his composure, appearing remarkably calm. "Sister-in-law, you've worked hard," Hangzi remarked. "This meal is ample. There's no need to venture out for more." Yang Jie chimed in, Sister-in-law. "I'm Yang Jie, a dorm mate of Jianggu. We share a close bond. I am Xiao Pingqing, the eldest in the dormitory. Though you seem slightly older than I am, let us address each other accordingly. I shall refer to you as sister-in-law." Mu Yunj couldn't help but chuckle, finding these young men quite amusing. "I am Mu Yunj. You may call me Yunj. No need for formalities. Feel free to visit often." Yang Jie felt a refreshing breeze wash over him, akin to the melting of winter snow. Mu Yun's alabaster complexion seemed to emit a soft glow, a breathtaking sight. Moreover, her every gesture exuded a subtle fragrance, reminiscent of an ethereal serenity, evoking a sense of reverence that rendered her beauty distant yet alluring. "Please, take a seat on the sofa. I'll assist in the kitchen," Mu Yun said, carrying her items into the kitchen. The three of them couldn't resist but follow her to the kitchen, gazing in awe at the enchanting beauty as she delicately arranged the roasted duck on a plate. Her slender wrist appeared as if dusted with frost, adorned with a green bracelet that suggested considerable worth. As Yang Jie observed, Mu Yun turned to meet his gaze, prompting him to stammer, "Sister-in-law, your bracelet is truly exquisite. It must be quite costly." Jiang Lin, wielding a spatula, glanced over as well. He noted that Mu Yun sometimes wore the bracelet and sometimes did not, leading him to believe it might not be overly expensive. Otherwise, she would likely wear it constantly. Mu Yun pondered for a moment before smiling and replying, "I bought it at a tourist spot for just over 1,000 yuan. That's quite reasonable," Yang Jie nodded. Though he felt that regardless of the bracelet's cost, its presence on her wrist imbued it with an air of luxury. Perhaps this was the essence of true elegance. Jiang Lin couldn't help but interject, "Could you refrain from congregating at the kitchen entrance? Are you all out of your minds? Quickly, find a seat." Hangzi and the others hastily took their leave. Yang Jie praised, "Sister-in-law, your beauty is the most stunning I have encountered in real life. Even casual photographs of you would garner internet fame. Let us not compare her to those filtered images," Hangzi scoffed. "If she were to enter the entertainment industry, she would undoubtedly achieve immense popularity." Xiao Pingqing sighed, expressing his earlier concern for Jiang Lin, fearing he might struggle to move on after a heartbreak. However, upon hearing that Jiang Lin now had a child, he worried that this might have been a hasty decision to enter into married life. Yet now he mused, perhaps Jiang Lin was simply fortunate. Yang Jie, slapping his thigh in envy, lamented, "I am utterly consumed by jealousy. I regret coming here today. I shall be restless tonight, tossing and turning, contemplating why such fortune cannot be mine. I possess a degree of self-awareness," said Hangzi with a smile. "Although I may not find a wife as stunning, I intend to cultivate a good relationship with Jiang Lin. In the future, I could have my son marry Tang Tang, ensuring my son enjoys a life of comfort." Yang Jie, upon hearing this, acknowledged Hangzi's foresight, declaring, "Then I shall have a daughter who can marry Dodo, ensuring our grandchildren are equally blessed with beauty." Xiao Pingqing chuckled at their banter. Who could truly predict the future? They were all momentarily enchanted by beauty. Dinner was prepared by Jiang Lin, featuring not only roasted duck, but also several exquisite dishes. His roommates were astonished by his culinary skills, showering him with praise. After the meal, they insisted on matchmaking Jiang Lin with a suitable daughter-in-law like Tang Do, aspiring to have in-laws as admirable as Jiang Lin and Mu Yun. Eventually, Jiang Lin, overwhelmed, ushered them out, restoring a semblance of tranquility to the household. With only the four of them remaining, Jiang Lin began to tidy up the aftermath. Observing Mu Yun entering with a platter of fruit, he remarked, "My friends can be quite boisterous, can't they? You must be exhausted from entertaining them today. You should rest early while I tend to the children." "No worries," Mu Yun replied, her smile radiant as she looked at Jiang Lin. "It has been a while since we had such liveliness, and your friends are delightful. Besides, aren't your friends my friends too?" Jiang Lin, feeling a warmth rise within him, responded hastily, "You make a valid point. We are indeed one family and should not draw such stark distinctions." Mu Yun playfully tapped his forehead, teasing, "Oh, so you're clever now? Just last night, you held me while crying, and you weren't so composed then." Jiang Lin, momentarily caught in the tender atmosphere, felt his heart race, only to be brought back to earth. His face flushed deeper, he stammered, "I don't understand why my tolerance for alcohol is so poor. Did I mention my ex to you? I thought I had moved on. But perhaps the recent pressures have weighed heavily on me. Rest assured, I won't let my personal feelings intrude upon our family," he assured her. "Are you justifying yourself to me?" Mu Yun leaned against the marble countertop, her posture relaxed. Her eyes sparkled with laughter, captivating Jiang Lin like a tranquil spring, drawing him into her allure. The faint aroma of her presence filled his senses. I am indeed explaining myself, as I genuinely cherish our current life together. I wish to continue living this way, and it would be even better if you felt the same. Jiang Lin. Confessions are not meant to be delivered in such a manner, Mu Yunj replied, picking up the fruit. When you have pondered your words, seek me out to share them. With that, she turned and exited the kitchen. Jiang Lin gazed at her slender silhouette, unable to suppress his contemplation. What could her intentions be? It was neither a rejection nor an affirmation. Her demeanor, consistently indifferent, had managed to captivate him without any overt action, despite being merely 2 years his senior. How could she possess such depth? Jiang Lin touched his lips. Was he truly so naive? He shook his head and organized the items in the kitchen before cheerfully tending to the household chores. Tang Tang and Dodo had brought back a considerable amount of wool and were eagerly awaiting Jiang Lin's praise, particularly Tang Tang, who would express herself directly. Tugging at Jiang Lin's hand while pouting, Daddy, Tang Tang, and brother have brought back so many things for you. Aren't you going to kiss us and compliment us? Tang Tang even feigned tears, suggesting that their mother had surely comforted Jiang Lin earlier. Otherwise, how could he be so joyful? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin bent down and planted a kiss on Tang Tang's cheek. She was such a good girl. He then turned his gaze to Dodo, who, in his own clever way, had also been thinking of his father while outside, proving to be a little treasure for Jiang Lin. Dodo huffed, his cheeks puffed in displeasure. Jiang Lin kissed him as well, prompting a smile from Dodo. It's not that I need Daddy's kiss. But he can't only kiss my sister and ignore me, he reasoned. Jiang Lin nodded in agreement, acknowledging Dodo's point. Indeed, every child deserves equal affection. Chapter 35. She approaches actively. Jiang Lin embraced both children, engaging in playful antics with them for a while. Mu Yunj had just finished her bath and emerged wearing a simple, elegant dress. She bent down to hug Tang Tang, and as she lifted her gaze, her eyes met Jiang Lin's. He found himself irresistibly captivated by her gaze. However, Mu Yunj quickly averted her eyes, picking up a toy from the floor. Tang Tang, shall we play together? She asked. Tang Tang wrapped her arms around Mu Yunj's neck, exclaiming, Mommy, let us all play together. Dodo, sitting beside Jiang Lin, chimed in. Daddy, let us all play. Mu Yunj smiled at Jiang Lin, seemingly apologetic for encroaching upon his usual post-dinner stroll. Jiang Lin was indifferent to the interruption. Dodo, however, interjected, True, Daddy always takes us for a walk after dinner. Shouldn't we play with our toys instead? You promised me an ice cream today. Tang Tang added yes. Daddy is supposed to buy a new fairy tale book to tell stories, as we have finished the previous ones. The family of 4 ventured out. And soon Tang Tang and Dodo were engrossed in play at the children's slide, while only Mu Yunj and Jiang Lin remained outside, watching them. They stood a distance apart, several paces between them. Ah, you're here again. A young woman approached. I thought the weather was nice today. I knew you would bring the kids out to play. Your Tang Tang and Dodo are truly adorable. Last time, when we chatted, did you try making the red bean soup I taught you? Did the kids enjoy it? Xiao Yan, approximately 25 years of age, possesses a gentle visage reminiscent of a neighborly older sister. Her smile reveals a pair of delightful dimples, exuding an air of approachability. Jiang Lin scratched his head, responding, Oh, not yet. I haven't bought any red beans these past few days. I shall procure some tomorrow morning, and by noon, I can prepare a meal for the children. Indeed, that is feasible, Xiao Yan replied. Given the heat, my child loves it, and it is easily digestible. As she spoke, she naturally positioned herself beside Jiang Lin. By the way, it seems the light bulb in my home is burned out. I wonder if you might have a moment to assist me in fixing it? You know how it is for someone from a divorced family. It feels awkward to trouble others, and I have a fear of heights. Jiang Lin considered it a simple task, noting that Xiao Yan lived in the same building, albeit on the 3rd floor, while he resided on the ground floor. They occasionally encountered each other while taking their children out. Xiao Yan was quite affable, easily engaging in conversation with anyone, embodying the essence of a caring older sister as she shared anecdotes about children and culinary skills, fostering a sense of warmth. However, today, he was reluctant to assist. As he was out with Mu Yungo, and he feared that Tang Do might feel upset if she noticed his absence while playing. I believe that would be acceptable. Mu Yun-gu interjected, gracefully linking her fair hand with Jiang Lin's arm. It is but a trifling task. Jiang Lin would not decline. Why don't we keep an eye on the children here while Jiang Lin attends to your light? Pardon me, but who are you? Xiaoyan inquired. A hint of confusion crossing her face as she observed their entwined hands, her smile wavering. Mu Yun-gu offered a subtle smile. Is it not apparent? I am the mother of Tang Tang and Do Do. I seldom see you out with the children. You appeared unfamiliar to me. So, you are Jiang Lin's wife. Since you both are here with the children, I shall not intrude further. Xiaoyan maintained her cheerful demeanor. I shall take my leave now. With that, she called for her child and departed homeward. Once Xiaoyan was gone, Jiang Lin paid little heed to her exit, for at that moment, Mu Yun-gu was still entwined with him. He found it somewhat perplexing how she had so suddenly taken hold of his arm. Observing his bemused expression, Mu Yun-gu inquired, "What is the matter?" "Nothing." Jiang Lin coughed lightly. "You are remarkably fair-skinned. Normally, one would tan easily from business outings. I purchased a sunscreen and placed it in the drawer by your bedside. You may want to see if it suits you, as I am unfamiliar with such products." Mu Yun-gu raised an eyebrow. "Business outings? It seems you do not require such endeavors." However, Jiang Lin's knowledge of gifting sunscreen to women intrigued her. Was this a newly acquired skill or a long-held understanding? She loosened her grip slightly, her fingers tracing circles on his arm, teasingly remarking, "Your neighborly sister has departed. Will you not attempt to retain her? You seem rather popular outside. Since we are not particularly close, if she leaves, then she leaves," Jiang Lin replied nonchalantly. "Do you think I should refrain from meddling? Truth be told, I had no intention of assisting, as I must look after the children. The property management here is quite considerate. I once witnessed an elderly lady seeking assistance in the group chat for a broken light. Such trivial matters do not require my involvement." Mu Yun-gu glanced at the child, her smile deepening, and she did not loosen her grip. Standing together, they truly resembled a married couple. A gentle breeze rustled, causing Mu Yun-ji's long hair to flutter lightly, brushing against Jiang Lin's arm and mingling with her unique fragrance. Jiang Lin stole a glance at her. Noticing she was intently focused on the child, even without makeup, she was strikingly beautiful. He pondered that if she held no interest in him, she would not have taken the initiative. He ought to be a bit more proactive as well. Clearing his throat, he remarked that they had plenty of ingredients at home and could cook together tomorrow, given that it was Sunday. Mu Yun-gu replied, "I think I have to work overtime tomorrow and will likely need to leave early, not finishing until around 3 in the afternoon. So I can only grab a quick bite at the company cafeteria. Then I shall prepare more and bring it to you," Jiang Lin said cheerfully. "Anyway, my parents are coming over tomorrow. They want to take Tang Tang and Do Do out for some fun. I'll have some free time to deliver the food to you." Mu Yun-ji's hand stiffened. This proposal did not seem very agreeable. She turned to meet Jiang Lin's eager, hopeful gaze, which seemed to implore her to accept. She thought to herself that it was rare for him to be so proactive, and if she were to refuse, he might end up crying again. "All right then, but the rules at my company are quite strict. You can just drop it off at the front desk." Jiang Lin sighed in relief. "Great. Just send me your location when the time comes, and I'll deliver it punctually." Mu Yun-gu nodded in agreement. She recalled how, the previous night, after Jiang Lin had drunk too much, he had embraced her and wept, expressing that it was not Ning Shui he was concerned about, but rather whether she only wanted to partner with him to raise their children, and once their financial situation improved, she would abandon him like Ning Shui had. He had also mentioned not wanting to lose Tang Tang and Do Do, nor the home they had built together, an abode to which he had devoted so much effort. This reflection prompted Mu Yun-gu to contemplate her own desires. Initially, she had come to gauge Jiang Lin's character as a suitable partner, yet upon introspection, she realized she too yearned to provide a home for the children. Now, she was considering whether she should also seek to establish a family for herself. She was not heartless. She could see the sincerity in Jiang Lin's feelings. Mu Yun-gu whispered, "Jiang Lin, please do not let me down." Jiang Lin, misunderstanding her words to pertain to lunch, immediately brightened, saying, "Rest assured, I've just learned 2 new dishes you will absolutely adore." Chapter 36. The first time delivering food to her Dodo came running from a distance, exclaiming, "Mommy and Daddy." Jiang Lin was the first to bend down, meeting Dodo's gaze at eye level. "What's wrong, Dodo?" "My hands are dirty." Jiang Lin smiled, pulling a pack of wet wipes from his pocket. "All right, let me clean your hands." Mu Yungu smiled as well, recognizing Jiang Lin's progress. He was earnestly striving to become a good father. Meanwhile, Dodo was no longer as independent and strong. Instead, he had softened, gradually becoming a child who needed his parents' reliance. "Brother, you fool. Don't wait for Tang Tang." Tang Tang stormed over, her small arms and legs lacking any semblance of menace. "Dad, don't listen to brother. He's a bad egg." Dodo tugged at Jiang Lin. "I'm a bad egg?" "You're the bad egg." Jiang Lin waved his hand, urging everyone to quiet down. "Tomorrow morning, I shall prepare century eggs for you." The two children ceased their commotion at this promise. On their way home, Tang Tang placed her hands on her hips and inquired, "Daddy, I saw you holding hands with Mommy just now. Why aren't you holding hands anymore?" As she spoke, she took Dodo's hand, proclaiming, "Look, my brother and I are holding hands." Jiang Lin felt a twinge of embarrassment and turned to Mu Yunj, extending his hand. "Would you care to join us?" Mu Yunj hesitated momentarily, but under Tang Tang's expectant gaze, she reluctantly placed her hand atop his. Elated, Tang Tang began to skip ahead with Dodo. Once they had run a distance, she asked, "Brother, do you think this really works?" "Of course," Dodo replied confidently. "Daddy and Mommy are just too shy. We must assist them. I've seen it on television. This is how one falls in love." Tang Tang tilted her head, "But brother, don't you usually only watch the news? You watch dramas too?" "Mommy doesn't allow us to. I watch them in secret, silly." On Sunday morning, Jiang Lin arose early. Hearing some noise, he promptly stepped out of his room to find Mu Yunj with a cloth bag at the entrance. "Off to work, are you?" "Yes, I appreciate your hard work at home today." Jiang Lin met her serene smile. "Rest assured, I will manage things here." As he watched her leave, he reflected on her tireless efforts. She even had to work overtime on weekends. Managing business is indeed no easy feat thus. Jiang Lin cherished their household finances all the more, not out of necessity, but because he understood the value of every penny earned through hard work. She, as a woman, kept little for herself, dedicating her earnings to support their children. As the household manager, he too felt a responsibility to maintain their home well. Checking his phone, he saw that his parents had messaged to say they were on their way, prompting him to hasten his morning routine. He quickly prepared some dishes to entertain them. By the time his parents arrived, the two children had begun to stir from their slumber. Zhao Xia, noticing her son was busy, washed her hands and hurried into the children's room, exclaiming, "Tang Tang, Dodo, the sun is up. Let Grandma see if my little treasures have gained some weight." Jiang Jianjun, smiling, placed down the local specialties he had brought from their hometown and carried 2 old hens into the kitchen. "Your mother specifically brought these hens for you to make soup. Mom and Dad, it's already tiring enough to travel by high-speed train. Why bring so much?" Jiang Lin couldn't help but remark, "If it were just you, you'd see if your mother would bring anything." Jiang Lin sighed, realizing that with grandchildren, he had become somewhat forgotten. Jiang Jianjun surveyed the tidy home and said, "You're doing well. Since Yunj is busy with work, you should contribute more. There's no need for any male chauvinism. Whoever has time should do the chores." "Don't worry, Dad. I take pleasure in it." Jiang Lin chuckled with pride. "Now that I have a son and a daughter, caring for my own children brings me no complaints. This path is one I chose for myself. Look at me. I'm just overly concerned." Jiang Jianjun, unable to resist teasing, pointed at him and said, "Look at you, a father now. What could I possibly be worried about?" Zhao Xia, having finished washing up with the two children, announced that it was time for a meal. At the dining table, Zhao Xia chatted about Jiang Lin's recent circumstances. And upon learning that everything at home was well, she felt a wave of relief. She then shared her insights on parenting with Jiang Lin. "Mom, times have changed. We emphasize scientific child rearing now," Jiang Lin replied. "No matter what science says, if you dare let my grandchildren go hungry and thin, just wait and see how I will deal with you," Zhao Xia retorted, eliciting a helpless laugh from Jiang Lin. After the meal, the elderly couple took Tang Tang and Dodo out to play. Jiang Lin tidied the table, washed the dishes, and swept the floor with a vacuum cleaner before heading to the nearby market to purchase ingredients for lunch. After a busy morning, he had a quick lunch and, noticing that his parents would not be returning for the meal, set off with a lunchbox in hand. He rented an electric bike and saw that Mu Yun's location was in the southern part of the city. It wasn't too far, so he set off. As he arrived in the south, the bustling city streets gradually faded, replaced by towering office buildings. He eventually stopped in front of a somewhat dilapidated structure and confirmed the location, Oakley Plaza. Indeed, this was the place. The building exuded an air of informality, adorned with massive advertisements for various training institutions. The ground floor featured shops selling phones and computers, while the upper levels housed numerous nail and eyelash salons, appearing rather shabby compared to the other gleaming skyscrapers he had passed. Was this where she worked? Just a few streets away lay the Mu Group's campus, with its impressive buildings, pristine marble courtyard, and a refreshing artificial fountain reflecting the sunlight, creating an aura of unattainability. The entrance was guarded by a multitude of security personnel, and the vehicles entering were of high caliber. Jiang Lin felt that the people in such a corporate environment were quite different from him and Mu Yun. Although merely a few streets apart, they inhabited two distinct worlds. However, he did not deem working at Oakley Plaza to be undesirable. It was all a matter of earning a living through one's own efforts. As Jiang Lin approached the office building's main entrance, he spotted a man under the sun and felt a stir of emotion upon realizing it was Mu Yun. It's sweltering today. You rode all the way here on your electric bike? It's quite a distance, and it takes a good while to get here. Don't overheat. It's just a 30-minute ride. I actually enjoy riding the electric bike. The breeze feels delightful, Jiang Lin replied, retrieving the lunchbox from the package he had on the bike. Weren't you supposed to leave lunch at the front desk? Why did you come over yourself? Mu Yun asked, smiling. I happen to have some time. Come, let us find a place to eat, Jiang Lin suggested, scanning the vicinity. There's a milk tea shop over there. Let me treat you to some milk tea while we enjoy the air conditioning. With a smile, Mu Yun took his hand. No need for that. I can just find a spot to sit and eat. Chapter 37. The young lady says her family has sent food as Mu Yun observed Jiang Lin retrieving an electric scooter. She appreciated his frugality and had no desire to squander his money. Furthermore, her personal aversion to milk tea rendered it unnecessary to waste resources on it. The lobby provided ample seating, so Mu Yun led Jiang Lin to the office building's hall, where they settled on a bench. Upon opening the lunchbox, she found it contained sauteed green pumpkin, stir-fried pork with bell peppers, and braised tofu, a delightful and aromatic assortment. She smiled softly, pleased with the appealing selection of dishes. Jiang Lin, seated beside her, suggested, it would be more comfortable at a milk tea shop. It's quite warm here, and there are no tables for dining, which makes it rather inconvenient. Oh, it's perfectly fine, Mu Yun replied nonchalantly, given that someone had provided her with such appetizing and warm meals. She felt no grounds for complaint. After all, her previous existence on the mountain had not afforded her such comforts. Jiang Lin hesitated, voicing his concern. I'm just worried you might run into your colleagues. I think you resemble a fairy. Wouldn't it be a bit embarrassing if they saw you casually eating here? He pondered whether a beautiful girl like her might attract unwanted attention from her coworkers. Mu Yun tucked her soft, dark hair behind her ear, her elegant profile exuding an air of serenity. Why concern myself with others' opinions? What matters is my own comfort. Seeing her indifference, Jiang Lin realized his worries were unfounded and chose to remain silent. Mu Yun ate with grace and composure, unhurried. Her dining experience in the lobby no different from a meal at a proper table. However, her appetite was somewhat modest at noon. She finished all the dishes but left a small portion of rice untouched. Turning to Jiang Lin, she inquired, would you like to explore the area for a bit? We could drive back together in an hour. There's a cinema nearby, and I have movie vouchers that we can use without spending a dime, she added, presenting a ticket from her bag. Upon seeing it was a package for any film at Star City Cinema, complete with popcorn and soda, Jiang Lin remarked. Your company offers great benefits. Would you like me to wait for you? Sure, there's a film that just premiered. I'll go watch it while you finish up. Just call me when you're done, Jiang Lin replied, content with the arrangement. With only an hour to spare, he saw no need to rush home, especially since everything at home was already in order and the children were not present. Mu Yunj nodded. I'll wait for you downstairs at the cinema. After Jiang Lin agreed, he reached for the lunchbox in Mu Yunj's hands, but she gently declined. I'll place it in the car shortly. You focus on the movie. Carrying the lunchbox would be inconvenient. Once they parted ways, Jiang Lin headed directly to the cinema, while Mu Yunj leisurely made her way back to the office. Wenwen was waiting outside the office for Mu Yun-gu to sign a document. Upon her return, she inquired if the CEO had dined out for lunch, mentioning that there was a contract pending with Mr. Lee, and her calls to him had gone unanswered. Mu Yun-gu nodded, entered the office, placed her lunchbox aside, and settled into her chair to peruse the contract. She was known for her meticulousness and would never sign a document without thorough examination, even if it was already finalized. After several minutes, she picked up a pen and signed her name. Wenwen took the contract downstairs, recalling that she had overheard the security guard mention seeing the CEO leave. Now that Mu Yun-gu had returned, she noticed the lunchbox in her hand, reminiscent of the ones she used to bring before becoming the chairman's secretary. It was puzzling to Wenwen. Why would the CEO bring her own lunch? Was it possibly delivered by someone? The thought seemed absurd. Wenwen shook her head, realizing it was futile to speculate about the young lady's thoughts, as she was certainly beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like herself. Once Mu Yun-gu had some leisure time, she washed her lunchbox and returned to her computer to attend to work. After an hour had passed, she checked the time on her phone and prepared to leave. Wenwen spotted the freshly cleaned lunchbox, a simple, pale yellow container. CEO, are you about to leave? She asked. Mu Yun-gu noticed Wenwen's gaze and replied, family brought lunch. Wenwen was taken aback. By the time she comprehended the situation, Mu Yun-gu had already departed with her lunchbox. She stood there, astonished that the young lady had specifically mentioned it was family who had brought her meal. Did she truly require someone to bring her lunch? Suddenly, it dawned on Wenwen that it was the weekend, and the children were likely not in school. Hence their visit to deliver food to the young lady. Indeed, apart from the children, Mu Yun-gu seemed indifferent to others' presence, and she rarely allowed her children to appear in public. It made sense that she would choose to meet them discreetly. Wenwen couldn't help but smile at the thought. After all, even the young lady had her moments of embracing the ordinary. Mu Yun-gu drove to the cinema and picked up Jiang Lin. Upon entering the car, Jiang Lin noticed the spotless lunchbox. You even washed it? He remarked. Just a simple task, Mu Yun-gu replied, starting the engine. How was the movie? Average, really. But the cola was quite cold. I nearly fell asleep, Jiang Lin answered. By the way, I need to ask my mom where they took the kids to play. Mentioning his parents made Mu Yun-ji's slender fingers tap the steering wheel twice. Your parents can stay in your room tonight. No need to book a hotel, after all. They are here to see the children. She focused intently on the road ahead, her tone unassuming. You can sleep with Dodo, and I'll take care of Tang Tang. This was not the first time Mu Yun-gu had suggested that Jiang Lin's parents stay at their home. Jiang Lin felt that Mu Yun-gu was genuinely approachable, devoid of any pretense. Despite her striking beauty, her character surpassed that of most women he had encountered. He believed he must have been extraordinarily fortunate to have met someone so remarkable. I'll check with my parents, he said. Mu Yun-gu smiled softly. They will certainly be willing. There is no need to concern yourself about me. We are all family. Jiang Lin raised his eyes in surprise at Mu Yun-ji's unexpected words. The internet suggests that it is best for mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law not to live together. How can you presume we will have conflicts without having spent time together? Mu Yun-gu remained unfazed, adding, moreover, I am not yet your wife. So the notion of a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflict is even more irrelevant. Jiang Lin fell silent, pondering his own assumptions. What was he even projecting onto this situation? They were still far from any such relationship. Sensing Jiang Lin's silence, Mu Yun-gu continued, Jiang Lin, you possess a kind heart. Surely your parents are wonderful people who consider you in every aspect and cherish Tang Tang and Dodo. Naturally, I will respect them. Jiang Lin was taken aback. Was she attempting to make amends? Chapter 38. The ex-girlfriends bragging as they arrived home. The two had remained largely quiet throughout the journey. Jiang Lin entered the kitchen to prepare dinner, while Mu Yun-gu changed into a different outfit and followed him inside. The cramped kitchen felt even more confined. What are you doing in here? You should step outside for some air. It's quite warm, Jiang Lin said. Mu Yunge noticed a box of mushrooms on the cutting board, and while unpacking them into a bowl, she replied, I'll lend you a hand. You shouldn't bear all the household duties alone. When I'm not busy, we can cook together. Jiang Lin pondered for a moment and said, in that case, you can wash the vegetables. I've been stewing the chicken all afternoon. I will just add the mushrooms before serving. Mu Yunge complied. As Jiang Lin approached the boiling pot to retrieve the spatula, Mu Yunge coincidentally reached for it too, and their hands overlapped momentarily. Realizing he was holding Mu Yunge's hand, Jiang Lin quickly released it, saying, I can manage this. Suddenly, Mu Yunge expressed her gratitude. Thank you for bringing me lunch today. Jiang Lin replied, it was merely home-cooked fare. If you enjoyed it, I can bring you more next time. Mu Yunge shook her head. Let us not. I fear you might tire yourself out. Jiang Lin contemplated mentioning that he was not tired at all, but chose to remain silent. He added the vegetables requiring blanching into the pot, and said, once I stabilize my work situation, you won't have to endure such pressure. Working weekends will become unnecessary. With her head bowed, Mu Yunge's lips subtly curved into a smile. When Zhao Xia returned with the children and opened the door, the delightful aroma wafted through the air. Seeing the two busy in the kitchen, she exchanged a knowing glance with her husband, Jiang Jianjun, who chuckled softly. Initially, when their son held Ning Shui in high regard, they too had found her quite commendable. It was unfortunate how things had turned out. Now, it seemed they had lost a sesame seed only to gain a watermelon. And this was much better. Hearing the commotion, Mu Yunge sliced a plate of watermelon she had deliberately chilled in the refrigerator and placed it on the coffee table in the living room. Uncle, Auntie, you must be tired from taking care of the children today. Please enjoy some watermelon to quench your thirst. Zhao Xia, noticing Mu Yunge's striking beauty paired with her warm demeanor, felt an instant fondness. Yunge, why don't you sit and rest? Don't overexert yourself. Jiang Lin mentioned you have work tomorrow and just returned today. Take a moment to relax. Jiang Jianjun sighed, burdened by the pressures of life in the bustling city. Especially with two children to raise, it was indeed a challenging situation for both of them. Mu Yunge, observing her parents' genuine concern for her well-being, felt a stirring in her heart. Unlike her biological parents, who had never shown interest in her struggles, her father only cared about family harmony, indifferent to his daughter's grievances. Her mother, on the other hand, was preoccupied with her daughter's prospects for a suitable marriage, disregarding whether Mu Yunge truly harbored any affection for the suitors. She settled beside Zhao Xia, gazing at this woman who, despite her modest attire, radiated kindness and maternal warmth. Jiang Jianjun, though not eloquent, acted solely with his children's best interests at heart. Mom, today Grandma bought us clothes, said Dodo, eagerly presenting a new outfit that she adored. Grandpa and Grandma are so good to us. Upon inspection, Mu Yunge realized these were branded items, not inexpensive. Furrowing her brow, she recognized the sacrifices the Jiang family had made for their new home, leaving them with little excess. Even the fare for their trip to the city had come from their own pockets. Please refrain from purchasing such expensive clothes for the children in the future. I rarely buy them anything costly. As long as the clothes are comfortable, the brand matters little. Zhao Xia felt a wave of emotion. She had not anticipated that someone as beautiful as Mu Yunge could be so unmaterialistic, not only accepting their humble origins, but also expressing concern for their finances. What a wonderful daughter you are. This is our first time buying clothes for the children, so we wanted to choose something nice. Next time, we can be less particular. Zhao Xia responded, smiling. Mu Yunge nodded in agreement. Let us make that a promise. As Zhao Xia noticed Mu Yunge returning to the kitchen to prepare fruit for the children, her phone rang unexpectedly. Curious about the caller, she checked her phone and found it was a call from Ning Shui. Her expression shifted slightly as she stepped outside to take the call. Hello, Auntie. I saw your posts on social media. Are you in the city again? Did you come for the Dragon Boat Festival? I just bought a car. Why not let me show you around the city and visit some attractions? Ning Shui's voice came through the phone, suppressing her irritation. Zhao Xia recognized this was merely a display of ostentation. That won't be necessary. I prefer not to go out. Besides, although I am unfamiliar with the city, I have my son and daughter-in-law to keep me company, which is more than sufficient. Ning Shui, hearing Zhao Xia refer to her son as wife, felt a pang of resentment. Auntie, I recently met Xiaolin's girlfriend. I have a feeling that such a beautiful girl may not truly care for Jiang Lin. You should verify her background to avoid being deceived. Zhao Xia was taken aback. Was this an attempt to sow discord? She was perplexed, as the Jiang family had always treated Ning Shui sincerely, but she had chosen to pursue wealth instead. Now that her son had found a new partner, was she trying to intervene? Was her heart so unkind that she could not bear to see others flourish? Xiao Shui, I have always been kind to you. It is commendable that you still think of me, but you and my son have already parted ways. While I regret this, there is nothing I can do. Aren't you getting married soon? Xiaolin, indeed. The aunt suddenly recalled that on your birthday last year, she gifted you a red envelope containing 5,000. You should return it to me, considering the current financial strain at home. After all, you've purchased a car and are not in need of such trifles. Wouldn't you agree? A heavy silence enveloped the line. Zhao Xia urged, Xiao Shui, I heard you are dating a wealthy manager. Surely you can spare such a small amount. Or is it that he doesn't treat you well? Auntie, Ning Shui quickly interjected. You jest. My boyfriend treats me exceptionally well. For the Dragon Boat Festival, he transferred me 20,000. I will send you the 5,000 via WeChat. I reached out to you because I have been in a relationship with Jiang Lin for 3 years, hoping he would share the same aspirations as I do for a good life. Ning Shui concluded before hastily terminating the call. Frustrated, she collapsed onto the sofa and promptly transferred 5,000 to Zhao Xia. In her anger, she contemplated deleting Zhao Xia from her contacts but realized that the only way to stay informed about Jiang Lin was through his mother, making deletion impossible. Is Jiang Lin truly serious? We haven't even begun our journey together, and he is already contemplating marriage? Calling me a daughter-in-law with such ease? On the weekend, Lu Xia came to keep Ning Shui company, munching on grapes. What is the matter? Why are you so preoccupied with an ex? Aren't you quite content with President Song? Previously, yes, Ning Shui tossed her phone aside, but now, whenever I mention meeting his parents, he changes the subject. You know I gave him my all. If he doesn't marry me, who else could I turn to? Return to Jiang Lin? He is currently blissfully happy with his new girlfriend, leaving no room for me. Lu Xiao pondered, reflecting on the saying that only when a new romance falters does one linger on the past. Ning Shui, hearing this, grew even more indignant. Are you mocking me? I'm not. You seem to be overthinking, Lu Xiao replied. Didn't T-Song Tianwei buy you a car? If you still feel insecure, perhaps you should follow Jiang Lin's new girlfriend's lead and consider having a child. If you become pregnant, wouldn't T-Song Tianwei be compelled to marry you? Ning Shui considered this perspective, acknowledging its validity. Chapter 39. Jiang Lin is becoming a father. Zhao Xia returned to the living room, where Tang Tang tugged at her, inquiring, Grandma, where have you been? You mustn't sneak away. Mommy said you would stay here with Tang Tang tonight. Zhao Xia smiled, pinching Tang Tang's chubby little hand. Grandma went to earn some toy money for you. Grandma is amazing, Tang Tang exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. Zhao Xia felt delighted by her reaction. Zhang Jianjun quietly asked, Your expression seemed off earlier. Whose call was that? Zhao Xia recounted the incident, lowering her voice. Let us keep this from our son. He might still hold on to old sentiments. It's enough that we know. Zhang Jianjun nodded in agreement. True enough, she is not our daughter-in-law. It's only right that we reclaim this money. After all, she sought you out to boast, while my wife remains unfooled and even profits from the situation. Zhao Xia replied with a huff. What do you mean by profit? This is merely restoring what rightfully belongs to its owner. Zhang Jianjun imitated Tang Tang and gave a thumbs up. In the evening, Jiang Lin prepared a small room for his parents to stay in, while he opted to sleep in the children's room. Although Tang Tang persistently urged him to sleep in the master bedroom, he steadfastly declined. As he lay in bed, Jiang Lin accompanied Dodo in reading. Though Dodo did not express it verbally and lacked the charming demeanor of his sister, he genuinely cherished his father's presence. Father, could you teach me arithmetic? Dodo inquired. Arithmetic? Dodo nodded, expressing his desire to grasp the concept of money, wishing to calculate it accurately so that he could earn and spend on his father in the future. What pressure do you need at such a young age? Jiang Lin remarked, slightly exasperated. We are not that poor. There's no need for you to worry. Please, father, just teach me, Dodo pleaded. He possessed a card filled with pocket money, and if he learned to manage it wisely, perhaps he could earn some interest. Over the past few days, he had secretly researched fixed deposits at the bank, discovering that the interest rates were quite low. A deposit of 10,000 yielded only a little over 200 a year, while 100,000 brought in just over 2,000, and even 1,000,000 only generated a little over 20,000 in interest, barely enough to sustain. Jiang Lin pondered for a moment and retrieved a piece of scratch paper. Let us begin with addition and subtraction then. 1 plus 1 equals 2. Observing Dodo's lack of reaction, he glanced down to find the child staring at him as if he were a fool. What's the matter? Father, I wish to learn arithmetic, but I am not mentally challenged. Could you please start with something more appropriate? Dodo retorted. Jiang Lin was taken aback. Other children began learning addition and subtraction in the first grade, and Dodo was barely over 3 years old. However, Dodo confidently asserted that he had long known that 1 plus 1 equaled 2. Realizing that Dodo was indeed a prodigy, Jiang Lin decided to assess the extent of his mathematical knowledge before commencing with the foundational concepts. By the time it was past 9 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Lin concluded the lesson, indicating that it was time for Dodo to take a bath and prepare for bed. Dodo, still eager for more, relented. All right. At that moment, Jiang Lin's phone rang. He picked it up to find it was Hangzi calling. What's the matter? I need to remind you not to forget to request leave in advance for this Friday when you come to collect your graduation certificate. I'm just worried that it might be difficult to take leave from the big company, so I thought I'd remind you. With your busy schedule, you might forget. Jiang Lin chuckled. Indeed, your consideration is quite thorough. Thank you. Hangzi politely responded before ending the call. Mu Yunj, who was outside, overheard their conversation and contemplated the implications of Hangzi returning to school on Friday, suspecting he might encounter his ex-girlfriend again and wondering if he would face any difficulties. As Jiang Lin emerged, he noticed Mu Yunj. Aren't you asleep yet? I was just helping Dodo gather his clothes for his bath, she replied. Oh, I'll take care of it. I was just on the phone. It's nothing urgent. Suddenly, Mu Yunj remarked, I checked this week's work schedule, and it seems I have no pressing matters on Friday. I can take a day off. Is that so? That is wonderful. You can take some time to rest at home, Jiang Lin responded before leading Dodo into the bathroom. Mu Yungu pressed his lips together, perplexed by the implication of his words. With the graduation ceremony approaching, many seniors had returned to the city, leading to an increase in gatherings among friends. As they approached what might be their final moments of university life, the urgency to meet intensified, prompting everyone to become more animated. Furthermore, with the season marking the conclusion of their job searches, curiosity about each other's futures lingered in the air. Jiang Lin, the quintessential office worker, juggled his daytime job and evening childcare, leading to multiple reschedulings. Finally, on Wednesday evening, he joined several close friends from his dormitory for a reunion, arranged for 8 o'clock. While outside work hours, Jiang Lin had no choice but to join them for a late-night snack. Mu Yungu agreed to stay home with the child, and as his parents were also away, he felt no concern. Upon arriving at a popular eatery in the city center via subway, Jiang Lin was greeted by a large table filled with familiar university friends. Jiang Lin, you little rascal, arriving so late. How about you drink 3 cups as punishment? Exclaimed class leader Song Xianglong, rising from his seat with a thump on the table. You've ignored our invitations so many times. I'm not like you. I've been swamped, Jiang Lin retorted as he took a seat. I can't drink 1 cup and I'm done for. How's he laughed heartily. I can vouch for that. He really can't handle it. Last time he ended up in the hospital from drinking fake liquor. His stomach probably isn't even fully recovered. Zhang Daqiang chimed in. I heard about that. You've had quite the misfortune, my friend. While others drown their sorrows in heartbreak, you ended up in the hospital. It's become quite the tale. Who doesn't know about it? Jiang Lin sighed deeply, feeling the weight of embarrassment. Let us not dwell on the past. I've moved on. Song Xianglong pulled out his phone. Have you truly moved on? I see that your ex is doing quite well, flaunting her car today. She often showcases her cosmetics and handbags, Her life seems vibrant. Are you certain you've moved on? If not, I could introduce you to my sister. She's a wonderful person. Zhang Daqiang gasped. What a good brother you are, trying to play matchmaker. But your sister weighs over 150 pounds and is quite broad. Jiang Lin chuckled at their banter. Enough nonsense. I'm in a relationship and have a child. You should focus on your lives instead of worrying about mine. Exchanging glances. Song Xianglong and Zhang Daqiang shared a look devoid of joy for Jiang Lin, replaced instead by a hint of concern, which cast a pall over the gathering. Sensing the shift, Jiang Lin asked, what is going on? Are you about to lecture me about how having a child limits freedom? I'm quite happy. Aren't you all pleased for me? I genuinely don't need freedom. Song Xianglong hesitated. Well, don't take this the wrong way. We've heard about your situation regarding the child, and we wanted to ask you about it. During the girls' gathering on Monday, Lu Xia mentioned that shortly after your breakup, the child was already confirmed. So, you're a surprise father now, huh? Chapter 40. She said it was inconvenient, not impossible. Zhang Daqiang nodded, expressing his disbelief. He recounted how Lu Xia claimed that Jiang Lin was the one who had strayed first, and that Ning Shui had already severed ties with him. According to her, Ning Shui was the epitome of virtue, with all blame resting squarely on Jiang Lin's shoulders. Zhang Daqiang's tone dripped with sarcasm. He too found Lu Xia's fabrications hard to swallow, for the truth was evident to all. Such a blatant twisting of right and wrong was utterly reprehensible. Jiang Lin's expression turned icy. It was one thing for Ning Shui and Lu Xia to be a nuisance, but now they were maligning his child behind his back. Anger surged within him. However, before he could react, a loud bang echoed as Hongzi slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet. You believe what Lu Xia said? The child has already undergone a paternity test. Could I really be an unwitting father? Do you think I, Jiang Go, am a fool? His frustration was palpable. I say, both Lu Xia and Ning Shui deserve a reckoning. Yang Jia nodded in agreement, casting a sympathetic glance at Jiang Yuan. Brother, getting involved in a relationship has turned out to be like stepping in a pile of dog mess. Disgusting, even after the breakup. Ning Shui herself cheated on you for a short, portly old man, and yet she has the audacity to slander others? Xiao Pingqing, ever the voice of reason, pointed out that with graduation looming, opinions from classmates should matter little since they would soon part ways. Yet, the matter was too aggravating to leave unresolved. If only there were evidence, we could report Lu Xia and hold her legally accountable. Song Xianglong, observing their sentiments, felt a sense of relief. It seemed this was merely a case of baseless gossip, likely born from envy over Jiang Lin's good fortune. When Friday comes, I will confront Lu Xia. Jiang Lin has done her no wrong. Why then would she resort to such underhanded tactics? Others echoed his sentiment, affirming that the paternity test results were indisputable. They simply cannot abide Jiang Lin's happiness. Some women are truly insufferable, unwilling to let go of what they themselves do not want, yet expecting others to remain devoted to them. It's appalling. Do they really believe themselves to be princesses? After cheating, they still want someone to be their loyal admirer. Waiting for their return? I see Ning Shui's betrayal. Lu Xia, her close friend, is hardly a paragon of virtue either. Birds of a feather flock together, he scoffed. I heard Lu Xia joined the same company as Ning Shui and is already earning over 10,000 a month, flaunting it on social media. Isn't that clearly a case of nepotism? Everyone was outraged to learn of Lu Xia's slander against Jiang Lin during the girls' gathering on Monday night. After all, women are naturally inclined to gossip, and such unfounded rumors spread quickly, tarnishing reputations. Spreading rumors is effortless, but dispelling them takes immense effort, they lamented. Seeing Jiang Lin's frosty demeanor, Hongzi urged, Jiang Lin, do not let your anger consume you. When we return to school on Friday, we will stand up for you. Let's see where those two can hide. Jiang Lin shook his head, regaining his composure. Hongzi, you have already passed the written exam for the bank. You're only waiting for the interview results. Do not jeopardize that opportunity over this trivial matter. Are you really willing to swallow your pride? Jiang Lin contemplated for a moment, pondering the nature of his character. Yang Jie was well aware of Jiang Lin's disposition. His excessive kindness and lack of shamelessness made him susceptible to grievances. However, as a good brother, he could not simply overlook the actions of Lu Xia and Ning Shui. While he refrained from openly discussing it, a plan began to form within his mind. During a seemingly jovial late-night snack gathering, the atmosphere had turned somewhat somber, leading the group to agree to reconvene on Friday evening, dispersing before the clock struck 11. The others were largely unaware of Jiang Lin's circumstances. He kept his private life to himself, and his roommates were equally discreet, never gossiping. Upon returning to the dormitory, Xiao Pingqing, who had only joined in June, was residing there, while Heng Zi was busy with exams, naturally also staying in the dorm. Yang Jie enjoyed lingering in the company of his friends, a single man in no rush to move out. Faced with the current predicament, Heng Zi found it hard to swallow his indignation. After all, his sister-in-law was stunning, and the two children bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Lin. How could Lu Xia be so shameless as to create such discord behind their backs? Yang Jie swiveled in his chair. Are you familiar with literature? When Jiang Lin broke up with Ning Shui that day after drinking, he intended to delete her from his life, but had the foresight to back up their chat history. If we merely publicize the chat records along with the timeline of Ning Shui's infidelity, wouldn't that expose them to scandal? Heng Zi furrowed his brow. The idea is quite clever, but how do we access the backed-up chat records? We can't let him know about this, or he may not consent. He slapped his thigh in frustration, lamenting, our brother is simply too kind-hearted. Yang Jie opened his computer to access Baidu Cloud. During my last transfer, I borrowed Jiang Lin's cloud storage since he has a premium account, and I didn't want to spend the 25 yuan for a membership. I forgot to log out. The chat records were all there. Heng Zi turned to Xiao Pingqing. What will you do about this? Xiao Pingqing nodded. This isn't something we men are adept at. I'll call a junior female student to assist. She can organize it and ensure the timeline is accurate without any gaps. She has a penchant for gossip and knows how to incite emotions. Oh, a junior? Heng Zi teased. I thought you wouldn't go for it. Xiao Pingqing's gaze turned steely. It need not escalate, but they have pushed us too far. Remaining silent now would be unwise. While our influence may be limited, the circle within academia is indeed small. Once everyone knows that Ning Shui is at fault, that will suffice. At Jiang Lin's home, darkness enveloped the space. Even at night, he remained awake, staring at the screen displaying a complaint letter, contemplating whether he should take such a step. To avoid disturbing the children's slumber, he had sent Dodo to the master bedroom to sleep alongside Mu Yungo. The only illumination came from the glow of the computer screen. A soft footfall broke the silence, and a hand gently rested on his shoulder. Still awake? With a snap, Jiang Lin instinctively closed his laptop and turned to face Mu Yungo. What brings you here? As she spoke and explained, I found myself rather alert this evening. After all, tomorrow is Thursday, and I have taken leave on Friday, so there is no urgency to retire for the night. Thus, I decided to spend some time on the computer. Mu Yunji settled herself on the bed nearby, her tone gentle. The faint glow of the computer screen illuminating her softly contoured face. Her long eyelashes brushed against her cheeks, and beneath her elegantly arched nose. Her rosy lips were slightly pursed. I have seen what you wrote. Who do you intend to report? I, Jiang Lin, could not conceal the truth any longer. I must speak plainly. I intend to report Song Tianwei for nepotism, arranging for Ning Shui and Lu Xia to enter Conqing Health. In public, they pretended to maintain a superior-subordinate relationship, but I suspect they are wary of revealing the true nature of their connection. Conveniently, I possess photographs that could substantiate their unusual relationship. Jiang Lin feared that Mu Yunji might disapprove of his actions, as he was merely contemplating, not yet resolved to act. Mu Yunji rose and gently ruffled Jiang Lin's hair. You have finally matured, learning to stand against those who bully you. Isn't that wonderful? In truth, Mu Yunji was known for her unwavering resolve to retaliate against wrongdoings. She understood that yielding is not synonymous with tolerance. It merely conveys weakness, allowing adversaries to take further liberties. Therefore, she never afforded anyone the opportunity to overstep their bounds. Bending down, Mu Yunji opened the computer to review the report letter. It's quite well written and logically structured. However, the personal tone is a bit too pronounced. I shall modify it to emphasize the negative impact Song Tianwei's actions could have on the enterprise. With that, she adjusted the computer slightly and began typing with her slender fingers, their movements as graceful as fluttering butterflies. Jiang Lin turned his gaze, not focusing on her words, but rather on her profile and the light reflecting in her eyes. Her long eyelashes framed her beautiful eyes, and when she concentrated, the corners of her mouth wore a faint smile. Her involvement made him feel that his actions were not inherently wrong. All right, this reporting email is inadequate. I have sent the report to my WeChat. I will assist you in sending it tomorrow morning. Mu-Yun-ji, not having heard Jiang Lin's voice, turned to find his face mere inches from hers, their breaths intertwining. She had not realized how closely her body was aligned with Jiang Lin's. He gazed at her lips, swallowing hard, the distance between them narrowing. Just as they were about to draw even closer, Mu-Yun-ji suddenly laughed, straightened her posture, and stepped back. At this hour, we must not engage in any misconduct. There are too many people at home. It would be best to retire early. Jiang Lin watched her exit the room, belatedly realizing that she had said it was inconvenient, not impossible. Chapter 41. Confronting Ning Shui in the morning. Wenwen hurried into the office upon noticing that General Manager Mu was looking for her. Good morning, General Manager. There are still 20 minutes until this morning's meeting. Wenwen observed Mu-Yun-ji, who was engrossed in her documents. Shall I prepare some tea? Although General Manager Mu had been dressing more casually in recent days, no one would be foolish enough to believe that her personality had softened. The subordinates remained ever vigilant. Mu-Yun-gu finally lifted her gaze to Wenwen and inquired about the email address of the chairman of Kongqing Health. Mu-Yun-gu sat upright, slightly furrowing her brow. Is your work state not up to par recently? Wenwen met the cold gaze of the young lady, feeling somewhat remorseful for her oversight. Yes, I will send you the chairman's email address immediately. Mu-Yun-gu nodded. Do not daydream. Daydream? Wenwen pressed her lips together, wondering if the young lady was jesting. It felt rather chilly, and she could only sense a shiver creep down her neck. After promptly complying, she bit her lip and retreated to prepare tea. Mu-Yun-gu initially intended to use her primary account to send a report, but reconsidered, knowing that her email address served as her alias. It would be inappropriate should her true identity be inadvertently revealed to Jiang Lin. After a moment's hesitation, she swiftly registered a secondary account to dispatch the report. Wenwen returned with the tea, and Mu-Yun-gu chose not to dwell further on the matter, instead beginning to review the proposals for the upcoming meeting. A sudden thought crossed her mind, her eyes glinting with intrigue. Isn't my eldest cousin from my third uncle's family returning from medical aid in the West African desert these days? Indeed, Wenwen contemplated. However, her return should be rather low-key. I doubt there will be any celebratory gatherings. Mu-Yun-gu smirked slightly. It is not merely low-key. Rather, Mu Miao Miao is too fearful. Once, this cousin from the third branch was the most ostentatious, indulging in the finest of everything, surrounded by a throng of sycophants, adorned in luxury brands, exuding opulence. Upon her return to the country, witnessing the fate of the second branch, the family hastily sent Mu Miao Miao abroad. Under the pretext of supporting medical development in emerging nations, everyone praised this young lady from the Mu family for her benevolence. Even the media sought to interview this compassionate Miss Mu. Yet, when she was expelled from the Mu family, the torrential rain and the devastating news of her grandfather's passing had left her gravely ill, plagued by a high fever. It was Mu Miao Miao who, accompanied by a motley crew, came to torment her, forcing her to consume drug-laced alcohol. As she reminisced about the past, Mu-Yun-ji's eyes sparkled with a smile. Yet the depths revealed a chilling coldness. Had she truly fallen into Mu Miao Miao's clutches, her life would have been irrevocably shattered. Please leave now. I shall arrive at the conference room punctually. Wenwen nodded and exited. Mu-Yun-gu retrieved another phone from the safe, dialing a number with an unusually grim tone. Keep an eye on the international airport for those returning from West Africa. I do not wish for Mu Miao Miao to return unscathed, understood? After her command, she returned the phone to the safe. Upon arriving at the conference room, she spotted her third uncle, Mu Qinghua, seated at the end, appearing quite pleased. Despite his efforts to suppress it, the joy still shone through his eyes and brows. Her gaze merely swept indifferently across the room before she proceeded to her designated spot. Observing the hidden tragedies beneath others' joy was, in truth, not particularly intriguing. Nevertheless, She remained indifferent to whether it was interesting or not. She solely desired results. While working at Dongxing Trading, Jiang Lin did not notice the phone calls that had been intercepted. He made himself a cup of coffee, returned to his desk, and was about to immerse himself in his work when his colleague, Jiang Yuan, kindly reminded him, "Jiang Lin, the security office just called our department, saying someone is looking for you at the entrance regarding something important." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin wondered if it could be his parents. "I'll head down for a moment. If anything comes up at work, please call me," he said, and without further ado, he hurried downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he spotted someone conversing with the security guard at the entrance and jogged over, only to discover it was Ning Shui. The urgency on his face evaporated entirely, replaced by a sense of unease, and he frowned in distaste. "What are you doing here?" Ning Shui, noticing his retreating posture, gritted her teeth. "This isn't the place for a discussion. Let's talk in my car." Jiang Lin remained unmoved. "If you're here to flaunt your car, there's really no need." Ning Shui's expression twisted with anger. "Jiang Lin, we were in a relationship for 3 years. I admit I didn't handle the ending well. But can you honestly say you were blameless? You had to treat me this way and confront me in public, didn't you?" Jiang Lin glanced at the security guard, who had taken the hint to patrol elsewhere. "Can we speak now?" Ning Shui, suppressing her emotions, exclaimed, "You've made a huge fuss, posting our chat history on local social media, even on university pages and campus walls. I've received numerous calls this morning from friends and classmates asking if I really cheated on some greasy old man. You once said to part amicably, but look at you now. How could you betray me like this behind my back? Yes, I did complain about Song Tianwei being greasy and bothersome, but back then, I didn't know him well. Now that I do, I find him quite charming and caring. Why would you take our private conversations and twist them into something public?" Ning Shui could hardly fathom the potential fallout from this incident. Upon learning of it, her first thought was one of shame and embarrassment. She, too, recognized that her infidelity was disgraceful. However, as she calmed down, she became fearful that Song Tianwei might see those messages. How could she explain to him her previous disparaging remarks? If that led to a breakup, she would lose everything. "Jiang Lin, you must delete those posts immediately, or I swear I won't let this go." Jiang Lin began to comprehend her distress. Though the situation remained unclear, he found himself somewhat amused by Ning Shui's indignation. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not tolerate her self-righteous demeanor. "You won't let this go? Ning Shui, you're quite amusing, aren't you? Haven't you always been the one who wouldn't let me go? You have tormented me, causing your dear friend to mock Yungo, and then your Mr. Song dismissed me from Shanghai Trading. Yet, your dissatisfaction did not cease there. Your friend spread rumors at the class reunion, claiming my child lacked affection and that I was the unfaithful one." Jiang Lin admonished, "Is your behavior not already repugnant? The sight of your hypocritical face makes me feel nauseous." Ning Shui's complexion turned deathly pale as she stepped back, alarmed by Jiang Lin's extreme disdain. She could not comprehend why, despite 3 years of love, things had devolved into such a disastrous state. A chill enveloped her heart, leading her to believe that her efforts over the past 3 years had been in vain. "Jiang Lin, even if I am at fault, let this be the end. We should part amicably. I promise not to trouble you again. Please delete those posts and submissions, will you?" Ning Shui softened her tone, convinced she had sufficiently humbled herself. "I can only say it was not my doing. I cannot assist you," Jiang Lin replied, turning to leave. Tears cascaded down Ning Shui's cheeks. She felt utterly lost. She realized she had likely angered Jiang Lin. Yet, how could a woman so beautiful possibly be interested in him? Was he not merely playing the role of a reluctant father, taking on burdens he had not asked for? It felt profoundly unjust to Ning Shui. She shouted, "Jiang Lin, that woman is no good. Let her manipulate you, and you will surely regret treating me this way for her sake." Jiang Lin turned back, urging her to seek help for her apparent insanity, advising her not to embarrass herself further. At that moment, he truly felt that this relationship had become his personal history of shame. Chapter 42. Graduation Ceremony. Upon returning to his desk, Jiang Lin searched online for what Ning Shui had claimed and quickly found it. As he perused the chat logs, his brow furrowed. Did I not capture this? Why is it circulating online and being fabricated into something else? Jiang Lin had deleted those records, but they had inadvertently remained in the cloud storage, which he had forgotten to clear. Realizing this, Jiang Lin hastily called Yang Jie, who took a moment to answer, sounding somewhat guilty. Jiang, is this not work time? Why are you calling me? Ning Shui came to see me. Ah, this was indeed my doing, and I should not have concealed it from you. But I was quite upset. I feared you would disapprove. Yang Jie quickly confessed, feigning distress. I have received my diploma and will be returning home to work. It may be a long time before I am back in the city. My good brother, please do not let this anger you. Regardless, I acted on your behalf. And if you are truly upset with me, I will not feel at ease returning home. Initially, Jiang Lin had merely intended to inquire. And considering that Yang Jie was genuinely leaving after graduation, he refrained from further protest, not wanting to seem ungrateful. I was merely asking, why the urgency? You have somewhat invaded my privacy, making me feel like an unfortunate victim. Jiang Lin felt rather embarrassed. Yang Jie clicked his tongue, and being in the midst of it, one feels that they are not the great fool. However, from an objective standpoint, one is indeed the great fool. Jiang Lin was momentarily speechless. Yang Jie continued, that Lu Xia has been scheming against you behind your back. We merely revealed the truth for everyone to see, without embellishing it in any way. How others perceive it is their own concern, wouldn't you agree? After the call ended, Jiang Lin pondered for a moment and sighed. He truly did not wish to entangle himself with Ning Shui any further, hoping they could learn from this and refrain from provoking him again. Meanwhile, in Kanching Health, Song Tianwei emerged from his office, his expression rather grim. He had been summoned due to a complaint letter regarding his clandestine arrangements for Ning Shui and Lu Xia. Fortunately, the chairman's complaint emails were managed by a secretary, who merely provided him with a heads up. Otherwise, if this were to be exploited against him, even if he were not in trouble, he would still face considerable backlash. Though the complaint was from an anonymous account, making it impossible to ascertain the identity. The accompanying photographs were evidently taken by someone close to Ning Shui. Upon returning to his office to find Ning Shui absent, he waited until she finally returned. Suppressing his anger, he asked, "Where have you been?" Ning Shui, feeling somewhat guilty, replied, "I went out to buy milk tea." Song Tianwei wanted to chastise her for being foolish, but refrained from doing so, considering she was still his young girlfriend. And it was not uncommon for someone her age to lack wisdom. He restrained himself, saying, "You need to be more discreet from now on. Do you realize that someone has taken our photos from your social media and reported me for favoritism to the chairman? Do you want to continue living a good life? Think it through and be more cautious. Even if you post on social media, do not include my picture." Ning Shui, already feeling wronged, was taken aback by this new development. She pressed her lips together, asserting, "It must be someone deliberately targeting me. I am certain it is Jiang Lin." Her tone was resolute. He said we caused him to lose his job at Shanghai Trading, so perhaps this is his way of seeking revenge. Song Tianwei felt a surge of anger, but calmed himself upon realizing who was orchestrating this behind the scenes. I did not take him seriously. Yet he dares to disturb me like this. Ning Shui, anxious, inquired, "What should we do? Does the report have significant repercussions?" She was not keen on losing her lucrative job. "It's nothing serious. It's merely a warning," he reassured her. Ning Shui sighed in relief. Yet a tinge of fear towards Jiang Lin crept in. If provoked, things might not end well. After 3 years of their relationship, she finally began to understand that Jiang Lin's seemingly honest demeanor might have been a fade. After all, which decent person would treat their ex-girlfriend in such a manner? There must be some lingering affection after a breakup, right? As Friday morning approached, the class group was abuzz with activity. When Jiang Lin rose that morning, he noticed an abundance of notifications on his phone, revealing that his classmates had been chatting late into the night until 2 or 3 in the morning. In truth, he used to maintain a similar nocturnal routine, occasionally staying up late to play games. However, ever since the arrival of their children, their daily routine has aligned closely with that of the little ones. The youth possess remarkable stamina, capable of enduring sleepless nights. A casual glance reveals that the conversations are mostly trivial. The more introverted individuals tend not to engage in such banter. leaving the discourse to a few extroverted souls. Jiang Lin rose to freshen up, recalling that Mu Yunj finally had a day off and deserved to indulge in a leisurely slumber. He proceeded to rouse the two children from their beds, guiding them through their morning rituals. Once they were ready, he informed Mu Yunj of his intention to take the children to kindergarten. She acknowledged him with a response, emerging from the room, her long hair gently cascading, with strands of dark locks adorning her snow-white neck. Her fair calves peeked out from beneath her skirt, slender and elongated, and she had hastily descended from her bed without shoes. She smiled at Jiang Lin, mentioning that Tang Tang and Dodo would not be attending kindergarten today. You can head back to school in my car. I'm taking the day off and won't need it. Jiang Lin noted her cheerful demeanor and refrained from further inquiries. Very well, I will retrieve my diploma and attend the graduation ceremony. I shouldn't be too late. However, we might have to dine together for a farewell dinner tonight, so I want to be home for dinner. But how was I unaware that the children had a holiday? I almost sent them off to school again. Dodo tilted his head, expressing his own confusion about the matter. Tang Tang blinked, still groggy as if caught in a dream. Mu Yunj, smiling at him, encouraged, you should hurry along. The weather is lovely today, perfect for gathering with your classmates. Jiang Lin patted Dodo on the arm, reminding him to focus on his studies at home and to remember the assignments he had left for him. Dodo beamed at his father's concern, teasingly retorting, I know, Dad, you're so chatty. As Jiang Lin exited, Mu Yunj withdrew her gaze and returned the children to their room. She then took out her phone to call Wenwen, informing her that she would be attending the graduation ceremony. The major graduation ceremony does not permit family members to attend, thus necessitating her advance notice to avoid any last-minute complications. She preferred a low-profile approach, simply wishing to observe the proceedings. Chapter 43, The Elite on the Wealth List. Wenwen was puzzled, but, recalling the last lesson from the young lady, obediently agreed. Yes, miss, shall I arrange for a vehicle to pick you up? It seemed that Mr. Xiao would also be attending the major graduation ceremony, as she had heard. I will go alone and time my arrival for when I am to be picked up since I have the children with me. After hanging up, Wenwen was left bemused. Given the Mu family's financial standing, which ranked them among the top in the national wealth list last year, many universities had extended invitations. Yet, the major graduation was merely from a well-regarded 211 institution. Wenwen did not look down upon it. Rather, in comparison, there were far more prestigious universities that had issued invitations, and the young lady had never once appeared at a university event. It is worth noting that the young lady did not pursue her studies domestically, but attended a top-tier institution abroad, where she specialized in management, a field ranked first in the world. Thus, it stands to reason that the young lady should harbor no particular feelings towards this matter, should she? How peculiar, indeed. How strangely things unfold each day. Wenwen shook her head as she entered the elevator, only to encounter Assistant Xie Jingwei. Even Secretary Li experiences moments of distraction. Today, with President Mu absent, are your thoughts wandering? Wenwen frowned, surprised that Assistant Xie appeared equally absent-minded. Are you jesting with me? Wasn't President Mu supposed to be coordinating a project? Yet here you are returning? Although they were colleagues, both serving under Mu Yungu, their roles diverged somewhat. Besides the two of them, there were others attending to the presidential office. Xie Jingwei nodded. He had originally returned to report on matters, but was taken aback to discover that President Mu was not in the office. President Mu had gone out today. Upon hearing this, Xie Jingwei also found it strange. Wenwen furrowed her brow. Do you find it odd as well? The thoughts of our president are as elusive as a needle in the ocean, impossible to decipher. Xie Jingwei pondered seriously. It may pertain to President Mu's next strategic deployment. Her vision extends far beyond ours. She anticipates 10 steps ahead, never engaging in actions devoid of significance. Wenwen felt a sense of admiration, truly, as an assistant. He is astute. Why hadn't I considered that? President Mu has already managed the Mu Corporation so adeptly, yet she continues to seek progress, advancing with caution, truly remarkable. Xie Jingwei reflected, that is why she is the president. Her thoughts remain inscrutable to us. Wenwen nodded in agreement, finding resonance in his words. On campus, when Jiang Lin arrived at the assembly hall, Most of his classmates had already gathered. This time, several classes were convened under the supervision of the counselor, resulting in a lively atmosphere. Familiar faces clustered together, sharing their initial experiences of entering society. Youthful countenances, brimming with vitality, showed no signs of fatigue, radiating exuberance. Jianglin. Hangzi waved at Jianglin. Come over and sit. I've saved you a spot. Spotting his roommates, Jianglin approached and took a seat, casting a glance at the counselor on stage, who appeared deeply troubled while clutching his phone. What could be amiss? Is old Nyo quarreling with his wife again? Even after our graduation, he wears such a long face? Hangzi shook his head. No, it seems someone from the billionaire list is visiting our school today. And old Nyo is quite vexed about it. Isn't that a good thing? The school can gain some publicity. Hangzi explained. TSK, it's that Mu Corporation, you know? The prestigious jewelry group, quite formidable. Old Nyo feels that since the campus recruitment has already passed, this visit will benefit the next cohort, while our year will miss out. Jianglin nodded, fully aware of old Nyo's genuine concern for his students. Just then, Nyo Shui adjusted his thick black-framed glasses and sighed. You truly are unfortunate. How peculiar it is, arriving now rather than sooner. During the campus recruitment, Mu Corporation never came to our school for presentations. It seems that starting with the next cohort, there will be more opportunities for outstanding graduates. He mused to himself, if luck permits, securing a position at Mu Corporation would indeed be splendid, and certainly preferable to the exhausting, competitive grind of the internet industry. How delightful it would be. Curiosity piqued, Hangzi inquired, Teacher Nyo, is it still timely for me to submit my resume? Having already passed the bank interview, Nyo Shui gestured towards Hangzi, advising him not to boast and to focus on his work, dismissing any unnecessary thoughts. Despite the somewhat antiquated title of counselor, Nyo was merely 28 years old, having commenced his career here immediately after obtaining his graduate degree. This cohort, including Jianglin, represented his inaugural group of students, fostering a deep emotional connection with them. Conversely, Yang Jie appeared unfazed, engaging in light banter with Jianglin and Xiaoping. Companies like Mu's were not easily accessible. Only exceptionally talented individuals could enter, often through connections from the school's network, likely inviting those featured on the wealth rankings. Nonetheless, expressing regret made it seem as though submitting a resume guaranteed entry. Xiaoping nodded in agreement, noting that the finance sector consistently recruited graduates from top-tier universities and international institutions, leaving little room for others. However, he was aware of certain aspects of Mu's enterprises. Having previously reviewed corporate information, he discovered that Mu's subsidiaries included financial sectors, specifically Dongxing Trading, where Jianglin was employed. Yet, entry was challenging. He had heard from seniors that recruitment was aimed at foreign postings, which could be perilous, albeit offering substantial salaries. Jianglin, unaware of these particulars, only knew that Dongxing Trading was a sizable and affluent company, generous with salaries, and that current recruitment favored employees proficient in less common languages. He mused that his relatively relaxed position might have lower requirements. I seem to have been fortunate, he remarked, recalling the human resources manager's hints that his resume had been salvaged from the discard pile, attributing his luck to fortuitous circumstances. Yang Jie, envious, retorted, luck is a component of ability. Unlike me, my parents are urging me to return home, where they have purchased a house for me, planning for my future there. Upon hearing this, Jianglin patted Yang Jie's shoulder, expressing gratitude for his support in past matters. Tomorrow is Saturday. I will treat you all to dinner. No, let me treat you, Yang Jie countered, waving his hand. You have enough pressure raising a child. I won't let you pay. Lowering his voice, he gestured discreetly towards Jianglin. Look over there. Turning to glance, Jianglin caught sight of Lu Xia and Ning Shui seated by the window. Lu Xia was animatedly chatting with the girl beside her, while Ning Shui's demeanor appeared bleak. She seemed fatigued, lacking her usual vibrancy, appearing somewhat dejected and uneasy. Jianglin surmised it was likely due to the recent online incidents. However, after a day of deliberation, Yang Jie and his friends had already contacted the bloggers, leading to the removal of the posts. Nevertheless, Those who needed to know had already grasped the essence of the situation. In Chapter 44, Lu Xia nudged Ning Shui with her elbow, saying, "Just now, Jiang Lin was stealing glances at you." With a huff, Ning Shui's eyes momentarily flickered with disdain. Although the posts had been deleted, the repercussions on her reputation were already significant. How would others perceive her moving forward? It was profoundly unsettling. Such individuals, a mere glance from them makes me feel nauseated. While she harbors disdain, she seems to have forgotten that every instance of disturbance after their breakup was instigated by her, whereas Jiang Lin never intruded upon her peace. However, this particular retaliation left her utterly defenseless, leading her to harbor an intense hatred for Jiang Lin. Lu Xia reassured her, acknowledging that he indeed overstepped, driven by jealousy of your well-being, prompting such despicable actions. Fortunately, President Song did not unjustly direct his ire towards you. His affection for you remains genuine. Ning Shui felt a pang of discomfort. Thankfully, those messages had been deleted, for if Song Tianwei were to peruse the chat history, she could scarcely fathom how enraged he would become. Ning Shui's head throbbed as someone inquired, "Xiao Xua, you work at a large corporation and your starting salary exceeds 10,000. Surely it will only rise from there." Lu Xia responded, "Of course, Xiao Xua's fiancé is a senior executive at Conching Health, so he will undoubtedly pave the way for her. Moreover, just a few days prior, he purchased a car for her, and I found it exceedingly comfortable riding here today." After their engagement, he intends to transfer property to Xiao Xua as well. Lu Xia's tone brimmed with envy and pride. What man, possessing wealth and a penchant for pampering his wife, would not ensure his partner's salary is elevated? Upon hearing Lu Xia broach such a sensitive subject, Ning Shui's expression shifted slightly. Initially apprehensive about being regarded through a peculiar lens, she was taken aback when the other party exclaimed, "Wow, I'm so envious. Having a high-ranking fiancé is truly a blessing. Indeed, with a house and a car, along with job arrangements, it is remarkably dependable." Listening to their envious tones, Ning Shui felt a modicum of comfort. Her insecurities diminished somewhat, allowing her to straighten her back and feign modesty. "He treats me exceptionally well and is quite generous. Otherwise, I would not be with him." Those nearby clicked their tongues, realizing why Jiang Lin should reflect on himself instead of blaming fate or lamenting that women do not love him enough. Surely, it is far better to be in a car than to be like him, braving the elements daily upon a small donkey, no? Some deliberately teased, recalling how he used to deliver breakfast to Xiao Xua, spending a mere yuan on each bun. He could barely afford one a day. How embarrassing. Lu Xia crossed her arms. Indeed, he had the audacity to post such humiliating content online, merely a failure resorting to such antics. Upon observing a group of gossip-loving girls occasionally casting amused glances his way, Jiang Lin could discern they were not speaking kindly of him. His brows furrowed in distaste. Hongzi was puzzled, having already released the chat records. What more could they possibly say? Yang Jie remained composed. "You wouldn't understand. Some women are exceedingly materialistic, valuing wealth above all. Whoever enjoys a prosperous life is deemed right. Is it not they who assert that the impoverished should refrain from romance to prevent further generations from suffering?" Xiaoping, with an expression of mild surprise, questioned, "Surely it cannot be that exaggerated?" "Indeed it is," retorted Yang Jie. "If you don't believe me, search online tonight. You'll find countless examples of those who have sunk into the depths of greed, indifferent to any moral compass." Hongzi cast a sympathetic glance at Jiang Lin. It seems they still have more to say. They are truly insufferable. While engaged in conversation, Niu Shuyi on stage proclaimed for silence, announcing the distribution of bachelor robes and caps, instructing everyone to gather at the auditorium by 10 o'clock once prepared. Jiang Lin, unwilling to let such individuals affect his mood, departed to collect his bachelor robe from the class leader. He followed his roommates, while Ning Shui trailed behind a few girls to claim her garment, deliberately displaying a disdainful expression, hoping to retort with a few biting remarks. However, Jiang Lin did not spare her a glance, proceeding past her without acknowledgement. The words teetered on her lips, but were swallowed back, intensifying her ire. The graduation ceremony was held in the grand auditorium. The front rows were occupied by esteemed leaders attending the event. Jiang Lin and Hangzi sat in their designated spots, having donned their bachelor robes. After the outstanding graduates took to the stage to toss their caps, they would proceed to collect their diplomas. Once everyone was seated, the leaders gradually entered and took their places. As Jiang Lin conversed with Hang Zi, his gaze drifted to the entrance of the auditorium, where a familiar silhouette passed by, long hair like ink, standing out starkly against the crowd. Yet, upon closer inspection, the figure vanished from view. What was he looking at? Jiang Lin squinted. The throng was overwhelming, and he might have mistaken someone. No matter. He found it peculiar that he had conjured an illusion after such a brief absence. Was he truly missing Mu Yunge? It was unusual for him to feel this way. However, Mu Yunge had dropped out of high school and never attended university, making her presence at such an event implausible. Xiao Pingqing followed Jiang Lin's gaze, noting that the individuals seated over there appeared to be executives from major corporations. Jiang Lin nodded, remarking that their presence held no significance for them. He then added, "You will be on stage shortly to toss your cap. I shall capture the moment for you." Xiao Pingqing appeared somewhat bashful. Every year, it is customary for school leaders to toss caps at the graduation ceremony, but only a select few outstanding graduates are invited to the stage. If not, thousands of students would ascend, leaving the leader's hands sore from the endeavor. In the front rows, shadows shifted. Xiao Yang sat beside a strikingly beautiful and poised woman, offering a respectful smile. "Mu Zong, had I known you would attend, I would have refrained from coming. Your presence renders mine superfluous." "There's no need for such words," Mu Yunge replied, leaning back in her seat. "My attendance is for personal reasons, not business. Since you are a distinguished graduate, it is only fitting to return to your alma mater and extend blessings to your juniors, both out of affection and propriety." After her statement, she focused intently on the stage, lapsing into silence. Xiao Liang chuckled to ease the tension, feeling somewhat uncomfortable in his seat. No one had informed him that Mu Zong would be present. There had been no mention of it at the company. Hadn't she always abstained from such events? As the school leaders began their speeches, the outstanding graduates followed suit, with notable figures addressing the audience. Gradually, students ascended the stage to toss their caps. The atmosphere of graduation was thick with excitement, a bit chaotic and hurried, with voices raised and applause resonating like thunderclaps. Mu Yunge observed intently until the very end. Yet she did not catch a glimpse of Jiang Lin, which left her feeling somewhat regretful. Chapter 45. The children attend his graduation ceremony. Since her arrival at the school, numerous individuals had approached her for conversation, yet she found herself reluctant to engage, often responding only out of obligation. However, the individual she truly wished to see remained elusive. Once the cap-tossing ceremony concluded, she checked her phone for a WeChat message from Jiang Lin and exited through the front door. It was also mealtime for President Mo. Xiao Liang had initially contemplated inviting Mu Yunge to dinner, considering himself a senior and a quasi-host, yet upon turning around, he discovered she had vanished. Staring at the empty seats, he sighed, realizing that President Mu truly was in a hurry, evidently attending for personal reasons. The students gradually dispersed, heading off for group photos. The principal, having stepped down from the podium, looked at Xiao Liang and remarked on his reluctance to speak when summoned, and how their president had also refrained from making a public appearance. "Your Mu Corporation is something else," the principal chuckled. Xiao Liang, known for his humor, replied, "Since the president won't take the stage, how could I, a mere manager, dare to do so? That would be utterly absurd." The principal laughed heartily, suggesting, "How about we all share a meal together and capture a commemorative photo?" Xiao Liang awkwardly smiled. Perhaps she went off to explore the campus alone. After the finance college took their large class photo, they proceeded to the school's iconic entrance for a group shot. Under the blazing sun, they all sweated profusely, prompting the girls to complain and retreat to touch up their makeup. Many of the young women had brought bouquets, adorning themselves beautifully for the occasion. By early afternoon, it was time for free photography. Since they would need to return their caps and gowns and collectively retrieve their diplomas and degrees afterward, no one ventured far, remaining in the square to take pictures. Using the remaining class funds, they had hired a photographer, charging by the day, to capture their moments. Jiang Lin, feeling somewhat fatigued, sat on the steps sipping iced water. Song Xianglong approached him, urging, Come on, join us for a photo. Don't run off. There won't be another chance to gather everyone together. Reluctantly, Jiang Lin rose and posed with them. Just as they finished, two adorable voices called out, "Daddy! Daddy!" Hearing the familiar tones, Jiang Lin focused his gaze to see two little sprouts running toward him, each cradling a bouquet in their hands. They looked like the children from traditional paintings, utterly charming. Their sudden appearance captured the attention of several girls nearby. "Oh my goodness, how adorable. Whose children are they? I'm melting. I want to take them home in a sack." Jiang Lin, astonished, exclaimed, "Tang Tang, Dodo, how did you get in here?" In truth, the graduation ceremony allowed family members to enter the school to present flowers to their children, but due to stricter regulations in recent years, families had not been permitted to attend the graduation ceremonies. Jiang Lin bent down to catch Tang Tang and Dodo, noticing the beads of sweat on their foreheads. Feeling a pang of sympathy. "It's so hot. What brings you here? Please take care not to suffer from heat stroke." "Dad, today is your graduation," Tang Tang exclaimed. "Just like how I will graduate from kindergarten." She wrapped her arms around Jiang Lin, adding, "I want to give you a gift to celebrate your graduation." Dodo nodded in agreement. "Happy graduation, Dad. The flowers are from Tang Tang and me. We picked them at the flower shop using our pocket money." Tang Tang eagerly nodded and presented a small bouquet of hydrangeas to her father. "The lady at the flower shop said that graduation represents a bright future. So I chose these flowers for you." Dodo couldn't help but chime in, "Silly. It's prosperous future, not future hydrangeas." He handed his bouquet, which contained a money tree branch, to Jiang Lin, declaring, "I wish you wealth, Dad." Jiang Lin was pleasantly surprised by their arrival, recalling the fleeting glimpse of a familiar silhouette he had seen in the auditorium. A flicker of joy igniting within him. Could it be that Mu Yunj had truly come? She had taken a day off, not merely for rest, but to attend his graduation ceremony. "Did Mom bring you here, Tang Tang and Dodo? Where is she?" Before the children could respond, a throng of classmates approached. Zhang Daqiang's eyes widened. "Jiang Lin, are these your younger siblings? They're adorable. They even came to give you graduation flowers. How sweet. They look just like you. Your genes are truly remarkable." Jiang Lin was momentarily distracted and found it difficult to continue his inquiries, holding one child in each hand. "Haven't you all known I have children? This is my son and daughter, Dodo and Tang Tang. They are both over 3 years old." Zhang Daqiang was astonished. "Your children are already this big? I thought you were just expecting." Jiang Lin chuckled. Hang Zi also joined in. "My dear son-in-law and daughter-in-law, come. Let us take a photo together." Dodo retorted, "Uncle Hang Zi, you always confuse generations. How silly." Hang Zi couldn't help but chuckle. The entire class was captivated by Tang Tang and Dodo, gathering around to tease the children, marveling at how quickly Jiang Lin had grown his family. Many were envious of the children's cuteness. Ning Shue's teeth clenched in frustration, her face a mask of anger and resentment. Lu Xia was equally shocked. "Shue? Jiang Lin seems so serious and honest. I never imagined he had children before dating you. His character is truly questionable. Thankfully, you never got involved with him. Otherwise, becoming an instant stepmother would have been a disaster." However, the surrounding female classmates did not echo their sentiments. Instead, they gushed. "They're so adorable. These two children look just like Jiang Lin. They must be his biological kids without a doubt." Who spread the rumor that Jiang Lin was an unexpected father? Such words are truly unfair. Xianin, usually quite extroverted, set down her selfie stick, harboring a favorable impression of Jiang Lin due to her close relationship with Hang Zi. Upon hearing the chatter, she deliberately pursed her lips and raised her voice. "Isn't it what Lu Xia said? I recall that on Monday night, Lu Xia was incessantly gossiping about Jiang Lin. She mentioned that Jiang Lin unexpectedly became a father, and his wife is quite beautiful, clearly not a serious person. Xianin, who comes from a well-off family, has long disdained the petty triumphs of Ning Shui and Lu Xia. She leaned in intentionally. Lu Xia, with your penchant for fabricating rumors, will you face legal consequences for this?" Huang Ting, linking arms with Xianin, chimed in. Indeed, that night, some even claimed there was no definitive evidence. After all, it's a matter of their family. You were warned not to speak recklessly, yet you were quite animated in your claims. Chapter 46. Is mother sitting in the leader's row? Lu Xia was taken aback. It was merely that Jiang Lin's child had arrived, and the resemblance was unmistakable. To her astonishment, she found herself being criticized. What does this have to do with me? I merely stated what I believed. If you choose to believe it, what can I do? I was simply mistaken. However, Lu Xia's words did little to quell the discussions around her. The crowd murmured in agreement. What a shame. Those two babies are so adorable. And yet some still choose to speak ill of them. My heart melts at the sight of those lovely twins. Why would she slander Jiang Lin in such a manner? Is it not common knowledge that Ning Shui once dated Jiang Lin, only to later cast him aside? Behind the scenes, she continues to gossip maliciously, which is utterly despicable. Ning Shui herself is the one who cheated. Did you not see that? My cousin inquired about Ning Shui just yesterday. I know she complained about a sleazy man harassing her, and Jiang Lin comforted her, even sending her red envelopes. Yet, shortly thereafter, she moved in with that same sleazy man. How disgusting. Her character is truly appalling. Although everyone in their university class was acquainted throughout 4 years, aside from required courses, they attended classes with students from other faculties. Moreover, the classrooms were not fixed, and after each class, they all returned to their respective dormitories, leaving little room for deep connections. It is possible that after 4 years, one might not even recognize the names of their classmates. Consequently, regarding Ning Shui's situation, apart from Lu Xia and a few others who shared her worldview, most would not side with her. After all, they were on the brink of graduation and still young. Viewing her as someone who compromises herself with a sleazy man while backstabbing her ex Ning Shui, upon overhearing the whispers directed at her, felt the weight of their scrutinizing gazes, even though they were lowered in volume. Their judgment pierced her like a thorn. She cast a glance at Jiang Lin, who was holding a child not far away, and found herself unable to discern whether she felt anger or hatred. Her complexion fluctuated between green and pale as she bowed her head in silence, retreating to sit beneath a nearby tree. If not for the fact that she still needed to collect her diploma, she would have preferred to walk away entirely, especially upon hearing the child's laughter. She dared not look more than twice. That was Jiang Lin's child, which meant that her past 3 years had been nothing but a farce. She was the one who had lost utterly, the ultimate fool. Lu Xia felt a twinge of embarrassment and hurried after Ning Shui, who had reddened eyes. She quickly offered her comfort. Shui, do not heed their words. They earn so little in a month. Did you not see the graduation salary statistics? We are at the top. They are merely envious of you. In 3, 5, or 10 years, when they are burdened with mortgages and raising families, you will be flourishing as a manageress wife, and they will only envy you. As she spoke, a flicker of indignation crossed her face. Those who feign superiority have yet to taste the harsh realities of life. However, this time, Ning Shui did not succumb to Lu Xia's brainwashing comfort. She glanced at Lu Xia and said, "Why did you feel the need to share everything at the Monday gathering? Some matters are best kept between us. Yet you divulged them to all the girls in class. Do you not realize they are merely waiting for a spectacle? Now, with Jiang Lin's child being so evident, others would only perceive me as jealous, slandering him. I was only looking out for you." Lu Xia stamped her foot in protest. "I am defending your reputation. So many are saying you cheated, and I could not bear to hear it." Ning Shui tightened her grip on her phone. She had indeed strayed. But it was out of compassion, not wanting to hurt Jiang Lin. Her greatest regret now was not having decisively ended things with Jiang Lin, which led to the present gossip. Moreover, hearing people claim she chose a greasy, somewhat unscrupulous man for money was deeply distressing to her. Ning Shui's eyelashes fluttered as she said, "Xia, deep down, do you not feel the same as they do? You once looked down on Song Tianwei. Yet now you live with him for money. Does that not disgust you?" "I do not think so," Lu Xia replied earnestly. "If only President Song favored me, I would gladly accept. His future is limitless. He is a golden son-in-law." Seeing Lu Xia's sincerity brought some comfort to Ning Shui. Those familiar with her knew that Song Tianwei was indeed a fine individual. Only those unfamiliar would speak ill of her choices. She had made no mistakes in her decisions. The midday sun blazed down. After taking photos, everyone was to head to the academy to collect their graduation certificates. The class committee announced that there would be a final team-building dinner for the entire class at around 4 p.m. Jiang Lin held on to Do Do with one hand and Tang Tang with the other, the three of them making their way to collect the certificates together. A group of boys surrounded them, and Hang Zi remarked, Tang Tang, with the sun so bright, your little arms and legs must be tired. Why not let Uncle Hang carry you? Absolutely not. Tang Tang firmly rejected him. Uncle Hang was a college student, and since graduating from kindergarten, Tang Tang had become a primary school student. Before long, she would be in college herself. Thus, she refused to be carried. Yang Jie chimed in. Tang Tang simply finds Uncle Hang unattractive. He is a strange uncle, which is why she doesn't want him to carry her. Tang Tang's eyes twinkled as she realized this Uncle Yang was quite clever. She admired intelligent people. Jiang Lin noticed Tang Tang's amused expression and recognized Yang Jie's words held truth. Tang Tang, how is it that at such a young age, you have become a connoisseur of looks? Laughter erupted among the group. Upon arriving at the academy, Counselor Niu was already waiting. He heard from the female students that Jiang Lin had brought a child. Initially, upon learning that Jiang Lin had become a father at the tender age of 3, he felt a twinge of regret, considering it a tragic waste of youthful potential, a sign of misguided values, and an early depletion of one's prime years. There was a sense of sympathy, much like the feeling one might have upon seeing a girl who had given birth at a young age. However, upon seeing the child Jiang Lin was carrying, that sympathy swiftly transformed into envy. Indeed, he felt a twinge of jealousy. He and his wife had been married for over 2 years without having welcomed a delightful child into their lives. Yet, the child of his student resembled the daughter of his dreams. In his imagination, his precious little girl would be just as adorable and cherished. Jiang Lin, I can't help but feel that your daughter bears an uncanny resemblance to my long-lost beloved child. Jiang Lin quickly interjected, Teacher Niu, you mustn't say such things. A gentleman does not covet what others hold dear. Laughter erupted among the surrounding students. Teasing, Teacher, you find the child charming and wish to claim her, don't you? Not just you, I would like to as well. She's simply too adorable. Those from the same dormitory felt a swell of pride, and one of them waved dismissively. You can only dream. We have the priority to be godfathers. Counselor Niu chuckled. Isn't the child's mother here? Is she from our school? This topic piqued everyone's interest, as there was already an abundance of gossip surrounding Jiang Lin. Lu Xia had mentioned that the child's mother was extraordinarily beautiful. They were all eager to see just how stunning she was. Jiang Lin himself felt perplexed. I'm not sure either. Tang Tang blinked her eyes. Mommy is here. She sat in the middle of the first row during the grand assembly. Didn't you see her, Daddy? Upon hearing this, Niu Shui was momentarily taken aback. Weren't the prominent figures seated in the first row of the grand assembly all high-ranking leaders? Could Jiang Lin's wife possibly be a leader? The ages don't seem to align. It sounds rather far-fetched. They pondered, bewildered. Is there anyone in the first row who fits that age? I doubt it. And those in the first row are certainly not ordinary people. What kind of status must one hold to sit in the middle of that row? It's inconceivable. Xianin stepped forward, saying, Tang Tang is only 3.5. It's quite normal for her to make a mistake. Perhaps she meant to refer to another location, so let us not jump to conclusions. We'll know for certain when the child's mother arrives. Niu Shui smiled indeed. Tang Tang is still young. However, you older friends are about to graduate. I know you all have a gathering to attend later. He deftly shifted the topic, as it was merely casual conversation. Tang Tang pouted and whispered to her brother, I didn't say anything wrong when we want to have ice cream with Uncle Driver. Mommy was sitting in the middle of the first row at the grand assembly. Dodo shook his head, unsure of what to think. While Dodo and Tang Tang waited, Ning Shui had already obtained her graduation certificate and looked down at the two children with a somewhat sinister gaze. You are Jiang Lin's children, specifically brought here to attend the graduation ceremony by your mother, aren't you? Ning Shui was aware that the woman was undoubtedly cunning, fearing Jiang Lin's interactions with other females, thus deliberately sending the children to assert her claim. Such tactics were indeed rather petty. When did you reconcile with Jiang Lin? Was it during the new year when I was away? Why is it any of your business, Aunt? Dodo crossed his arms, sensing her hostility. He remembered this aunt from a visit to his father's home. Could she be his father's former girlfriend? He felt a strong aversion towards her. After all, She was someone who would compete for his father's affection. She posed a threat, and he needed to be vigilant in defending his family. Tang Tang, puzzled, remarked, "Dad only met us in the hospital a few days ago. We didn't even know about him during the New Year." "Brother, what does this aunt mean?" Dodo urged his sister. "Ignore her. She is a wicked woman." Upon hearing wicked woman, Tang Tang suddenly recalled, "Ah, I remember. She is the aunt who visited Dad's house." She distinctly remembered this aunt's unfriendly demeanor. At the elevator entrance, it was this aunt, along with another, who had told them to keep their distance. Ning Shui frowned as she regarded the two children, recalling that day. "Was it you?" "Zhang Lin was quite amiable until you showed up, and then he changed his attitude. You first met him in the hospital while he was hospitalized due to drinking?" She attempted to grasp Tang Tang's hand, seeking clarity. "That hurts, aunt. Let go." Ning Shui reluctantly loosened her grip, but suddenly, a surge of strength pushed her away. Stumbling, she fell to the ground, landing face to face with Zhang Lin. "Ning Shui, what are you doing?" Zhang Lin's voice resonated with tension, anger, and fear. "I warn you, if you dare to lay a finger on my son or daughter, even if President Song were here, I would hold you accountable." Hangzi quickly followed, having witnessed the scene and heard Tang Tang's cry of pain. "What the hell, Ning Shui? You lunatic. First, you slandered the children, and now you want to harm them?" As others emerged to investigate the commotion, they expressed their disbelief. "Ning Shui, you can't be serious. The children are so young. Even if you despise Zhang Lin, you wouldn't resort to violence against the kids, would you? This is outrageous. I can't believe I am classmates with such a person." Hearing Tang Tang's cry of pain, they were appalled at Ning Shui's lack of conscience. Sitting on the ground, Ning Shui felt a wave of grievance wash over her. She tried to rise but felt pain in her ankle, having twisted it. Supporting herself against the wall, she looked at Zhang Lin with tears in her eyes. "I thought you had a deep bond with the children. You have only just reunited with them, and yet you treat me this way? We have known each other for 3 years. Do not mention those 3 years to me. Our relationship was irrevocably severed the moment you betrayed me." Zhang Lin felt a wave of nausea as he held Tang Tang, examining her for injuries. Only when he confirmed her safety did he breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he would have felt he had let Tang Tang down and betrayed Mu Yunji's trust in him. "Daddy, I'm fine now. It doesn't hurt anymore." Tang Tang explained obediently. After all, it was merely the case that the aunt had gripped her hand a bit too tightly, but now the pain had subsided. The aunt, who had fallen to the ground, was crying, and Tang Tang felt a hint of pity for her. Lu Xia hurriedly helped Ning Shui to her feet, asking, "Xiao Shui, are you all right?" Xiao Pingqing sighed and offered a fair assessment. "Ning Shui, Lu Xia, perhaps you should let this go. We're all classmates. And with so many people around, continuing this commotion will only lead to mutual embarrassment. Besides, others from different classes are here to witness this farce." Yet Ning Shui remained relentless, glaring fiercely at Zhang Lin. "If you care so much for your child, then why did the child's mother deliberately send her here without showing up herself? What exactly do you wish to know?" Yang Jie couldn't help but interject. "It was you who wanted to break up with Jiang Lin, yet here you are fixated on him. Is there something wrong with you?" Howsy rolled his eyes, adding, "Exactly. Our sister-in-law is stunning. Why do you concern yourself with her?" Xian chuckled knowingly, perceiving the truth. She simply believes that even if she no longer desires him, she should still play the devoted admirer. She cannot accept that Jiang Lin might like someone else. Perhaps she still harbors feelings for him, but her love for wealth surpasses it. Upon hearing this, Ning Shui retorted, "What do you know? I've long since stopped liking Zhang Lin." Xian fixed her gaze on her. "Then what are you truly entangled in? Isn't it merely a refusal to accept that someone else desires Zhang Lin? If Zhang Lin were still hopelessly infatuated with you, you wouldn't even spare him a glance." Her tone was resolute, as women often share an innate understanding of each other's subtle emotions. Howsy gave a thumbs up, acknowledging, indeed, and knows how to speak. Just then, Zhang Lin's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Mu Yungu. She was likely inquiring about the children. "Zhang Lin, where are you? The driver said the child was looking for you. I hope I haven't disturbed you. I'm waiting on the road outside your college. Please bring them over." Her voice was cool yet melodious, with a gentle tone. Upon hearing that she was outside the college, some curious onlookers glanced out, and indeed, there was a black car parked outside, with a slender young woman bent over her phone. From a distance, her features were indistinct, but she wore a simple dress, and her long hair flowed like ink, exuding an extraordinary grace. Nearby, a boy exclaimed, "Wow, that's the car. I just saw it parked beside the grand auditorium. It's so luxurious, worth several million. Our company's president drives that. There aren't many like it in the country." Jianglin, could your wife truly be that wealthy woman sitting in the front row? Chapter 48. A stunning beauty, captivating. Jianglin recalled the familiar figure seated in the front row. Yet he shook his head in self-denial. He spent every day with Mu Yunj and knew her well. She came from an ordinary family, not one of affluence. Sun Liang continued, "How could that be? That car is truly expensive." Jiang Lin countered, "It's not her vehicle. It's worth over 100,000. If Mu Yunj truly possessed a car worth millions, would she be crammed into a small house with me and my parents, willing to sit in the living room eating her own packed lunch? A person of such wealth would undoubtedly lead a much more comfortable life, not like this. Even if there were a wealthy individual capable of such humility, it would indeed require considerable resolve." Yang Jie recalled the slander directed at his sister-in-law by Ning Shui and Lu Xia, pondering how beautiful she was. Surely anyone would see her as a stunning beauty. A thought blossomed in his mind. Since this gathering might be their final day together, why not help Jiang Lin regain his composure? "Tang Tang, shall we greet your mother? Would you introduce the new uncles and aunties you've met today to her?" Tang Tang considered for a moment. "Sure. It makes perfect sense to introduce Dad's friends to Mom. She should enjoy meeting new acquaintances, right?" Dodo held reservations about Ning Shui, thinking that if Mom were genuinely pursuing Dad, there would be no room for her. Proudly, he declared, "My mom is the most beautiful person." Once everyone received their diplomas, they prepared to head to the location for their team-building dinner, eager to see just how beautiful Jiang Lin's wife truly was. Moreover, Lu Xia had mentioned that she didn't seem like an ordinary person at all, piquing their curiosity. Jiang Lin initially wished not to disturb Mu Yunj, as her nature was not inclined towards socializing. She was usually quite reserved. However, seeing that everyone was about to leave and that Mu Yunj's position was on their path, he sighed helplessly, hoping she would not be bothered. Leading the way were Sun Liang, Zhang Daqiang, and Song Xianglong, 3 men hurrying forward. Zhang Daqiang, usually carefree, suddenly halted as a tall, slender woman standing by the car seemed to notice their footsteps, lifting her gaze from her phone to glance their way. Her luxurious dark hair framed a complexion as smooth as sheep fat, and her exquisite oval face was accentuated by a full forehead and deep, beautiful eyes that, while cold and distant, exuded an ethereal charm, as if untouched by the mundane world. Her delicate nose and softly tinted lips complemented her long, snowy neck, radiating an air of noble elegance. Even dressed simply, she was unmistakably extraordinary. Zhang Daqiang inhaled sharply, while Zhang Liang and Song Xianglong stopped in their tracks, astonished. Could such beauty truly exist in reality? This shared thought echoed among the three. Others soon approached, drawn to the striking woman by the car, her long, straight black hair and simple attire only enhancing her breathtaking visage. But it was her aura that captivated them most. "Yungu, I apologize. My classmates are simply brimming with curiosity." Jiang Lin hastily approached to express his regrets. Hang Zi greeted, "Hello, sister-in-law." Mu Yungu offered a faint smile. "You are all young. There are still plans for later, so I shall take the children and depart. I will come again for dinner next time." Hang Zi responded with a smile, glancing at the awestruck faces around him, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Look at her, look at her. The sister-in-law is as beautiful as a flower, remaining so composed. What remarkable progress. Men are inherently visual creatures, and witnessing such an ethereal beauty, they recognize that such a figure is best admired from afar. Moreover, this elegant and imposing sister, now cradled in Jiang Lin's arms, was quite infuriating. Though one's own failures are regrettable, the successes of friends can be even more excruciating. The women, too, were captivated by Mu Yunji's beauty, and as fellow females, they alone understood the sheer splendor of her untouched visage. Her natural beauty stood in stark contrast to their heavily made-up faces, layered with sunscreen, foundation, and concealer, which, upon closer inspection, appeared rather artificial. Compared to Mu Yun-gu, their beauty seemed rather juvenile. Xian'an's eyes sparkled. Sister-in-law, you are absolutely stunning. Your skin is so flawless. How do you care for it? You wear no makeup at all, yet you are so fair. Mu Yun-gu smiled gently. Drink plenty of water, eat more vegetables, and exercise regularly. I'll start doing that today and see if I can become fairer. Huang Ting chimed in. Oh my goodness. You are so gorgeous. If you entered the entertainment industry, you would undoubtedly become a sensation. How fortunate Jiang Lin is to have you as his wife. Everyone was suddenly at a loss, unsure whether to envy Mu Yun-gu or Jiang Lin. Ning Shui and Lu Xia stood at the back of the crowd, feeling utterly miserable as all the attention was monopolized by Jiang Lin's family, leaving them to endure the embarrassment. Dodo raised her chin proudly, proclaiming, I told you. My mom is the most beautiful person. If anyone had doubted this before, no one would question it now. Tang Tang tugged on Mu Yun-gu's hand, pouting, Mommy, I saw you sitting in the middle of the front row in the auditorium. I didn't make a mistake. Indeed, Mu Yun-gu nodded. You were correct. The crowd began speculating about Mu Yun-gu's identity. Mu Yun-gu addressed everyone. Are you all gathering for dinner this evening? There's a 5-star hotel nearby, and Jiang Lin has graciously invited you. There are board games, swimming, and plenty of entertainment facilities. It's quite splendid. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin felt a throbbing at his temples, filled with confusion. What was this luxurious vehicle? What was this 5-star hotel invitation? He could hardly fathom it, and was inclined to decline. Would you like to go? Mu Yun-gu turned to Jiang Lin's roommates. The gloriously Ocean Hotel is just around the corner. Hang Zi, upon hearing the hotel's name, recognized it as truly opulent, though he had never had the means to indulge there. Is it really possible? Wouldn't it be too extravagant? Not at all. Mu Yun-gu replied with a gentle tone. You can simply go and mention Jiang Lin's name. Upon hearing this, Hang Zi turned to Jiang Lin, his expression barely restrained. Impressive, my brother. Jiang Lin grasped Mu Yun-gu's hand, who offered him a reassuring glance. I'll take Tang Tang and Dodo home now. If you drink tonight, have the hotel security drive you back. Tang Tang, feeling a twinge of homesickness, waved goodbye. Daddy, I'm leaving now. Dodo followed suit, getting into a luxurious car without a backward glance. The vehicle sped away, leaving behind a cloud of dust. Ning Shui observed this unfolding drama with a cold gaze, intrigued to see how Jiang Lin would conclude this scene. She understood Jiang Lin well. Witnessing his pained expression revealed that he was merely putting on a facade. She had warned him that the woman was not virtuous, yet he chose to disregard her advice. Was it not time for him to face the consequences? The others regarded Jiang Lin with skepticism, questioning, Are you certain she isn't an affluent lady? Moreover, she is a stunning beauty. Song Xiang Long felt a surge of jealousy, akin to having swallowed a lemon. With a heartfelt sigh, he remarked, Jiang Lin, you're certainly indulging in a lavish lifestyle. Chapter 49. Did she book a 5-star hotel? Zhang Liang leaned in. I clearly saw that car. It's worth millions. Jiang Lin, stop pretending. Jiang Lin wore a forced smile, unable to genuinely laugh. The car's worth was irrelevant. Perhaps it was merely a wealthy individual bored enough to drive a taxi. His thoughts were consumed by the notion of a 5-star hotel, his heart aching at the potential costs. He truly could not fathom why Mu Yun-gu would dig such a financial pit for him. Others were beckoning. Let us go, let us go. Everyone was eager to visit the Jurlo Arai Hotel, perceiving Jiang Lin's wife as exuding an extraordinary elegance, unmistakably a top-tier heiress. Since she was treating, it was nothing to fret over. They could merely bask in Jiang Lin's good fortune. Yet, Jiang Lin remained excessively modest, refusing to acknowledge his circumstances. In contrast, Ning Shui, who merely engaged a manager, flaunted her status excessively, appearing rather smug. Jiang Lin found himself in a predicament, wishing to flee. Upon arriving, the car parked at the hotel's front entrance. The opulent exterior of the hotel made his wallet ache. Entering through the revolving doors with his roommates, he was greeted by polished, beautiful floor tiles, a soaring lobby, and spiraling multi-layered crystal chandeliers, resembling a dreamscape. The lobby featured a seating area by the floor-to-ceiling windows. With numerous luxury boutiques nearby, Jiang Lin felt increasingly anxious. Such a grand hotel undoubtedly had high expenses. With over 40 classmates entering the lobby, a woman in a uniform greeted them with a smile. "Hello." Jiang Lin's defenses crumbled. Even a simple meal would cost thousands, and with over 40 people, they would need at least 45 tables, quickly depleting several months of his savings. This was truly hard to accept. At that moment, Jiang Lin contemplated messaging Mu Yunge to inquire why she insisted on treating them. She is well aware of the family's financial situation, and this is not her usual manner of conduct. However, with everyone gathered around, even if he wished to make a private phone call, he had no opportunity to do so. Ningshui and Lu Xia followed closely behind, and their embarrassment only fueled their curiosity to witness Jiang Lin's performance. Upon seeing Jiang Lin's expression, Lu Xia could hardly contain her laughter. "Jiang Lin, hurry up and get us all sorted out. Don't be intimidated. Your wife has already made her intentions known. If you fail to deliver, it would be quite embarrassing." Upon hearing his name, a female staff member approached with a smile. "Jiang Lin, may I ask which one of you is Mr. Jiang Lin?" Jiang Lin was momentarily taken aback. That's me. Mr. Jiang, I am Su Qing, but you may call me Xiao Qing. Today, the hotel has been reserved exclusively for you. It will not reopen to the public until 2 p.m. tomorrow. You and your friends are free to enjoy all the hotel facilities, including the seafood restaurant, the swimming pool on the lower level, board games, and more." Jiang Lin was stunned. An entire hotel reserved just for them? Was this a joke? The others couldn't contain their excitement. "Jiang Lin, your wife is truly extravagant. How much does it cost to book a 5-star hotel? It could very well exceed our monthly salaries. I have never experienced anything like this. I want to go swimming." Everyone was elated. Lu Xia, astonished, inquired, "Is it really booked?" "Yes, miss," Su Qing replied with a smile. Ningshui frowned and whispered to Lu Xia, "Has he lost his mind? How much could that possibly cost? How will he manage the bill? Let him flaunt it. If he wants to show off, let him do so to the fullest." Lu Xia retorted with a smirk. "Come on, let's go eat." Ningshui hesitated, but was ultimately pulled along to the high-end seafood restaurant. Other staff members approached, asking, "Hello, do you need assistance in finding your way?" Everyone, eager to explore rather than stand idly, confidently followed the staff to different floors for entertainment. Hang Zi, somewhat bewildered, chose not to rush after the others. Instead, he waited for them to leave before grasping Jiang Lin's arm, lowering his voice, and expressing his disapproval. "Wow, have you lost your mind? How much is this costing? Are you no longer supporting your child?" "I'm not entirely sure," Jiang Lin admitted, feeling burdened. Hearing their exchange, Su Qing interjected with a smile. "Mr. Jiang, please rest assured. All expenses have been settled. Unless you make purchases at the luxury store within the hotel, there are no additional charges." Jiang Lin, puzzled, asked, "All settled? Who took care of that?" Su Qing replied with a smile. "Of course, it was you, Mr. Jiang." Realizing he would not glean any further information from Su Qing, he joined Hang Zi on the upper floor of the hotel. Hang Zi remarked, "It seems your sister-in-law arranged all of this. I sense she is quite remarkable." "That's impossible. I know her circumstances well. I think you underestimate your sister-in-law. Her aura is not something an ordinary person possesses." Jiang Lin remained perplexed, filled with a multitude of questions and uncertainties. Seeking solace, he retreated to a room to rest. Once inside, he retrieved his phone and called Mu Yunge, as he had refrained from doing so earlier in the presence of others. At that moment, anxiety gnawed at his heart. The call connected swiftly, and Mu Yunge's voice resonated with mirth, as if she had anticipated his call. "Jiang Lin, are you about to ask me something?" Jiang Lin chose to overlook her tone, responding somewhat glumly. "Yunge, I'm genuinely pleased to see you at school today. However, why must I host a team-building event? With our family's savings, renting out a 5-star hotel seems rather pretentious. The staff mentioned that the payment has been settled. How much did it cost?" As he spoke, he sensed his tone had grown harsher than intended. "I understand you wish to save face for me, but with our little ones, Tang Tang and Dodo, there are far more pressing expenses. I would rather ensure they have a good life than worry about appearances." As the conversation unfolded, Regret and guilt began to seep into Jiang Lin's voice. Surprisingly, rather than becoming upset, Mu Yungu chuckled softly. "What are you laughing at?" Jiang Lin inquired, bewildered. "I'm laughing at you for misunderstanding me. I would never spend money just for the sake of appearances," Mu Yungu explained slowly. "Today, I intended to visit a grand event, but initially couldn't gain entry. Serendipitously, I encountered my old friend, Mr. Xiao from the Mu family. He holds me in high regard due to past assistance, and today he graciously offered me a ride and seated me in the front row of the auditorium. During our conversation, he learned I was there for you and recognized you as a graduate. He initially invited me to dinner, which I declined, but then proposed inviting you all for a team-building event at the five-star hotel. I hesitated, as it seemed extravagant, but he mentioned that the Grello Arai Hotel is owned by his employer, so there would be no cost involved." Jiang Lin grasped the situation, realizing that the luxurious vehicle belonged to Mr. Xiao and that no money had been spent on the hotel. Yet, he pondered, such a grand gesture must come with significant obligations. But how do we repay this? "You are mistaken," Mu Yungu replied gently. "He owes me a favor and has long sought to repay it. I had forgotten about it, yet he insisted on returning the favor, and I acquiesced. This is how adults operate. They prefer not to carry debts between one another." With this revelation, Jiang Lin understood. Mr. Xiao from the Mu family appeared to be a formidable figure, as even their counselor had spoken of him. Perhaps those who are truly influential are averse to being beholden to others, thus preferring to settle debts amicably. This might very well be the unwritten rule among adults. He had been unaware of Mu Yunji's connections to such an esteemed individual. Nevertheless, even in her current career downturn, she would not deign to solicit assistance, which he found admirable. She maintained a respectful boundary in her interactions with the opposite sex, refusing to regard others differently simply because they possessed wealth or power. "I misunderstood you. My sincerest apologies for questioning your kind intentions," Mu Yungu reassured me, saying it was nothing and encouraged me to enjoy myself without hesitation, mentioning that the buffet over there was quite delectable and worth trying. Jiang Lin felt a weight lift from his heart as his guilt dissipated. He had always known Mu Yungu to be a good person, maintaining boundaries with the opposite sex, possessing principles, and, importantly, treating him with genuine kindness. He jested, "Now my classmates mistakenly think you are a wealthy lady. This misunderstanding is quite significant." Mu Yungu paused momentarily before curiously asking, "Do you wish for me to be one?" Chapter 50. Lu Xia opened a bottle of wine worth 30,000. Jiang Lin had initially made a jest, but upon being questioned by Mu Yungu, he pondered seriously. Given her previous business ventures, it was evident that she had once enjoyed favorable circumstances, raising 2 children independently while being acquainted with the Mu family. It was plausible that she had once been affluent. His light-hearted banter had likely imposed pressure on her, prompting her inquiry. "Yungu, regardless of whether you rise again or remain as you are, I consider you a vital part of my family. While money holds significance, it is not the entirety of life." After hanging up the call, Jiang Lin sat in his room for a while before hearing a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found Hang Zi and Yang Jia had arrived. Noticing Jiang Lin's somber mood, Hang Zi remarked, "Brother, why are you cooped up in here? Let us go swimming. The money has already been spent, so you might as well enjoy it." "I'm feeling quite good," Jiang Lin replied, his earlier heaviness dissipating as he smiled. "Let us go have some fun." Hang Zi, observing his friend's uplifted spirits, inquired, "Then what was with your earlier seriousness?" "Nothing. I was just a bit tired. After resting, I feel much better." Having known Jiang Lin for 4 years, Hang Zi felt reassured seeing him in good spirits. The 3 of them proceeded to the basement level. The weather was pleasantly warm, hovering around 28 to 29 degrees, indicating the arrival of summer. The swimming pool was expansive, with dedicated coaches overseeing the area and no outsiders present, enhancing the overall experience. "Wow, Boss Jiang, you've arrived," exclaimed Xianin, waving enthusiastically. "Hang Zi, you're here too. Come join us." Xianan, accustomed to a well-off upbringing, often frequented 5-star hotels with her parents, though outings with friends were a rare treat. So she was thoroughly enjoying herself. Everyone praised Jiang Lin, but he understood that it was merely leveraging the money of General Xiao to gain face. Ultimately a favor owed to Mu Yunge. Thus, he did not perceive it as a reflection of his own worth. On the first floor, Ning Shui and Lu Xia had settled into a window-side table, ordering Boston lobster, filet mignon, and wine. The ambience was incredibly comfortable, with the entire restaurant seemingly reserved for just the two of them, despite the presence of numerous chefs and waitstaff. Lu Xia felt as though they had the place all to themselves, which, in essence, they did. Upon noticing the price of the single-person buffet displayed at the entrance, Lu Xia realized it was indeed quite extravagant. Typically, dining at this buffet required an additional charge for hotel guests, making it surprising that they could dine here for free by booking the hotel. The expense must have been considerable. Ning Shui leaned against her seat, contemplating that the money Zhang Lin earned from his part-time tutoring job over the past month might not even suffice for a meal for the two of them here. She imagined he would be utterly astonished when the bill arrived. If he could afford to treat them, surely he could cover the expenses, right? Lu Xia, however, was indifferent to the matter. Even if he could pay, it would merely be a fade of wealth. As she spoke, she swirled her glass of red wine, finding the taste rather mediocre. The complimentary wine left much to be desired, and she wondered about the quality of the bottles on the shelf. Since they were indulging in such a lavish banquet, it would be nice to accompany it with a finer wine. After all, the venue was booked exclusively, and they would settle the bill tomorrow, which would be Zhang Lin's responsibility. She cast a glance at the waiter, who promptly approached, inquiring if she needed anything. "Please fetch me a bottle from that shelf," Lu Xia instructed, pointing to the wine rack, her eyes narrowing as she indicated the middle row. "Shall I open it for you now?" he asked. "Yes, please do," she replied. The waiter nodded and went to retrieve it. Ning Shui couldn't help but frown, wanting to dissuade her. "Xia, the items in a five-star hotel are certainly not inexpensive. It's not as if we must drink wine. What are you concerned about?" Lu Xia retorted. "It's Zhang Lin's treat. Have you ever spent his money? Your excessive honesty has led him to squander his wealth on other women. Besides, how much could a bottle of wine possibly cost? If he can book the venue, surely he can afford a bottle." What Lu Xia didn't voice was that this was her first visit to a five-star hotel. Given her income level, she would never spend her own money here. This time, she was enjoying the experience for free, though she wondered if there would be a next time. Therefore, she intended to relish it fully. Ning Shui was rendered speechless by Lu Xia's remarks. She genuinely wondered if Zhang Lin could truly afford to book the hotel. If he were that wealthy, why, during their relationship, did he only give her 520 yuan for Valentine's Day and her birthday? Moreover, he had purchased a property in the city immediately after their breakup. "Miss, here is your red wine," the waiter announced, presenting the bottle and preparing to pour for them, his demeanor exceedingly courteous. Lu Xia amused to herself that the service at this five-star hotel was indeed commendable. If she were a wealthy and successful individual, she would surely frequent such establishments. Before sipping the wine, Lu Xia took out her phone. "Shui, hold on. Let me take a photo for my social media. Let us take a group picture." Ning Shui felt embarrassed. "You go ahead, I want to be in it." This meal was courtesy of her ex-boyfriend, and she had no desire to flaunt Zhang Lin's generosity on social media. She feared being ridiculed by acquaintances. Lu Xia, unfazed, instructed the waiter, "You can step aside. I'll pour the wine myself. I'll call you if needed." The waiter bowed respectfully before moving to the side. Lu Xia snapped numerous photos, taking several selfies with her wine glass. As she scrolled through the beautiful images on her phone, she murmured, "Next time, let your president's song treat us. Let us skip the private dining and countryside meals and opt for a grand hotel instead. The pictures look so much more upscale." Ning Shui felt a twinge of discontent but chose to remain silent. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, Lu Xia had already prepared her selfies for a social media post. Seated comfortably, she shared, thinking that this meal cost as much as someone's monthly salary feels rather extravagant. However, today is a day of celebration for graduation, so I shall indulge a little and enjoy a drink. Accompanied by a collage of 9 images, she tagged the location as the Jero Irai Grand Hotel. Upon noticing that her idol had liked her post, a radiant smile graced her face. Numerous comments of envy flooded in, with some inquiring about the cost. Lu Xia, with an air of casual elegance, replied to the inquiries. Ning Shui saw Lu Xia's post and felt a twinge of discomfort, as it seemed to imply that the expense of the meal was borne by Lu Xia herself. However, everyone in their class was aware that it was Jiang Lin who had treated them. Lu Xia set her phone aside and suggested, "Let us go swimming. Though I cannot swim, I can capture some lovely photographs." Ning Shui rose to her feet, preparing to retreat to her room for a moment of rest, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Excuse me, miss, please wait a moment. Here is your bill." The server hurried over, presenting a receipt. Lu Xia glanced at it and was taken aback to see that the half bottle of red wine she had consumed cost an astonishing 32,000. What kind of wine is this? So exorbitantly priced? The server explained, "Miss, this brand is the National Liquor King. You may search for it online." Lu Xia, maintaining a composed demeanor, did indeed search and confirmed the price to be accurate. Nevertheless, she quickly regained her composure and said, "Very well, since the wine is so expensive, please pack the unfinished portion for me. As for the 32,000, please include it in the hotel's overall bill, as my classmates will pay collectively. You are aware that the hotel has been fully booked for today." The server hesitated. "Miss, the hotel is indeed booked. However, all expenses have already been settled. It has been specified that payment is to be made in one lump sum and no additional payments will be accepted. Therefore, I believe there may be a misunderstanding, and you will need to inquire with Mr. Jiang." Chapter 51. Lu Xia pays from her own pocket? Upon hearing this, Lu Xia exclaimed, "What? Are you suggesting that I pay for it myself?" The server replied, "Perhaps you could call your classmate, Mr. Jiang?" Lu Xia clenched her fists, calling Jiang Lin. Her instinct led her to glance at Ning Shui. However, if she were to pay the 32,000 herself, it would be utterly devastating. She had only recently started her job at Kangxing Health and had not yet received her first month's salary. In truth, she had only a few thousand in her pocket, remnants of her earnings from her internship. Coming from a financially constrained background, her family had provided her with no support since her internship began. "What should I do, Xiaoxue? I had no idea Jiang Lin was so careless, claiming to treat while pulling this stunt. I did warn you, but you didn't listen." Ning Shui frowned. "I don't have any money either. The funds that Song Tianwei gave me have all gone to my parents, who are saving for my brother's wedding house. They are in urgent need of money. Even what is left in my account isn't much. My mother has been saving my salary every month." Lu Xia was astonished to learn that Ning Shui was also without funds. She hesitated as she took out her phone and dialed Jiang Lin's number, which was quickly connected. "Jiang Lin, it's Lu Xia." "What? You are Xianin? Jiang Lin is swimming? Please have him answer the call. I need to discuss something with him. I truly have something important to say, so don't hang up. Let him listen to me first." Lu Xia pressed her lips together and called again, but the line was promptly disconnected. She glanced at the two attendants standing at the door, who, despite their cheerful demeanor, clearly communicated a no-pay, no-leave stance. "Xiaoxue, why don't you go downstairs and find Jiang Lin for me? Given the situation, I can't leave." "Are you kidding? You want me to ask Jiang Lin for money?" Ning Shui thought, incredulous. "Haven't you been humiliated enough by him?" Seeing her refusal, Lu Xia insisted, "Then you stay here. I will go find Jiang Lin." Ning Shui pondered the absurdity of being stuck here just because Lu Xia wanted a drink. Nevertheless, she preferred to accept Lu Xia's proposal over confronting Jiang Lin for money, albeit with some dissatisfaction. "I'll be quick. Don't worry, I'll return shortly." Lu Xia hurried off. Ning Shui exchanged glances with the attendants, her lips pressed tightly together, feeling embarrassed. Lu Xia descended the elevator and found Jiang Lin at the swimming pool on the basement level, where he was seated on the edge, drying off with a towel. "Jiang Lin," Lu Xia exclaimed with a smile, "I've found you." Jiang Lin shot her a cold glance. "Didn't you invite everyone here for a team-building event? You're treating us, right? You booked this 5-star hotel and spent so much money. What do you want to say?" Jiang Lin interrupted, frowning in annoyance. "Well, I just went to grab a bite. It's also their fault for not being clear. So, I accidentally opened a bottle of wine that requires payment. Had I known it was on my own dime, I certainly wouldn't have opened it." Lu Xia smiled. "But since you were treating us, You should cover the cost of this bottle, right? After all, it's not entirely my fault. You didn't clarify the situation. Huangzi, listening from the side, was almost laughing in disbelief. Are you serious? Are you suggesting we just take whatever we want from the hotel's luxury shop because Jiang Lin said he was treating us? You might as well go and rob a bank. Xianan frowned. Indeed, in the buffet, besides the expensive wines, there are also standard beverages provided. If it wasn't specifically requested, the attendants wouldn't have opened a paid bottle for you. If you insist that it was the attendant's fault for not informing you, we could question the hotel and have them waive the wine charges. After all, there are cameras everywhere. You needn't fear being wronged. Xianan spoke from her experience of staying at five-star hotels, where operations were conducted with strict procedures. If it was genuinely the hotel's mistake, guests would not be held accountable. However, perhaps due to her unfavorable impression of Lu Xia, she quickly assumed Lu Xia was merely playing tricks. No need. It's not that expensive to warrant such fuss. It would be embarrassing otherwise. Jiang Lin is quite respectable, and he wouldn't fuss over a small amount. Lu Xia spoke as if it were the most natural thing. How much is it? Xianan asked, puzzled. 32,000. 32,000. Xianan raised her voice. Lu Xia, how can you be so shameless? 32,000. What is your monthly salary that you deem such as some trifling? If it is indeed a trifling amount, then you should pay for the drinks you consumed yourself. Lu Xia frowned in dissatisfaction. Xianan, how can you be like this? This is Jiang Lin's affair, not yours. Hangzi interjected. What wrong has an said? Let me be clear. The drinks you ordered are your responsibility. Lu Xia gritted her teeth, casting a glance at Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin replied. Anin has articulated the situation quite clearly, and the hotel bill has already been settled. As for your additional expenses, either you bear the cost or take it up with the hotel. Do not come to me, as we are not well acquainted. The others felt that Lu Xia was being excessively demanding. Given her relationship with Jiang Lin, it was audacious enough for her to follow along, let alone to expect bottles of wine worth several tens of thousands. It was indeed absurd. Most people possessed a sense of normalcy. They had been kindly invited to a five-star hotel for a delightful experience with food, drink, and leisure. Who would dare order wine worth tens of thousands? Clearly, only a fool would. And as for ordering by mistake, is that truly a likely scenario? This is a five-star hotel, not some shady establishment. Song Xianglong, having enjoyed the spectacle, emerged from the water with a hint of amusement. All right, since you claim to have been scammed, let us gentlemen accompany you to assert your rights. We will ensure you are not unjustly taken advantage of. Zhang Daxiang chimed in. Yes, yes, we will support you and demand an apology from the hotel. Shall we all go together? How dare they exploit a classmate of ours? Do they think we are mere decorations? Lu Xia found herself in the eye of the storm, her anxiety escalating to the point of wanting to stamp her feet. If surveillance footage were reviewed, it would reveal her deliberate decision to order the drinks, thereby exposing her deceit. Moreover, who knows how she would be discussed afterward. Jiang Lin, you said you'd treat us. Is this how you do it? Aren't you just trying to cheat us? Why should I care? Did I force you to order such expensive wine? Jiang Lin was utterly speechless. Besides, weren't they supposed to accompany her to assert her rights? What was she still hesitating about? Go on then. If you're not treating, what are you pretending for? As Lu Xia saw that Jiang Lin had no intention of paying, she could only leave with harsh words, retreating in disgrace. Watching Lu Xia's departing figure, Hangzi spat in disdain, clearly intentional. Just look at her expression. Jiang Lin took out his phone and called Su Qing, Manager Su. Your hotel sold a bottle of wine worth several tens of thousands to my classmate. Since it was sold by your establishment, kindly have your hotel take responsibility for the payment. Do not come to me. Furthermore, the individual who purchased your wine is not my friend. Please have security escort her and her companions out. The other end agreed, and Jiang Lin hung up the phone. Hangzi gave him a thumbs up. Well done. Such shameless individuals should have been expelled long ago. Chapter 52. The treacherous best friend Lu Xia, seething with anger, returned to the dining area to reunite with Ning Shui, her rage on the verge of eruption. Those individuals must surely be mocking themselves internally. I have already stated that Jiang Lin would never assist you. Ning Shui observed Lu Xia's expression and was not the least bit surprised. Lu Xia furrowed her brows and retorted, "Assist me? This bottle of wine is shared between us." Lu Xia certainly could not afford 32,000. Even half of that, 16,000, was beyond her means. Moreover, even if she possessed such funds, she would never willingly pay. She turned to the waiter, reasoning that since Jiang Lin had reserved the entire hotel, could this bottle of wine not be considered a complimentary gift for us? After all, it is merely 32,000. The cost of reserving the hotel is substantial, is it not? If you were to offer this as a courtesy, you might return to book your hotel again in the future. Business should be viewed with a long-term perspective, should it not? I'm sorry, the waiter replied, his smile lacking warmth. There is no such policy. Would you prefer to pay via QR code or credit card? Lu Xia stood there, exasperated, regretting her choice of such an expensive wine. Clearly, the other party's attitude was unwavering, so she attempted to negotiate. Could you perhaps lower the price? Selling it at such a high rate with no discounts at all, what is the point of reserving the hotel? Miss, our beverages are all clearly priced, as indicated on the menu and the shelves. There is no intention to overcharge, the waiter replied, though inwardly exasperated. His smile remained intact. He was baffled as to why this woman was putting on such an act. She had not hesitated to order an expensive bottle of wine. At that moment, Su Qing arrived. Manager Su, these two young ladies ordered a bottle of wine priced at 32,000, she informed. Su Qing turned to the two of them, her smile warm and inviting. In that case, let's settle the bill for these two lovely ladies. You both are youthful and elegant, with exquisite taste. Lu Xia recognized this woman as the one who had received Jiang Lin, and the waiter had referred to her as Manager Su. Manager Su, I mentioned that this wine is not expensive. Since we have reserved the hotel, could you consider giving it to us as a gift? We are merely college students, newly graduated, and do not possess such wealth. Lu Xia exclaimed. I understand that the cost price of the wine might be significantly lower than the retail price. So why not consider it a small favor? Su Qing could not help but chuckle at Lu Xia's audacity. My dear, you jest. Since you claim the wine is not expensive, it must fall well within your acceptable range. My monthly salary would not even cover the loss of such a bottle. So I implore you not to put us in a difficult position. Furthermore, I see you have already packed your drinks, so you must be quite pleased with our selection. Lu Xia found this woman impossible to reason with and felt her patience waning. Ultimately, she decided to feign an urgent need to use the restroom and escape, believing that the hotel would eventually seek payment from Jiang Lin. I'm terribly sorry, but I have a bit of a stomach ache. May I excuse myself to the restroom first? I will return to settle the bill afterward. Of course, young lady, you may use the restroom. However, it seems you are dissatisfied with the price. There is a police station right next to my hotel. I believe we could have the officers mediate this situation. What do you think? But for now, I shall accompany you to the restroom. Upon hearing this, Lu Xia realized it was nothing short of a threat directed at her. A sense of doubt crept in. After all, 32,000 was indeed enough to warrant formal action. She retorted, feeling somewhat guilty. I am your customer. And your attitude is rather poor, don't you think? I merely went to the restroom, and you threaten me? Miss, to my knowledge, you are not a customer of ours. Mr. Zhang has already stated that you and the young lady accompanying you are not his guests, so we kindly ask you to leave after settling your bill. Came the reply. Was Jiang Lin really saying this? Lu Xia's brows furrowed in indignation, her embarrassment transforming into rage. How could he invite her and then attempt to expel her? What kind of person was he? She glanced at Ning Shui, realizing that, given Jiang Lin's stance, if she did not pay today, she might not even be able to exit through the door. Ning Shui was equally at a loss. If you insist that I also share in this wine, let us split the bill then. Even though I have not had a single sip, she could only concede. Deep down, she felt that her so-called best friend was becoming increasingly outrageous. Previously, she had looked down on Jiang Lin, urging Lu Xia to pursue Song Tianwei. Yet every time Jiang Lin hosted, she would accompany them for the meals. She would lament about her misfortunes in job hunting, pretending to be pitiful in front of Song Tianwei, who then arranged for her to join the company. She had indeed gained quite a bit from Lu Xia. Now, she was stirring up trouble and digging pits for herself. 16,000 was not a trivial sum for Ning Shui, something one could casually toss away. Lu Xia's eyes flickered. She certainly did not possess 16,000. Her account held merely 6,000. Surely, she couldn't forego living for the month, could she? Shwe, how about we ask President Song to treat us? He dotes on you the most, and after all, it's just before the wedding. A man's money is there to be spent. Are you joking? Ning Shue frowned. She had not mentioned the matter of the report to Lu Xia. Knowing that Song Tianwei had given her a cold shoulder due to that very issue yesterday, Lu Xia softened her tone. 32,000 is no small sum for us. But President Song often spends lavishly at banquets, indulging in moutai and fine cigars. Wouldn't he think it too expensive? As she spoke, Lu Xia retrieved her phone and dialed Song Tianwei. Ning Shue's expression soured as she attempted to intervene, but the call had already connected. Hello? What is the matter? Lu Xia quickly evaded Ning Shue's obstruction and, in a coy voice, said, Brother Song, Shue and I are dining at a restaurant and had a bit of wine. When it was time to settle the bill, I realized we were short on funds. Could you please treat us? A little wine, yet still quite pricey, she added. Upon hearing this, Song Tianwei replied, Is that so? Then I'll transfer 3,000 to Shue, which should suffice for your meal and drinks. That is not enough. How much do you need? 32,000. What? Song Tianwei's voice rose in surprise. Brother Song, Shue has said you are the best. I have always envied Shue for having such a wonderful boyfriend like you. After enduring a moment of silence, Song Tianwei finally responded, You are the wealthiest among us. Surely you want tea refuse? If you refuse, I shall remain here with Xiao Xue to wash the dishes. I am indifferent to washing dishes. My concern lies primarily with Xiao Xue, for she is the manager's wife. How can she wash dishes to repay a debt? Song Tianwei's anger was palpable, his eyes gleaming with fury. Fine. I will transfer the funds to Ning Xue. With that, he hung up the phone. Upon checking her mobile, Ning Xue indeed discovered a transfer of 32,000. Accompanied by a chilling message, You better hurry home. Just wait until I return from work to deal with you. Ning Xue realized that this was no flirtatious message. Song Tianwei was genuinely enraged. Chapter 53. Ning Xue is struck, regretting the breakup upon seeing the transfer. Lu Xia sighed in relief and hastily urged, Xiao Xue, please make the payment quickly. Ning Xue, feeling the pressure from Lu Xia, begrudgingly proceeded to pay. Shortly thereafter, several security guards approached. Su Qing gestured politely, expressing her gratitude to the two young ladies for their patronage at the hotel, and invited them to return another day. Lu Xia, grasping Ning Xue's arm, awkwardly exited, aware that, given the number of security personnel present, they could not linger. Once outside, a staff member remarked, Manager Su, I doubt those two will return to our hotel again. They were never really our target clientele anyway. Su Qing's eyes flickered as she considered the hotel's ownership. Outside the hotel, Ning Xue did not converse with Lu Xia. She simply hailed a taxi and departed. Although Lu Xia felt a measure of discontent, she recognized that the situation had arisen due to her actions, and thus refrained from further comment, heading to the subway station to return home. Ning Xue returned home in a state of turmoil, feeling guilty, so she went out of her way to prepare a lavish meal. As she waited at home, the sound of the door unlocking prompted her to rise and greet Tianwei with a feigned smile. Suddenly, a slap struck her face, sending her sprawling to the floor. Her cheek tingled, her mind momentarily blank. Pain surged through her, but the overwhelming sensations were humiliation and disbelief. Meeting Song Tianwei's dark visage and sinister gaze, she stammered. Why you hit me? What of it? Can you not engage your pig brain for once? Spare me some trouble. Song Tianwei spat, pointing an accusatory finger at her. His eyes radiated disdain and revulsion. How much money do you have? Did you dare to indulge in over 30,000 worth of wine? Do you really think yourself so precious? Your family hails from the countryside. I have remained silent about you supporting your brother, yet you still dare to squander my goodwill? Let me be clear, I do not lack that amount of money, but I will strike you so you understand your true place. Hearing such venomous words, Ning Xue felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. It wasn't me, it was Lu Xia. Spare me your act. You merely wish to make me a fool. Song Tianwei dismissed her pleas. You are a fresh graduate from a prestigious university, young and naive, and I have treated you well. However, if you continue to provoke my ire, I will consider ending our relationship. Song Tianwei was a manager well established in the local area with several properties to his name. Deposits also amount to millions. However, he is acutely aware of his circumstances. He is not a wealthy heir, and thus, he does not seek out young models or internet celebrities, as he cannot afford such indulgences. Instead, he opts to pursue young women from less privileged backgrounds, relishing their youth and innocence without incurring substantial expenses. Yet, if Ning Shui truly aspires to lead a life of luxury alongside him, she is gravely mistaken. With her head bowed and tears streaming down her face, she is at a loss to articulate whether her heart is aching or filled with fear. She comprehends Song Tianwei's implication. He possesses wealth sufficient to afford expensive wine, yet he does not believe himself worthy of such extravagance. Ning Shui feels a pang of bitterness in her heart. Apologies escape her lips as she acknowledges her misjudgment, promising never to act in such a manner again. Then take some time to reflect, Song Tianwei replied before departing. Ning Shui gazed at the lavish spread before her, then retreated to the sofa, curling up in a ball. Still ensnared in a state of shock. She had only experienced 2 relationships, the first with Jiang Lin and the second with Song Tianwei. Now, confronted with Song Tianwei's outburst, she found herself reminiscing about Jiang Lin's kindness. Although Song Tianwei's assets exceed 10 million when combining his savings and property, he had scorned her for purchasing a bottle of wine costing 30,000. In contrast, Jiang Lin, during his sophomore year, had earned 6,000 over the summer tutoring, yet willingly gifted her 3,000 for a new phone. He even spent an additional 1,000 treating her to numerous delightful meals. Her parents, preferring male offspring, had only provided her with a modest phone worth 728 yuan, while her peers flaunted high-end models. Observing the limitations of her device's storage and its poor camera quality, Jiang Lin took her to a mobile shop, where she selected a phone that was both aesthetically pleasing and ideal for photography. She used that phone for several years, only replacing it at the beginning of this year when Song Tianwei gifted her the coveted model she had long desired. Have I made a mistake? Ning Shui pondered, her vision blurred by tears as she recalled Jiang Lin's numerous acts of kindness. She finally conceded, as Xiaonan had pointed out, that she had feelings for Jiang Lin and was reluctant to let go of him. Yet, she found it equally challenging to resist Song Tianwei's financial prowess. Her chronic insecurity festered, especially when comparing herself to former classmates. She was unwilling to live a life perceived as inferior. Thus, she believed that by associating with Song Tianwei, she could attain a life envied by many, yet now her future appeared bleak. She feared that she might have forsaken the man who had treated her with the utmost care. Regret began to seep into her heart. However, in light of the woman in question, did she still possess the advantage to carve out a path for herself and possibly return to Jiang Lin? After all, they had 2 children together. Having left the swimming pool, Jiang Lin joined his classmates for a meal at a restaurant. As they all gathered for what was to be their final dinner before graduation, everyone from the class was present, except for Ning Shui and Lu Xia. Xiaonan sat beside Hongzi. Her curiosity piqued as she waved to the waiter. Did the girl who ordered 30,000 worth of wine pay? She has. The waiter replied with a smile, indicating that it was her companion, another young lady's boyfriend, who had treated them. Xiaonan pouted. I knew Lu Xiaowen foot the bill. Ning Shui's new boyfriend is yet another unsuspecting fool, isn't he? Is that so? Hongzi remarked, ordering dishes as he spoke. That man is hardly a paragon, knowing Ning Shui has a boyfriend, yet he still attempts to encroach upon her territory. He is nearly 30. A greasy and lecherous fellow, drawn only by Ning Shui's youth. Such a person can't truly be an oblivious dupe, can he? Xiaonan chuckled, with a girlfriend so extravagant. They are bound to each other. Jiang Lin listened in silence, offering no commentary. Their relationship was of little concern to him. He was solely focused on his own family. Having seen Ning Shui today, he realized he had completely moved on. Jiang Lin considered himself a person of deep affection, willing to invest in relationships without keeping score. However, if the other party was unworthy, he would simply offer his respect and blessings, refusing to burden himself with regret. As he surveyed the array of dishes, he thought, how delightful it would be if Tang Tang and Dodo were here too. What a pity. They shouldn't have been sent home. He took out his phone and messaged Mu Yun-gu, inviting her to join him, but she promptly declined, sending a photo of her own dining table, adorned with 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, warm and inviting, surrounded by adorable children and her parents, along with Mu Yun-gu herself. Jiang Lin suddenly felt that even the 5-star hotel lost its charm. He longed to return home. Chapter 54. The first kiss. Xiao Pingqing noticed Jiang Lin's distraction, mistaking it for a sign of discontent. The classmates were enjoying themselves, and after their fill, they prepared to head upstairs for karaoke, eagerly inviting Jiang Lin, the host, to join them. Jiang Lin, come sing with us. Yes, come on. They awaited Jiang Lin's lead, as if his reluctance to leave first would hinder their enjoyment. In the past, Jiang Lin had been the diligent student, balancing his studies with part-time jobs, but never particularly remarkable. He had never mingled with the vibrant personalities that filled the room. Yet this graduation, with a pair of twins, a stunning wife, and an entire 5-star hotel booked for the celebration, he had truly made a name for himself, earning the admiration of his peers. Even after graduation, they would often mention him, intrigued by his new life. Jiang Lin stood up. You all have fun. I'll take my leave now. Why the rush to leave? You've booked a 5-star hotel, and yet you're already departing? Zhang Daqiang questioned, puzzled. I have children at home, Jiang Lin replied with a hint of humor. Yang Jie remarked, those with families are indeed different. It makes sense. After all, one must establish a family before embarking on a career. There is certainly wisdom in that. Huang Ting nodded in agreement. Indeed, but with such adorable children as Tang Tang and Dodo, I too would find it difficult to spend the night away from home. Reluctant to part with the children? Xianin teased with a sly grin. I suspect it's more about not wanting to leave your beautiful wife behind. A wife as stunning as hers certainly deserves your company at home. Everyone expressed their understanding, as they were all still unmarried, and for Jiang Lin, who had a family to return to, it was quite normal. After a brief exchange, Jiang Lin waved farewell and departed. Upon exiting the opulent hotel, he stood at the entrance, the evening breeze caressing him. He glanced back at the scene within the revolving glass doors, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. This place was undeniably extravagant, not fitting for someone of his humble standing. Leaving the hotel, he knew he must return to the reality of his life. He hailed a cab, refraining from further contemplation, and got in to depart. By the time he arrived home, it was already quite late. Jiang Lin noticed that only the master bedroom was illuminated. His parents adhered to a strict schedule, retiring promptly by 9 p.m., and the lights were now extinguished. The children's room was where he shared a bed with Dodo, but in his absence, Dodo had taken refuge in Mu Yunji's room. Jiang Lin opened the door without turning on the light and made his way towards the master bedroom. In the hallway, he heard the children's voices. No. It's time for Mama to tell Tang Tang a story. Brother, you shouldn't be studying in the middle of the night. It's no fun. Tang Tang whined. Mama, please tell Tang Tang a story. However, it was also the time for Daddy to help me with math, and with him away, I have no one to assist me with my homework. Dodo replied in a sulky tone. Mama, when will Daddy come home? I want to wait for him. Mu Yunji's laughter echoed. Dodo used to be so independent. Now, with Daddy gone for just one night, you're unhappy? Who is missing him? Certainly not. Dodo retorted. Daddy probably won't be back tonight. Mu Yunji responded. Dodo fell silent. At that moment, Jiang Lin arrived outside the master bedroom door and gently knocked. The room fell quiet, followed by the sound of soft footsteps, and the door swung open. A warm light spilled forth from the room. Daddy, you're finally back. Mama said you wouldn't return. Dodo exclaimed joyfully, grasping Jiang Lin's hand. I thought you wouldn't come back. Feigning a frown, Jiang Lin inquired. I just heard someone say they missed me. I didn't quite catch it, though. Dodo felt a bit embarrassed. He would never admit to missing his father, as that would seem too unmanly. It was Mama who missed you, he quickly replied. Jiang Lin paused, then met the cool gaze of Mu Yunji, who had approached from the bed. Realizing the truth, he asked, Really? Dodo, don't deceive me. Isn't that right? Dodo glanced at his mother. Mu Yunji smirked slightly, indeed. Dodo beamed. See, Daddy, I wouldn't lie to you. Mu Yunji guided Dodo into the room and took Jiang Lin aside to the children's room. She switched on the light and seated herself on a chair. Her long legs crossed, arms folded, her dark hair cascading over her shoulders as she lazily regarded the standing Jianglin. Why have you returned at this hour? Could it be that she is reminiscing, her eyes shimmering, perhaps longing for a child? I have a home to return to. Why would I spend the night elsewhere? Jianglin touched the bridge of his nose, for no hotel, no matter how splendid, could rival the comfort of one's own abode. Mu Yungu smiled faintly, rising to draw closer to Jianglin, delicately rising on her toes to inhale the scent of his neck. There was no trace of alcohol. You haven't been drinking? At a graduation gathering, and yet abstaining entirely? My tolerance for alcohol is rather poor. Jianglin felt a pang of guilt, adding, besides, I returned home immediately after dining, hardly indulging in revelry. Mu Yungu fixed her gaze upon Jianglin's eyes, her long lashes casting shadows under the soft glow of the light, her emotions obscured and enigmatic. Upon returning home earlier, although she maintained her usual composure while attending to work on her computer, her thoughts inexplicably drifted to whether Jianglin was at that very moment reminiscing with Ning Shui about their past. She recalled Jianglin's 3 years of unwavering affection for Ning Shui, a sentiment not easily relinquished. And Ning Shui's evident concern for Jianglin clearly indicated she was not devoid of feelings. Even during a conversation with a subordinate, her mind wandered. Though she was reluctant to admit it, such lapses were rare for her. This sensation was both novel and somewhat amusing, for having endured numerous setbacks and significant events. One would expect her to remain unperturbed, yet here she was, caught in a tumult over Jianglin. Did you not have a moment to catch up with your ex-girlfriend today? Impossible. Jianglin retorted without hesitation. It's all over between us, and that's that. We can't even be friends, let alone reminisce. In fact, we're rather annoyed with each other now. I have no idea how we ever dated. Jianglin continued. This afternoon, I had the hotel staff escort her and her friend out. Though I leveraged Mr. Xiao's influence, it was under my request, after all. Mu Yungu's eyes lowered slightly, a smile gracing her lips as she remained silent for a while. When Jianglin looked at her, she finally spoke. Jianglin, you have graduated now, and your income is commendable. Your parents are warm and kind. It's evident you hail from a loving family. Although our time together has been brief, you truly are a family-oriented person. Most importantly, the child adores you, and you are good to the child. She raised her gaze earnestly. Therefore, we could give this a try. Upon hearing her words, which seemed to praise him and suggested a desire to deepen their relationship, Jianglin found himself unable to feel joy. For every statement Mu Yungu made was objective, devoid of any hint of personal affection toward him. Yungu, just as he was about to speak, his hand, which hung by his side, was suddenly clasped by her cold fingers. Then, she rose on her toes and gently pecked his lips. A fleeting moment, akin to a dragonfly skimming water, left Jianglin questioning his own senses. Yet, the fragrant scent enveloping him was undeniably real, dispelling any notion of illusion. Mu Yungu stood there gracefully, her exquisite visage adorned with a faint expression. Delicately, her lovely fingertips brushed against her lower lip, as if savoring the kiss she had just experienced. In a seemingly objective manner, she remarked, not bad. I do not oppose intimate contact with you. How about you? Jianglin, meeting her gaze, felt an intense warmth envelop him, despite having consumed no alcohol. He thought to himself that he might need to take a cold shower. Chapter 55, the onset of romance as Jianglin retreated to the restroom. The sound of running water echoed from within. Mu Yungu felt a twinge of embarrassment, reflecting on her previous words and the kiss that had transpired, both leaving her momentarily disoriented. It was an act driven by an inexplicable impulse, stemming from a slight deviation in her feelings for Jianglin, which had begun to blossom. She felt flustered, sensing that the situation had spiraled beyond her control. Taking out her phone, she dialed a number. Miss Mu, you actually called me at this hour? A sultry voice answered on the other end. Are you perhaps considering a descent into debauchery, seeking a young companion from our sister company? Su Xiuxiu, I have something serious to discuss, Mu Yungu replied in a cold, grave tone. Mu Yunji's life experiences had rendered her with few friends, and Su Xiuxiu was one from her high school days. Their families had long-standing ties, and after Mu Yungu had gone abroad, Su Xiuxiu had made a special trip to visit her, leading to intermittent contact between them. Their personalities were strikingly different. One was gentle in appearance, introverted, and decisive, while the other was a carefree socialite, reveling in life, fashion, and romance. Upon hearing the seriousness in Mu Yunji's voice, Su Xiuxiu ceased her playful banter. "What is the matter? Have you encountered some trouble? Where are you? I'll come to you." Nearby, the voice of a young man could be heard. But Su Xiuxiu interrupted him sharply. "You have 3 seconds to get dressed and leave." Soon, silence ensued. Mu Yungu sighed. "I kissed a man." "What?" Su Xiuxiu exclaimed, her tone laced with disbelief. Although kissing a man was trivial for her, Mu Yungu doing so was astonishing. "Yungu, perhaps I have simply wished for you to find a partner so fervently that I dreamt of you in a romance. Maybe I should just go back to sleep." Mu Yungu scoffed. "I speak the truth." "Why? Were you intoxicated?" "That shouldn't be. You have no interest in men. Did something possess you?" Mu Yungu pondered for a moment. "He is quite different." Su Xiuxiu clicked her tongue. "All right, if he is different, let us return to the matter at hand. You kissed him. You two aren't in a relationship, right? What was his reaction? What was yours? What do you plan to do? Pretend it never happened or explore this further?" "He has gone to take a cold shower. As for me, I feel my heart racing slightly, my cheeks warm, reminiscent of the sensation one experiences while running." Mu Yunj added, "After I kissed him, I conveyed my feelings, telling him that it was quite pleasant and that I held no reservations." "Miss Mu, it's a rare occurrence for you. Akin to a rare flower blossoming on an iron tree, yet this flower resembles a carnivorous plant." Su Xiuxiu could not help but scoff. "Are you in a romantic relationship or merely attending a meeting? Is this how you express your feelings?" Mu Yunj sighed. "Enough of this idle chatter. Just tell me, why am I feeling this way?" "Because you are about to embark on a romantic journey," Su Xiuxiu confidently concluded, anticipating Mu Yunj's inquiry regarding the reasons. She cleared her throat and explained in the manner Mu Yunj typically employed. "Firstly, you have never been interested in men. Your heart is pure and unencumbered, to the point where you could easily retreat into a life of solitude. However, your initiative in kissing him indicates a burgeoning desire. Secondly, the fact that you sought me out to discuss this matter shows that you hold him in high regard. This isn't merely a fleeting impulse that you'll dismiss. Lastly, you are even contemplating the potential for development. To be frank, as long as you wish for it, no man could possibly refuse you. Thus, it appears you are finally ready to embrace love." "On what grounds do you believe that?" Mu Yunj questioned, somewhat skeptical. "Come on. You usually confine yourself to your computer, phone, and those mundane documents. When do you ever have the time to discuss such matters with me? The fact that you are investing time in him only suggests that you desire to pursue something deeper." Mu Yunj fell silent. "In truth, if you wish to ascertain your feelings for him, it is quite simple. Love is meant to deepen and flourish. We are adults, and rather than indulging in idle thoughts, it is better to directly explore the depths of desire." Mu Yunj furrowed her brow, unable to suppress her interjection. "I have no interest in that." On the hotel's grand bed, Su Xiuxiu, covered by a blanket, laughed off the reprimand. All right. I know you are the abstinent type, always leading a life of simplicity. You simply do not understand the benefits of indulging. It is good for both the body and the spirit." The call was abruptly terminated. Disconnected, Su Xiuxiu stared at her phone, pondering how love only intensifies with engagement. How peculiar. Could I possibly be mistaken? Su Xiuxiu was filled with curiosity. After all, Mu Yunj is someone who has been pursued by countless admirers since childhood, with suitors lining up for a chance to form alliances with her. She has always been the epitome of excellence in others' eyes, strikingly beautiful as well. It is no exaggeration to say her admirers are innumerable, and she has encountered many men. Who could possibly captivate her interest so profoundly? I must see for myself. Jiang Lin, having finished his shower, realized he had forgotten to retrieve his clothes, feeling somewhat vexed. His mind seemed to have momentarily failed him. He wrapped a towel around his waist, reasoning that since it was late and everyone had likely retired to their rooms, it would be inconsequential to step out in this manner. He cautiously opened the door, peering through a narrow crack, and upon seeing no one outside, he sighed in relief and stepped out, heading towards the children's room. Ahem. A cough interrupted the silence. Jiang Lin turned around, only to find Mu Yungu gazing at him. He quickly explained, I apologize. I forgot to grab my clothes. I shall dress immediately. Mu Yungu responded with an "oh," yet her gaze inadvertently drifted over Jiang Lin's chest. Why are you looking at me like that? Jiang Lin asked, covering his chest. It's nothing. I'm merely worried you might catch a chill without your upper garment. Please, do dress quickly to avoid getting cold, Mu Yungu casually replied. However, upon realizing the temperature was nearing 30 degrees, she felt her comment was somewhat misplaced. She hastily added, after all, one must earn a living, and health is of utmost importance. That's true, Jiang Lin nodded, gesturing toward the bathroom. I've finished using it. You were waiting to use the toilet, right? Do hurry. With that, he entered the children's room and shut the door behind him. Mu Yungu stared at the closed door, her brow furrowing. It seemed almost like a defense mechanism, shrouded in secrecy, even evoking a sense of retreat. Was he afraid of me? Mu Yungu couldn't help but recall 4 years prior when she was under the influence of medication and the events of that night with Jiang Lin. For him, that tumultuous experience must have been far from pleasant. He likely felt tormented. Her expression shifted, and her mood darkened. In truth, it was never her intention. However, with Jiang Lin remaining silent about that night, it felt inappropriate for her to bring it up, leading to their mutual silence regarding the past. Chapter 56. Showing off the children in the hometown. Jiang Lin quickly dressed in his room, genuinely concerned that Mu Yungu might misunderstand him as an unprincipled individual. He texted her to inquire if Dodo needed to sleep with him, yet received no reply. Lying on the bed, he stared at the ceiling, his thoughts swirling and devoid of any drowsiness. Just moments ago, she had kissed him and mentioned she was not averse to close contact. Yet, her demeanor resembled that of a statue, devoid of any affection towards him. Was it merely a matter of professional obligation? The joy that had briefly surged within him dissipated instantly. Did someone like Mu Yungu truly need emotional connection? However, if you were unwilling to accept her mode of interaction, it was evident that Mu Yungu still required a man in her life, and the children needed a father. If he were not the one, others would surely step in. Jiang Lin pondered, considering the prospect of having a pair of twins and a kind-hearted wife. Even if she did not harbor feelings for him, it could still be acceptable. After all, he held genuine feelings for Mu Yungu. The older generation often did not experience mutual affection. Rather, love often blossomed over time. Jiang Lin was uncertain about his own convoluted thoughts, yet once clarity dawned upon him, his heart felt unburdened. The following day was Saturday. Upon waking, Jiang Lin received messages from his classmates, yet he paid little attention. Hearing the sound of the master bedroom door opening, he hurried out, coincidentally encountering Mu Yungu as she emerged. What's the matter? Mu Yungu tilted her head slightly, puzzled. I've come to a realization. I think it's time I pay a visit to your parents. Having resolved to advance our relationship, I should also endeavor to integrate myself into your life. Mu Yungu lowered her gaze, her demeanor growing somber. The matters between us. We shall manage ourselves. I have previously informed you that I have severed ties with my family long ago. Jiang Lin, upon hearing her words, expressed remorse, attributing the misunderstanding that led to your unwed motherhood to himself. I can explain this situation to them. I can bear the burden. Mu Yungu's eyes flickered momentarily, leading Jiang Lin to mistakenly believe that her estrangement from her family was solely due to having borne 2 children, and thus she felt compelled to seek forgiveness from her parents. He was too naive, under the impression that the complexities of the world could be so straightforward. Perhaps in his eyes, even a tiger would not harm its own cubs. Unfortunately, such notions are ineffective within the intricate social fabric of high society, where familial ties can be insidiously exploited for wealth and power. She found the situation amusing and advised him not to overthink it. I must travel for business for 2 days. Your uncle and aunt mentioned returning to your hometown for the Dragon Boat Festival. If you are not occupied, you might consider bringing the children along. I've left my car for you, making travel a bit more convenient. Are you leaving already? Jiang Lin queried, furrowing his brow. With a 3-day holiday, she would be away for 2 days, returning on Monday, which coincided with the festival. Would he be alone? He had intended to invite her out over the weekend. However, she had not mentioned her business trip the previous week. Yes, the company is quite busy. We can discuss Monday's matters then. Jiang Lin's emotions were somewhat conflicted. Please take care of yourself, eat well, and remember to buy some zongzi while you're away. Noting that Mu Yunj treated him as merely a roommate, he could not help but add, in the future, could you inform me in advance of your work arrangements? Mu Yunj paused, having not considered this aspect before. All right. Observing Jiang Lin's disappointed expression, she gently patted his cheek, her tone soothing. I will transfer 5,000 yuan to your account. During the holiday, you should have some extra funds and not always rely on your uncle and aunt. She softly inquired. Understood? Seeing her demeanor was akin to instructing a cherished pet to behave, Jiang Lin felt a mix of emotions. Realizing she likely regarded him more as a younger brother than anything else. Understood, but where will you get the money? It's from the company bonus. Don't worry. I still have funds. Just take care of yourself. Jiang Lin accompanied Mu Yunj to the entrance of the community, watching as she summoned a taxi to the airport. Standing by the roadside, he reflected on his promise to support the family, yet he had not even received his first month's salary. While Mu Yunj had already contributed financially twice, he felt that despite her seemingly aloof demeanor, she was genuinely investing in their household. He realized he needed to strive harder. The car has arrived. I must be off, Mu Yunj stated. Goodbye, Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin watched her get into the car, waved his hand, and smiled at her as the vehicle drove away, feeling a tinge of reluctance. It would be several days before he would see her again. Upon returning home, Dodo was already awake. Jiang Lin said, Dodo, today Mommy is on a business trip. You can spend the next few days playing with Daddy and your grandparents. All right. Sure. Dodo replied without the slightest surprise, for it was a common occurrence for his mother to be away on business. Even when she was home, she was often preoccupied with work. Most of the time, he would fall asleep and awaken without having seen her at all, unsure if she had returned home. He could only learn from the nanny that his mother had come back. At least now, Mommy was home in the evenings, accompanied by Daddy, which was already a blessing. Excited at the thought of playing, Dodo exclaimed, Daddy, shall we go to Grandpa and Grandma's today to pick some fruit? That's a bit far. It will take about 4 hours by car. That's all right. We can set off right now. Dodo raised his hand, declaring, I will go wake up my little sister. With that, he dashed to the master bedroom. Jiang Lin heard his parents emerging from their room. Mom and Dad. Are we going back to the old home to celebrate the Dragon Boat Festival? He asked. Yun Gu is on a business trip. Upon hearing this, his parents were delighted. After all, their recent mysterious visits to the city had puzzled their friends in the town. They had refrained from discussing the children's matters or posting on social media, fearing that Mu Yungu might object and take the children away. If that were to happen, finding a partner would become increasingly difficult for their son, who was now a father. However, seeing Mu Yunji's attitude this time, they felt reassured. She seemed to have no objections and held a favorable view of the children's father, treating them with kindness and sincerity. Thus, the elders contemplated the idea of bringing the children back home someday, envisioning the chance to flaunt them in front of their old friends. After packing the children's belongings, Jiang Lin set off for home. On the road, the two children gazed out at the scenery. Dodo remained calm, while Tang Tang, filled with curiosity and a penchant for snacks, persuaded them to stop along the highway to purchase an array of fruits and treats. Once Tang Tang had her fill, she nestled into her grandmother's arms and fell fast asleep, her rosy little feet in the air, her face glowing with a pink hue. Jiang Jianjun teased. She resembles a little fragrant piglet, prompting Jiang Lin to chuckle. Zhao Xia, however, laughed heartily as she cherished her granddaughter, declaring, Our Tang Tang is no pig. She is clearly Grandma's sweet little treasure, who wouldn't adore her. As they neared home, Zhao Xia had already informed friends and relatives in the group chat about the children's arrival, leaving everyone in a state of confusion. As they all knew Jiang Lin had just graduated, where had these children come from? Chapter 57, The Adorable Child Earns. Daddy Spin's Jiang Lin's family had once cultivated medicinal herbs in the village, working diligently. Now he and his wife operated a small shop in town, earning over 100,000 a year. While this sum was modest, it sufficed for a comfortable life in the town. They owned a 2-story building in the village, a storefront in town, and a small apartment in a residential complex. Previously, Zhao Xia had discussed with her husband the possibility of selling their house to enable their son to purchase a residence in the city outright. However, this notion was firmly rejected by Jiang Lin, and thus they abandoned the idea. Many relatives from the Jiang family resided in the same neighborhood, and upon receiving the news, they congregated at the home of the eldest brother, Jiang Zhiqing. Upon noticing the influx of relatives and friends, all clamoring with incessant inquiries, Jiang Zhiqing, having just awakened from a leisurely slumber, felt overwhelmed and perplexed by their chatter. He delegated the task of entertaining them to his wife, Li Hongmei, instructing her to offer tea and fruit. As Li Hongmei retreated to the kitchen, she discreetly expressed her grievances to her daughter. Has your second uncle and aunt lost their sanity? Inviting so many people over to our home is quite bothersome, isn't it? They seem to relish creating unnecessary commotion every single day. With a stoic expression, Jiang Qiqi carried a platter of fruit and remarked, I observed the group chat. It seems that my second aunt summoned everyone to their house to see the child. But what child could they possibly have? Isn't Jiang Lin just a recent graduate and their only son? Suddenly, Jiang Qiqi's face lit up with a smirk. Ah, I understand now. Perhaps Jiang Lin has returned home, and they are eager to flaunt their son's admission to a 211 university. With his graduation, this Dragon Boat Festival, they must be reveling in the glory of their child. Li Hongmei frowned. It could be true, but attending a 211 university is hardly remarkable. Your brother is merely 3 years older than Jiang Lin, although he did not gain admission to a university. He is now employed at a prestigious company with a monthly salary exceeding 10,000. Who knows what Jiang Lin earns upon graduation? Jiang Qiqi crossed her arms. I have heard it's only a few thousand, which pales in comparison to my brother. Besides, didn't my second aunt mention having a well-educated daughter-in-law? Yet, she broke up with Jiang Lin before graduation, and now it appears she is with a wealthy CEO. How unfortunate. Li Hongmei couldn't suppress a laugh. Your brother is bringing his girlfriend home tonight. I shall tease your second aunt and inquire about her daughter-in-law's whereabouts. Jiang Qiqi chuckled to herself. That would surely infuriate her. Exiting the kitchen, the family continued their curious discussions, speculating about the child Zhao Jian mentioned in the group chat. Wasn't Jiang Lin in a relationship for several years? Could it be that they've had a child? It's possible. Although he just graduated, having a baby at a younger age is beneficial for recovery. Could Jianjun and Zhao Xia have become grandparents so soon? That would be the envy of many. My daughter-in-law claims she has no desire to have children. She insists it costs $1 million to raise one, or else she won't consider it. It drives me to the brink. My son is already 24 and still hasn't found a partner. Alas, Jiang Qiqi set down the fruit. My brother is also bringing his girlfriend home tonight. Perhaps Jiang Lin will introduce his partner as well, and they can all meet each other. That would be splendid. The Jiang family is celebrating double happiness, exclaimed Su Chunhua, slapping her thigh in excitement. Lu Xiaoqing added, Jiang Lin and Jiang Kaixing are of similar ages. They used to play together as children, and now, in the blink of an eye, they are on the verge of starting families. Let us see who finds the better spouse. Li Hongmei chuckled. For Jiang Lin was indeed an exceptional scholar, and his wife was also of high academic caliber. Thus, it was certain that their second son's daughter-in-law was superior. However, Jiang Qiqi interjected, that may not be the case, mother. My sister-in-law seems to own her own shop. She is an entrepreneur and earns quite a substantial amount each month. One cannot solely judge by educational qualifications. Nowadays, bachelor's degrees are ubiquitous, and there are even reports of graduates working as security guards. Su Chunhua concurred, indeed. It ultimately comes down to one's earning potential. Jiang Zhiqing, the eldest of the Jiang family, listened to their conversation without interjecting. He had pursued the most education among them, yet he found himself in a relaxed position at a rural institution, now enjoying retirement and living comfortably. He was on a different level than his brother Jiang Jianjun, who engaged in small business ventures. Just as they spoke, news arrived in their group chat. Lu Xiaoqing announced, they have returned home. Let us go see the child they mentioned. Jiang Lin carried Tang Tang as they arrived home. Tang Tang, still half asleep, was gently placed on the sofa and covered with a small blanket. With drowsy eyes, she mumbled, Daddy, where is this? Not recognizing the surroundings, she asked, "Is this Grandma and Grandpa's house?" "There are no fruit trees here," she continued, before rolling over and drifting back to sleep, her fuzzy head turned towards Jiang Lin. Sprawled comfortably, Jiang Lin's parents resided in a spacious 4-bedroom, 2-living-room house, as property prices in the small town were affordable. Jiang Jianjun took Dodo to wash his hands and prepared some milk for him. "You must be hungry, right? Grandpa will cook a big hen with rice noodles for you." "Grandpa, I'm not hungry yet," Dodo replied, sipping his milk. "Grandpa, take me to catch the big hen." Jiang Jianjun couldn't help but chuckle. "The hen is frozen in the fridge. There's no need to catch it." Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Zhao Xiao, upon hearing it, set down her items. "It must be the relatives. I invited them to see the child. Dodo, when they arrive, make sure to ask them for red envelopes." Dodo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could he seize the opportunity? His father was rather poor, and if relatives gifted him money, it would alleviate some of his father's burdens. Thus, even though Dodo usually maintained an aloof demeanor at the Mu family home, he was now determined to engage earnestly. Jiang Ziqing stood at the door, flanked by relatives. As the door opened, he was taken aback to find a small child standing there, a little boy, exquisitely chiseled with striking features, undoubtedly destined to be a handsome young man. His large, grape-like eyes sparkled with intelligence. "Hello, uncle," Dodo exclaimed. "I am Jiang Lin's son, Dodo, and I am 3.5 years old. I wish you and Auntie a happy Dragon Boat Festival, good health, a harmonious family, and prosperity." With that, he extended his chubby, fair hands, holding Jiang Lin's mobile phone, which displayed a WeChat payment code. Jiang Ziqing was momentarily taken aback, enchanted by the child. Although he often looked down upon others, even his own brother, this little boy was an exception. However, being gazed at by Dodo, one cannot help but find him adorable. Perhaps this is simply the charm of generational ties? Furthermore, the sight of Dodo evokes memories of his own son as childhood. Reminiscent of the time spent playing with Jiang Lin, it is hard not to feel a tinge of nostalgia, realizing that so many years have passed. As the most accomplished member of the Jiang family, he could not possibly neglect to make a gesture. After all, one must not compromise one's dignity. Li Hongmei furrowed her brow, incredulous. "Dodo, did you say your father is Jiang Lin?" "But Jiang Lin has just graduated. How could he have a child over 3 years old?" Jiang Ziqing, however, retrieved his phone, noting that the child unmistakably bore the Jiang family resemblance, looking just like Jiang Lin in his youth. With that, he scanned a QR code for an 800 yuan meeting gift. Wow, Uncle gave Dodo 800 yuan. That's enough for so many snacks. "Uncle, you are so kind. Dodo loves you." Dodo, mimicking the playful gestures of Tang Tang, formed a heart shape with his hands, while secretly contemplating how effective adorableness could be. No wonder Tang Tang enjoyed being cute. It seems this little fool possesses some cleverness worth emulating. Hee hee, Daddy went to the restroom, so I will earn some cool money for him. Li Hongmei, witnessing this, was astonished that he had given 800 yuan without clarifying anything. Had he lost his mind? Dodo then turned to other relatives, holding his phone with a QR code. Resembling an adorable puppy, his eyes sparkling with innocence. Chapter 58. Jiang Lin's child is indeed a pair of twins. Everyone found Dodo irresistibly charming. The child was exceptionally good-looking, rivaling even child models. Zhao Xiao approached, feigning exasperation. "Oh dear grandson, why are you stopping our relatives outside for red envelopes?" Despite her words, she did not intervene, instead adopting a truly affectionate demeanor. For after all, what was wrong with a beloved grandson asking for red envelopes? Over the years, they had engaged in numerous social exchanges. Their family had not even hosted a graduation banquet for Jiang Lin. For decades, only red envelopes had been given out, none returned. "Please don't mind. My precious grandson is the child we had when Jiang Lin was in his first year of college. We only just learned about him, and we cherish him like a little treasure. Thankfully, Dodo is both clever and well-behaved, much smarter than my Jiang Lin, probably taking after his mother." Li Hongmei's eyes widened in disbelief. "You had him when you were in your first year?" "Indeed." Zhao Xiao chuckled. Now that it was confirmed the child belonged to Jiang Lin, everyone, though astonished, proceeded to make payments. Lu Chunhua, feeling resigned, scanned for 200 yuan, while Lu Xiaoqing scanned for 300. Others contributed between 200 and 500 yuan. The late-arriving Jiang Wang emerged from the elevator, saying, "I'm late." The Jiang brothers consisted of Jiang Zhiqing, the eldest, Jiang Jianjun, the second, and Jiang Wang, the youngest. Jiang Wang had lost his wife long ago and remained unmarried. His daughter, Jiang Xiao, was of similar age to Jiang Lin and was studying at a normal university in the city, with a year left until graduation. Upon his arrival, he cheerfully approached, exclaiming, "Is this little Dodo? I have heard of you from my dear Xiao Xiao, and indeed, you appear remarkably clever." Noticing that everyone had scanned the payment code to present Dodo with a welcome gift, he too took out his phone and transferred 600 yuan. All the relatives had scanned the code before entering the house. Jiang Wang, filled with curiosity, inquired, "If Dodo is here, then what about Tang Tang?" "Third brother, who is this Tang Tang you speak of?" Jiang Zhiqing asked, puzzled. "Tang Tang is my beloved granddaughter. I must have forgotten to mention her. She is the child of my son Jiang Lin and is a part of a set of twins," Zhao Xia replied with great pride. "Twins?" Upon hearing this, Li Hongmei was utterly incredulous. She cast a glance at her daughter, recalling the rumors that Jiang Lin had been cast aside and suffered a heartbreak. How could he now have two 3-year-old children? Jiang Qi appeared equally bewildered, expressing her confusion. Meanwhile, Tang Tang, still resting on the sofa, opened her eyes to see a multitude of people entering the home. Rubbing her eyes in bewilderment, she sleepily asked, "Grandma, who are they?" Zhao Xia proceeded to introduce the guests to Tang Tang. The sweet-natured child, now fully alert due to the crowd, quickly greeted all the relatives. Jiang Lin merely stepped out to use the restroom, only to find relatives gathered around his two little ones, showering them with affection. Jiang Jianjun briefly attended to the guests before stepping out to purchase groceries, as they were undoubtedly preparing for a family dinner that evening. Upon checking his phone, Jiang Lin noticed a plethora of payment notifications on his WeChat account, totaling an impressive 4,000 yuan. When he inquired about the situation, Zhao Xia recounted the events, prompting him to chuckle in disbelief. It seemed that during Dodo's last visit to his grandmother's house, he had also amassed a considerable collection of gifts, and now, at his other grandmother's residence, he was similarly reaping rewards. This child certainly had a knack for cleverness. While seated on the sofa, Li Hongmei subtly probed Zhao Xia regarding Jiang Lin's wife, her origins, education, occupation, and salary. "I am not quite aware, as that is a matter between them. I merely facilitated a paternity test to confirm that the children are indeed our grandchildren. Beyond that, I have not paid much attention," Zhao Xia responded dismissively. "However, I must say, the children's mother is exceptionally beautiful. I have seen her, and she is indeed the most stunning of all." Jiang Qi, munching on an orange, chimed in, "Is she truly that lovely?" "Indeed, otherwise how could our two children be so charming?" Zhao Xia replied. Jiang Qi began to ponder. Her sister-in-law was indeed striking and had a flair for fashion. The videos she posted on social media resembled those of internet celebrities, boasting over 100,000 followers. She had opened a lash and nail salon in the metropolis, reportedly earning a substantial income. Could Tang Do's mother possibly surpass her sister-in-law in beauty? She doubted it. Considering her second aunt had never ventured far beyond their hometown and might not be familiar with the world outside, to her, anyone who was pleasing to the eye seemed the most beautiful. In time, the truth would surely reveal itself. By the way, won't Tang Do's mother join us for the festival this time? She is quite occupied with work and is currently on a business trip, Zhao Xia replied. The television blared with lively sounds, yet no one paid it any attention. It merely served as a backdrop. The brothers Jiang Zhiqing and Jiang Wang were ardently devoted to their precious Tang Tang. Jiang Zhiqing sighed, reflecting on the fortune of his younger brother, who had become a grandfather. Blessed with such an adorable granddaughter, he couldn't help but feel envious. His own daughter, Chi, had been a mischievous child, playing in the mud like a tomboy. Far from being as charming, Jiang Wang shared a similar sentiment, noting that his daughter, Xiao, had not been as lively or endearing during her childhood. Tong Tong's delightful disposition and vivacious spirit made her universally adored. Eldest brother, you should encourage your son Kaixing to have a child soon. Jiang Ziqing sighed again, expressing his concern over the pressures of urban life. His son was intent on purchasing a 3-bedroom apartment as a marital home before even contemplating children. Jiang Wang chuckled. You and your wife are financially stable enough to assist. I hear that Kaixing and his girlfriend are doing well too. Buying a house shouldn't be an issue, especially since Jiang Lin has already done so. Jiang Ziqing shook his head. We can only contribute up to 500,000 yuan for their home. The rest must be on them. However, my son has been quite extravagant, recently purchasing a car for over 300,000 yuan. I truly cannot fathom his reasoning. How can he afford such luxuries? Jiang Wang was taken aback. His humble nature found the notion of a 300,000 yuan vehicle to be exceedingly extravagant. Is it truly that expensive? I saw Jiang Lin's car, which seemed to be a decent domestic model costing around 100,000 yuan. Jiang Ziqing waved his hand dismissively, his tone a mix of resignation and pride. My son is nothing like Jiang Lin. From a young age, he has insisted on brand-name clothing and shoes, with exceptionally high standards. The second brother's family settled for an old, dilapidated house, but my son and daughter-in-law would never consider such a place. They only desire a brand-name vehicle and a new home, refusing even second-hand options. Jiang Lin sat nearby, casually enjoying sunflower seeds while listening to the discussions among his aunts and uncles. Although it appeared to be a lively conversation, it was merely a subtle contest of comparisons, lacking any real substance. He glanced at his phone, noticing that his message to Mu Yunj, inquiring about her well-being, had gone unanswered. He wondered how her business trip was going. Just then, his uncle addressed him directly. Jiang Lin, your brother and sister-in-law will be returning tonight. You must persuade him. There's no need to insist on a new home. A second-hand one would suffice. Honestly, I believe a modest 180 square meter second-hand property would be more than adequate. Jiang Lin couldn't help but gasp in astonishment at the suggestion of an 180 square meter dwelling. He knew that his own apartment, located in an older complex on the first floor, cost over 30,000 yuan per square meter. His 3-bedroom unit measured only about 80 square meters once the additional area was removed, making it quite small. Yet it still totaled over 2.6 million yuan. The down payment had depleted his parents' savings, and he was still repaying a substantial loan. His uncle's casual mention of a second-hand property of such size seemed not just adequate, but downright extravagant. Calculating the numbers, it amounts to no less than 6 million. In more desirable locations, with newer residential environments, the price could escalate to 8 or 9 million. The Jiang family is not impoverished, yet they are not affluent either. Although my uncle is retired with a government position in the countryside, his salary is not substantial, certainly insufficient to gather several million. My uncle and cousin indeed possess remarkable abilities. I cannot help but marvel at their acquisition of such a spacious home. Jiang Ziqing, with the air of someone who has experienced much, waved his hand and remarked, Jiang Lin, you have 2 children, and your parents frequently visit to see them. The house you purchased is simply too small. It resembles a birdcage. How can one reside comfortably in such confines? In my opinion, you have not made long-term plans. Now that you have established a family, it is essential to secure a home that meets your needs at once. Jiang Lin could only manage a wry smile. Uncle, even if I were to purchase this house, it would be on an installment plan. A larger house is appealing, but it is simply beyond my means. Jiang Ziqing displayed a hint of helplessness, yet understanding. He patted Jiang Lin on the shoulder, saying, Young man, as long as you are willing to strive, a larger home will eventually be yours. Their conversation caught the attention of others, who chimed in, Indeed. How can one live in a house smaller than 100 square meters? Sister Xia, how could you possibly buy such a small home? It's suffocating and uncomfortable. Exactly. There is no space for the children to run and play. Zhao Xia felt somewhat embarrassed, yet it was the undeniable truth. The housing prices were exorbitant, unlike those in our town. Li Hongmei raised her eyebrows and smiled. Then you might as well wait to buy. My son plans to delay until he can purchase a larger home, over 100 square meters. Tang Tang, with her keen ears, found this curious. Is a house over 100 square meters really that big? She hurried over to inquire. Grandma, how large is a house over 100 square meters? Zhao Xia explained. About the size of our current home. Is that really considered large? Tang Tang frowned, murmuring to herself, our pond is larger than this. Yet, why did this aunt seem to imply that a 100 square meter house was impressive? At her age, Tang Tang had yet to grasp the concept of size. Nor had she encountered the square meter measurements of commercial housing. After all, no one in the Mu family resided in such properties. She decided to wait until evening to ask her mother why 100 square meters was deemed so remarkable. Would that not mean her own home was incredibly, extraordinarily impressive? Seeing Tang Tang's eyes twinkle, Zhao Xia embraced her, saying, in the future, when we move to a larger house, you can endure a little discomfort for now. I'm not uncomfortable at all. Tang Tang replied, puzzled. As long as I'm with Mom and Dad, I am very happy. A large, quiet house did not appeal to her. The villa was indeed too spacious, with only herself, her brother, and a few aunts for company. The old ancestral home was even larger, featuring multiple rooms, a garden, a swimming pool, and a back mountain. It was even quieter still. Zhao Xia, interpreting the child's words as maturity, was unaware that the child genuinely preferred smaller spaces, having grown accustomed to a home that was simply too vast. Dodo found it somewhat peculiar. The relatives on her mother's side were rather strange, and those on her father's side seemed a bit odd as well. The sound of the door opening signaled Jiang Jianjun's return from grocery shopping, prompting Zhao Xia to assist in preparing lunch. Meanwhile, Mu Yunj had just completed her participation in a jewelry showcase abroad, followed by a series of inspections and meetings at an overseas company. As a premier luxury jewelry brand, the Mu family's offerings had been propelled onto the international stage by Mu Yunj, resulting in burgeoning overseas business that was still in its ascendant phase. Her extensive network of connections, coupled with the burgeoning popularity of Chinese culture on the global scene, had facilitated a seamless expansion into high-end markets abroad. After a long day of work, evening mealtime had arrived. Xie Jingwei came to verify some work matters, after which Wenwen gently reminded Mu Yunj that it was time to dine. Realizing her own need for sustenance, despite not feeling particularly hungry, she acknowledged her routine of 3 meals a day, abstaining from alcohol and cold foods to protect her stomach. I've invited you all to spend the Dragon Boat Festival with me. After this, you'll have 2 days off to make up for it, she announced. Li Wenwen was somewhat taken aback. Although the young lady had been acting strangely lately, she occasionally revealed a more human side, warming everyone's hearts. After the meal, Mu Yunj returned to her computer. It was already late at night, yet she noticed she hadn't checked her WeChat all day. Remembering it was afternoon back home, she seized a moment to video call Jiang Lin. Outside the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, the city lights of Chengdu glittered, and the streets below were still bustling with vehicles, creating a sense of both elevation and isolation. As the video connected, a cacophony of sounds flooded her ears, instantly infusing the space around her with a lively atmosphere. To her surprise, many people were gathered on the other end, likely chatting and enjoying tea after dinner. She smiled and inquired, Jiang Lin, are these all relatives of yours? Your home seems quite lively. I imagine the feast was splendid. Indeed, they're all relatives, eager to see you. I feel rather shy about it, Jiang Lin replied, a touch of embarrassment evident in his voice. Noticing the luxurious backdrop behind Mu Yunj, he asked, where are you? I'm abroad. Just finished my work and am handling a few matters in the hotel before resting for the night, she replied. Though she said a few, it implied far more than that. Lu Shaoqing exclaimed, wow, Jiang Lin's wife is stunning. She looks like a movie star. Could she actually be one? Yes. The hotel looks exceedingly upscale. Where exactly are you? It must be a place frequented by accomplished individuals on business trips. Which country is this? Please show us. I've never been abroad. Mu Yungu, upon hearing their animated chatter, couldn't help but smile. She turned the camera towards the city below. This was Chengdu, the capital of the nation. Another round of compliments followed. After exchanging pleasantries with them, Mu Yungu bid farewell to Jiang Lin and ended the call. Su Chunhua, with admiration, exclaimed, Jiang Lin, your wife is quite impressive. Even while on a business trip, she is in the country. She must be exceptionally proficient in foreign languages, right? Jiang Lin, however, was rather perplexed. He was unaware that Mu Yun-gu was abroad for work. Mom speaks foreign languages exceptionally well, exclaimed Tang Tang, her voice crisp and lively. Mom frequently travels to various countries for work, and she studied in the country. Su Chuanhua's eyes sparkled at this revelation. She is a foreign student? No wonder. I've heard that studying abroad costs hundreds of thousands a year. People from the city are so good-looking. She must be a wealthy beauty. Chapter 60. The cutest treasure in the entire neighborhood. Jiang Lin was left utterly baffled. Mu Yun-gu, a foreign student? He recalled that her educational background indicated she had only completed high school. However, the children were still young and likely misunderstood, thinking that when their mother traveled abroad for work, it equated to studying abroad. Thus, he paid it little mind. After dinner, everyone went to his uncle's house for tea. As his cousin Jiang Kaishang was bringing his girlfriend home, Jiang Lin chose not to join the gathering. After all, Tang Tang and Do Do had traveled a long distance and were likely tired. They were to pick fruits in the village the next day, so an early night's rest was essential. Moreover, family gatherings rarely involved genuine concern for the younger generation. They were often more about comparison. There was no need to waste time. After giving the two children a bath, both insisted on sleeping with him. Jiang Lin lay in the center of the bed, with one child on his left and the other on his right, both gazing at him expectantly. He pondered, "Dodo, do you still have homework tonight? How about we save the story for later, Tang Tang? Brother, you shouldn't study. We're here to have fun, not to study like Mom does every day, right?" Dodo retorted with a frown. Jiang Lin, puzzled, asked, "Tang Tang, why do you say Mom studies every day? You previously mentioned that she was studying abroad?" "Yes." Tang Tang blinked her big eyes. "Mom is really amazing. She can speak foreign languages. I can speak a little too. I can buy food and take the bus by myself." Dodo had also seen their mother's diploma, but they had promised not to reveal her identity. After all, education could be considered a part of one's identity. Mom used to run a business. It's only natural she needed to learn more, he mused. Jiang Lin realized it was likely one of those expensive training programs for further education. He remembered a friend from his social circle, a hairdresser named Tony, who frequently traveled to big cities for professional development to enhance his resume. Although uncertain of its utility, self-improvement was always worthwhile. "Now I understand." Dodo quickly shifted the subject. "Dad, hurry and explain yesterday's questions to me." Once, Dodo was quite intelligent, yet his mother never enrolled him in classes prematurely. Instead, he spent his days at kindergarten, accompanied by the butler for playtime, or simply watching the news at home. Occasionally, he would peruse a book, albeit with a superficial glance. However, since living with his father, who imparted mathematical knowledge to him, he discovered that although he was adept at basic arithmetic, there existed a plethora of fascinating formulas for further calculations and dissections. This revelation rendered the kindergarten curriculum utterly uninteresting to him. His father resembled a tome filled with vast knowledge, and Dodo wished he could be as adept as him. Jiang Lin was somewhat puzzled by Dodo's insatiable thirst for knowledge, wondering from whom this child had inherited such a fervent love for learning. In his university days, Jiang Lin had tutored students and was quite proficient in teaching. Meanwhile, Tang Tang lay nearby, her head resting on her father's knee, listening intently to his words. Though it seemed as if she were deciphering an ancient text, she yawned and dozed off, curling up like a little lazy cat. Noticing Tang Tang's slumber, Jiang Lin chuckled softly, carefully tucking her into her blanket before taking Do Do to the study for a lesson. The Jiang residence consists of 4 rooms. The parents occupy the master bedroom. Jiang Lin resides in the secondary bedroom. A guest room is available for relatives. And there is a study dedicated to Jiang Lin's academic pursuits. Although his parents lacked extensive formal education, they placed great importance on his studies, striving to provide an optimal environment. As Jiang Lin taught Do Do in the study, he found himself lost in thought, reminiscing about his own days of fervently preparing for college entrance exams in that very space. "Father, we have completed this lesson. I would like to learn about triangles next," Dodo declared, pulling out his book. "I glanced through it and found these angles quite intriguing." Jiang Lin was unperturbed. After all, He did not expect a 3-year-old to sit for examinations. As long as Dodo was content, that was sufficient. In the morning, Jiang Jianjun ventured to the community exercise area to practice the 8 sections of brocade. Dodo accompanied him, mimicking his grandfather's movements with amusing sincerity. The small town's community was bustling with middle-aged and elderly residents, creating a lively atmosphere. Upon encountering neighbors in the park, they expressed curiosity about the adorable child in Jiang Jianjun's company. Upon learning he was Jiang Jianjun's grandson, they expressed their envy. Dodo is truly charming, they exclaimed. Indeed, among the children in this community, Dodo is the most delightful to behold. He is quite clever as well. Perhaps he inherited his mother's beauty and his father's intelligence. Certainly, Jiang Lin appears to be quite the scholar. How could his child not be bright? Jiang Jianjun's smile never faded. Throughout their leisurely stroll, he followed Dodo, contentedly showcasing his precious grandson to old friends. Dodo observed his surroundings, glancing at a group engaged in chess before joining them momentarily. He also wandered over to a pavilion where others were playing a game at speed. His curiosity piqued. However, Jiang Jianjun scooped him up, saying, "My dear grandson, you should not emulate that. It is not particularly enjoyable. But if it is not fun, why are they playing? It must be enjoyable, right?" Dodo queried innocently. Jiang Jianjun was suddenly drenched in sweat. "It's time to eat. Let us return home for breakfast. Later, we'll drive to the village and take you and Tang Tang to pick mulberries." Dodo thought this was a splendid idea as well. Upon returning home, Jiang Jianjun recounted the morning's events to his wife. Zhao Xia widened her eyes and admonished him in a hushed voice. "You mustn't let Dodo witness others playing cards. If he picks up bad habits, how will you explain it to Yunge? Their child is raised so well, so obediently. If he starts gambling after a few days with us, Yunge will be furious. Besides, Dodo is exceptionally clever. He picks up everything quickly. This is one thing he must not learn." Jiang Jianjun responded, "I was just about to take the child away." Zhao Xia took this into consideration and added, "When you take the child, avoid any chaotic places. There are so many people smoking. It's not good for him." Jiang Jianjun nodded in agreement. As he entered the room, he found Dodo seated in the living room, examining a deck of playing cards he had discovered on the coffee table. Jiang Jianjun was momentarily taken aback. "Dodo." Jiang Lin emerged from the kitchen, asking, "Dodo, what are you doing?" "Papa, I saw someone playing this in the community." "How do you play?" Dodo asked, his face lit with curiosity. Fearing his son would be upset, Jiang Jianjun quickly reached for the cards, planning to dispose of all the various cards they had used during the New Year celebrations. These were objects that could lead children astray. "Oh, this?" Jiang Lin, instead of reacting with alarm, approached Dodo. "Dad, let me play with Dodo for a bit. You take Tang Tang to wash up. She is still sleeping." Jiang Jianjun allowed Zhao Xia to tend to Tang Tang, while he anxiously watched Jiang Lin handle the situation, hoping he wouldn't genuinely teach the child to play games of chance. Jiang Lin settled in front of Dodo, taking the cards. This is called a deck of playing cards, and there are many ways to play. For instance, he drew 5 cards and placed them before Dodo. Which card has a different number? Dodo examined them and pointed to the middle card. "This one, 99, is odd. The others are all even. This is too simple. It's not fun." Jiang Lin pondered for a moment. "All right, let us have a competition with addition. We'll draw cards, and the sum of the numbers on the cards should be as close to 21 as possible. If anyone exceeds 21, they lose immediately." Dodo's curiosity piqued. "How many cards can we draw?" "As many as you like." Jiang Jianjun watched Dodo calculate, feeling relieved. It seemed different from what he had anticipated. Chapter 61. The quirky sister-in-law. When Tang Tang emerged, she spotted her brother sprawled on the floor, peering at the cards, and felt a twinge of curiosity. "Brother, what are you doing? Why didn't you wake Tang Tang up to join you? You're like a reincarnated pig. Why would I call you?" Dodo replied without looking up. Tang Tang, slightly annoyed, retorted, "Who are you calling a pig?" Dodo ignored her, focusing on the cards, and turned to his father, saying, "Papa, I've counted them. In this stack, all the identical numbers are 4, just in different colors. Therefore, if I reach a certain number, it becomes quite challenging to grasp the desired smaller numeral." Jiang Lin nodded. affirming that it indeed pertains to the concept of probability. For now, let us refrain from adding 21 points. Instead, allow me to elucidate the principle of probability. Zhang Lin produced 4 cards, specifically the numbers 3, 6, 8, and 10. Dodo, observe these 4 cards. If I were to shuffle them randomly, what is the probability of drawing the number 3? Tang Tang's curiosity piqued, prompting her to inquire about the essence of probability. Dodo lowered his head to explain, imagine there is 1 red bean bun and 1 meat bun, both identical in appearance. If you can only select one to eat, what is the likelihood that you will choose the meat bun? Tang Tang pondered, stroking her chin, and concluded, it's a 50-50 chance. Dodo, having self-studied some elementary mathematics, understood the fundamental concepts without requiring excessive explanation from Zhang Lin. Thus, this is what we refer to as probability. The likelihood of you selecting the meat bun is indeed 1/2, or 1 out of 2. Tang Tang listened, somewhat perplexed, expressing her confusion. But aren't we discussing chances? What does probability have to do with this? And what does 1/2 signify? Dodo nodded, all right. You may now go play in the mud. Tang Tang pouted, but I don't like playing in the mud. Dodo murmured softly. I truly question whether you are my biological sibling. How can you be so daft? Grandma has said that Tang Tang is the smartest. Observing Dodo being constantly interrupted, Zhang Lin lifted Tang Tang and said, all right, Tang Tang, you can go play with Grandpa. He has bought you a super beautiful doll, along with some clothes to change into. Really? Tang Tang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Breakfast consisted of a few simple and refreshing dishes. Zhao Xia also prepared some milk for the children, setting it aside to cool. She remarked, last night we visited your uncle's house. He is quite accomplished now, having purchased a car, which I hear is rather expensive. He works at an internet company, while his wife runs a beauty and eyelash salon, earning a considerable income. They are also planning to look at houses in the city soon, intending to settle there for better support. Zhang Lin nodded. That sounds quite promising. Just as they were conversing, the doorbell rang. Zhao Xia set down her utensils to answer the door and was pleasantly surprised to see Kai Sheng and Xiao Mei. What brings you here? I heard that Zhang Lin now has 2 children. I came to see them. Jiang Kaixing said, producing a red envelope. Noticing his thoughtfulness, Zhao Xia quickly invited them in and offered them a seat. Have you both eaten? Please join us for a meal. Later, we plan to visit the village. Would you like to come along? I simply wanted to bring Xiao Mei with me. I was curious about your departure time, Jiang Kaixing explained. My driving skills are not particularly good, so I hesitate to drive into the village. Lu Meimei smiled, but remained somewhat reticent, with Jiang Kaixing and Zhao Xia doing most of the talking. Zhao Xia waved to Tang Tang and Dodo, call Auntie. Hello, Uncle. Hello, Auntie. Tang Tang greeted sweetly. Dodo followed suit, echoing the greetings. Lu Meimei smiled and nodded in response. Upon witnessing the undeniable charm of the 2 children, Jiang Kaixing could not help but shower them with praise. Jiang Lin, you are truly fortunate to have such adorable twins. How wonderful it would be if I too could be blessed with both a son and a daughter in the future. Jiang Lin smiled softly in response. That is certainly possible. Let us return home then. Once you are ready, just give me a call, he added, refraining from interrupting their meal. After they descended in the elevator, he prepared to head back to his own residence, as they all resided in the same community, albeit in different buildings, one in Block 1 and the other in Block 8. As he walked, Jiang Kaixing continued to extol the virtues of Tang Tang and Dodo, stating, they are truly delightful. I have seen them and find them incredibly endearing. Have you lost your mind? Lu Mimi interjected, her expression sour and her eyes rolling. I detest children. Besides, hasn't your father already received several hundred in red envelopes? Are you so flush with cash that you can afford to give more? You didn't even consult me. When I asked you to buy me 1,000 yuan skincare set, you hesitated, yet now you're willing to part with a few hundred. How absurd. Lu Mimi huffed, adding, moreover, your uncle and aunt lack any decorum. Back in our hometown, when a new bride visits, all relatives are expected to present red envelopes. You are family, and they should have at least given me 1,000, yet upon my arrival, I received nothing. Do they look down on me? Jiang Kaixing frowned. Why are you quarreling with children? Even if we were to give, it would only be appropriate upon engagement. and we have yet to reach that stage. So we would be wasting money for no reason? Lu Mimi retorted, clearly disgruntled and feeling unjustly treated. When my brother brought his girlfriend home, it was merely a visit, yet everyone still gave red envelopes. As his sister, I received 5,000. Why does your brother receive money when he brings his girlfriend home, yet you do not offer any red envelopes? Jiang Kaixing felt a headache coming on. Xiaomei, please don't dwell on these matters. Didn't my parents give you something? Your parents are your parents. Relatives are different. They cannot be compared, Lu Mimi replied, shaking her head in exasperation, unwilling to engage further. She believed herself far more attractive than Jiang Kaixing and noted that while he earned over 10,000 a month, she too could earn a similar amount. Why should I endure such indignities? Wait, I refuse to share a vehicle with those two little rascals. They are too noisy. You will have to make other arrangements. My cousin will drive Tang Tang and Dodo, while my uncle will take you and me. Is that agreeable? Jiang Kaixing suggested. What kind of car does your uncle drive? My health is not the best, and I cannot endure a cheap domestic car. It makes me nauseous. Jiang Kaixing realized that since Lu Mimi had come to his home, her complaints had become incessant, and she consistently found fault. Ultimately, this stemmed from her hometown's strong emphasis on gift-giving, where even a first meeting necessitated a substantial offering, while his relatives had only given a modest 6,600. This had resulted in her ongoing dissatisfaction and irritability. I must insist that you refrain from regarding me with such disdain. Just yesterday, I overheard your remarks regarding Jiang Lin's wife, who, without demanding a single penny, bore him 2 children, only to approach him for support after their separation. I can easily deduce the nature of her circumstances. She must be the kind of woman that no one desires. Do not dare to compare me to such individuals. With a cold tone, she admonished that marrying a wife is akin to purchasing goods. If one desires quality, one must be prepared to invest. While the less desirable options are beneath someone like Jiang Kaixing. A woman of that caliber earns a mere 4,000 a month, scarcely saving 20,000 a year. Whereas I earn over 10,000 monthly, allowing me to save a substantial 100,000 annually. You may spend lavishly before our marriage, but rest assured, you shall quickly recoup your expenditures thereafter. Chapter 62. The competitive sister-in-law Jiang Kaixing was rendered speechless. What grievances do you harbor against me that you must drag others into this? Is this not a trivial pursuit? Humph, can sisters-in-law not compare? Enough pretense. Lu Mimi crossed her arms, exuding an air of enlightenment. Your education does not surpass that of your brother, nor do you possess his looks. Your relatives are perpetually comparing you. Jiang Kaixing chose to ignore her. Jiang Lin had been his companion since childhood, despite his own academic shortcomings compared to Jiang Lin. He held his own strengths and saw no need to engage in such bitter comparisons. His parents and sister relished in these comparisons. But must life be a constant contest? You may speak such words in my presence, but do not propagate them at my uncle's home. Lu Mimi remained unfazed. When it was time to depart for the village, Jiang Kaixing, apprehensive of her antics, felt compelled to drive the newly purchased car himself. Jiang Jianjun, though puzzled, remarked that the village roads were all paved, albeit many were one way. He reassured Jiang Kaixing to follow at a leisurely pace. Lu Mimi filled the vehicle with an assortment of snacks and beverages, intent on indulging while binge-watching her favorite shows. Jiang Kaixing interjected, suggesting she take a couple of bags of chips for the children. You cannot possibly consume all that. And aren't you trying to lose weight? Why do you concern yourself with me? Are you attempting to be generous to your niece and nephew? How petty. Lu Mimi retorted. My possessions are mine alone. Even if I cannot finish them, I shan't share. As the eldest child in the Jiang family, Jiang Kaixing had once taken pride in his father's position as a local civil servant. However, upon entering society and facing harsh realities, he came to realize his insignificance. His once rebellious and carefree spirit had transformed into a more grounded and composed demeanor. In his youth, he had a penchant for brawling, and on one occasion, he nearly met a dire fate. Jiang Lin, the bookish type, had followed him and, upon discreetly alerting him, ended up bearing the brunt of several slaps from the local ruffians. In those moments, he understood that no camaraderie, however sincere, could rival the bond of blood. Lu Mimi, listening to his reflections, found them tiresome. That is your story. I, too, had a brother, yet my parents favored him over me, demanding that I yield to his whims. I was deprived even of an education. Upon reaching adulthood, I resolved never to seek the approval of others again. Jiang Kaixing endured in silence, bewildered by her obstinacy. Indeed, he was not particularly handsome, and having fallen for Lu Mimi, a girl who appeared quite lovely after makeup, he felt a deep empathy for her, especially knowing her family favored sons over daughters. He generously spent his money on her, only to find that she had grown increasingly selfish. You want me to give snacks to them? They are not your children. Please refrain from acting as a benefactor to your brother. As Jiang Kaixing followed the vehicle ahead, he refrained from uttering another word. If anyone should be supporting the family, it should be her, having spent all their money on her brother's marriage. Yet now she feared assisting her younger brother. It was utterly absurd. In the front vehicle, Xiao Xia chatted with her child in the back seat. I believe Xiao Sheng's girlfriend is here to solidify their bond this time, isn't she? Since they brought us candy beans, we should return the gesture with a red envelope, so they don't leave empty-handed. Jiang Jianjun nodded in agreement, acknowledging the sentiment. We'll prepare one when the time comes. Jiang Lin, driving, listened to his parents' conversation, marveling at how swiftly time passed. In the blink of an eye, his brother was soon to marry. Isn't it even quicker for you? Zhao Xia teased. We should say that in no time, you all will be starting families, leaving only your third uncle Xiuxiu without a romantic partner. Xiuxiu is under considerable pressure, Jiang Lin remarked. Previously, Jiang Xiuxiu had come to their home to assist with bathing the child, but now as she approached her senior year, she was preoccupied with preparing for teacher certification exams. Despite several invitations, she had been unable to join them for meals, clearly burdened with responsibilities. Furthermore, Jiang Xiuxiu had lost her mother long ago, and her father, Jiang Wang, worked for others, earning a meager income. As the vehicle continued its ascent for over half an hour, Jiang Lin noticed a large truck laden with bamboo ahead. Spotting a turnaround lane, he intended to yield it to Jiang Kaixing, maneuvering onto a smaller road to let the truck pass. Jiang Kaixing, having recently acquired his driver's license, saw the truck in the turnaround lane and began to steer aside while listening to Lu Mimi's complaints, his mind drifting. Suddenly, the car jolted as the front wheel plunged into a roadside drainage ditch. How are you driving? Lu Mimi frowned. What is the rush? Jiang Kaixing replied dismissively. Once the large truck passed, he attempted to drive out, pressing the accelerator hard, only to smell burning rubber without success. Jiang Lin waved him down as he approached. Stop. Your car has a low chassis. You need some stones to get out. With that, Jiang Lin collected stones and placed them beneath Jiang Kaixing's front wheels to assist him in ascending from the ditch. At last, the vehicle climbed out, but upon inspection, Jiang Kaixing noticed the tire pressure had plummeted. He quickly exited the car to assess the situation. You just pushed the wheel down. You came up sideways. And now your tires are smoking, Jiang Lin observed, hastily checking for any damage. There might be a problem. It could be punctured, Jiang Kaixing explained. Observing the dashboard where the tire pressure was nearly depleted, he felt compelled to call for assistance to change the tire. With a hint of reluctance, he cast a glance at his girlfriend seated in the car, anticipating a potential outburst. Do not fret, Jiang Lin discerned his discomfort. Allow me to have my father accompany you here. Your girlfriend has come a long way. Let us venture into the village together. Otherwise, we may be left waiting indefinitely, and there will be little to entertain us. Jiang Kaixing's face brightened with gratitude. He approached Lu Mimi, who, in a huff, exited the vehicle and stormed to the front seat. Once at Jiang Lin's car, she settled into the passenger seat, promptly closing her eyes as if to feign sleep. Jiang Lin, Zhao Xia remarked, Xiaomei has not been sleeping well lately. Her temper is quite irritable. Please be understanding. Brother, why are you being so formal with me? Rest assured, Jiang Lin said, patting Jiang Kaixing on the shoulder. Look at your expression. There is no need for such concern. Jiang Kaixing bore unspoken burdens, merely managing a smile. As Jiang Lin drove, Tang Tang and Daodu pointed out the scenery beyond the window, causing Lu Mimi's brow to furrow deeper, her impatience growing with each passing moment. In truth, they arrived at their destination after just over 10 minutes. "Here we are," Jiang Lin announced, pulling the car to a stop at someone else's doorstep. "Everyone out." Lu Mimi let out an exasperated sound before exiting the vehicle. Tang Tang murmured, "That aunt seems to be in a rather foul mood." Zhao Xia hugged Tang Tang, acknowledging the poor attitude. "No worries, we shall take Tang Tang to pick mulberries." Chapter 63. Mu Yunja's jealousy after disembarking. Zhao Xia led Tang Tang and Daodu towards their family orchard, retrieving a basket of fruit from the trunk. Villagers at home greeted them, some astonished to see Jiang Lin's twins so grown. Jiang Lin extended a fruit basket towards Lu Mimi. "Shall we?" However, Lu Mimi did not accept it, her face clouded with displeasure. "Why am I so unlucky? My new car has a flat tire. Of all places, we had to come to the mountains, where there are swarms of mosquitoes and possibly snakes. I am too frightened to go." "Fear not. Everything will be fine," Jiang Lin reassured her. Lu Mimi pressed her lips together, her eyes filled with grievance. "Then you lead the way. Do not let me fall behind. I need you to scout ahead. I'm scared." Jiang Lin glanced at Tang Eng and Daodu, who were already bouncing ahead, and though exasperated, he waited for Lu Mimi. "Sister-in-law, take your time. There are no snakes." Following Jiang Lin, Lu Mimi walked a short distance until they reached the orchard. As she observed Jiang Lin's back, she noted how he was far taller and more handsome than Jiang Kaixing, a promising student with a fair complexion, exuding patience and gentleness. "Jiang Lin, when do you plan to marry?" "Me? I am uncertain for now. I have yet to establish a relationship with the children's mother." "Is that so? You must be cautious." Lu Mimi quickened her pace to walk closely beside Jiang Lin. "Many women today like to keep men in suspense. You are just starting your career. Do not let yourself be treated as a backup." "Sister-in-law, thank you for your reminder, but the child's mother is not that kind of person." Upon arriving at the orchard, Lu Mimi beheld the trees laden with luscious waxberries, plums, and peaches, and her spirits were finally lifted. "Jiang Lin, could you assist me in picking some plums? Those on the tree are so vividly red." With a basket in hand, Jiang Lin approached and gathered a handful of the vibrant plums for her. "Jiang Lin, I wish to eat waxberries. Would you help me pick some?" He obliged once more, collecting a few waxberries for her. She then ventured to pluck several peaches herself. "Jiang Lin, where can I wash these? Please help me clean them. They have fuzz on them that needs to be washed off properly." Jiang Lin nodded. "You can play for a while. I will wash them for you at a nearby well." "Jiang Lin, you truly possess patience, far surpassing your brother. He, alas, lacks any sense of enjoyment, never accompanies me, consumed only with his programming, which is so dull." Jiang Lin chuckled awkwardly and took the peaches to wash. He found it perplexing how his sister-in-law, who had previously shown indifference to his family, suddenly became so chatty in his brother's absence. Seizing the moment while washing the peaches, he called Jiang Kaixing to inquire about his arrival, learning that he would arrive in an hour. Back in the orchard, Lu Mimi hurried over to show Jiang Lin the red, swollen welts on her fair arms. "Jiang Lin, look, I've been bitten by mosquitoes. Why don't you head back to the car? There's mosquito repellent inside. Please accompany me. I am afraid to walk back alone, worried I might get lost." Jiang Lin pondered. It's just one straightforward road. How could she possibly get lost? "Sister-in-law, you just need to follow the road back." Just as he spoke, his phone rang, and he answered it while Lu Mimi continued to complain. "But Jiang Lin, I feel so scared alone. The road is flanked by grass, and I'm unfamiliar with this place. Please walk me back to the car. We could play mobile games together there. Picking so much fruit gets rather boring. Besides, Tang Tang and Do have your mother with them." Jiang Lin waved her off as he listened to the silence on the other end of the line. "Hello?" he called, but the call had inadvertently disconnected. A familiar voice echoed shortly before the call ended. Realizing it was Mu Yun-gu who had called, he quickly sent a message to explain, but she did not respond further. "Dad, when are you coming to be with Tang Tang? Can you not be with Annie anymore?" Tang Tang called out from a short distance, her small basket already filled with numerous peaches. Jiang Lin turned to Lu Mimi, sister-in-law. "Perhaps you should take the car keys and head back? I need to be with my child for now. I will join you later. My brother will arrive shortly." so there's no need to fret. Lu Mimi, seeing Jiang Lin leave her behind, stomped her foot in frustration. How could he so easily disregard her? Were they truly so lacking in hospitality? Zhao Xiao approached with Dodo, having picked some plums, and asked Jiang Lin, "What are you up to? You've been away for quite some time. Tang Tang and Dodo are still waiting for you to pick waxberries. The trees are so tall." It was all because of Lu Mimi, he thought, shaking his head in exasperation. He picked up Dodo. "Come here, Dodo. Daddy will lift you up to pick." Dodo smiled cheerfully, yet felt a tinge of displeasure towards the aunt who monopolized her father. However, she chose to remain silent about it. "Tang Tang wants to go too," Tang Tang exclaimed eagerly. Grandma embraced Tang Tang, and Zhao Xia added, "Let us go pick peaches. There are little insects on the mulberry tree, and we must ensure they do not bite our delicate Tang Tang. We must be cautious." "Is that so?" Tang Tang blinked her eyes. "All right then. I shall accompany Grandma to pick peaches. However, we have already gathered plenty of red ones. Now it is time to collect the yellow ones." In the pitch-black night, Mu Yunj stared at her phone, lost in contemplation. The most crucial meeting of her business trip had concluded, and her subsequent itinerary merely involved attending events. Yet, she recalled the tone of the woman on the other end of the line, which seemed rather frivolous. One observed Mu Yunj leaning against her chair, thoughtfully rotating her phone. "President Mu, it's quite late. Shouldn't you be getting some rest?" Mu Yunj pondered for a moment and decided, "I want to be attending the upcoming events. I want to take the earliest flight back to the city. Please check which mode of transportation is most convenient from the city to Yuanshui town." Although Wenwen found this strange, she refrained from probing further and hurriedly began her search. "Boss, there's a flight in an hour. We can head to the airport now." As for traveling from the city to Yuanshui town, the high-speed train takes about an hour and a half, while driving would take 4 hours. Mu Yunj nodded. "Then please book me a ticket for the high-speed train." She then called the butler. "Prepare some gifts suitable for elders, and have the car pick me up at the airport to take me to the train station." Jiang Lin had waited for Jiang Kaixing, who had already filled a basket with mulberries, 2 crates of peaches, and another basket of plums. Jiang Kaixing had also picked some fruits to enjoy. Daodu and Tang Tang, having exhausted themselves from play, rested in the car. This time, Lu Mimi opted to sit in the passenger seat with Jiang Lin. "Jiang Kaixing, with your driving skills, you should drive back yourself. I'll ride with Jiang Lin. I value my life." Jiang Kaixing, feeling helpless, chose not to argue further. Throughout the journey, Lu Mimi incessantly complained to Jiang Lin, "Your brother only knows about computers. He can't even drive properly." Jiang Lin found it hard to keep a straight face. "Let us add each other on WeChat. You seem young. You probably play games too. We could team up," Lu Mimi suggested. "And considering how well you handle children, you must have plenty of experience. I'll need to seek your advice in the future." Zhao Xia, seated in the back, felt slightly uneasy but dismissed it as overthinking. It seemed that Lu Mimi was still holding a grudge against Jiang Kaixing, and as she was unfamiliar with the area, she could only seek companionship with Jiang Lin, her peer. Chapter 64. Awakening to the arrival of my wife. Daodu spoke from the back seat. "Annie, do you want to play games with my daddy? I'll tell Uncle to join us too, because if Daddy is with you, then no one will play with Daodu." Upon hearing Daodu's words, Lu Mimi felt a bit guilty, but then reassured herself that she was merely trying to bond with Jiang Lin, which was also what Jiang Kaixing hoped for. Thus, there was nothing wrong with it. She may not necessarily hold any affection for Jiang Lin, considering they are both fathers of 2 children. However, she enjoys having all men revolve around her. In the past, she had a penchant for keeping fish. After all, she wasn't genuinely engaged in anything else. When asked, she would simply say that she was quite popular among her peers, often garnering affection from others, which left her feeling rather helpless. If one day Jiang Lin were to truly like her, she would find that rather inconvenient and distancing. "You could have your uncle accompany you. He surely adores you," she suggested. Dodo, pinching her fingers, realized that this aunt possessed a certain charm. Jiang Lin, driving the car, remarked, "Sister-in-law, perhaps you should let your cousin accompany you. I have no time for games. Every day spent caring for the children feels insufficient." He continued, "As for raising kids, you ought to add my mother on WeChat. I believe she excels at it." Lu Mimi responded with a smile. With your high education, I will surely seek your guidance on child rearing. If my child could be as remarkable as you and attend such a prestigious university, that would be splendid. Of course, Jiang Lin chuckled. He maintained a sense of wariness towards Lu Mimi. After all, this woman had an astonishingly swift change of demeanor that left him perplexed. Noticing Jiang Lin's attitude, Lu Mimi laughed. It seems your sister-in-law has quite the firm grip on you. But really, with children, is there a fear of not holding your interest? One cannot simply tie a rope around you for assurance, can they? Don't take offense. I speak plainly and have never been one for womanly subtleties. Jiang Lin sighed inwardly, yet he paid no heed to the implications in Lu Mimi's words. Instead, he thought to himself that if she were to manage him, he would actually welcome it. The issue was that she did not. That evening, Jiang Lin's parents had intended to invite Jiang Kaixing for dinner. But since Li Hongmei had already prepared a meal, they returned to their respective homes. After a day of interaction, Jiang Lin's family found their feelings towards Lu Mimi to be quite complex. In the kitchen, Zhao Xia was rinsing rice and lowered her voice to murmur to her husband. While you were away today, I noticed Lu Mimi treating our son like a boyfriend that hardly resembles the demeanor of a sister-in-law. I believe she is not a woman of peace. Jiang Jianjun dismissed her concerns. You're overthinking it. She is a young person who naturally prefers conversing with her peers. Besides, with Kaixing absent, Jiang Lin, being a man, should take care of her a bit. Overthinking? On the way back, she insisted on adding Jiang Lin on WeChat. Is that normal? Zhao Xia retorted. Of course. They are relatives. It's only natural to connect on WeChat for communication. She rolled her eyes. I can see that your reasoning isn't sound. A sister-in-law should maintain distance from her brother-in-law, yet she has the audacity to behave like this. Jiang Jianjun remained perplexed, insisting, perhaps there is a generational gap. We're older and don't understand young people, so let us not overthink it. Zhao Xia felt that Lu Mimi's attitude was indeed off. With Yun Gu absent and Jiang Lin's relationship with her still undefined, as a mother, she felt it necessary to keep a close eye on this restless woman, Lu Mimi. After dinner, Jiang Lin took the children for a stroll. Lu Mimi, holding a badminton racket, played below, though her enjoyment was somewhat lacking. Upon seeing Jiang Lin, she said to Jiang Kaixing, why don't you play with the kids while I engage in a few rounds with Jiang Lin? You're simply not skilled enough. Playing with you is rather dull. Noticing Lu Mimi's noticeably improved demeanor towards his younger brother, Jiang Kaixing approached. Jiang Lin, I'm feeling a bit tired. Why don't you join me for a couple of matches? I'll keep an eye on our Tang Tang and Dodo. Reluctantly, Jiang Lin accepted, especially as Jiang Kaixing had already handed him the badminton racket. He had no choice but to join the game. Jiang Kaixing settled onto a bench outdoors, inquiring, Tang Tang, Dodo, did you enjoy playing today? Would you like your uncle to buy you some snacks? Snacks? Tang Tang pondered and exclaimed, I want cotton candy. However, Dodo was eyeing something in the distance, replying, Uncle, I'm not hungry. I'm quite full. Jiang Kaixing felt it wouldn't be fair to take only Tang Tang, so he coaxed Dodo to join them as well. Upon their return, he noticed Lu Mimi and Jiang Lin standing together, her face radiant with joy as she playfully bent her arm and chatted with him, laughter brighter than flowers. She even playfully patted Jiang Lin's arm, her eyes gleaming like crescent moons. With his back turned to Jiang Kaixing, Jiang Lin's expression was unreadable. Why have you stopped playing? Jiang Kaixing felt a twinge of discomfort. And indeed, upon his arrival, he observed Lu Mimi's expression slightly dimming. She explained, a mosquito bit my arm. And I was just telling Jiang Lin that I must have type O blood since he hasn't been bitten at all. Is that so? Jiang Kaixing took her hand to inspect, suggesting, let us head home and apply some mosquito repellent. Jiang Lin, growing impatient, commented dismissively about the mosquito bite, questioning its significance. Then I'll take Tang Tang and Dodo back too. Their delicate skin is more susceptible to mosquito bites at this time of year. Lu Mimi also returned with her racket, immediately heading to the bathroom for a shower. Seizing the opportunity, she grabbed her phone to message her best friend, discussing Jiang Lin, the high-achieving father, claiming he was quite intriguing and fun to tease. Her friend cautioned her to be mindful not to upset Jiang Kaixing. noting that while keeping fish is a delightful pastime, nurturing his cousin might not be appropriate. Lu Mimi, however, dismissed these concerns. That evening, Jiang Lin intended to call Mu Yun-gu, but found her phone turned off. How strange. He thought little of it, assuming she was likely asleep. After all, it was night here, while morning had just begun abroad, and she probably hadn't risen yet. He shared a few photos of Tang Tang and Dodo picking fruits on WeChat before turning off his phone to help the children bathe and sleep. The following morning, he indulged in a leisurely sleep until he was awakened by the commotion in the living room, suggesting the arrival of guests. Jiang Lin opened his eyes to find Tang Tang and Dodo missing from their beds. Mom, Dad, who has arrived? He got out of bed, slipped on his slippers, and stepped into the living room, where he was taken aback. At the entrance, an array of gifts was displayed, while my parents were seated on the sofa. In the center of the couch sat a woman elegantly attired in a perfectly tailored, form-fitting apricot dress. Her dark hair was partially tied back, cascading loosely to her waist. A verdant bracelet adorned her wrist, and her skin was as pale as freshly fallen snow. With a slender figure and an oval face, she exuded a perennial air of cool detachment, devoid of any makeup, yet appearing somewhat more austere than usual. Jiang Lin was taken aback. Yun-gu, what brings you here? Aren't you abroad? I returned overnight, Mu Yun-gu explained. I have a 2-day holiday and decided to visit you. Today is the Dragon Boat Festival, so I brought some gifts. I hope they meet Auntie and Uncle's approval. Yun-gu, your presence alone brings us immense joy. Zhao Xia beamed, her smile wide. For her, Mu Yun-ji's visit was a declaration of intent, the finest gift of all, rendering additional offerings unnecessary. Chapter 65, Deceive Me, and you shall regret encountering me. Jiang Lin pondered her arduous journey, likely incurring significant travel expenses. It seemed the moment work was completed, the boss allowed everyone to return home. Yet, Mu Yun-gu was spending the holiday alone. Though she rarely voiced it, surely she felt lonely? Despite this reasoning, her visit brought him great delight. Did you arrive by high-speed train? Yes, quite convenient, Mu Yun-gu nodded. You must be exhausted. Please, rest and catch up on sleep. Jiang Lin suggested, turning to his parents. Shall I take her out for breakfast before she rests? Of course, Zhao Xia affirmed. However, Mu Yun-gu interjected, it's all right. I slept on the plane. Jiang Lin approached, gently grasping her arm. It's undoubtedly uncomfortable to sleep on a plane. I've experienced it. Those seats are too rigid, causing back pain. After such a lengthy journey back from abroad, you must be weary. Come on. Unable to refuse, Mu Yun-gu glanced at his hand holding hers and couldn't help but smile. Then I appreciate your kindness. Tang Tang and Dodo did not follow them outside. Zhao Xia took the children, intending to create a private space for the couple. As Jiang Lin led Mu Yun-gu out, his parents exchanged knowing smiles. They strolled through the town, heading to a breakfast shop, hand in hand. The morning traffic was bustling, with many parents dropping their children off at school, resulting in a plethora of electric scooters and motorcycles on the road. Towering trees lined the streets, providing shade, and by this hour, the small breakfast shop was relatively uncrowded. Boss, 2 servings of soup dumplings, please. The proprietor looked up and remarked, Ah, you've brought your girlfriend for breakfast? She's stunning. You are indeed fortunate. In this quaint town, beauty remained a striking rarity. Indeed, Jiang Lin replied without contest. They had shared a kiss previously. One could reasonably consider them a couple. As Mu Yun-gu observed him placing his order, she casually inquired about his timid female friend. Over the phone, her voice seemed delicate and endearing. Jiang Lin quickly realized she was referring to his sister-in-law, his cousin's girlfriend. He recounted the events of the previous day, not believing that Mu Yun-gu would be particularly concerned about the call. Ah, a little girl, timid, that's quite normal, he said. Where's the little girl? She is older than you, he added hastily, not younger than you. Mu Yun-gu chuckled lightly, remarking, if you say that, your sister-in-law might not take it well. Let us not dwell on irrelevant matters, Jiang Lin interjected. You should try the dumplings here. I used to love them when I was in school, though I could only come on weekends. They also have a delicious seaweed soup. When my grandfather was still alive, he often brought us homegrown vegetables from the market, and my parents would have me take him here for breakfast. Back then, Our family business was bustling. My father had to go shopping in the mornings, and my mother was busy at the shop. The sun shone brightly outside, filtering through the trees and casting dappled light into the shop. Electric scooters zipped by, and pedestrians strolled in small groups. This way of life is truly wonderful, Mu Yun-gu sighed, her tone tinged with nostalgia. Seated in a position that faced outside, she tilted her head, lost in thought as she gazed at the scene beyond. Sunlight illuminated her profile, enhancing the clarity of her eyes. Strangely, while her lips bore a hint of a smile, her gaze appeared somewhat forlorn, rendering her presence solitary and melancholic. Zhang Lin could not decipher her feelings. "Is there something troubling you?" he asked. "Me?" Mu Yun-ji's eyes flickered, revealing a trace of reminiscence. "When I was a child, I spent little time with my parents, always following my grandfather. The city wasn't as bustling as it is now. Many alleys had breakfast shops, just like this one. They've all disappeared now." Her gaze fell, veiling the pain in her eyes. "Back then, I would go for breakfast with my grandfather, a regular patron, every time we visited. The owner would treat us to an extra serving of soy milk." It was the first time Zhang Lin heard her mention her grandfather, and it seemed that the mere thought of him cast a shadow over her mood. It was likely due to his absence. "It's all right," he assured her. "I'll accompany you to the alleys for breakfast, taking your grandfather's place." Mu Yun-gu lifted her gaze to meet Zhang Lin's eyes, her own sparkling with a mix of scrutiny and sincerity. "Zhang Lin, companionship is a long-term commitment, not a fleeting promise." "I understand," he replied. "I imagine that when we grow old, becoming frail and our children no longer by our side, we can still rely on each other, leaning on our canes as we go for breakfast. If life could be like that, it would indeed be a blessing." Mu Yun-ji's eyes momentarily glazed over. Then she smiled softly, as if uttering something trivial. "If you dare to deceive me, I will ensure you pay a steep price, making you regret today's promise." There was a shadow in her gaze, suggesting that he might even come to regret meeting her. After all, sweet words, if they become stale, can feel as piercing as poison. "I assure you, I am not deceiving you regarding this matter." Zhang Lin is unaware of the lifestyle preferences of others. Perhaps he once did not comprehend the essence of happiness, but now, with his own little home, he perceives the most palpable form of joy. Mu Yun-ji's expression returned to its original state, indicating that she would observe his performance. 2 steaming baskets of dumplings were served at the table. Mu Yun-ji's phone rang, but she did not glance at it. Instead, she calmly finished her meal with Zhang Lin. The dumplings here indeed possessed remarkable flavor. Despite the modest appearance of the shop, tucked away in an inconspicuous corner of the street, yet it was enough to satisfy Mu Yun-gu completely. When Zhang Lin went to pay, she took out her phone to check. It was a call from her mother. She promptly returned the call, and it was quickly answered on the other end. Su Manhwa, with a troubled spirit and a tone filled with dread, exclaimed, "Oh no, Yun-gu. Your cousin Miao Miao, who is doing medical aid in West Africa, has recently encountered local malefactors as her service period is ending. Her hands have been rendered useless, and there is no remedy for her condition. She is a medical student dedicated to saving lives, yet she has fallen victim to such an inexplicable tragedy." Su Manhua expressed her deep sympathy. "It was truly heartbreaking. When I saw her come home, she seemed completely dazed, likely unable to cope with such a blow." Mu Yun-gu held the phone in one hand while her other elegant, slender fingers tapped lightly on the table. Her brows relaxed, and a glimmer of mockery danced in her eyes. She appeared not to be affected by the tragic fate of her blood relative, but rather as if she had heard a joke. With a light smile, she replied, "Those with a compassionate heart, like her, will surely be rewarded. Do not worry." With that, she ended the call. Zhang Lin approached and inquired, "Whose call was that? You seem to be in good spirits. Was it a call about a raise?" Mu Yun-gu shook her head. "No, it was merely an inconsequential joke." Chapter 66. Her Cruelty Mu Family. Su Manhua, upon hearing her daughter's words, also set her phone aside. Aunt Song brought over a cup of coffee, saying, "Madam, do not fret, everything will be all right." "How can I not worry? I have watched Miao Miao grow up. She has always been lively and outgoing, studying medicine in university. And now, after several years, she has become like this." Su Manhua, holding the coffee cup, felt a deep sense of regret. Alas, her hands will never again wield a scalpel. Thoughts of family matters left her feeling helpless. When Yoon-gu had returned from the mountains, having clashed with her second uncle and was punished out in the rain, it was Miao Miao who had taken her away during Yoon-ji's feverish state. At that time, I dared not say much. You know our family situation is quite challenging. Aunt Song nodded. Indeed, Miss Miao Miao is a kind-hearted individual. Su Manhwa turned the coffee cup in her hands, her mind distracted. She recalled that the son of the second branch was still in prison. The youngest daughter of the third branch had been sent away, and the eldest daughter had encountered misfortune on her way home. She was genuinely afraid that this incident was somehow connected to her own daughter, which left her feeling perturbed. After all, Yoon-gu has transformed, becoming a stranger even to her own mother. She recalls how Yoon-gu was exceptionally intelligent from a young age, accompanying the old master, always gracious and able to engage anyone in light-hearted conversation, earning the affection of many. Now, although her demeanor has become more composed, and she appears to be detached from worldly matters, leading a life of simplicity and tranquility, there are times when her actions leave her mother astounded. Just moments ago, Yoon-ji's tone seemed rather natural. Perhaps her concerns were unwarranted, unrelated to Yoon-gu at all. Moreover, how could nefarious individuals abroad possibly have any connection with Yoon-gu? With a sigh of relief, she decided to check on Miao Miao instead, feeling it necessary to offer her some comfort, fearing she might be despondent. Even if her hands could no longer perform surgery, she was still alive, which was certainly preferable to death. Aunt Song concurred, acknowledging the chaos in regions like West Africa, where countless lives are lost annually. It could indeed be considered a stroke of fortune. However, she mentioned that the third household was preoccupied with this matter, suggesting that the lady should wait until the situation improved before visiting. After all, Miss Jinjun had just been sent to the border, and they held some reservations about the eldest daughter. It was likely that the lady's visit would be seen as adding insult to injury. Upon hearing this, Su Manhwa recognized the validity of the reasoning and sighed, agreeing that she was unaware of what Yoon-gu had been up to lately. Once she found some free time, she ought to visit Miao Miao, especially since Miao Miao had shown considerable concern for her in the past. She had mentioned being in a relationship, but who knew how that was progressing? It was a pity for young Fucheng. While men outside may be charming and varied in their expressions, at the end of the day, they were all motivated by money. It would take her own missteps for her to realize just how well her mother had chosen for her. Mu Yoon-gu had not brought many clothes with her, so Jiang Lin accompanied her to purchase a few outfits, all of which he paid for. Jiang Lin was very patient, even haggling with the vendors, which kept a smile on Mu Yoon-ji's face, making her think he had quite the knack for enjoying life. In truth, everything she wore looked splendid on her. Jiang Lin carried several shopping bags, remarking that the store clerks all praised her. Of course, they want me to buy clothes, so they flatter me, she replied. Not at all, they genuinely think you look beautiful. Mu Yoon-gu smiled and said, Oh, so you think I look good too? Absolutely, Jiang Lin affirmed. Let me take you to buy a pair of slippers as well. The weather is getting hotter, and wearing slippers outdoors is quite comfortable. Mu Yoon-gu blinked her beautiful eyes, noticing that everyone outside was dressed in short sleeves and shorts paired with slippers, including Jiang Lin, who was wearing a pair of casual sandals. Sounds good. Jiang Lin suddenly remembered. You haven't told me what joke you heard earlier. I'd love to hear it. You probably won't find it funny, Mu Yoon-gu replied, her hands clasped behind her, leisurely strolling under the sun before continuing. There was a zoo with a man-eating wolf. Everyone thought she was well-behaved and gentle, never suspecting she would harm anyone. Only those who had been hurt by her knew her true nature. But now, that wolf's minions have been cut down. Everyone feels a pang of sympathy for the wolf, deeming it pitiable. Yet I find amusement in the fact that I am aware it is a man-eating creature. Jiang Lin furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Do they not recognize the wolf's true nature? They are oblivious. It is quite adept at feigning innocence. Jiang Lin suddenly understood. Indeed, I have heard that bears, much like wolves, possess a talent for disguise, even masquerading as humans. However, such malevolent beings ought to be dealt with, bringing relief to the populace and preventing further calamities. Mu Yoon-gu narrowed her eyes and chuckled. If that is the case, our views are rather aligned. Jiang Lin nodded in agreement. Those who protect the wolf are the true enablers of its misdeeds. They will only realize the absurdity of their actions once they themselves have been bitten. Mu Yungu concurred, noting that similar situations occur within human society. Certainly. Jiang Lin wholeheartedly agreed, asserting that the human realm is a tapestry of absurdities, with no limits to its ridiculousness. Mu Yungu recalled the faces of her relatives and nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed. After acquiring the necessary supplies, Jiang Lin escorted Mu Yungu back home. Upon their arrival, he noticed a friend request on his phone, bearing the profile picture of Lu Meimei. The verification message proposed a fishing trip together. Jiang Lin had no skill in fishing and doubted that Lu Meimei and his cousin were capable anglers. He disregarded it, and soon after, his cousin's call came through. It was Lu Meimei again, bringing up the fishing excursion. Tao Tao's mother has arrived. I must accompany her, leaving me no time for fishing. Besides, the sun is relentless outside, and the heat is stifling, not to mention the abundance of mosquitoes. Wouldn't venturing out be a torment? Upon hearing this, Lu Meimei exclaimed, "Ah, I knew it. I said that Tao Tao's mother is too strict. It hasn't been long since you returned home, yet she is already tethering you. I would never be so controlling. Men need their own circles to enjoy. Constant supervision feels suffocating. You ought to advise her to be more confident and not so insecure." Mu Yungu, overhearing this, narrowed her eyes dangerously. Is she lacking confidence? Is she insecure? This was the first time someone had said such a thing about her. Lu Meimei continued on the other end of the line. Jiang Lin, doesn't your home have a mahjong table? If your wife is unwilling to bask in the sun, then let us play mahjong at your place. Just as Jiang Lin was about to decline, he caught a glimpse of Mu Yungu encouraging him to agree. He surmised that she too feared boredom, thus he acquiesced. After hanging up, Jiang Lin remarked, "My sister-in-law has quite a few matters to attend to. Don't you need to catch up on your sleep? If you truly wish to play, a couple of rounds will suffice. I will concoct an excuse to send them away so as not to disturb your slumber." Mu Yunji's expression remained placid as she settled onto the sofa. Since the sister-in-law had come knocking, she was naturally inclined to observe. Chapter 67. Comparing sisters-in-law? Mu Yungu smiled. However, her curiosity about Lu Meimei lingered. Likewise, upon learning of Mu Yunji's arrival, her relatives expressed a desire to visit, and after breakfast, Su Chunhua and Lu Shaoqing made plans to step out together. On the road, Su Chunhua remarked, "I previously thought that Tongdo's mother wouldn't come. Yet here she is on the very last day of the holiday. I wonder if she is as beautiful in person as she appears in the videos. In my opinion, she is far more stunning than Lu Meimei." Lu Shaoqing sighed. Indeed, Tongdo's mother is beautiful, and being an overseas student, her family must be quite affluent. However, when it comes to marrying a wife, beauty alone is not sufficient. I have heard that Mu Yunj severed ties with her family after having a child early on, and now she relies solely on her own earnings. In this day and age, working for a wage only yields so much. One must, like Lu Meimei, venture into entrepreneurship to truly thrive. If I had a son, I would prefer him to find a wife who can earn a good income, making life more comfortable. After all, beauty can become tiresome over time, and with age, one inevitably changes. Su Chunhua agreed, recognizing the validity of this perspective. In their eyes, Lu Meimei was synonymous with running a successful business in a big city, which they assumed must be quite profitable. After all, storefronts in major urban areas are undoubtedly expensive. Little did they know, there are numerous small shops nestled within office buildings in large cities, where rent is relatively affordable, and a solitary individual may only earn a modest living. Arriving at Jiang Lin's doorstep, the two knocked on the door, which was promptly opened. Before them stood a tall, slender woman with skin as fair as snow, exuding an extraordinary elegance. Her face was exquisitely perfect. With her head slightly bowed, she nonchalantly lifted her gaze, revealing a serene expression. How beautiful, Su Chunhua thought. Yunj, who is it? Zhao Xia's voice came from within. Upon seeing them, she exclaimed, "Oh, Chunhua, Shiqing, you've come. Have you had breakfast yet?" Turning to introduce Su Chunhua to Mu Yunj, she added, "This is your aunt. Your uncle is not home, working outside." And your aunt is in town with her younger son. She continued, this is your cousin, who has a daughter the same age as you. But she couldn't come back this time as she is quite busy with work. Mu Yunj smiled and nodded. Greeting, hello, aunt cousin. This is Yunj, Su Chunhua remarked, her gaze inadvertently drawn to Mu Yunj, who was simply too beautiful to ignore. Even as a woman, she couldn't help but admire Mu Yunj's stunning appearance. In reality, she had never encountered a woman so strikingly beautiful. This was not merely attractiveness, it was true beauty. The combination of a lovely visage and exceptional poise created such an exquisite woman. It was no wonder Tang and Do both inherited their mother's good looks. Lu Shaoqing silently marveled as well, though reluctant to admit it. Mu Yunj was indeed the kind of woman who would turn heads as she walked down the street. After sitting at home for a while, Zhao Xia had prepared an array of fruits on the coffee table to entertain them. Initially, the two had come with a mindset of mere spectators, yet upon seeing Mu Yunj leisurely seated on the sofa, exuding a casual demeanor and a faint smile, they felt an undeniable sense of pressure emanating from her graceful presence. It was clear she was not someone to be casually discussed or joked about. Su Chunhua thought to herself, no wonder she is the daughter of a wealthy family. She truly embodies a distinction that sets her apart from ordinary girls. At this moment, Jiang Kaixing and Lu Mimi arrived, accompanied by Li Hongmei and Jiang Qiqi. Jiang Lin approached with a tray of tea, greeting everyone warmly. Lu Mimi had intended to compete with Mu Yunj and had even adorned herself with a natural makeup look, applying only foundation while foregoing lipstick, giving her a seemingly unmade-up appearance that nevertheless enhanced her beauty. However, upon seeing the woman on the sofa, who was entirely barefaced, she realized that the disparity in appearance could not be bridged by mere cosmetics. Jiang Lin, is this your wife? She inquired, with a hint of embarrassment in Jiang Lin's demeanor as he replied, this is the mother of my child. We are not yet married. It is merely a matter of time. Mu Yunj smiled at Lu Mimi, causing Jiang Lin to momentarily pause in surprise at the notion of it being just a matter of time. Excitement surged within him. Was this truly the case? Lu Mimi perceived that the woman was subtly asserting her claim, which delighted her, considering the children were already quite grown, signaling that good news was likely on the horizon. Roughly so, Lu Mimi acknowledged, taking a seat with her cup of tea, feeling at a loss for words, as if she had been utterly overshadowed. It was no wonder Jiang Lin had been reluctant to exchange contact information. He wasn't bound by anything, but rather, the stark contrast between herself and his girlfriend made her feel diminished. Everything became awkward the moment she laid eyes on Mu Yunj's striking features. Jiang Qiqi, too, was astonished, questioning how such a beautiful woman could have chosen Jiang Lin, seemingly with no demands, and yet had borne him 2 children. It was quite unbelievable. Jiang Kaixing, despite having a girlfriend by his side, couldn't help but admire Mu Yunj's beauty. Li Hongmei, although initially surprised, quickly regained her composure, rationalizing that beauty alone doesn't provide sustenance. Yunj, what is your profession? She asked. Your sister-in-law is around your age and has opened her own shop in the city. Your cousin works in an internet company as a programmer. It's quite commendable. I merely work at an ordinary company, Mu Yunj replied, recalling Jiang Lin's perception of her job. Sometimes, I travel for business, which keeps me quite busy. My monthly earnings amount to over 10,000. Li Hongmei was taken aback, astonished that she could earn more than 10,000 a month, having assumed it was only 4,000. Lu Mimi felt a pang of dismay. While she could earn over 20,000 during peak periods, it required relentless effort from dawn till dusk. Without diligence, expenses such as rent, utilities, and platform promotions would mount. She had not anticipated that Mu Yunj's income would be so comparable to her own, especially given her striking appearance. Li Hongmei, attempting to maintain decorum, expressed concern, oh dear. Your business travels must be exhausting, darting about and encountering all sorts of people. It's not safe. As a woman with children, you ought to prioritize family. It wouldn't be wise to leave everything to the man. Adopting a mentor-like tone, she advised, I believe you would be better off finding a stable 9-to-5 job, earning a few thousand a month. If that doesn't work, consider taking a civil service exam. It's quite a good option. Even if one were to settle for a teaching position, it still offers the stability of Social Security benefits. Mu Yun-gu found this amusing but managed to suppress her laughter, instead nodding politely in agreement with her aunt's words, acknowledging that both she and her sister-in-law should heed her advice. Upon hearing this, Lu Mei rolled her eyes, perplexed as to why the conversation had turned to her. Having graduated from a vocational school, she believed it was absurd to think she could pursue a public teaching career. Was this not an insult to her academic qualifications? Yet, she remained unflustered, responding calmly, "I have no intention of teaching. The reason I chose to start my own business is that I cherish the freedom it affords me. And besides, entrepreneurship is far more lucrative." Li Hongmei, considering Mu Yun-gu's role in business to be merely that of a salesperson, chimed in, "Indeed, our Xiao Mei is quite different from Yun-gu. She possesses a particular skill, unlike you, who lacks any technical expertise." Chapter 68. The relatives' difficulties with Mu Yun-gu. Li Hongmei's tone exhibited a distinct double standard. To her son was so exceptional that his choice of a daughter-in-law must surely surpass Mu Yun-ji's merits. After all, her son's discerning eye for women was undoubtedly superior to Jiang Lin's. Thus, her grandiloquent reasoning was effective only against someone like Mu Yun-gu, whom she deemed less accomplished. Aunt Su Chunhua, overhearing, found herself in a quandary. Li Hongmei's son Jiang Kaisheng was often lauded for his prowess. Yet he only earned a little over 10,000 a month, hardly warranting the boastful claims made to relatives. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin's wife, although engaged in sales, earned a comparable income of 10,000 a month, was proficient in foreign languages, an overseas student, and a local resident. Her poise and appearance were evident to any discerning observer. How could Li Hongmei belittle her so? Su Chunhua's expression turned subtle, her tone oddly questioning. Earning over 10,000 from sales was indeed a skill, was it not? Jiang Kaisheng, aware that his girlfriend's job was not particularly glamorous, felt a twinge of disapproval towards his mother's attitude, fearing that continued conversation might reflect poorly on him. "Mom, what era are we in? Why is there still an expectation for women to solely manage the household? Whether male or female, whoever has the time should shoulder more domestic responsibilities. Moreover, even if my cousin and sister-in-law are busy, aren't uncle and auntie around to lend a hand?" Lu Mei glanced at Jiang Kaisheng, inwardly scoffing, suspecting that he was merely defending Mu Yun-gu due to her beauty. After all, what business could genuinely earn over 10,000 a month? It was likely that, as now, she relied on her looks to attract attention. Could such a venture truly be considered legitimate business? She had encountered many women who thrived solely on their appearance. Lu Mei held a sense of disdain, thinking, "At least you know how to articulate your thoughts." Meanwhile, Jiang Lin felt a tangle of emotions. Previously, Mu Yunji's salary had only been a few thousand a month. Now it had seemingly risen to 10,000. He contemplated that this increase must include various commissions, which explained her relentless hard work and late nights. A pang of sympathy washed over him. Lu Shaoqing, observing the unfolding drama, sighed. In today's society, university graduates were plentiful, and roles in sales or clerical work were easily replaceable. Ultimately, possessing a specialized skill is of paramount importance. She holds a great deal of optimism for Lu Mimi, smiling brightly, envisioning that as Mimi expands her business and opens several branches, substantial profits will follow. Working for others, no matter how well one performs, seldom leads to great wealth. Lu Mimi felt a wave of relief in her heart and nodded with feigned composure, affirming that she indeed harbored such plans. "I recently furthered my skills in a coastal city," she continued, "thus my business has become rather busy, and I anticipate hiring a few individuals to assist me." Lu Shaoqing praised her, recognizing that Mimi truly knows how to generate income. Li Hongmei raised her chin, asserting that all Mimi needs to do is focus on her entrepreneurial endeavors. "Sister-in-law is truly impressive." Jiang Qiqi also lauded Lu Mimi, stating that when she visits the city, she will seek her out for eyelash extensions, and at that time, sister-in-law should treat her to a complimentary service. Although Lu Mimi thought to herself that such expectations were rather fanciful, she replied with a smile, "Sure, we are family after all. It is only right." Upon saying this, She turned to Mu Yunj, expressing, "My work is exceedingly exhausting. Unlike you, little sister-in-law, who merely follows orders at your job without having to ponder other matters. I envy your lack of pressure. After all, being a boss and being an employee are fundamentally different." Lu Mimi feigned a sigh, lamenting the multitude of concerns that weighed upon her. Mu Yunj merely listened, finding it somewhat amusing but refraining from further comment. One might mistakenly believe that Lu Mimi was managing a multinational corporation given her apparent toil and busyness. Lu Mimi noticed that Mu Yunj was not only unperturbed but was instead smiling at her, which left her feeling as if she had struck a pillow with her fist, her words seemingly brushed aside. While others might be unaware of the reality, Jiang Kaixing was acutely aware that Lu Mimi's shop was a solo endeavor. She had previously enlisted a cousin to assist, but the help had not lasted long. There was little grandeur or prestige in her situation, and her income was far from stable, often leading her to frustration with peculiar customers. He believed that this entrepreneurial venture was not necessarily more favorable than Mu Yunj drawing a salary in a reputable company, especially since such skills were abundant and easily learned by anyone interested in beauty services. Seeing his family boast, he realized that his mother was likely to compare herself to his second aunt again, placing him in a rather awkward position. Yet he felt compelled to remain silent in order to spare his mother any embarrassment. Jiang Lin, perceiving their deliberate display of modesty, remarked, "Whether it is entrepreneurship or employment, it is a personal choice. My aunt often considers my cousin to be quite accomplished, yet my cousin has neither ventured into entrepreneurship nor pursued civil service. If we were to follow my aunt's reasoning, then my cousin's occupation must not be so impressive after all. Your brother's situation is not comparable to your sister-in-law's." Li Hongmei retorted, somewhat at a loss for words. "Jiang Kaixing is my precious son. Moreover, your brother is a programmer. He possesses both skill and education." Jiang Lin chuckled, recognizing his aunt's double standards. Previously, having given birth to a son was akin to birthing a legacy, and she had not hesitated to boast about her third brother. Now, she seemed intent on comparing daughters-in-law. He laughed and said, "How is it not comparable? My wife is truly the best in my eyes." Upon hearing the term wife, Mu Yungu shot a surprised glance at Jiang Lin. Was he trying to take advantage of his position? Li Hongmei furrowed her brow, stating, "Jiang Lin, I too am an elder, and my intentions for your wife are good. Why the urgency? I speak only words of kindness. Big sister, please, refrain from speaking further." Zhao Xia interjected, emerging from the kitchen. Observing Jiang Lin's protective demeanor towards his wife brought her joy, for it was only fitting that a husband defend his beloved. With a smile, she remarked, "Our Yungu is beautiful, considerate, and excels in every way. She is independent and well-educated, with no room for improvement. Besides, our family situation differs from yours. We have 2 plump grandchildren to support, which incurs substantial expenses. Changing jobs is not as simple as it seems." Feigning a sigh, Zhao Xia continued, "Unlike your household, which has no children, you can pursue your ambitions freely. Oh, how enviable! Only when you have a few children will you truly understand our challenges." Her words were intentionally pointed, as Li Hongmei's disparagement of her daughter-in-law to elevate Lu Mei was utterly inappropriate. Previously, Li Hongmei took great pride in having both a son and a daughter, walking with her head held high. Now, confronted by Zhao Xia's reference to children, her teeth clenched in frustration. Her son, Jiang Kaixing, was nearly 26, while Jiang Lin, at just 22, already had 2 children. Zhao Xia's overt expressions of envy were merely veiled jests at Li Hongmei's lack of grandchildren. In smaller communities, having children and grandchildren was a matter of pride. Li Hongmei cast a resentful glance at Lu Mei's belly, pondering why Mu Yungu was so adept at childbearing. Though unwilling to admit it, she recognized that not only could the latter earn a living while bearing 2 healthy grandchildren, but she did so without demanding a penny, willingly choosing to be with Jiang Lin, which only served to inflate Zhao Xia's pride. Li Hongmei contemplated the necessity of urging Lu Mei to bear children soon. Otherwise, when relatives inquired about her lack of a grandson, where would she find the face to respond? Chapter 69. Such an expensive gift? Has she lost her mind? Zhao Xia noticed the change in her sister-in-law's expression and exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Lin, who could hardly restrain his admiration. Lu Meimei, feeling the weight of her future mother-in-law's gaze, experienced a mix of defiance and insecurity. Having entered the workforce at a young age and made past mistakes, she was uncertain about her ability to bear children, a fact Jiang Kaixing remained unaware of. After all, she had learned from her previous experiences and set high standards for Jiang Kaixing. Without marriage and a home, she would not consider having children. She merely hoped for a smooth path to motherhood after marriage. We will definitely have children after we wed, but there is no rush. We are still young. Mu Yunge maintained a calm demeanor, aware that familial relationships could either foster mutual support or incite unhealthy comparisons, with an ever-present fear of one another's success. Once again, it mirrored the dynamics of the Mu family, where they consumed one another without mercy. She had long grown accustomed to such realities. However, she remained silent, observing Jiang Lin and Zhao Xia defending themselves, a sensation she had not experienced in a significant while. Indeed, a decade had passed since anyone stood before her in her defense. She had been alone for far too long. Ever since her grandfather fell ill, there had been no one to shield her. She extended her hand to grasp a cup of warm tea and took a delicate sip. As for the matter of comparison, it held no importance. Previously, she had cast an extra glance at Lu Mimi, but now that she recognized her as the woman on the phone, there was no reason to linger on her. Though the other party concealed her thoughts within, her eyes betrayed no emotions. Desire and sentiment were all too evident. Such individuals were not worth concerning oneself with. Jiang Qiqi observed her mother-esque discomfort and began to scan her surroundings. She had noticed from the outset that the second aunt's household was adorned with an array of gifts that had not been there before. She deftly shifted the topic. Second aunt, your sister-in-law has brought back so many gifts for you. How filial. My brother and sister-in-law also returned with quite a few presents. Su Chunhua regarded Mu Yunge with an air of refinement. Although she remained silent, her demeanor exuded a certain dignity, appearing entirely unaffected by the apparent competition. She seemed to exist completely apart from it all. Curiosity piqued within her. What gifts might such affluent young women present? Were all these gifts from Yunge? Such a considerate child. She also wondered what Mimi had brought for the Dragon Boat Festival. Naturally, Lu Mimi had not spent her own money. All the gifts were purchased by Jiang Kaixing, including some spirits, fruits, milk, and dried nuts, all essentials for the elders. Nonetheless, it had cost a small fortune. Lu Mimi sighed with relief as the topic of children shifted away. Of course, I brought gifts, but I am still curious about what my sister-in-law has given. Mu Yunge smiled faintly. I prepared my gifts in haste, quite casually. Zhao Xia had yet to unwrap her gifts. As she had mentioned, she did not care what Mu Yunge brought, as long as she arrived. That was the best intention of all. Furthermore, she had been busy preparing breakfast all morning and had indeed forgotten to examine the gifts. She glanced toward the boxes of presents resting atop the cabinet. I haven't looked yet. Anything from the child is heartfelt, and I cherish it all. Li Hongmei sought to reclaim a measure of superiority, thinking that although the children could not be compared, perhaps economically they could surpass them. How fortuitous that we are all here. Let us see. Let us see if your daughter-in-law has chosen gifts that please her mother-in-law. Zhao Xia frowned, disliking Li Hongmei's suggestion, and quickly glanced at Mu Yunge's expression. Fortunately, Mu Yunge did not seem offended by Li Hongmei's blunt remarks. She promptly expressed her stance. What does it matter if it pleases or not? What age are we in? We are all equals. Mu Yunge rose and approached the cabinet, her smile neither servile nor arrogant, as a younger generation. How could my gifts be perfectly attuned to their preferences? However, since both aunt and aunt-in-law have mentioned it, it would be an excellent opportunity for me to learn from the elders. All eyes turned toward Mu Yunge. Her calm demeanor suggested that the gift must have cost a considerable sum. Jiang Lin paid no attention to what Mu Yunge had presented. However, returning empty-handed himself, he felt that Mu Yunge had indeed been more thoughtful. Zhao Xia remarked, "There's no need to worry. Your daughter-in-law has already agreed. So what are you afraid of?" Li Hongmei, with an attitude of a bystander, was curious and eager to compare the gifts from Lu Meimei and Mu Yunge. After all, Both were gifts intended for the same daughter-in-law, and there had to be a distinction in quality. The one whose daughter-in-law presented the superior gift would certainly bring pride to her mother-in-law. Lu Meimei was also eager to see the casually prepared offerings from Mu Yun-gu. As Mu Yun-gu unveiled the various gift bags, the bottles of liquor and cigarettes were commonplace gifts and warranted no further mention, being rather inexpensive. She set the liquor aside. Lu Meimei observed that those cigarettes and liquor, Tai Zi and Hua Zi, were anything but cheap. Her own gift was not as lavish. A pair of wines costing over 800 yuan plus a pack of Hua Zi, totaling just over 1,000. Yet, Mu Yunji's gifts were so extravagant that she chose to overlook them. Regret washed over her for wanting to see, for her future mother-in-law had a penchant for comparison. If Mu Yunji's offerings truly surpassed her own in value, she would surely face her mother-in-law's veiled remarks. Jiang Kaisheng was also taken aback. Such items were undoubtedly expensive. Was it customary to present such lavish gifts on a first visit? Typically, gifts from girls during such visits were not extravagant, as the male side usually offered pricier gifts to the in-laws. Clearly, this sister-in-law was generous. It seemed that, although Jiang Lin and Mu Yun-gu were not yet wed, their relationship was headed in that direction, and if all went as expected, marriage might be imminent this year. Lu Shaoqing noticed the liquor and was curious about what was truly worthy of mention, if not these commonplace items. Were there even more expensive gifts? Li Hongmei feigned indifference but couldn't help but edge closer to sneak a glance at the brands of the liquor. Upon seeing them, her displeasure was palpable. Mu Yungu had indeed gifted Jiang Jianjun such expensive alcohol? Meanwhile, the gift Lu Meimei had chosen for her husband was merely a pair costing a few hundred, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. It was important to note that Jiang Jianjun was merely a shopkeeper, while her husband was a retired civil servant. The disparity in status was quite significant. Though her mind was in turmoil, her lips remained sealed. The first gift was intended for her aunt. Mu Yungu picked up the first gift bag and presented it to Zhao Xia, saying, "You've been so diligent in caring for Tang Tang and Dodo lately. The children adore their grandmother, and it is indeed a testament to your love." Zhao Xia was taken aback. Typically, gifts brought to such gatherings consisted of liquor and cigarettes, with few specifically chosen for women. Expensive spirits were customarily reserved for men, making it rare for Mu Yungu to remember her. "Come on, let's see what it is," urged Su Chunhua, her curiosity piqued. The red gift bag was festive and exquisitely designed, containing a red gift box within. Zhao Xia speculated that it must be something beautiful and exquisite, like a silk scarf. However, upon opening the box, she was immediately astounded. This is far too precious. Chapter 70. The daughter-in-law that made everyone envious inside the box, gleaming with gold, lay an exquisite set of jewelry themed around the lotus, a necklace adorned with a lotus pendant, a bracelet composed of golden lotus seed beads, and a pair of elegant gold earrings. They were stunningly beautiful. Su Chunhua was taken aback, having never before witnessed a daughter-in-law presenting gold to her mother-in-law. And not just any gold, but an entire set. In their era, gold was not commonly given at weddings, so not every woman possessed her own golden adornments. Su Chunhua felt a surge of envy. Firstly, because such valuable gold jewelry was not something an ordinary family could easily acquire. And secondly, due to the daughter-in-law's thoughtfulness and deep filial piety. "Xia Jie, you didn't even buy your daughter-in-law the traditional 3 gold gifts. Yet she has presented you with a set," Lu Shaoqing remarked. "And from a prestigious brand. Look at the name on the box, it's Shengshengyuan. This brand is not inexpensive. My niece's wedding gold was purchased from there. Plus, the price per gram is already 700. Lu Shaoqing glanced at the jewelry and added, "This is a newly released design. I have a cousin who works at Shengshengyuan's gold shop. She shared it on her social media. The actual pieces are even more beautiful than the photos." Zhao Xia contemplated the current high price of gold, realizing that this delicate set would certainly exceed 30,000. What daughter-in-law bestows such an extravagant gift upon her future mother-in-law on her first visit? She reflected that she could not be of much assistance to Jiang Lin and Mu Yunji's lives, and given the immense pressure on the children, she was reluctant to accept such an expensive present. "I cannot accept this, Yunj. You should keep it for yourself." It's nothing, auntie. This is a token of my affection. Why not try it on? It should suit you well, Mu Yunj replied with a gentle smile. Sheng Xingyuan is a gold brand under the Mu family. It is of no consequence. Zhao Xia, feeling both honored and astonished, donned the set of gold jewelry with Mu Yunj's help, and it indeed looked quite lovely. The design of the gold was both classical and elegant, appealing to a wide audience. Li Hongmei, observing from the side, felt a pang of jealousy upon seeing the golden adornments around Zhao Xia's neck. However, she maintained a calm demeanor, unwilling to reveal even a hint of envy. Yet, her tone betrayed a sour note. Oh, this is indeed quite nice, haha. Certainly a good investment. Jiang Qiqi, knowing her mother well, recognized that her mother was undoubtedly envious. She felt a twinge of displeasure. Her elder brother earned so much. Yet he and T thought to gift their mother any gold jewelry. Now, it seemed that the second aunt would steal the spotlight. Lu Mimi, upon seeing the gift, instinctively glanced at her mother-in-law's expression, which was indeed dark. She inwardly scoffed, knowing that Jiang Kaixing had claimed the family could not support much. And here she was without any gold jewelry herself. Did her mother-in-law truly expect her to present gifts? What a ridiculous notion. Jiang Kaixing noticed that his girlfriend was in a somber mood, and he whispered softly, "It's nothing to worry about, as long as the sentiment is genuine. The value of the gift is of little consequence." Lu Mimi shot him a glare, questioning the utility of his words. Mu Yunj picked up the second box, which contained a gift for her uncle. Jiang Jianjun was still outside playing with the children and had yet to return. Thus, Mu Yunj turned her gaze towards Zhao Xia, saying, "Auntie, could you please help me assess this gift for uncle?" Zhao Xia received the gift and upon inspection, discovered a beautiful tea set. Knowing her husband's tastes, she felt assured he would appreciate it. A sigh of relief escaped her. Although the tea set was exquisite porcelain, it likely wasn't overly expensive. She genuinely feared Mu Yunj had overspent. In truth, the tea set was an antique given to Mu Yunj, kept at home, and while it was tea particularly valuable, it was worth around 100,000 yuan. She chose not to elaborate, believing that as long as it served its purpose for tea, that was sufficient. Mu Yunj then picked up the third box and smiled softly at Jiang Lin, saying, "This is a gift for you." Jiang Lin, curious, pointed at himself, feeling a complex mix of emotions. It was tea that he was displeased with Mu Yunj as thoughtfulness. Rather, he felt a pang of concern for her spending. He suspected that this time, in order to maintain appearances, she had exhausted her resources. A sense of guilt washed over him, as he believed gifts should be prepared by oneself. He still had a substantial sum of money saved up, while Mu Yunj seemed to be financially strained. Once this matter concluded, he planned to give Mu Yunj several thousand yuan to ensure she had some financial security. "My gift for you isn't extravagant," Mu Yunj said gently as she handed the box to Jiang Lin. "I noticed your phone has seen better days, with several cracks on the screen. Although you haven't mentioned it, I thought it might be inconvenient for you, so I got you a new one. I hope you like it." Mu Yunj was indeed sincere. The phone was a device provided by her company, which typically supplied work phones to senior employees. Thus, it had not cost her anything. When Jiang Lin opened the box to reveal a flagship model from a domestic brand, priced at over 5,000 yuan, he felt an overwhelming sense of unworthiness. Previously, he had saved money to buy phones for his ex, and now, to have a woman who cared for him and thought of him was a profound realization. He regretted not having met Mu Yunj sooner, lamenting the years he had wasted with unreciprocated affection. "Thank you," he said, overwhelmed. "Why are you being so formal?" Mu Yunj observed his emotional response and couldn't help but sigh inwardly, recognizing that this young man was easily satisfied. To her, these gestures were trivial. Yet Jiang Lin gazed at her with such gratitude that it stirred a sense of guilt within her. She perhaps ought not to have concealed her identity to deceive Jiang Lin. However, her life experiences have truly rendered her hesitant to trust anyone easily, much less risk revealing her true self for the sake of genuine affection. She averted her gaze, unwilling to meet Jiang Lin's earnest eyes, and instead addressed Zhao Xia. "Auntie, within the unopened boxes are some tobacco and spirits for uncle, along with some supplements and a silk scarf for you. Yingu, you are being far too courteous. Please refrain from such gestures in the future." Zhao Xia felt a pang of sorrow at the considerable expense. She regarded Mu Yungu as family and thus did not wish for her younger relatives to spend money unnecessarily. It is nothing, it is only right. Mu Yungu replied, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Lin. He considers me family, and I have long regarded him as such. Therefore, uncle and auntie are also my family. The entire living room was suffused with the tangy scent of lemons. Su Chenhua praised. This daughter-in-law is even more considerate than a daughter. I dare say, she is far more attentive than a son. Lu Shaoqing could not help but exclaim. Jiang Lin, you cannot compare to your wife's devotion. Naturally, Jiang Lin would not engage in a comparison with Mu Yungu, acknowledging, I am indeed not as dutiful as Yungu. Su Chenhua turned her gaze to Li Hongmei, remarking, this gift has been chosen with great thoughtfulness. Indeed, Li Hongmei's smile faltered, her lips drooping. She forced a toothy grin, yet it was insincere. Observing Mu Yunji's lavish gift, she felt that its value likely exceeded the average bride price in their community. Which daughter-in-law would present such expensive tobacco and spirits as mere tokens of goodwill? With gold and fine tea sets, how could this not elevate the standards for comparison? She felt a disquieting sense of inadequacy. Truly, people are compared, and it is infuriating. With feigned praise, she said, sister-in-law, you are truly fortunate. Indeed, second aunt, your sister-in-law is exceedingly kind to you. Jiang Qiqi expressed her envy, astonished by her sister-in-law's generosity. Previously, she had doubted the claims that Mu Yungu was a wealthy heiress, but now she was convinced. If only she had a sister-in-law like that. Acquiring a set of jewelry would be effortless. Unlike now, when Lu Mimi had merely gifted her a bottle of foundation priced over 300, in comparison, it felt trivial. Though Zhao Xia gained face, she did not intend to flaunt it. Yungu is truly filial. Su Chenhua took photographs of the gifts and shared them in a family group chat. She also captured a glimpse of their home, writing, oh dear. Jiang Lin's wife is so understanding. Look at the gifts she brought for Sister Xia. I am envious. I wonder if my future daughter-in-law will be as considerate towards me. Before long, comments began to surface in the group chat from relatives and close friends. The expense on those tobacco and spirits is quite substantial. Jianjun, will you not invite us over for a drink? Jiang Lin's wife is exceptionally beautiful. Is she not a star? The gold gifts are truly exquisite. And the daughter has managed to win her mother-in-law's heart with her thoughtful presence. However, the significance of the gifts pales in comparison to the joyous arrival of twins. A son and a daughter, completing the family in the most delightful way. Such blessings evoke envy in others. Messages in the group chat flowed incessantly. Previously, Li Hongmei had intended to observe her second brother's daughter-in-law closely, but now it seems everything is favorable for her. A commendable income, striking beauty, and above all, profound filial piety. This only served to deepen her own frustrations. Without lingering, she hurriedly declared her need to return home to prepare lunch. Upon returning to her own abode, her expression turned stern. Jiang Zhiqing, seated on the sofa sipping tea, had also caught sight of the group messages. Initially thinking it was merely chatter, he realized it revolved around his second brother's family. Viewing the lavish gifts stirred an uncomfortable sensation within him. While the cigarettes and alcohol his son and daughter-in-law presented were of respectable brands, they paled in comparison to the opulence of others' offerings. It was clear that, even in the realm of gifts, there were distinctions in value. His daughter-in-law's gifts were merely the basic options, while the gifts from the other daughter-in-law were significantly more extravagant. Though he dismissed the importance of the gift's worth, he couldn't help but feel that the couple seemed to overlook their father's stature. In his previous professional life, he had received far more prestigious gifts, yet now, it seemed his own family lacked the acumen to navigate such social nuances. Pretending not to notice, he inquired, Chi-Chi, what troubles your mother's countenance? Did she lose at cards again? My mother hasn't been playing cards. We visited Aunt Air to see my sister-in-law, Jiang Qiqi replied. My sister-in-law is so beautiful, earns well, and is exceptionally filial. My cousin has such good taste in finding such a remarkable wife. She has showered Aunt Air and Uncle Air with numerous thoughtful gifts, which is truly commendable. As Jiang Qiqi extolled the virtues of her sister-in-law, She completely forgot her earlier intent to criticize. Her voice was raised intentionally, clearly meant for her brother and sister-in-law to overhear. Lu Mimi, not one to be easily fooled, pinched Jiang Kaixing's waist in frustration, feeling as though her presence in the Jiang household rendered her the family's prized jewel, only to discover that she was regarded as less than a mere stone in a dung pit. It felt as though she was the one diminishing her worth for the Jiang family. In their village, it was customary for families to support a son marrying a wife. Enduring such indignities was a bitter pill for Jiang Kaixing to swallow. Furrowing his brow, he spoke with restrained pain. Chi-Chi, why do you spend your days envying others? Shouldn't you focus on living your own life well? It would be better to avoid such comparisons, especially since Xiaomei is visiting for the first time. He understood that if he didn't articulate his thoughts clearly, Lu Mimi would not relent. After all, he was intent on marriage, if matters soured. All his prior efforts would have been for naught. What did Chi-Chi say? Why the urgency? Li Hongmei, upon hearing Jiang Kaixing refer to their daughter, turned in anger, glaring at her son, who seemed to have forgotten his mother now that he had a wife. She merely remarked on your sister-in-law's filial nature. Why are you so upset? It's not as if you were compelled to match her level of devotion or success. Jiang Kaixing found himself at a loss for words, unable to contend with his mother's sharp tongue. After all, Li Hongmei was renowned for her loquaciousness. Observing her sarcastic demeanor, we could only envy her. She bore a son who was both filial and wise in choosing a considerate daughter-in-law. I certainly do not possess the same fortune as your second aunt. In the past, many sought to matchmake for you, given your father's public service position, yet you had the discernment to choose wisely, leaving us with little to say. Lu Mimi was infuriated. She had intended to draw a comparison to showcase her superiority as a new bride, but unexpectedly, she ended up shooting herself in the foot. With a forced smile, her anger bubbled beneath the surface. Yes, indeed, your second aunt was fortunate, providing her daughter-in-law with both a home and financial support, hence the dutiful behavior. Who would willingly engage in a losing venture? Nowadays, women need not worry about marrying. Dear aunt, it seems you imply that women must pay to marry into your family. With that, she cast aside her pretense and directly retreated to her room to pack her suitcase and leave. Zhang Ziqing was well aware of his wife's foul temper and deliberately indulged her outbursts, thinking this situation might serve as a lesson for the couple, hoping they would learn to temper their behavior. It was also an opportunity to assert some authority over Lu Mimi. After all, their family was retired from public service and held a higher status than Lu Mimi's family. If he did not establish some control over his daughter-in-law early on, he feared she might become ungrateful and indifferent in the future. However, witnessing Lu Mimi storm out made him realize the gravity of the situation. Xiaosheng, you know your mother has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. She struggles with her words. Quickly persuade your wife not to leave. It would not reflect well if this incident became known among relatives and friends during the Dragon Boat Festival visit, he urged, fearing for his own reputation. Jiang Kaixing took the keys and left, not intending to linger at home any longer. After a long drive home for the holiday, he felt tremendous frustration at how things had unfolded. In the neighborhood, Jiang Jianjun was out with his grandchildren when he noticed Lu Mimi, fuming and dragging her suitcase. He was about to inquire about the situation when he saw Jiang Kaixing hastily following her. The two of them drove off together. By the time Li Hongmei caught up, all she saw was the rear of their vehicle. Those wretches really left? I had invited relatives over for dinner tonight. How will this end? It was their fault to begin with. A few words should suffice, yet they flee? If they have the audacity, they should never return. She raged. Jiang Jianjun, overhearing, felt a pang of concern and hurried home to share the news with his wife. Tang Tang, curious as ever, asked, Grandpa, why did that mean aunt leave? Mean aunt? Jiang Jianjun quickened his pace, puzzled by her words. Tang Tang's eyes sparkled with indignation, pouting in discontent, declaring that this aunt was indeed bad for trying to take her father away, and she did not like her. Jiang Jianjun found this utterly amusing. Chapter 72. Let us officially be together upon returning home. Mu Yunj was already in the study, diligently attending to her official matters on the computer. As soon as Tang Tang and Do Do entered the house, They rushed to embrace Jiang Lin. Seeing his wife tidying up the house, Jiang Jianjun made his way over to share what he had witnessed downstairs, uncertain of the exact events that had transpired, only knowing that someone had fled. Zhao Xia was well aware of the underlying situation and provided an explanation. This sister-in-law of hers had a penchant for comparison, likely feeling disgruntled that the gifts from Xiao Mei and Xiao Sheng paled in comparison to those from Yunj. However, she too was surprised that Yunj had gifted them such an extravagant present. Initially, the first visit had been marked by a gift of 11,000, symbolizing the notion of being 1 in 10,000, yet now it seemed somewhat lacking. Indeed, Jiang Jianjun and Zhao Xia were not affluent, which left them in a bit of a quandary. The couple was not lacking in effort. Rather, they were simply an ordinary family. Throughout the afternoon, Jiang Jianjun received several phone calls praising his daughter-in-law for her filial piety, along with casual inquiries about the wedding date. However, as they had yet to finalize anything, he skillfully deflected these questions. Yet, in their hometown, word had spread that Jiang Lin had found a beautiful and wealthy wife, and that they had welcomed 2 children. Speculations regarding the wedding date began to circulate. As evening fell, Mu Yunj emerged from her bath and entered the bedroom, where she found Jiang Lin seated on the edge of the bed, narrating a story to Tang Tang. She climbed onto the bed, lying beside him with a book in hand. While her ears caught snippets of their conversation, Dodo remained in the living room, watching television with his grandfather. Outside, Zhao Xia called for Tang Tang to partake in sweet wine with eggs, instantly dispelling any drowsiness as Tang Tang eagerly rushed off for a late-night snack. Jiang Lin chose not to leave the room, instead turning his gaze towards Mu Yunj. She wore a soft silk nightgown that elegantly accentuated her delicate waist, her long hair cascading over her slender shoulders and trailing down onto the bed. Her figure was exquisite, her face small, embodying a perfect proportion, while her long legs rested gracefully together, their skin illuminated by the warm glow of the lamp, radiating a lustrous sheen. "What are you daydreaming about?" Mu Yunj inquired, her voice cool and unwavering as she did not lift her head. On this summer night in the small town, the sounds of insects and birds filled the air, while the trees outside swayed gently in the summer breeze, rustling their leaves softly. Jiang Lin remarked, "I was genuinely happy when you suddenly came over this morning. But you must have spent quite a bit on all those gifts. Please refrain from doing this in the future. We need not compare ourselves with others. Our priority is to live our lives and raise our children. Such formalities can be dispensed with, as long as we occasionally visit my parents. They will be more than content." After a moment, Jiang Lin added, "I can transfer you several thousand. Just send me your account number." Mu Yunj looked up at Jiang Lin, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. "Are you worried that I might not have enough money? Indeed, we are now family. Do not conceal anything from me. If you encounter difficulties, just let me know. We are not outsiders to each other." With a playful smile, Mu Yunj teased, "If we are not outsiders, then why do we still sleep in separate rooms?" Jiang Lin suddenly felt a warmth spreading across his face. Mu Yunge, with her serene and ascetic demeanor, hardly seemed like someone who would require the company of a man in a shared bed. Was she playfully teasing him? "If you don't mind, I could join you, though I fear you might cast me out." Mu Yungu turned slightly, her long legs elegantly positioned, gazing at him as she patted the space beside her, inviting him to come closer. Jiang Lin's mind was clouded, overwhelmed. To speak candidly, as a young man in full health, confronting a stunning beauty like Mu Yungu, who was not only considerate but also the mother of his child, made it exceedingly difficult for him to suppress other thoughts should they share a bed. "Perhaps you are not quite prepared for this," he ventured. Mu Yungu, puzzled, inquired, "Prepared for what?" "Oh, it's nothing." Jiang Lin felt a rush of color to his face. What had started as a mere jest had spiraled into thoughts of potential names for a third child. How utterly indiscreet. Mu Yungu's smile took on a deeper significance, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Oh, are you referring to that? I recall that night 4 years ago." At the mention of it, Jiang Lin's face flushed crimson. He could bear no more and exclaimed, "I need to step out for a moment." "Wait, I was just joking." Mu Yungu chuckled, holding him back. With sincerity, she clarified, "The set of gold I gifted to Annie was purchased at an internal price, Quite inexpensive, really. As for the tea set, it was a gift from someone else. So I didn't spend anything on that. The phone? It's a work device provided by the company. I've taken one for you, at no cost. Jiang Lin was taken aback. Really? Of course, she replied with a smile. And the cigarettes and alcohol were gifts from the past, stored with Butler's Sunday. I hadn't rushed to convert them into cash, so I simply brought them for use this time. In the past, while doing business, I received a fair number of gifts, and it seemed unnecessary to part with them. Now, they've proven useful. As Jiang Lin reflected on her extensive explanations, he found them quite reasonable. His own uncle's household had plenty of cigarettes and alcohol lying around, all gifts from others. The most significant expense was indeed that set of gold. Mu Yunga nodded. But I still have some personal savings. You needn't worry about me. Your funds should be reserved for raising the children. I am prudent with my spending. Jiang Lin breathed a sigh of relief, but then realized that his concerns had been unfounded. After all, Mu Yunga had previously managed to raise 2 children on her own with remarkable success. How could she possibly be unfamiliar with budgeting? His apprehensions had indeed underestimated her capabilities. Ever since establishing this household, he had been burdened with numerous worries. He had even planned to take on a part-time job upon returning to the city to increase their income. Jiang Lin, Mu Yunga continued. I mentioned before that I was considering developing a relationship. Over the past few days, I've reflected on it. Since our living situation has been pleasant and I've come to understand your family better, I find it acceptable. Shall we attempt to officially date? Her eyes shimmered with a captivating light, their brilliance truly enchanting. Jiang Lin was reluctant to utter any sentimental words, although he had long held such thoughts. Initially, his intentions revolved around the children. Both were undeniably charming, and as their father, he felt an unwavering sense of responsibility towards them, motivated by love. He contemplated that if Mu Yunga were willing, he could directly marry her. However, if she was unwilling, he would still strive to care for them. As she was currently facing difficulties, enduring a low point in her life, and thus had to share the responsibility of raising the children with him. He was uncertain how long he could be with the children, so he endeavored daily to fulfill his role as a father. Should there come a day when she regained her footing, she might choose to leave him. He could not provide Mu Yunga with a lavish life. He was not particularly talented, capable, or wealthy, merely an ordinary man. During their daily interactions, he felt a stirring attraction towards her. Yet he had no intention of taking advantage of her vulnerability. Now that she had broached the subject, Jiang Lin felt a surge of excitement and newfound courage. Yunga, if you deem me worthy, we could marry directly. The children's records would no longer indicate a single-parent status. However, if you feel it is too hasty, you may take your time to evaluate me. I will not disappoint you. Mu Yunga was taken aback by Jiang Lin's audacity. Her smile vanished, her gaze turned icy, and she questioned him with a tone laced with incredulity. Do you comprehend what marrying me entails? Chapter 73. Are you aware of the risks of marrying me? Upon witnessing her sudden shift in demeanor, Jiang Lin's heart plummeted, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. The blood that had surged to his head now ran cold. Did she never consider marrying him? Was her notion of a formal relationship merely a fleeting whim? He had not anticipated that his single act of initiative would result in a lifetime of emotional withdrawal. Jiang Lin's throat felt parched. I apologize. He regretted hastily bringing up the subject of marriage. Mu Yunga remained silent, her exquisite features still etched with coldness, until Jiang Lin exited the room and gently closed the door behind him, at which point her eyes dimmed. Marriage was not a trivial matter. If it were merely about physical intimacy, it would be inconsequential. The true challenge lay in the honesty of the heart, a feat she found insurmountable. There was little depth to her relationship with Jiang Lin. They had not faced substantial adversities together. Their connection was born out of their shared responsibilities as parents. And while there was mutual affection, she pondered whether Jiang Lin could remain so composed if he were aware of her circumstances and the actions she had taken behind the scenes. It seemed unlikely. Moreover, if her family learned of their marriage, Jiang Lin would find himself a target. As a naive recent graduate, how could he guard against the myriad arrows aimed at him from all directions? Mu Yunga closed her eyes, recalling 2 years prior, when she was busy wielding both power and wealth, naturally attracting those with ulterior motives, including a distant relative of her mother, Su Manhwa, a man oblivious to the realities of the world. In the Mu household, she merely managed the landscape of the courtyard, yet she foolishly believed she could soar to greater heights. One night, when she went to fetch Tang Tang and Dodo, she stayed over at the Mu residence. During that night, a man intruded upon her rest. The fact that he could enter her quarters likely involved the complicity of others in the Mu family. The outcome? He would spend the remainder of his life confined to a wheelchair. She vividly recalled that night, the anguished screams mingling with blood that stained the marble tiles of the Mu household. When he was thrown into the swimming pool, the expressions of everyone in the Mu family shifted dramatically. Mu Yunga merely intended to use this incident as a warning, not to create chaos. For it was hardly a matter of pride. She wished to shield Tang Tang and Dodo from such darkness. Now, she also wished to conceal her own shadows from Jiang Lin, for he was inherently kind. How could his values possibly align with hers? After taking a shower, Jiang Lin retired to the guest room, tossing and turning in a state of restlessness, his mind awash with complexity and frustration. The memory of Mu Yunji's gaze and tone that evening felt alien to him, as if he had never truly penetrated the depths of her heart. Perhaps her demeanor towards him had always been one of mere politeness, rather than genuine intimacy, which left him feeling estranged. By midnight, the children had succumbed to sleep alongside their grandparents. He resolved to set aside his errant thoughts and rest, as he needed to drive back to the city in the morning. As he closed his eyes and tucked himself under the covers, a soft click announced the opening of the door. Jiang Lin assumed it was Tang Tang seeking him again, but after a moment of silence, he heard faint footsteps and the gentle sound of breathing approaching. Accompanying this was the familiar, delicate scent of sandalwood that emanated from Mu Yunga. Uncertain of her intentions and unsure how to confront her, he decided to feign sleep. "I'm sorry," Mu Yunji's voice broke the stillness, and he felt the mattress beside him dip as she seemingly settled down. Jiang Lin felt a surge of tension and regretted his decision to pretend to be asleep. However, opening his eyes now would feel abrupt. She tucked his blanket more snugly around him and then murmured softly to herself, "Since we intend to officially pursue a relationship, there are many things I shouldn't keep from you. For me, marriage carries significant risks, and those risks will inevitably transfer to you. I've come to a realization. In due time, I will gradually share some matters with you. If you are willing to accept them, we can consider marriage." With that, Mu Yungu rose and departed. Jiang Lin, peeking through a narrow slit in his eyelids, caught a glimpse of her slender silhouette illuminated by the moonlight. Did she not realize he was awake? The door clicked shut behind her. He exhaled a sigh of relief, though he remained puzzled by her words. She spoke of marriage as a considerable risk. Jiang Lin contemplated her statement deeply. It seemed not to stem from financial concerns, but rather from emotional investments. Was this risk linked to her feelings or something else? Romantic relationships also have their perils, and she appeared to take emotions seriously, suggesting that the risk must be of a different nature. Was it true that her entrepreneurial venture had failed, leaving behind numerous latent issues? It was no wonder that when she mentioned marriage, her expression bore such gravity. However, now that he understood that Mu Yunj was not merely toying with him, but rather harbored deeper apprehensions regarding matrimony, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Without further contemplation, he soon succumbed to slumber. When he awoke, it was to the sensation of being pressed down, a constriction in his chest that left him gasping for breath, his limbs heavy and unresponsive, as if he were ensnared in a nightmare. Jiang Lin opened his eyes to find his countenance pale. His gaze met that of Tang Tang, who was perched upon his chest, cross-legged and engrossed in her blocks. This cherubic little dumpling was quite literally overwhelming him, nearly suffocating her father in the process. With a breath barely escaping his lips, he croaked, "Tang Tang, get off. I think I'm dying." Tang Tang blinked her innocent eyes. "Daddy, what's wrong? Why do you look so unwell? Are you sick? Do you have a cold?" "Don't worry, Tang Tang will check to see if you have a fever." As she spoke, the adorable little one continued to bear down on him, reaching out to feel Jiang Lin's forehead. "Not hot at all. Daddy must want to sleep in. Don't sleep too long. The sun is already shining on your backside." Hearing the commotion, Dodo hurried over, and upon seeing Jiang Lin's feeble attempts to struggle, she exclaimed, "Tang Tang, you silly goose, get off. How can you sit on Daddy's chest like that? You might crush him." Tang Tang, confused but compliant, climbed down. She tilted her head curiously, wondering how a mere child could cause such harm. Dodo, exasperated, refrained from explaining, for it seemed her sister had inherited an unusual disposition, lacking the intellect that characterized their parents and herself. He pondered who Tang Tang resembled. He had read somewhere that twins often face challenges during birth, and those born later could inadvertently compress the brain, leading to diminished intelligence. How he wished his mother had given birth to her earlier. Now, she seemed so lacking in cleverness. Jiang Lin sat up, gasping for air, as he beheld the two little ones gazing at him with wide, innocent eyes from the edge of the bed. They were undeniably adorable, yet he felt a profound ache in his chest, a weight akin to a heavy stone pressing down upon him, an overwhelming sense of filial piety that was almost too burdensome to bear. Chapter 74. Ning Shui and Song Tianwei were dismissed. Jiang Lin exited his room, catching a whiff of the delectable aroma wafting through the air. "Mom, what delicious meal are you preparing today?" he inquired, stretching as he made his way to the kitchen, where he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Mu Yunj gracefully at work. "Yunj, is it you cooking? Why are you up so early? Haven't you just finished your busy work? Shouldn't you be resting?" "I'm accustomed to rising early," Mu Yunj replied, emerging from the kitchen with a dish in hand. Her elegant fingers, with their distinct joints, grasped a white plate filled with vibrant, green water spinach. It appeared utterly delightful. "Uncle and Auntie went shopping this morning. We can eat once they return. You should wash up first." Jiang Lin proceeded to the bathroom. Outside the frosted glass, a small figure could be seen bouncing back and forth, breathing on the glass door to draw a smiley face. Jiang Lin, unable to find peace even while washing up, opened the door to discover Tang Tang staring at him with wide, curious eyes. Caught in the act, Tang Tang beamed with joy and opened her arms, exclaiming, "Daddy, hug me." Jiang Lin lifted Tang Tang into his embrace, inhaling the delightful scent of milk emanating from her. "Did you drink a big cup of milk today?" he inquired. "I finished it all," Tang Tang replied, her expression begging for praise. "You are such a good girl." Mu Yunj had already prepared the meal, and, upon overhearing the father-daughter exchange from the dining room, couldn't help but smile. When her parents returned, they brought an abundance of local specialties specifically for them. They also included a few free-range chickens for soup. The trunk of the car was filled to the brim. Without further delay, they set off for the city. Her parents bid them farewell with reluctance. After this visit, they had completely accepted Mu Yunj as their daughter-in-law. By the time they returned to their home in the city, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Mu Yunj received a phone call and informed Jiang Lin, "I need to visit a relative in the hospital. Please take care of the children. I will handle the housework when I return tonight." Jiang Lin readily agreed, wondering if her relative was unwell and whether he should bring some fruit along. "No need. We are quite close, and there's no need for such formality," she replied. Realizing the intimacy of their relationship, Jiang Lin concluded it must be a very dear relative. "All right, you go ahead. Drive safely. It's quite hot outside," he advised. Mu Yunj nodded and departed. Having spent the day together during the Dragon Boat Festival, Jiang Lin's perception of Mu Yunj subtly shifted. Previously, he regarded her merely as the mother of his child, appreciating her kindness and treating her sincerely. Their bond was primarily through their children. However, this time, a new emotional connection had formed between them. At home, Jiang Lin first tidied the living room, laying out a blanket for the children, who engaged in their activities. Dodo watched television while Tang Tang drew. He then organized the refrigerator, putting away all the groceries they had brought, washed the bedding, replaced it with clean sets, and tidied the kitchen. His energy and methodical approach allowed him to complete these chores swiftly and efficiently. In just an hour and a half, he had finished all the household tasks. "Tang Tang, Dodo, I am heading to the supermarket. Would you like to come?" he asked. "You go ahead. We'll wait for you at home," Dodo responded. He understood that since their mother had driven off, their father could only take his electric scooter, making it inconvenient for him to take both children along. Moreover, He remembered how exhausting it was for his father to manage both kids and groceries during previous supermarket trips, leaving him drenched in sweat. Though Dodo was not overly sentimental, he recognized his father's hard work. Tang Tang, eager to accompany him, decided against it when she saw her brother opting to stay behind. As Jiang Lin reached the door, Dodo followed him, saying, "Dad, drive safely." "I will, Dodo," Jiang Lin replied, affectionately ruffling his son's hair. Both children were his little treasures. "I'll bring you some stationery when I return." "That would be wonderful." Dodo beamed with delight. Jiang Lin felt quite at ease with them at home. Dodo was clever, and with him watching over Tang Tang, she wouldn't run off. Once their father had departed, Dodo returned to watch television. Tang Tang, puzzled, asked why they weren't going out to play with their father. Dodo explained, "Silly child, haven't you noticed how long Dad has been driving today? He has done so much housework, and taking you along must have exhausted him." However, Tang Tang protested, "But we are very well behaved. Besides, I can help Dad with shopping." She insisted she was not a burden and could also do house chores. Dodo observed her expression and replied, "All right then, you can tidy up these art supplies you've scattered about." After pondering for a moment, Tang Tang resolved not to let her brother underestimate her. It was undoubtedly manageable. From now on, she would clean up her toys herself to spare their father any extra hardship. With her head lowered, she muttered to herself, declaring that she was the smartest and most obedient of all. Surely, Dad wouldn't find her troublesome. Jiang Lin, tasked with caring for the children without any parental assistance, found himself short on time to both look after them and shop. Thus, he had deliberately purchased several days' worth of groceries, along with paper towels and rice, and had also acquired some fruits and shrimp for the children's nourishment. As he stepped outside, he remembered that the baby formula was running low and promptly placed an order online to replenish it. "I am increasingly suited to being a stay-at-home dad," Jiang Lin mused. Just as his phone rang, it was a call from Hang Zi. "Bro, I start my job at the bank tomorrow. I'll be in the city for over an hour. Want to grab dinner tonight?" Jiang Lin replied, "I'm looking after the kids tonight. Why don't you come over to my place for dinner? I'll cook." Hang Zi responded eagerly, "Sounds good. What is inconvenient about that?" Jiang Lin rode his bike home, and not long after, Hang Zi arrived, carrying some fruit. Upon entering, he saw Jiang Lin placing the fruits into the refrigerator. "Oh, you bought fruit too?" Jiang Lin, speechless at the sight of Hang Zi's purchases, remarked, "I told you to come straight here without buying anything. Look at you." Hang Zi retorted without hesitation, "Aren't I just being considerate for your son and daughter?" Jiang Lin welcomed him to sit down. Curiously, Hang Zi asked, "Is your wife not home?" Jiang Lin replied, "She went to the hospital this afternoon to visit someone." After chatting for a while, Hang Zi's curiosity sparked, "So, how's it going with your wife?" Jiang Lin hesitated. "It's hard to say. She is willing to date me, but marriage is off the table for now." Hang Zi mused. "That makes sense. Someone as beautiful as her wouldn't marry you so easily. She must want to take her time to evaluate the relationship." He then shifted the topic, gossiping, "By the way, have you heard about Ning Shui? She is in trouble." Jiang Lin frowned, uninterested in her affairs. "What does that have to do with me? I've had nothing to do with her for a long time." However, Hang Zi insisted, "You may not want to know, but I feel compelled to tell you. She was fired, along with her friend and Mr. Song. I heard it from a fellow villager who works at Kangxing Health during a late-night snack we shared." Huangzi couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. It was simply delightful. One might wonder if they truly deserve their fate. Their pride lay solely in their careers, which have now been stripped away. Previously, they were so arrogant, but now they have been reduced to nothing. Jiang Lin was perplexed. How could Song Tianwei, who had spent so many years at Kangxing Health, be abruptly dismissed? I actually know the reason. He offended someone. In Chapter 75, Ning Shui was beaten and sought Jiang Lin's assistance. Huangzi wasted no time and explained that it was indeed Song Tianwei's own doing. He had attended a business event with those two women. Unfortunately, one of them, Lu Xia, was not one to be trifled with. It seemed she had seen Ning Shui with Song Tianwei and, having tasted success, sought to latch onto another. As fate would have it, she set her sights on a manager from the Mu Corporation, showering him with affection. Coincidentally, he was the same manager we encountered during our graduation at the Mu Corporation. Jiang Lin was astonished. Xiao Liang? Perhaps. Huangzi continued. That manager was quite formidable and made a scene. Regardless of the private matters, the public embarrassment was undeniable. The personnel at Mu Corporation were not to be underestimated, and both Ning Shui and Song Tianwei had sought to plead for leniency. Ultimately, the situation escalated to the ears of the chairman of Kangqing Health, and such disgraceful behavior led to their dismissal. Previously, Jiang Lin had urged Mu Yungu to file a whistleblower report, but it had seemingly vanished without a trace, likely suppressed. This time, however, the uproar was significant enough that they had no choice but to terminate the three individuals. He refrained from further inquiries. After all, the affairs of others, no matter how riveting, were still their own. If he were to dedicate his time to concern, it would be far better spent with his child. Are you so composed? Don't you find this exhilarating? Huangzi exclaimed in surprise. It should be noted that Ning Shui and Lu Xia had previously humiliated Jiang Lin, and now they were facing retribution. Why was there no trace of joy on his face? Had he reached such a high level of enlightenment? Jiang Lin smiled, offering no further commentary, merely acknowledging their unfortunate circumstances. Huangzi nodded. Indeed, that manager from Mu Corporation is quite an upstanding individual. A job well done. Meanwhile, Ning Shui lay in bed, the kanji on her nightstand having sat untouched for 2 days. Her once delicate and fair visage was marred with bruises, and there were scabs at the corners of her mouth. Her formerly luxuriant hair had thinned in patches. Her elbows bore the scars of torn skin, a truly pitiful sight. She had languished in a daze for several days, having consumed not a drop of water, her body nearing its breaking point. Pain coursed through her entire being. And despite her disheveled state, she remained at home rather than seeking medical attention. Since the incident at the Preduanwu Festival Gala, the three of them had been dismissed. Initially, Song Tianwei was stunned by the termination and sought to negotiate, but upon realizing the futility of his efforts, he succumbed to rage. Returning home inebriated one night, he unleashed his fury upon her, leaving the living room in disarray. After striking her, he departed, and there had been no word from him in days. Suddenly, the phone rang. Ning Shui glanced at her phone and saw it was another call from her parents. Unbeknownst to them, she had encountered a grave situation. They had previously agreed she would return home for the Dragon Boat Festival, yet she had not. She did not wish to burden them with worry. Over the past few days, her body ached, but the emotional torment was far more excruciating. The humiliation of domestic violence and the despair it brought nearly left her breathless. She could not comprehend why Song Tianwei, who had once treated her with such kindness, could now strike her without a flicker of hesitation. Moreover, it had been days without a phone call from him. A wave of anguish and grievance flooded Ning Shui's heart. With great effort, she weakly rose and answered the phone. Hello? Ning Shui, have your wings hardened? You don't come home and don't even bother to inform us. You're not answering your calls. What are you up to? Her mother's voice came through, laced with anger and accusation. Ning Shui's voice was faint. Mom, I had a minor accident while driving and have been unable to move for the past few days, which is why I haven't returned. Her mother dismissed her concerns entirely. An accident? What a trivial matter. People these days are so delicate. In our time, we would fall down a mountain while foraging for herbs and be just fine after a brief rest. By the way, you haven't sent any money this month, and you better arrange for a lump sum of 200,000. We've found a house we like. We just need the funds. Mom, Ning Shui felt a surge of anger. I've given you all the money I earned during my 4 years of university. I've only been working for a short time and have handed over my salary and the several thousand Song Tianwei gave me. Now you're asking for 200,000? Where am I supposed to get that? You said you would save it for me. Where is it? Her mother's tone turned aggressive. Did I not raise you without expense? Your brother has a girlfriend and is on the verge of marriage. If you don't strive, what will happen to him? You must find a way to gather that 200,000. Isn't your boyfriend treating you well? There are countless houses in the city, each worth millions. There's no way you can't raise that amount. Oh, and tell your boyfriend that if he wishes to marry you, the bride price has been discussed with your father, 880,000, a number with auspicious connotations. We'll save it for you, and when you have a child, you'll need money then too. It'll be a safeguard. Ning Shui had cried all her tears over the past few days, and now she could not shed another. Her voice was hoarse, her heart aching as if it were being sliced by blades. She trembled and whispered, "I'm hanging up." With that, she ended the call. Her vision blurred, and she felt faint, acutely aware that it was due to her lack of nourishment. However, if she were to lose consciousness, no one would care for her well-being. She could not afford to perish. Ning Shui called for an ambulance and then, almost instinctively, logged into her alternate account to browse Jiang Lin's moments on social media. In recent days, Jiang Lin had returned home, where he seemed to be enjoying a delightful life with a charming child. Today, he was back in the city, stockpiling food, proudly showcasing himself as the ideal father on his social media. Ning Shui lay on her bed, weakly clutching her phone, her hands trembling from hunger after not eating for an extended period. How delightful it is. Had I not chosen Song Tianwei, my life would not be as it is now. She reflected on the 3 years spent with Jiang Lin, a time when she had genuinely hoped to build a life together with him. Why could she not withstand temptation? Regret and resentment filled her heart. With a mind clouded by emotion, she tremulously opened the drawer, retrieved her work phone, and dialed that familiar number. It connected swiftly. "Jiang Lin, I feel as though I am dying. I am in such agony. I beg you, I wish to see you just once, will you?" Her voice trembled, thick with sorrow. "I truly regret my choices. Your cruelty haunts me." Yet, on the other end, a child's voice responded, "Auntie, are you in distress? What is your address? I can help you call the police. They will be far more effective than my father. Call for an ambulance first, then the police, and notify the property management. That way, your plea for help will be more efficient." Ning Shui felt a wave of irritation and dizziness as she implored Jiang Lin to take the call. "I can't. My father is preparing dinner for me, and he wouldn't make it in time anyway. His electric bike is far too slow, not nearly as fast as an ambulance." Taking several deep breaths, she realized she did not actually seek rescue. She merely wished to converse with Jiang Lin. The phone slipped from her grasp, and she lost consciousness. Before her mind faded, a flicker of anger surged within her. She could not discern whether her faintness stemmed from weakness or exasperation. Chapter 76. Ning Shui is a devoted follower. Dodo observed the silence on the other end of the line, glanced at the number, and then decided to call the police. "Officer, a lady is on the line asking for help. She may be in trouble. She has gone silent. Her phone number is, could you please locate her?" Dodo added, "She said she feels like she is dying. It must be urgent." After hanging up, Dodo felt a sense of relief. Jiang Lin, hearing the commotion, approached to inquire, "Dodo, whose call was that?" "It was a stranger's call, asking for help." "Oh, it was probably a scam. Do not believe it," Jiang Lin replied before returning to the kitchen. Dodo blinked, deciding not to mention it further since her father had dismissed it. Haozi, who was assisting with the chopping, overheard and remarked, "With so many scam calls these days, it's not just pleas for help. There are also calls about abusive fathers, heartless mothers, and broken siblings. None of it can be trusted." "Indeed," Jiang Lin agreed, nodding thoughtfully. "Next time, we should educate the children about unfamiliar calls. It is best to avoid answering, especially if they are from abroad." "Exactly," Haozi chimed in with a teasing tone. "You handle the household chores so adeptly now. You're practically a full-time dad. Has your sister-in-law prompted this transformation?" "Nonsense," Jiang Lin countered. "I am gentle by nature, but firm when it comes to fatherhood." Reflecting on the recent visit of Yungu to his hometown for the Dragon Boat Festival, he realized that she seemed to be the one deeply involved in his life, while he knew little about hers. Haozi, unfazed, replied, "Didn't you say your sister-in-law severed ties with her family after having the baby? As long as you two are content, other matters are trivial. What you truly desire is her presence, is it not? As for everything else, does it truly matter?" As Jiang Lin contemplated, he indeed grasped the essence of the situation. There was a certain degree of truth in what was being said. Within the confines of the hospital, the inky darkness of night had enveloped the surroundings. Ning Shui opened her eyes to find a female police officer standing by her bedside. "You are awake," the officer remarked. "Do you feel any better?" Ning Shui, still somewhat bewildered, wondered why she was being questioned. She had merely called for an ambulance, not reported a crime. Sensing her confusion, the officer elaborated. "A young boy called the police on your behalf, stating that he received a distress call from you." Upon discovering you in the hospital, we came to ascertain the situation. Your injuries appear quite severe, but fret not. We are here to ensure your safety and prevent any further harm. I can't comprehend what you were saying. I was involved in an accident that led to this, Ningshui replied. The officer sighed, noting the stark contrast between injuries from an accident and those from a physical assault. If you tolerate such behavior, you are ultimately harming yourself. Ningshui clenched her fists and closed her eyes, choosing silence. Now that she had regained consciousness, her rationality returned as well. A surge of anger welled within her. She mustered the courage to contact Jiang Lin, only to have his son answer the phone amidst her suffering. Why was he meddling in her affairs? At this moment, she had no desire to engage with the police any further. After all, she had already lost Jiang Lin and could not afford to lose Song Tianwei as well. Moreover, if she were to separate after the assault, moving to a different city to start anew, the phone call from her mother had become the proverbial last straw. 200,000 yuan, an amount she could not possibly save on her own for years, was urgently needed by her family. If she entangled Song Tianwei in this predicament, a breakup would be imminent. Love and money. Surely, she must choose one. Consider your options. I shall remain outside the ward, the officer said, stepping out to grant Ningshui some privacy. Ningshui opened her eyes and replied, You may leave. I am the one injured and do not require police involvement. The officer frowned. You intend to endure this? Do you wish for your child to be placed in such a perilous situation? A glimmer of realization flickered in Ningshui's eyes. You are over a month pregnant, and you were not even aware? A tumult of emotions swirled within her, and after taking several deep breaths, she allowed the officer to depart. Not long after, Lu Xia arrived, having received a call from the hospital, which had accessed Ningshui's contacts in an attempt to locate her family. Dressed in professional attire, Lu Xia questioned, Shui, what were you thinking to end up in such a state? Though Lu Xia had faced humiliation in the business world, she quickly recovered. Recognizing it as merely the loss of a job, she promptly found another position with a salary of 5,000. In a city as vast as theirs, she could easily secure a role in a smaller company due to her qualifications. Despite her somewhat unprincipled nature, Lu Xia harbored genuine concern for Ningshui, asking, Were these injuries inflicted by Song Tianwei? You must break up with him. Otherwise, you will inevitably face dire consequences. His emotional instability and brutal tendencies have become alarmingly evident. Ningshui shook off Lu Xia's hand, saying, Stop pretending. Isn't all of this you're doing? You were the one who led me, albeit reluctantly, into the arms of Song Tianwei. You disrupted his work. Are you satisfied now that you see me like this? Lu Xia's expression stiffened. I didn't cause the disruption. I wanted to tell you for ages, but I couldn't reach you. In fact, I came here today to inform you that I was framed. Anger surged within Lu Xia as she recalled that day. I attended an event with you, and during the break, I went to the restroom. That Xiao Liang waited for me outside, claiming he recognized me from graduation. He said he was my senior, a manager at Moose. Upon realizing his status, I let my guard down. Once I followed him into the private room, I drank a few too many glasses and became dizzy. The memory sent shivers down Lu Xia's spine. He had touched her inappropriately, and in her haze, as she struggled to maintain her composure, he suddenly yanked her out of the room, accusing her of being indecent and seducing him, stating that all healthy individuals in Kanching were like that. With regret and reminiscence in her eyes, Lu Xia recalled how, amidst the crowd, she wished she could vanish into a crevice out of sheer embarrassment. It was utterly humiliating, akin to being a rat scurrying through the streets. To this day, she wrapped herself tightly, fearful of others' judgment. I truly do not understand why he would want to harm me. Moreover, she had thought she was aligning herself with a powerful figure, even as a mere mistress. She believed she could reap significant benefits, potentially even transitioning to a prosperous career at Moose. Yet, what fell from the heavens was a cake laced with poison. The sensation of plummeting from paradise to the abyss was nothing short of devastating. Stop pretending. He is a manager at Moose. Do you honestly think he would scheme against a lowly employee like you? Does that seem reasonable? Ningshui's tone dripped with sarcasm. It's true. Lu Xia insisted urgently. I swear, if I lie, may lightning strike me. Lu Xia had never made such a severe vow before, yet even if Ningshui believed her, It would not alter their circumstances. They had to accept the outcome, however incomprehensible it was. Ning Shui, placing a hand on her belly, stated, "You advised me to break up with Song Tianwei, but it's too late now. I'm pregnant. Earlier, I feared he would leave me. But now that fear has dissipated, are you out of your mind?" Lu Xia's expression shifted dramatically. "You've been beaten to a pulp. What's more important, money or your life? What can I do?" Ning Shui's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "My mother demands 200,000 yuan, a lump sum. How can I possibly come up with that much? If I hadn't broken up with Jiang Lin, he would have surely found a way to gather that for me. But now, my only option is Song Tianwei. He is the only one who can provide me with such a sum." Ning Shui coldly remarked, "Aren't you and I of the same ilk? If you were in my position, you would choose the same." Lu Xia indeed desired money, yet she still believed that life held greater value. However, witnessing Ning Shui's plight left her at a loss for words. In her eyes, Ning Shui seemed solely focused on financial gain, oblivious to her own suffering. Ning Shui picked up her phone and dialed Song Tianwei. Originally, she had resolved to soften her stance and offer an apology. However, the voice on the other end of the line was not his, but that of a woman. "Hello? Who are you? Do you have business with Tianwei?" Ning Shui's heart skipped a beat. "Who are you?" "I am his fiancée. He is currently accompanying my father for drinks." "You must be his ex-girlfriend, right? He mentioned having a young ex. Do you need to speak with him? When did he acquire a fiancée?" "We recently met through a matchmaking arrangement. It progressed swiftly due to compatible conditions, and thus, we decided to commit." The woman's tone remained relatively cordial. "I understand that young people can be stubborn, but he is about to marry. It would be best if you refrained from disturbing us. We have not broken up. You are the other woman." The woman, now somewhat irked, retorted, "And you are what? A gold digger?" "I did not wish to speak so harshly. But you are with Tianwei for his money and have disrupted his career. The Song family despises you, and you dare to call?" "Fortunately," I answered, "otherwise, you would be facing reprimand right now." Ning Shui felt dizzy. "Does he know you speak of me this way?" There was silence on the line, followed by the sound of footsteps. "Tianwei, come here, there's a call for you." After another pause, Tianwei's voice emerged, laced with irritation. "Are you out of your mind? You fool. Do you not realize I am having a late-night meal with my father-in-law? Is this a deliberate attempt to provoke me? Or are you still upset that I didn't hit you hard enough?" Previously, Song Tianwei had been drawn to Ning Shui's youth, high education, amiable personality, and appealing appearance. However, he was now thoroughly exhausted by this woman's antics. He longed for the simplicity of marrying someone his own age. His current position depended on his father-in-law's arrangements. As for Ning Shui, he had grown weary of her. He merely wished to sever ties. He assumed that after treating her so harshly, she would have learned her lesson. To his surprise, she dared to confront him again. With a tone laced with sarcasm and defiance, Ning Shui declared, "I am pregnant." Upon hearing this, Song Tianwei, who might have once rejoiced at such news, now felt only disgust and inconvenience. After all, Ning Shui seemed to bring nothing but misfortune into his life. If one were to echo his mother's words, she was akin to a harbinger of doom. He had previously believed that taking Jiang Lin's girlfriend was somewhat unethical. Now, he felt like Jiang Lin's savior. Now, he was not only ensnared but also unable to extricate himself from the situation. Truly, he felt cursed. "I do not care whose child you are carrying. Get rid of it." "What? Song Tianwei, are you out of your mind? Did you not express a desire to have a child with me? Do not make me laugh. What benefit would there be in marrying you? Your parents are simple farmers, and you have a younger brother to support. My fiancé is an only child from a family that owns a factory. Why would I choose you?" Song Tianwei's fiancé was not without her flaws. Though plain in appearance, she possessed a decent character and depth. Her family was also somewhat affluent, making her a preferable choice compared to the Song family. Thus, Song Tianwei had resolved to find a dependable woman to share his life with. This child, however, was nothing but a burden and could even be likened to a ticking time bomb. "I must inform you that I am prepared to offer you a sum of money to facilitate our separation. Should you refuse this offer, I assure you that I will not hesitate to resort to violence. Do not entertain any notions of marrying into my family. My parents would undoubtedly reprimand you harshly upon meeting you. Furthermore, I shall be celebrating my marriage and obtaining a certificate next month, so abandon any unrealistic hopes. Ning Shue's heart is shattered, recognizing the futility of her situation. 20,000. I demand 20,000. Song Tianwei scoffed. What an audacious request. Very well. I shall provide you with 20,000, but I expect to witness the consequences of your actions firsthand. He was no fool, unwilling to leave any potential threats unaddressed. Amidst her tears, Ning Shui reluctantly acquiesced. The following morning, around 9 o'clock, a luxurious vehicle was parked by the entrance of a kindergarten. Su Xiuxiu, donning sunglasses, crouched by the car window, observing the entrance intently. The driver was a young man named Shou Qi, a recent addition to Su Xiuxiu's entourage. Sister, are you waiting for someone? He inquired. Su Xiuxiu replied nonchalantly. I'm merely curious about the appearance of my friend's boyfriend. She's been rather secretive. Thankfully, I had the foresight to wait here. Is he a divorced man with a child? Zhou Qi expressed surprise. So wealthy women have a preference for such men? Ridiculous. The child belongs to my friend, Su Xiuxiu clarified. Zhou Qi soon grasped the situation. Before long, Su Xiuxiu straightened up, removed her sunglasses, and donned a mischievous expression. Oh, what a youthful specimen. A college student, perhaps? It seems we share a taste for the young. She mused. After all, our teeth are not suited for tougher fare. As she observed Jiang Lin entering the kindergarten, she gracefully exited her vehicle, positioning herself by the sidewalk to await his departure with the child. Once he emerged, she approached him with a playful smile. Well, handsome, having finished dropping off the child and with your wife absent, you must be feeling rather lonely. Why not join me in my car? Her alluring smile betrayed her ulterior motives as she gestured toward the Maserati parked nearby. Jiang Lin took a step back, bemused by her overtly malicious demeanor, which was all too apparent. Your acting skills are rather lacking. In this day and age, shouldn't those running scams receive some training? Lady, spare me your efforts. I understand your target demographic consists of wealthy men sending their children to elite schools. It's quite shameless, but I comprehend your motives. However, I must be candid. I am merely a male nanny, earning a meager income that would hardly suffice for your luxury car rental. Engaging with me would be a complete loss on your part. Su Xiuxiu's expression soured, her irritation evident. What do you mean by addressing me as lady? Jiang Lin crossed his arms and called out to the security booth. Security, there's a persistent saleswoman here. Please intervene. Upon seeing the security personnel approach, Su Xiuxiu stomped her foot in frustration. You little rascal, you have some spirit. Just wait. With that, she donned her sunglasses once more and elegantly departed. As the vehicle distanced itself, Zhou Qi remarked, Sister, why are you so angry? Was it that man who upset my sister? Su Xiuxiu clenched her fists. Exasperated by his blatant lack of understanding, as well as his excessive vigilance against deception, she merely sought to test this man's fidelity. Yet he had the audacity to insult her. Chapter 78. Jiang Lin's vigilance against fraud. The security guard at the entrance merely observed a striking silhouette departing. Puzzled by the parent's apparent aggressive solicitation, Jiang Lin's expression darkened, his tone grave as he recounted. She mentioned my wife was absent and asked me to join her in her vehicle. What? The guard's voice escalated, suddenly grasping the implications of the situation. It was astonishing that, amidst such stringent crime prevention measures, someone would dare to approach male parents at the entrance of a prestigious kindergarten. The audacity was appalling. A blatant disregard for morality. This was utterly distasteful. Fortunately, the parent remained resolute, for otherwise, it could have led to the disintegration of a family. Jiang Lin nodded in agreement, noting that the woman's intentions were unmistakably sinister. Surely, no one would fall for such a ruse. I must promptly report this to my superiors. Such behavior is intolerable, the guard declared as he hurried away. Not long after, Mu Yunji was engaged in a meeting at her company, listening to reports from various departments. When her phone on the desk vibrated, the illuminated screen displayed a message from the kindergarten class group, a notification forwarded by Xie Qin. Upon glancing at it, her brow furrowed deeply in concern. How could such a thing occur? Mu Yunji had chosen Lishua International Kindergarten precisely for its esteemed reputation. Despite the exorbitant fees, it boasted exceptional quality. Yet, She never anticipated that someone would target the kindergarten for monetary gain. Her expression turned grave and stern as she swiftly forwarded the notification to Jiang Lin. Receiving the forwarded message at work, Jiang Lin was taken aback by the efficiency of the school. Indeed, this institution is remarkable. I doubt a regular school would respond with such urgency, he mused, begrudgingly admiring Mu Yunji's discerning choice of kindergarten. Just then, Jiang Yuan approached, exclaiming, Jiang Lin, have you seen the group message? The company has introduced a new benefit. Couples with children, if both are employed, can present their work certifications to request an hour's early leave to pick up their child. Jiang Lin was astonished by this fortunate development. Ordinarily, he finished work at 5, which often meant he arrived late to pick up his child, as school dismissed around 4. Allowing the child to wait too long was hardly ideal. Now, if he could successfully apply for this early leave, he would be able to arrive just in time to collect his child and even prepare dinner. It was simply splendid, perfectly resolving his pressing childcare dilemma. Jiang Lin remarked, Dongxing Trading is not only affluent, but also remarkably considerate. Jiang Yuan smiled. You're just fortunate. Such provisions did not exist previously. Jiang Lin nodded in agreement, fully acknowledging her statement. He hastily glanced at the regulations within the group chat and confirmed it was indeed a significant benefit. The stipulations required both spouses to be employed and unable to pick up the children, necessitating detailed proof of their working hours. If one partner was a full-time caregiver at home, they were ineligible. Additionally, a certificate showing the child's school dismissal time was required, which was quite understandable. However, upon reading further, he noted that a marriage certificate and household registration proof were also necessary. Where could he possibly acquire those? Instantly, Jiang Lin's joy evaporated. It seemed he had been overly optimistic. Noticing that the notification had come from the HR department, he contemplated seeking out Yao Shuehe in the office for clarification on the matter. Upon Jiang Lin's arrival, Yao Shuehe was not taken aback. You are here to inquire about the early departure, aren't you? Yes, my girlfriend and I have not yet registered our marriage, and our child is not listed under my household registration. Is it possible for me to submit an application or something of that sort? Yao Shuehe twirled her pen thoughtfully, recognizing that this benefit had been directly conveyed by Miss Mu, and Jiang Lin was someone nurtured by her. Naturally, he was not to be treated like others. Even in a large corporation, human connections were indispensable. She feigned reluctance, pondering, while I genuinely wish to assist you, the regulations must be applied uniformly. If others discover that I've made an exception for you, I will face inquiries from everyone else. What am I to do then? I won't disclose anything. After all, no one is aware of my family situation. I assure you, I can keep it confidential. Yao Shuehe sighed dramatically. You have 2 children, which is indeed challenging. Very well then. Seeing your youthful ambition reminds me of the hardships my sister and brother-in-law endured while raising children. I shall make an exception for you. However, if a third party learns of this, I will have no choice but to rescind your benefit. Thank you, sister, Jiang Lin exclaimed, elated. His courage to ask stemmed from his perception of the company's amiable and kind atmosphere. Had the work environment mirrored that of his previous employer, Longhai Trading, he would have refrained from making such inquiries. All right, you can begin your early departures tonight. I will input your information from now on. Your clock-in time will be 9 a.m., and clock-out time will be 4 p.m. Jiang Lin was astonished. Did this mean he need not provide any documentation? However, upon reflection, he realized that if he followed the standard procedures, he would be unable to furnish the requisite documents. Since Sister Yao had already facilitated this for him, there was no need for him to complicate matters further. After expressing his gratitude once more, he exited the office. Yao Shuehe gazed pensively at the doorway, contemplating the capabilities of this young talent from the Mu family. In her view, those nurtured by Miss Mu were destined to return to work within the Mu group. As for Jiang Lin's current position at Dongxing Trading, she assumed it was merely a matter of him needing to gain experience due to his youth. She believed the upper echelon would provide opportunities for him to demonstrate his abilities after his hiring. However, it seemed as though he was being left to languish here, merely existing. Something felt amiss. She could not decipher it. Miss Mu's character was certainly not one to cultivate a mere idle bystander. Jiang Lin returned to his workstation, his spirits elevated yet restrained, reluctant to reveal his joy. He eagerly anticipated picking up Tang Tang and Do at 4 o'clock, knowing the children would be delighted. He promptly shared this news with Mu Yun-gu, realizing he could now take responsibility for collecting the children himself. A brief reply of acknowledgement came from her side. As he turned his attention back to the tasks on his computer, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw an unfamiliar number from the city. Initially hesitant to answer, he pondered if it might be a call from the attendance department regarding the documents he had submitted earlier. With a sense of urgency, he answered, "Hello?" On the other end, a muffled voice broke through, accompanied by the sound of suppressed sobs. "Jiang Lin, it's me. I'm at the hospital. Can you come and pick me up? I have nowhere to stay, and I've lost my job. I don't know where to go or who to turn to. You're my only option." Jiang Lin furrowed his brow. It was Ning Shui. Though her predicament sounded pitiful, hospitalized, unemployed, and homeless, he couldn't help but wonder how it pertained to him. "Ning Shui, please don't be silent. Do you remember what you once said? No matter the circumstances, you would never allow me to be harmed. I truly need you now." She cried. "I'm squatting by the roadside outside the hospital, feeling utterly miserable. Can you come and get me?" Jiang Lin rubbed his arms and recoiled slightly. "Stop repulsing me. If you have a problem, why not reach out to your parents, your boyfriend, or your close friends? Why come to me, your ex-boyfriend? Isn't that rather desperate?" Ning Shui attempted to respond, but Jiang Lin interjected, "You're unemployed and free, yet I have to work to earn a living for my child. I won't waste any more time on this. I'm blocking you now." With that, he terminated the call and added her to his block list. Ning Shui remained squatting by the roadside, her distress genuine. The passers-by cast her strange looks, likely due to the visible injuries on her face. Her heart felt hollow, uncertain of her next steps. Gazing at the disconnected call, her sadness deepened. Early that morning, Song Tianwei had reappeared after several days' absence, dragging her to the obstetrics and gynecology department. She had hoped for a meaningful conversation, but Song Tianwei showed no interest in dialogue. After her recent surgery, he vanished. And although she managed to reach him by phone, it was only to inform her that her belongings had been discarded in the trash outside, and the code to her apartment had been changed, advising her to cease her entanglement with him. Messages from classmates, unaware of her plight, presumed she was romantically involved with the manager at Kangxing Trading, seeking to leverage familial connections to gain entry into the company. Reading those flattering comments, Ning Shui felt disoriented. Her parents continued to press her for money. She transferred the 200,000 yuan given by Song Tianwei to them, staring at the mere 10,000 left in her possession. With her battered body, she had no choice but to seek refuge elsewhere. She could hardly comprehend how her once stable life had spiraled into such chaos. Upon graduation, she believed she had found a wealthy executive. But little did she know that in a matter of days, she would plummet into despair. Perhaps when others spoke of her, they assumed she was living a glamorous life. A self-deprecating smile graced Ning Shui's lips, yet tears cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably. That evening, Jiang Lin arrived early to pick up the children. Amidst the crowd of kids, he instantly spotted Tang Tang and Do, two cherubic little ones, fair-skinned and charmingly intelligent. The moment they saw their father, joy illuminated their faces. "Daddy! Daddy!" Tang Tang exclaimed, launching herself into his arms, her fragrance reminiscent of milk. "Why did you come so early? I thought I would have to wait a long time." Do, with sparkling eyes, chimed in, "Did you finish work early?" "Yes, my work hours have been adjusted, so I can come home earlier from now on," Jiang Lin replied, gently caressing Tang Tang's cheek before picking up Do's belongings. "Let us head home. Tonight, Daddy will prepare braised pork for you." Do couldn't help but pat his belly, suddenly feeling a pang of hunger. Daddy's cooking is truly delightful, but usually he is too busy to make anything elaborate. It seems we will enjoy something special tonight. Upon returning home, Tang Tang and Do engaged in their own play. Jiang Lin was taken aback to see Tang Tang organizing her building blocks on the shelf. "Tang Tang, you can tidy up your toys by yourself now?" "Of course. I don't want Daddy to work so hard," she replied in a sweet, coaxing tone. "Daddy, hurry and praise me." Do, too, busied himself watering the plants. Jiang Lin took out 2 candies and shared them with the children. "You both are so well behaved. I am truly fortunate to have you. His words were sincere, not mere flattery. Previously, he had witnessed the unruly behavior of his cousin's children, screaming, climbing on tables, and crying uncontrollably, which had instilled a bit of fear in him regarding children. After all, children could complicate an already challenging life. However, Tang Tang and Do Do seldom troubled him. They were exceptionally understanding and intelligent. Tang Tang leaned in, pointing to her chubby cheeks. "Daddy, give me a kiss." Jiang Lin obliged. "All right, Daddy must go cook now. When Mommy returns, we can eat right away." As Dodo watched his father bustle in the kitchen, he felt a profound sense of security and warmth. With Daddy around, he no longer envied other children. After all, his father was better than anyone else's. Daddy is wonderful, and he treats Mommy well, unlike those uncles Grandma found. Tang Tang pondered, "But I haven't heard Mommy say Daddy is great. It seems she doesn't realize it. Oh dear, I must tell Mommy about this." Dodo understood that those uncles who came to meet his mother were primarily attracted by her wealth or beauty. His father, however, was different. Therefore, he felt it was imperative to safeguard his father's position within the household, resolutely preventing others from harboring intentions toward his mother. The singular and most effective solution was to facilitate a marriage between his parents. As long as his mother remained unmarried, their home would never be entirely secure. There lingered the possibility of separation at any moment. Dodo shared this reasoning with Tang Tang, who was taken aback by the revelation. Yet, she pondered whether their grandmother would still arrange matches for their mother, given that their father was already living with them. Dodo, with a tone of conviction and seriousness, asserted that their father lacked financial means, which was disfavored by their grandmother. Tang Tang clenched her small fists, her voice sweet yet resolute, declaring her determination to protect their family. The two little ones made up their minds to assist in the endeavor of uniting their parents in matrimony. However, Dodo was not entirely misguided. His deductions were remarkably astute. Even though Mu Yun-gu had mentioned having a boyfriend, their mother remained skeptical, believing that the relationship was fleeting and would inevitably end. She would never permit Mu Yun-gu to marry someone deemed unsuitable. In her view, only those she deemed worthy were truly commendable. On her way home, Mu Yun-gu received a call from her mother, and her already troubled mood soured further. "My affairs are of no concern to you," she retorted. "Yun-gu, if you are so adamant about being with your chosen man, then bring him home for us to meet. After all, I am your mother. Regardless of how much you may resent me, my intentions are solely for your benefit. I would never wish you harm." Su Manhwa's tone was insistent. "If you refuse to come to the Mu household, then I shall seek you out. I must see who is to become a stepfather to my grandchildren. You disregard a childhood companion, but what if you end up with someone nefarious? That would not only endanger you, but also put Tang Tang and Dodo at risk." Mu Yun-gu scoffed. "Why should I owe you an explanation regarding my life's choices? What gives you the right to claim concern for my well-being? Spare me the pretense of compassion." With that, she abruptly ended the call, choosing to ignore her mother's further attempts to engage. Chapter 80. The Game of Mu Yun-gu. Mu Yun-ji's words were laden with weight. To her, the titles of mother and father were merely labels. Upon returning home, her expression softened significantly. The air was fragrant with the aroma of food, accompanied by the laughter of children. The room was tidy, with clothes hanging out on the balcony. The flowers in the small garden were blooming splendidly. "Mother is home," Dodo exclaimed, jumping from the sofa to greet her. Tang Tang set aside her toys, her face illuminated with anticipation for praise. "Mother, today Tang Tang has been very well behaved." Jiang Lin, hearing the door open from the kitchen, called out, "Yun-gu, it's time to wash your hands and eat." As she brought out the last dish, Jiang Lin smiled. "I now finish work at 4 o'clock, and it feels like I have so much more time. There's no need to rush. You finish work at 5, and by the time you arrive home at 5:30, dinner will be ready." Mu Yun-gu, with a composed demeanor, praised, "Your company's benefits are quite humane, showing considerable care for employees with children." Indeed, one wonders which leader proposed such a thoughtful initiative. They must be a genuinely good person. Mu Yun-gu nodded in agreement, pondering how one could not regard them as benevolent. She drew out a chair and sat at the dining table, saying, "Today, I noticed in the group chat that an unknown woman has been approaching male parents at the school gate. You should be cautious. Otherwise, I'll continue to pick up and drop off the kids for the next few days. Jiang Lin, dismissive, replied, no need. I was the one approached. And my awareness of fraud is quite strong. I want to be deceived. Surprised, Mu Yungu asked, you encountered her? Indeed, Jiang Lin replied, offering no further details. In my case, they have certainly met their match. Mu Yungu couldn't help but chuckle. Is that so impressive? After dinner, Mu Yungu sat on a small bench at the entrance of the garden, admiring the scenery. Jiang Lin joined her. Do you have something on your mind? Are you feeling a bit exhausted? The intensity of work can be quite draining once your body adjusts. Mu Yungu shook her head. Not at all. Noticing her reluctance to elaborate, Jiang Lin refrained from pressing further. As they enjoyed the breeze, Jiang Lin's phone rang. It was a call from the property management. Confused, he wondered why they were contacting him since he had already paid the property fee. In their community, the fees were minimal and the services limited due to its age. Typically, the management did not reach out to homeowners. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Someone is looking for you at the security office. Jiang Lin, puzzled, inquired, who is it? It's a young woman with considerable luggage, appearing rather weak. We feared for her safety, hence the call. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin immediately recognized it was Ning Shui. He found it baffling that she had discovered his home address and managed to arrive at the community entrance. What could she possibly want? A sense of distaste arose within him, mingled with caution. After all, he had 2 children at home, and if this woman were to act irrationally, it could pose a serious threat. Mu Yungu, having overheard the conversation, asked, who is seeking you? My ex-girlfriend, who is rather unstable, Jiang Lin admitted candidly. She must have been rejected and now returned to seek me out as a scapegoat. She called me from a new number during the day, but I blocked her, thinking she would take the hint. I never expected her to come here. Jiang Lin frowned in utter disdain, baffled by the audacity of her persistence. Observing Jiang Lin's expression, Mu Yungu felt no tumult within. If he truly cared for that woman, he would not appear so unperturbed. I'll accompany you to see her. However, Jiang Lin countered, leave her be. The more attention we pay her, the more she might cling on. If she grows impatient waiting, she will eventually leave. Mu Yungu tilted her head, a playful smile gracing her lips. But she is your ex-girlfriend. It seems you were together for quite some time. Can you really bear to see her waiting at the gate? There are many beggars by the roadside. I cannot attend to them all, he retorted. Jiang Lin spoke, then felt that his words might have been a bit harsh, so he softened his tone. Yungu, I do not wish for such individuals to disrupt our lives. Mu Yungu nodded in agreement. Yes, I understand. That evening, Jiang Lin decided against taking the children for a walk and instead engaged them in some crafts at home. Meanwhile, at the entrance, Ning Shui was not as deranged as Jiang Lin had imagined. She sat in the security room, appearing frail and pale, evoking a sense of pity. The security guard could not help but remark, young lady, it's already late and dark outside. If he wanted to see you, he would have come out by now. You should head home. Furthermore, I noticed that young man has already settled down and has children who are quite grown. What are you hoping for? Ning Shui hesitated, wanting to speak. All she longed for was to see Jiang Lin. She believed that if he saw her in her desolate state, he would surely feel pity for her. The reason for his indifference towards her was simply that they had not met face to face. She felt she had lost everything and wished to turn back, to reclaim Jiang Lin. They could live as they once did, without the presence of that woman, who was an unnecessary element. What depth could their feelings possibly hold? Ning Shui spoke with conviction. As long as he sees me, he will not treat me this way. Is that so? A cool voice interjected. Mu Yungu entered, adorned in a light apricot cotton dress that exuded an ethereal charm. Her long, dark hair shimmered under the dim light like satin, her skin was porcelain white, and her figure was slender and elegant. She wore a friendly smile, yet her eyes were cold and distant, concealing her true emotions. If he were willing to see you, he wouldn't have stayed away. I came specifically to inform you to cease bothering him, otherwise. Mu Yunji's smile deepened, but she refrained from continuing. What do you have to be proud of? If it weren't for my breakup with him, could you be with him? If we hadn't parted ways, what would your place be now? Do you think you can bind him to you for a lifetime with a child? As she spoke, Ning Shue's eyes reddened, her anger boiling over. Soon after, she calmed down, tears welling up. I beg you, you managed well alone with the child before, didn't you? If you leave, we can reconcile. Sister, he still has feelings for me. He has always been the one in my heart. Although we have both made mistakes, we shared a close bond. And he has always given to me. While with you, it is likely only respect due to the child. Mu Yungu lowered her gaze, observing Ning Shui, and found it amusing. She often indulged in a bit of drama, not necessarily enjoying it, but if the situation was sufficiently intriguing, she did not mind orchestrating a captivating performance. However, this particular scene was evidently lacking in excitement and required her intervention. With a glint of ambiguity in her eyes, Mu Yungu smiled, nearly devoid of warmth. Let us play a game. If, after a week, you still wish to abandon everything to be with Zhonglin, I shall withdraw. Ning Shui lifted her gaze to meet the eyes of the stunningly ethereal woman before her. Ah, so this is your way of testing my resolve, is it? Yet, mere words hold no weight. Let us formalize this with a written agreement. I am certain I can prevail. Currently, she possesses nothing, save for her fervent desire for Zhonglin. Not merely for a week, but even if it were a month or a year, her heart would remain unwavering. Chapter 81. Ning Shui encounters a wealthy heir. The security guard, perplexed, observed the two young women before him. One was charmingly delicate, while the other radiated breathtaking beauty. Any man could easily discern whom to choose. However, he had met the owner, who, though young and amiable, was competent and certainly not unattractive. Yet, it seemed improbable that two women would vie for his attention. The residents of this community hardly appeared to be affluent elites. Was it possible that, in this day and age, women no longer valued material wealth, but instead esteemed character and capability? The guard stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. If that were the case, then why was his son still a bachelor? Quite the enigma. After her wager with Mu Yungu, Ning Shui departed with her belongings, walking with an air of confidence, as if victory were already within her grasp, believing Zhonglin to be already hers. Mu Yungu, under the pretense of taking out the trash, ventured out to purchase some fruit, providing a plausible explanation for her prolonged absence. She tucked away her phone, her expression icy and resolute. In truth, she regarded Ning Shui with disdain, seeing her as nothing more than a minor nuisance, akin to an insignificant ant, unworthy of her attention. Yet, there was something about Ning Shui that irked her. Zhonglin was a living, breathing individual, not an object to be discarded at will. Ning Shui's audacity to claim him as her own was infuriating. Perhaps in Ning Shui's eyes, Zhonglin was merely an option, but to Mu Yungu, he was already firmly established as hers. She despised anyone who dared to covet what belonged to her. Upon returning home, Zhonglin was puzzled by Mu Yungu's extended absence until he noticed the fruits she carried. You bought more fruit? He asked. There seems to be an abundance already. I'll prepare a fruit platter for you to take to the office tomorrow morning. Sounds good, Mu Yungu replied, her gaze lingering on Zhonglin. Make sure to get some rest. Zhonglin nodded, acknowledging her words. Neither mentioned Ning Shui. Zhonglin chose silence to avoid stirring unnecessary discord over someone inconsequential, while Mu Yungu refrained from speaking of her because she had orchestrated a captivating performance for Zhonglin to witness. On a weekday, as Zhonglin arrived at Dongxing Trading, he encountered a familiar figure, Ning Shui. Zhonglin, I made you lunch. Please enjoy it at noon, she said, appearing considerably brighter. Dressed in the floral dress they had once chosen together during their university days, her unadorned face bore a warm smile, reminiscent of their time in college. Momentarily disarming Zhonglin. That's unnecessary. You can just toss it in the trash, he replied, shaking off the fleeting nostalgia and regaining his composure. He mused to himself that it seemed Ning Shui was determined to cling to him relentlessly, even going so far as to feign her former demeanor. One could only wonder if her mind had been muddled or if she had suffered some sort of misfortune, as she insisted on making a fool of herself. Zhonglin cast a stern glance towards the security booth and firmly instructed the guard, next time, do not allow such individuals to harass others at the company entrance. If she returns, simply call the authorities. The guard nodded in understanding. Ning Shui stamped her foot in frustration. Jiang Lin, I injured my hand making you lunch. It hurts so much. Look, my knuckles are blistering. Jiang Lin paid her no mind and walked away. The guard approached her, saying, Miss, you must leave this place promptly. Otherwise, we might have to take further action, which would not be pleasant. Holding the lunchbox, Ning Shui gazed at Jiang Lin's indifferent back, feeling somewhat dejected. Yet, apart from Jiang Lin, she had nothing left. No one would accept her again, especially after her recent miscarriage. Why are you treating this young lady in such a manner? A male voice interjected, sounding rather unchivalrous. The guard, upon recognizing the speaker, brightened up. Mr. Xiao, what brings you here? I was merely acting on a report that she had been harassing someone. It's all right. I came to check on my father. You may continue with your duties. Xiao Chenghai waved his hand dismissively, exuding elegance in his well-tailored suit. I will take care of this young lady. Ning Shui looked at the handsome man. It's you. Last night, I was stranded while hailing a taxi, and you kindly offered me a lift. I don't know what I would have done without you. By the way, I haven't caught your name yet. I didn't get the chance to thank you. My name is Xiao Chenghai. I just returned from studying abroad. It's only right to assist women. It's no trouble at all. Ning Shui didn't dwell on it too much. After all, she had already been taken in by someone like Song Tianwei. Faced with a wealthy overseas student, well-groomed, and of remarkable lineage, she understood that they belonged to entirely different worlds and didn't delude herself into thinking he was some sort of prince. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, Xiao Chenghai continued, then perhaps you could treat me to a meal later. There's a place nearby that shouldn't be too expensive. Though Ning Shui felt a bit hesitant, she ultimately agreed. Just wait here for a few minutes. I'll go fetch my car. Ning Shui stood awkwardly by the roadside. And before long, a luxury car worth millions glided into view, lowering its window to reveal Xiao Chenghai's refined smile. Get in. Ning Shui took her seat in the passenger's side, marveling at his wealth. Truth be told, my assistance comes with a personal motive, he admitted. Ning Shui, puzzled, inquired. What do you mean? Before I went abroad, I had a girlfriend who bore a striking resemblance to you. She wasn't conventionally beautiful, but she possessed a purity and resilience akin to a delicate flower. The moment I laid eyes on you, I thought you were her. However, she broke up with me when I left for my studies and is now married. No matter how much I long for the past, it is a mere one-sided affection. During my time abroad, I was eager to complete my studies and return to surprise her, only to be met with this unforeseen shock. As Xiao Chenghai spoke, a hint of melancholy and helplessness flickered across his brow. The sight of him evokes an irresistible wave of sympathy. Ning Shui hastily reassures him, with your excellent qualities, you are bound to find a better partner. It seems rather difficult. How can a heart that has perished come back to life? Xiao Chenghai's tone is laced with profound resignation. I apologize for burdening you with such disheartening matters. He continues, I have come here today to prepare for my position at Dongxing Trade. My father, who serves as a director here, has grown somewhat weary with age and hopes that I can lend him a hand. He mentioned hiring an assistant and specifically asked me to come today to select someone. Yet I find no one suitable. Ning Shui is taken aback, realizing he's the son of the chairman. She only knew of his wealth but did not anticipate its magnitude. Instantly, her brows furrow as she feels compelled to distance herself. After all, once bitten by a snake, one is wary of ropes for 10 years. Moreover, this individual is unlike Song Tianwei. He is a true scion of affluence. Yet, upon hearing him mention the recruitment of an assistant and his inability to find someone to his liking, she contemplates that if she could secure a position at Dongxing Trade, it would be splendid. She could also become a colleague of Jiang Lin. I suppose you must be hungry, Xiao Chenghai says, bringing the car to a halt. Let us set aside business and unpleasant topics for now and enjoy a meal together.